Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground.
Yeah, give someone, proper someone to play alongside. Is the Death Losser coming through? Aid gets caught out. Looks like Merritt might have been knocked actually into the rest of that AG lineup. Milgaru not able to displace the Reaper away from the soft underbelly of their composition. The Falcons get the perfect start here on what could be our final flashpoint.
And we'll see with all gamers, right? You're going to have double support ult here. I think if you blow through these and you don't flip it, you are, I mean, there's not much else you can do, right? Maybe you decide to save one, give yourself a second fight opportunity.
Again, notice that Falcons happen to play off the point for the most part. That sound barrier now comes in. This is going to buy Fielder time to get towards this Kitsune Rush, but a little cheeky back cap there from Marker. This is awkward. Kitsune Rush now thrown down as AG get ready to defend the territory they just wrested from Falcons' hands. Rush comes in from Falcons. The orange big road being traversed, but Chio is down already. Fielder made use of his rush now, but it's not panning out as Marker's been able to find yet another kunai elimination. Merritt this time falling. Falcons are going to have to pay the piper and regroup.
I hated that fight from Falcons. I'm going to agree with you. Like using the sound barrier that early on, especially when they were
it starts with the back cap.
Yeah,
for me that is just...
okay. Yeah, playing for the back cap at that time, they kind of happen around the same time. But then you're just at such a huge support ultimate disadvantage there, where all gamers they're able to flip that pretty early, Mitch, where they're already going to have 70%.
All right, proper though. Found a bit of damage on Aid. Chio's able to chase it down. Okay, very quickly, Falcons, without having to make use of any of these ultimates outside of just the primal rage for sustain of someone, clean that fight up comfortably. Aid caught a little bit out there. Didn't quite have the defensive cooldowns that often invulnerability frames to avoid the Lucio and Tracer pressure.
So we'll see Falcons push up. They don't have like a Kitsune Rush to work with here, right? So maybe they're seeing if they can catch out like the Lucio, put some pressure onto a Tracer, like force recall here is a lot of pressure here from proper onto Milgaru's. He's trying to get towards the point.
Proper's Pulse Bomb could end the series, but it's another pick off on Aid. He's just been having some trouble, I think, getting where he needs to be. Fielder really matching Marker in terms of that kill pressure offered by Kiriko. Milgaru again looking to disrupt, but really it's hard to take the eyes off Lee Soo-min. That's not great for AG here. They are running out of healers and time as we head into yet another STC overtime, and there's no presence here for AG on the point. The fight is so split, so disparate, and Aid can barely get to the point. Proper submits a Pulse Bomb and forcing out the Wraith Walk, and now, yep, that Shadow Step can only be used to get Aid to the point. He instantly is taken down as Chio comes to collect. Milgaru takes a face full of damage off that Dead Blossom, and there you have it, folks, a dream scenario for our defending champions. Falcons start strong in game one.
And if you're a little bit worried about them coming into this event, that is a great sign to see for a lot of the fans in the crowd. Falcons takes care of business against a bit of a frisky all-gamers team. I think it'll give some teams in this group some trouble.
And again, I think, there's always a reality check you have to face when there's a team like Falcons who maybe underperform a little bit throughout the regular stage and qualifying for this mid-season championship. These are the games that matter. When you turn up looking like this, like you finally trimmed the fat on this team and you've streamlined your roster to offer you the very best in every position. Falcons reminding us that they are a team to be feared in any stage of the season. This should be enough here for Crazy Raccoon to regroup with and looks like KSD running into the backline, bites off more than he can chew, and Slay is picked off at longer range in the meantime.
Yeah, although KSG pushes on through when he kills Shu, it just ends up with Varrel so split, right? And players from Crazy Raccoon on both sides of them, they were never really able to kind of like prioritize any of the targets and just kind of whittle down over time, where now the time bank here from Crazy Raccoon still 226. The one from Varrel is not, even if they kind of speed ran the rest of the map.
That's right. Yeah,
they've been close.
Really slowed down in the second phase of the map here, understandably. Here's that annihilation, though. Crazy Raccoon look like they want to linger around. The Symbol's going to force KSG back away. Yet another Varrel ultimate that is, frankly, upfront countered by what Crazy Raccoon can leverage. And once again, you've got Amp Matrix, Captive Sun available. Scary, because Varrel want to use their orbital ray, but they may be denied it yet again. Here's the Sun. Slay sees it, blinded, seared into his memory. It was Chorong running him down. And there's nowhere for Nico to go either. Chorong won't be denied. Max does fall, the cart's on the move. The Maywall could be a problem. And another dodgy bowler shot there from Lip goes into the Maywall, thrown up in his face. But only insult, no injury, as Varrel are unable to convert.
I was like, oh, maybe they get Max towards the end, and you still had KSG alive. Maybe it gets a little bit interesting, but you know, losing Nico, you lost a lot of your damage output here from Varrel. So now you're walking back into another Amp Matrix. You're going to be able to use your own Captive Sun, so I think like try and get that Immortality field out, Captive Sun, maybe even use the Captive Sun to do it, and then follow it up with like Blizzard. You're going to have that pretty soon here from Top Dragon.
Top Dragon on the sneak up. Blizzard to stop Max will be crucial, but he doesn't have Annihilation here. And will happily disengage away. Shu caught inside the bowler shop. Is going to have an Immortality field to keep him alive, and there's a Sim TP that will allow him to translate across the map. That's been cleared. He's essentially stuck here for the time being, and Nico is on the hunt. Max knocked back by this outburst. Slay putting big damage down into Max, and he's able to dodge away from the Vortex.
Oh, he gets here at the final second to contest.
Not quite a cap there. Max can intervene and stop Top Dragon from doing his job, and Shu desperately trying to keep his team in the game. I think he's done enough here. Nico, big damage on Shu. Yet another self-immortality field keeps Shu in the game.
We don't see it, but how in the world does he play on that high ground and then alone get all the way back to the rest of the team alive to be able to kind of use that immortality field and make that play? I mean, it's literally only things that he does.
There's an ethereal quality about that man, Matt. Make no mistake, Shu is a god of the game. Chorong, big flank, catches on with the Captive Sun in the direction of Slay. And it's going to be the elimination now of the Iliari. KSD in trouble here with the bowler shot. Lip flattens him. Shu was able to take down the Ramatra, and that will be the end of the line here for Varrel on this map. Not much more to be done now as the Blizzard is thrown out. The card is unbesmirched, and Crazy Raccoon advance out of their opener. A clean 2-0.
Yeah, map 1 was really close. Varrel put up a great fight. Map 2, though, after Varrel took that first point, didn't really make a ton of progress there towards getting that second checkpoint, where even if they did, the time bank for Crazy Raccoon was going to be really difficult, even if you completed the map to beat.
Pineapple still on the Freya too. Have a look how they do here. Ideal is just get Labda on this high ground and then just let him do what he does best, and that's shoot people in the head as Cass. Tough spot for Kaneki to be in as well. Nice double hit there from Labda, and Landon was able to finish Pineapple off super early. Can Team CC actually get a reset? Gaga is really low. They might be able to stabilize on this high ground, but with this teleport, it's just going to be so difficult. Yeah, that's a very early fight win from Alcatia, putting them in good stead. Crowd loving that one.
Labda is very good at marking Kaneki, but Kaneki is also a little too antsy to try and be involved in these fights. He's playing at the front. He's trying to sink in and maybe go after Ziad, but there's a lot more room for Kaneki to operate. I don't want him to be in line of sight of Labda at all. I want Labda to be distracted. Kaneki needs... He's only going to get value if Labda isn't looking at him, but hey, this card's about to get capped. Is CC going to touch?
Did you manage to get there in time? Oh, good. Gaga had that block available, that spike guard. It's going to be tough, though, because, again, Checkmate also just kind of chilling there, sitting on the point with all the turrets and just holding down the left click. Yeah, without ults, it's very difficult. Both hazards trading, but there is the cap for Alcatia. They can look easy right now.
You're just not taking enough damage if you're CC'd. Like, you're at a 25% disadvantage.
Okay,
of
Kaneki,
the
that was
rush.
cheeky. That would have been a good highlight if you got that TP and then the pulse bomb on top of it. I think it might have gone on the other side of the blue box. Not sure what happened, but that's -1 all.
Huge time bank advantage for Alcatia. They get to the high ground easily with the teleport, and Farway has to build this up quickly, and Kaneki is just always taking shots. He can't like do anything without Labda or someone looking at him.
They're just 4xing the payload right now. Oh, Landon. Unfortunate. You got a touch though, Team
Oh
CC.
my God. Yeah.
Eventually, you got to get there. Yeah, 0.8 meters. Better late than never. But unfortunately, I think it's going to be a never. There is going to be the cap. Nice little boop, and they walked that one in despite losing Landon on an off angle. Ooh, this is all falling apart for Team CC.
You got Ziad giggling and kicking his feet at 17. Like, CC are not making this team sweat at all. They've not been able to stabilize whatsoever. I mean, from the last second touches on point A means you just don't get to set up for ship on point B. You tried to touch last second at C. Maybe now CC can try and burn this 5-minute time bank, but the box of victories around the corner. This is kind of last fight territory.
Agal could just continually ward off. There's the rush around the corner. There's going to be a bolus that hits the payload. Actually, scores nothing. Little bolt connection onto Labda, but that's about it. Pineapple needs some heals there as the wall comes in. No, that sound barrier from Unknown only connects with 3. Wall stops it from hitting Gaga and Kaneki. TP, high ground, high noon. Not a much of a better combo than that, and they're just going to dunk the payload in. Team CC fall over to Alcatia. Nice little 2-0 to start their tournament journey off. 5 seconds to the point unlocks as well. This is trying to do maximum damage possible there, chasing Funny Astro away. That's a triple for Rocket in the end as a cap comes in. Could be a 3-0 here as Twisted Minds in front of their home crowd here. Not looking as hot as maybe they felt they looked coming into the series.
Could be the biggest upset. I mean, look how upset the crowd is at the very least. This is insane. Still have to capture one more point, and Chronic, he has leveled up and has become a true beast. And he has to be the one that continues to get those picks, or Rocket could even just go after Quartz as soon as he sees that jump get activated. Quartz has been target number 1 of Sign.
Man, they're chasing Yubi to the end of the earth there. Overclock popped, Funny Astro down, and Chronic's going to take it to him now. The Nemesis was in pot, but the Annihilation is going to hurt even more. Yubi, though, still manages to come up with a kill, but Rocket is going to be tough to deal with, and this is final fight here, Lemon. And Lucamino's got that rush available to him, and they're going to maybe even chase Quartz. Not sure they're going to be able to get the kill. Nope, they decide to back off. Don't want to overextend.
Take an early fight with Lucamino, absolutely. Orbital Rave, the lane, and the time is right. This is Sign Esports that can dictate this map and this next fight.
They're just going to go. Lab has also got this orbital ray as well. They've got so many tools they can use. Yubi's going to go for the cap. KSA pops the Annihilation, but dealt with. A backcat comes in, but where is the staying power? There is 2 Subbolt ultimates coming up for Twisted Minds, but it should be a fairly easy flip.
Yeah, Sign Esports popped both those ults for 1 kill. I don't know if that was really worth it. The Twisted Minds are separated. They're rallying up and they're countering.
You gotta go, KSA back on the Malga. All right, Orbital Ray used to push them on the point, and luckily, their UB held on for long enough to get another touch. OT here as Twisted Minds now trying to gun down Sign Esports. A 99% though is gonna be good. Again, they can come back into this fight, and not on an ideal here pick for KSA, but one he is very familiar with. One of the best Malgas in EMEA.
Sign can't choke here. I don't like that they still went for the point. You saw Kitsune Rush and Orbital Ray, just leave. Don't have to take that fight. You're at 99%, they're at 0. Let them cap and fight on a better day. Now you sacrifice time, but maybe they want to fight for ult charge, because it's only going to take 1 fight for Sign to win the series.
Yubi can come up clutch here as well with this pulse bomb. Oh, nice Vortex there. Oh, Astro's down though. A pick from Chronic, and now Yubi, it's your chance to come alive. Malga's going to pop that cardiac overdrive there to keep everybody healthy in the front line, but this rush is going to be tough to deal with. They're also going to have to deal with this tectonic shock. Yubi's already been forced out as Rocket is hunting for bodies, and he's already found one. KSA falls as he dashes back to the point. The flip comes in for Sign, and they're going to take down Twisted Minds in front of their home crowd. A 2-1 as they win their upper bracket match. choice in minds. They wanted to face T1, and they were so certain of it as well. And Chronic and Rocket really hyped up now. I mean, look, if you're coming out and they're booing you, you've got to feel good when you take him down like that. Rocket with hugs all around. What a showing.
But that's the magic of this game, and honestly, it's the magic of a team like Weebo. It's never really seemed to matter to them anyway. Leave on the Farah. There's a bit more of a meticulous game plan, slow roll approach. They really would love this first checkpoint, but it's going to take a minute to get there. Leave, of course, with a concussive blast perk that draws people in, and of course that mobility during barrage. Getting some good damage here, but taking a while to build up towards that ultimate, and unfortunately, Farah might not be moving the needle quite enough for the attack side.
I understand the reasoning, though. Like, Venture can't really engage with the Farah, right?
They got one more chance at this. They're going for a mercy moment from Mew, but Shy's already down. Hey, good use case for the Resurrect, folks. Got to be crucial to bring that in, and yes, Shy is back in the game, and then Mew is out of the game. A revolving door for Weebo Gaming. They can't seem to find their feet. Falcons sweep them off them, and that is a decisive defensive effort. Sparkle's already fist pumping.
Yeah, so that's not one of the good defensive areas I was talking about for the payload.
Okay, yep.
I like the Farah pick. I actually do. Because there's no way for the Venture to engage with the Farah. And the idea is like you chunk a few players down, and then, you know, your Sojourn and your Ramatra can come up with some kills. It's just a nice Vortex captures lead. They're inside the room. They kind of panic a little bit and able to get nothing after that is, man, Falcons, a huge clutch up for them.
Absolutely. I mean, Weibo gave them some openings, I suppose.
Man, I feel so bad for Weibo, though. I mean, they get so close in these games, man.
Yeah, I mean...
And the way they lose them is brutal.
Isn't it the kind of the Vegeta of the Overwatch world, you know? Always such a fixture. So loved.
That's a good...
Never truly get in the spotlight, though.
Good analogy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a big DBZ fan? There's no way, dude.
Not a clue.
All right, you would have teased other kids for watching it back in school.
That's probably accurate.
It's crazy that you wound up here, actually. I think it's your divine punishment.
It is
you have to sit next to me and let me talk about anime, and you have to pretend to be nice about it.
It is kind of wild.
Yeah, it's justice.
I imagine this is just a Sonic. See what they're running.
Yeah, 3:59, excuse me, on the clock. A lot of time for Falcons. Proper on the Widow, sticking to it, in fact, at least for a moment.
I mean, one pick off.
There's no way. You can't be giving the Prince that was promised that easy headshot off the rip. There is the golden box of victory, folks. It is that close.
You're going to make an argument for Falcons to play the Farah here, right? Just poke them down with where you have to move the car.
Yes, they want to stick to something a little bit more tried and true in this current meta. Proper spotted out by Lee, but he can't afford to pay attention. He's touched the card. Touched. Hands on the card. In the box, please. Weibo don't have any choice. They can't fully commit to this high ground, and so Falcons kind of get up by default. That's a huge disadvantage for the defending side, who normally can sit up there and contest the car for a long time, but that's just not where things are standing right now. Mew, the first domino to fall. Will there be others? Yes, it's Shy, picked up by Chio. Merit commanding this high ground now, and there's not a darn thing Gushway can do about it. Eyes to the heavens, begging for reprieve as the damage keeps coming on in. Leave, though, relieves some of the pressure. Someone does fall, but with Monk out of the picture now, there might not be enough healing throughput to keep everyone at Weebo standing tall. Merit's gotten rid of Gushway. That's the front liner down. Proper trying to stave Leave off. He knows this is his last-ditch attempt to try and keep the game going, but it is not to be. And the latest chapter in his epic rivalry is staying green and white. The Falcons take flight. The top team out of Group A.
Vigilante does end up going down to Painkiller, but Donghang now trying to trade their Kirikos as Lucamino falls. Proud in trouble, though, on the high ground, dueling out against Rocket. Still, point in contestation as Sign Esports are trying to just use every cooldown possible to push Donghang off, but overtime Wick takes a long time to burn, sadly, for Sign. Donghang now in trouble. He's still got this Terror Surge for emergency's sake. Does end up using it to sustain. Actually kills Rocket as well. But the flip should end up coming in.
All right, one last touch. Here comes Proud and the rest. No tank for T1. Gonna be about the DPS and friends try and keep this alive, and Sign Esports are going to watch this cap away. They got to step up. It's got to be Rocket.
Chronic is so scared right now. And here comes the Doomfist. Oh, but you're against the sound barrier, so good luck. Have fun. Gets a nice little two-man punch there onto Lep and Chronic, but Dongo is going to be able to keep this point alive, but without Zest, the damage is cut in half. And there it is. Okay, point on the board for Sign, keeping themselves alive in the series.
And Proud has been having the power position on this. Just Rocket and Painkiller have had good focus together. Proud has found windows where when they're not looking at him, he'll frag out, and Chronic is starting to be more even against Proud, but Sign Esports still have to make the comeback of a lifetime off the Kitsune rush, off Chronic and Rocket. A lot of Rocket's focus has been into Donghag, which now on the Tracer, you're more important than ever to chase this Doomfist down, especially when he's out of cooldowns.
Sign Esports get a nice little D20 roll here, and they actually get the point right behind them instead of across the map. Well, there's a tectonic shock in the backline. Chronic punched into the wall, so couldn't even use the mobility if he even had any left. Terror Surge, but fortunately, even with a kill onto Zest here, it's too little too late. This point is going the way of T1s as Skewed picks up the kill on the Orisa.
Just the Venture Doom Dive is so nasty.
The displacement is crazy.
Just how they're coordinating, just punch, dive, everything. And this is the perfect map to do so. Lots of walls that are close range, a lot of narrow pathways and ways that Sign Esports are going to be caught off guard. That was a Kitsune Rush fight that Sign Esports lost, even with the Chronic ult added on top. So this is going to be really scary because Vigilante's about to come up to his.
You actually lose control of your character for a good 5 seconds. Lucio, boop. Venture, boop. Doom, punch. Like, good luck. Proud, though. Oh my God. Wow. Delivered that one almost on a silver platter. That looked a sick kill there by Proud. Final fight now for Sign Esports. Yeah, don't hack Doomfist. Wouldn't bring it out in any other series. Like, look, if you're close to it, you might as well stick on it. And with how Zest and Scooter being so aggressive on the Lucio Venture, hey, you might as well. Chronic's life a living hell, unfortunately.
Trying to retake at this point of the map against Doom Venture is so cooked. It would have taken a Lep sound barrier or just them finding different angles. Lep is hunted down as soon as he steps into the fight. Oh my God.
Yeah, SEC overtime now here, and Zest has already found 2, and that will be it. Not much fanfare there for Sign. A quick GG in the chat as T1 come out in the first seed in groups, lock their place in the playoffs.
What's good, everybody? Danny Lim here. And for those of you at home that couldn't, unfortunately, make it to EWC at Riyadh, don't worry, guys. I got you guys. Let's take a quick tour of the STC Esports Arena. Follow me. Anticipation and ta-da! This is where the magic happens, everybody. And you guys see, these are the seats. This arena holds exactly 1,972 seats. And also you see the stage and the LED screen as well. I'm gonna give you the size for those two as well. The screen is 535 square meters. And the stage, of course, is 550 square meters. This seating size is very beautiful. I forgot one thing. There are also a lot of lights. Love it. We love lights.
So Mitch, you ready for day 2?
Honestly, After day one, I'm feeling still a little rusty. I need to find a way to warm up, I think, before day two.
Oh, it's Danny.
Oh, yeah. Actually, it looks like Danny's currently looking for something to do. Master of the gacha game, but approaching the Connect 4 table. Does he have what it takes to conquer this particular game?
See, the trick here is that you need to count to 4 and actually take the pieces out, but he hasn't figured that out.
He's gone for the more destructive approach by the looks of things. Chess doesn't really seem to interest him too much. He's very much interested in the texture of the pieces, but oh no. Disaster approaches, Jen.
Oh, no. Oh, causing trouble?
Absolutely.
This is not how you fit in, not with that hair color either.
Yep, he's looking like a high school delinquent from a shonen anime. This time looking over towards the Uno deck and,
What's
hey,
up?
Danny.
He's coming this
What's
way.
up? Hey, you guys ready for day 2?
I am now.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, okay.
Day 2, the OWCS Mid-Season Championship starts now.
Oh!
It's day 2 of the Overwatch Mid-Season Championship at EWC 2025 here at the Esports World Cup. We are in the middle of the oasis of video gaming, the Boulevard, jam-packed with fans from around the world all cheering on their favorite gamers. But our STC arena is jam-packed with Overwatch fans, and so is my studio. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, alongside 3 of the biggest brains I could find in the Overwatch community. We got Reinforce, Avril, and Jake, and I want to start with you, Reinforce. It's day 2. We already sent 4 teams to the playoff bracket, but today we get to crush some dreams.
Oh, yesterday I was all about good vibes, advancing, winning. Today it's about getting rid of half the teams participating in the tournament. So it's going to be brutal for a lot of these players, teams competing. Life's on the line. Gotta perform.
Avril, some big names fell on day number 1. Who are you looking to rebound on day 2?
It's got to be Twisted Minds. I mean, that was the one big upset. We always get upsets at these types of big events. We had them in EWC last year as well. Twisted Minds, they need a big comeback this time around. Johnny, you also said eliminating a lot of teams, but guess what? We're qualifying half the teams today as well.
Great call out. Jake, final question for you is who are the top dogs to cheer for that underperformed on day 1? I know Twisted Minds have a lot of fans, but they're not the only ones here.
Yeah, I don't think Twisted Minds, I don't think the fans need any encouragement to cheer for them. You know they're going to be out to support. I think teams that you really want to cheer for, though, are probably in this Group A, right? The group of death that we talked about. I think it's going to be VP versus AG up first, and then the winner is going to go on to take on Weibo Gaming. And maybe Weibo are the favorites, but that's a group where I wouldn't be so shocked to see anybody come out of it. So fans who want to, get your support in, that's the group to do it in.
Great call out there. Reminder, we're just in the middle of the Overwatch 2 season. This is the mid-season championship at EWC. We already had our champions clash earlier in Q2. And at the end of the year, Johnny, what do I need to do to come eat some Swedish fish with you at Stockholm?
Look, I'll invite you, Puckett. You can stay in my hotel room. It'll be great, all right? But we're going to Stockholm, Sweden. It's beautiful. It's calm, relaxing. And then we got one hell of a tournament taking place with the World Finals at DreamHack Winter, of course. So that's going to be an absolute banger. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. It's all about the mid-season championship here.
Best part of these lands is bringing in all of the regions into one place and seeing who is going to come out on top. Jake, I know we have a few individuals, some star talent to look out for, but what are the big heroes they're playing throughout this tournament?
I think Venture, we had a call out first, has really risen to prominence in this tournament alongside and really as a counter to Symmetra. I think those two characters have kind of defined people's view on the game. Another different perspective some teams, especially some of the Korean squads, have tried to bring is the Wrecking Ball, which has actually grown in prominence way beyond what I expected we'd see on the main stage. And I think some teams have played it as a bit of like comfort or maybe just a style on frankly weaker opponents that they don't feel they need to play their best against. But, this Wrecking Ball, I think, could end up being a factor, especially on some, certain maps and certain strategies and bans coming into play. Ramatra, though, is probably going to be, for most teams, the bread and butter, the tank that you really need to be mastering if you want to go deep at EWC 2025.
Great call outs there. Reminder in Overwatch, you can earn 1,000 points for your club in the club championship, and we got to catch you up with the current standings.
This is your Week 4 Club Championship update. I'm Quickshot, she's Ginny. And the big story coming into this week is that last week, Club AG.AL won the Honor of Kings tournament, Team Falcons, who, along with Team Liquid, Falcons and Liquid, have not yet won a tournament.
4 more games are going to be concluding this weekend with MLBB, Overwatch 2, PUBG Mobile, as well as the newcomers to EWC Chess. So let's find out what's at stake. The finals for PUBG Mobile are going to be taking place here across the next 3 days on the Alcatia Esports Arena. The team that everybody is going to have their eyes on will, of course, be Team Falcons because they qualified for the finals through the survival stage. And with the defending champion already been knocked out, it means that the title really is up for grabs.
It's semi-finals day here at the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Mid-Season Cup. And as far as the club championship is concerned, one club and only one club matters. Team Liquid. They're facing off against Onyx ID. And for Team Liquid, they're lagging behind the pack. Team Falcons, Gen G, Team Vitality are all ahead of them on the standings. For Team Liquid, a win here is a must. And hopefully, their player in chess will also perform well. Can Team Liquid skyrocket up the ladder? We'll find out.
It is knockout stage here at the SEC Esports Arena for Overwatch 2. And with the playoffs around the corner, every single one of these clubs is looking to make it to the next stage unscathed and hold on to their keys. Team Liquid, AG.AL, Verus Pro, as well as Team Falcons have made it here to their last chance qualifier. And with Crazy Raccoons starting off pretty hot, considering their history with the Falcons, this is shaping up to be a pretty exciting tournament.
It's finals day here in chess, and as far as the club championship is concerned, there are only 4 clubs that truly matter. Team Falcons, Team Liquid, Gen G, and Vitality. You'll notice I put Vitality 4th, and that was on purpose because both of their players have been eliminated. That means they have secured a donut as far as club championship points are concerned. Now for Team Liquid, as well as Team Falcons, both clubs have failed to win themselves a championship, which is a prerequisite for being eligible to host the trophy. Will Team Falcons or Team Liquid win? We'll find out today.
At the end of the week, 4 more keys are going to be added to the totem.
Make sure you keep a close eye on all 4 games all the way through Championship Sunday.
A great update there, and now we're joined by a very special guest, the Associate Director of Athletics, Stuart Ewan. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing great. How about you?
I love it. So you are rocking a Team Liquid jacket today. You've been repping this squad. You've been cheering them on across all of the stages. What's EWC been like for you so far?
So far, it's been an incredible experience. I wasn't lucky enough to get to go last year. I managed to sneak along in one of the Chess Plus ones this year, so I've been exploring the event from a player's POV, which is really, really cool.
So as a director of athletics, I'm sure you take part in help building the squad, scouting out some of the talent, the athletes, the mathletes here in the esports world as well. What are you most proud of for the Team Liquid guys that have made it out here to Riyadh?
I think Overwatch, honestly, like it may sound a bit pandering considering the panel I'm on right now, but
we'll take it.
Love that answer.
Did you say that to other panels as well?
No, just you guys. Just you guys. Magnus. But yeah, we looked into Overwatch earlier this year. It was kind of a spontaneous decision, honestly. Our coaches, Danny and Cass, reached out saying, hey, we're looking for a new organization. And obviously we were looking to sort of buff up our presence at EWC. And it was a perfect fit. We're really, really happy with the guys.
Yeah, and obviously I think this roster is really interesting because it's one of the youngest rosters competing at the tournament as well. So is that something you thought of as well when you were picking up a roster? Hey, let's pick up some young, talented guys that we could build towards for the future.
This was sort of Cass's MO when he approached this project with us. He was really excited at the sort of level of talent that existed in the younger NA pool, and he wanted to build something that wasn't exclusively reliant on imports to sort of bring up the talent level. So we have some incredible youngsters, like you said, youngest, almost I think probably youngest on average in the entire field, and they're just incredible. It really feels like our performance coach Rafa was describing it to me this morning. It feels like they're in a pressure cooker or they're like a bottle of fine champagne, and at the right moment, the top's going to pop, and it's just going to be an explosion.
Can we pause real quick? Did you just say your performance coach Rafa, a.k.a. the greatest man to ever touch Quake?
I may be a little biased here in saying that he might be the greatest man to touch an FPS game, full stop. But yeah, the one and only.
One of my favorite Faros at the start of the game. That blew my mind. Sorry, keep going, Jake.
Yeah, so I just wanted to ask, for you guys at the Esports World Cup for the Club Championship, we know Liquid is a big organization. You're fielding teams in a ton of titles. This is a huge week for you guys, with big you're already looking very solid in chess for sure, right? In Mobile Legends Bang Bang as well as Overwatch, and you're already doing pretty well in the Club Championship. Do you guys think that this is your year as an organization to potentially win?
I'm not going to upset anyone in the company Slack by jinxing it. I think we've got an extremely strong shot at it, but there's still a lot of EWC to go. There's a lot of tournaments to unfold. But yeah, this is a huge week for us. Some of our heaviest hitters are here and doing really, really well, so I'm hopeful.
Can you tell me a little bit about Magnus? Because I saw him rocking the TL jersey. He was watching Call of Duty last week when I was working here in the STC Arena. What is it like having him in a Liquid jersey?
Honestly, it's still a bit surreal. It's I think, probably our most high-profile competitor ever in any game. It's the thing that I now use to describe to like my extended family, my in-laws. Like, what do you do for work? Oh yeah, we run a sports team. We have Magnus Carlsen. Like, I know this guy, and it makes my life a whole lot easier when I don't have to explain the nuances of every little game and the top players in each one. They immediately recognize who this is and what kind of competitions we participate in.
You brought in the world's best chess player. I love seeing him in Team Liquid jersey, and I also love seeing Liquid still involved in Blizzard games. You guys were an old school fan base back in StarCraft. You are here in Overwatch, and you've got some fresh skins in the game. So can you tell me about this process? What all went into the development of these amazing skins?
Honestly, it's like, this part is really fun for me. I work on the in-game items for a lot of our different games, and for this, our approach is like, how do we express our brand in a way that makes sense within the universe? Like a little profile picture of Blue, our mascot, it feels very Overwatch. It's like our version of Pachimari, basically. Since the skins are effectively jerseys for us in-game, we put a lot of our effort into the 2D assets that people can interact with. The hoof stomp for the spray it's like something you can use to sort of vandalize other people's sprays during the game, and we wanted that to be something that people could just spam everywhere. The banner, I think, is the most. It's the biggest callback to our roots. It's a reference to the original TLNet banner from 2001. We just wanted to modernize it and bring it into a new game experience for our fans.
That's so amazing, Stuart. We got to be breaking down the games here in just a moment. Before you go, though, is there anything you want to say directly to the fans who are out here in Riyadh and everyone tuning in to support Team Liquid?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for cheering for us. Thank you for supporting Team Liquid. Buy the bundle, buy the Mercy bundle. And yeah, cheer for us in all the games you're able to. I know there's lots to watch at once, but do your best. I'm doing mine.
That is Stuart. He is a rock star. You can catch him here in Riyadh. For now, though, let's take a look deeper at these skins. To get that Vertus Pro skin ASAP. Speaking of Vertus Pro, they'll be taking the stage in just a little bit, but I don't think you're going to see many of their clips in our Kadia top plays from day number one. Jake, we had some upsets on day one, but the fan favorites Falcons put on a show for the fans.
Yeah, they came out swinging. This is a Shambali match that was honestly in real trouble until Merritt stepped in and solidified things, leading to a great hold on that third point, getting a lot of time off the clock. We also saw Proper, just a walking highlight reel, frankly, in the entire match there, especially on the Tracer.
Seeing some clips from Alcatia as well. Obviously, they won their group. Really tough game, however, versus GK. Crazy Raccoon, strong favorites for the entire tournament. Maybe struggle a little bit, but honestly, they still have top performers on their team. Max did get subbed in for a couple of games. You see some of his clips in here as well.
Yeah, and I mean, I think you just look at some of the star players performing yesterday. I think it comes down a lot to the individuals. And we saw hit scans not only from the favorite teams, but Chronic, for example, here on the Freya, just popping off for Sign Esports. And there are a lot of upcomers to this tournament, a lot of young players, 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds, and they're making their global introduction here at the Mid-Season Championship. So I'm looking forward to see what youngsters can step up to the plate here today.
Now you can see our first 4 teams to make it through their groups are already in our playoff bracket, and Crazy Raccoon will be happy to see Falcons on the opposite side. T1 and Alcatia also in the mix, but they'll be joined by 4 more teams today, and those are the squads that advance from our elimination matches. We take a look here at Group A. AG.AL taking on Verus Pro, the winner of that with an opportunity to play Weibo Gaming tonight, Jake.
Yeah, that's going to be a really exciting group to watch. Weibo, probably the favorites, given the position they're in now, but I think VP maybe can still show more than we have seen from them before. And while AG did go down to the Falcons pretty dominantly for Falcons, I don't think that undersells what this team is capable of. I think even for Vertus Pro, that's going to be a tough match. So this is a group to really keep your eyes on. Whoever wins here could potentially go deep.
Johnny, what do you got going on in Group B?
In Group B, obviously, Crazy Raccoon, they did qualify as the first seed from Group B, but it was a nail-biter. Went to map 5 against Team Liquid, which we really didn't expect. And now, in the lower bracket, we got Varrel taking on Rock Esports for a chance at taking on Team Liquid for that final number 2 spot in Group B.
Do we get a Japanese squad playing later tonight, Johnny?
Potentially.
All right, Avril over in Group C. Walk me through. How did Alcatia take it?
I mean, Alcatia really opened up the door with CC 2-0, no problems there. But then GK came in swinging. That went to 5 maps. Really impressed with GK here. This is a big event now for North America where, despite not having qualified a single team yet, I think a lot of North American teams might make it through today. In fact, maybe all 3, because I'm impressed with all of them.
ZK representing South America will be taking on Chinese CC to start the day over on the Bravo stream. But in our Group D, I feel like Sign Esports was the shocker. They handed Twisted Minds fans the first big upset in the STC arena yesterday. What else went down in this group?
Yeah, so T1, I mean, extreme dominance. Maybe the most dominant performance aside from Falcons in a group stage, just kind of crushing through the opposition. And T1 looks like a massive threat and maybe on par with teams like Crazy Raccoon, like Falcons, stepping up to the plate in that region. I think beyond that, Twisted Minds, Sign Esports, that potential rematch later into the day is really going to be crucial. Twisted Minds want to show that they're a better team than we saw them in that first outing.
T1 feeling comfortable. They get the day off to scout, but let's take a look at our Bravia top reactions. There was a mix of frustration and elation on this stage. Johnny, who are some of your favorites to watch when they get out there?
Well, honestly, I think we got to give a big shout out to the Saudi fans because they turned up in big force just for the Falcons and Twisted Minds in hand. And we saw with Falcons, they went to map 5. But I really do think that energy helped the players. And you saw someone celebrate it at the end of the game right here. Just the energy was off the charts. And with Twisted Minds performing later today, I think they might need some of that energy.
I'm impressed with the Chinese fans as well. They came up really big. We heard all the Jiaoyos in the crowd when Weibo were playing excellent 5-map series versus Falcons. So big battle between the Saudi fans and Chinese fans in that game.
Jake, I know you are a world favorite. Everyone loves you from your career in the Overwatch League days. Who gives better presence, the Korean fans or the Chinese fans?
Honestly, you got to talk about presence. You got to give it to the Chinese fans, man. The Jiaoyos come in heavy.
I think Korea.
Look, I just got to be real with you, man. The Chinese fans come out and represent. I will say, though, the global fandom here at Esports World Cup 2025 has really impressed me. I think we've brought together not only a ton of Saudi fans, which we saw last year, but a lot of folks have come out for this event, coming out to represent and support. I was surprised by that, but it's exciting. I think that's what this event really represents, is bringing this huge global community together, one place, all following their favorite esports and celebrating it together.
Phenomenal call out there. Big shout out to everyone who made their way out to Riyadh. If you haven't yet, look into it for 2026. It is a blast. And I'm out here for another 2 weeks after this show. Johnny, let's take a look, though, at some of the hot takes from day number 1 in our Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib Doctor Notes. What is your first diagnosis, sir?
All right, so here's the thing. Twisted Minds didn't have a great performance yesterday. They lost to Sign Esports. And, I'm going to make a prediction right here. We have a lot of great players performing today. And at the end of each day, we have a segment we call the Day 2 MVP. I'm going to make a prediction right now. I think Yubi is going to turn things around. Disappointed a little bit on the Symmetra yesterday. The Tracer wasn't quite there. Day 2, it's a day for Yubi. So I'm going with Yubi winning the MVP of the day.
Yubi, who got shut down absolutely yesterday by Sign Esports.
I think he's coming back. I think he's going, making a bit of a comeback.
Interesting diagnosis from Johnny. What do you got for me, Avril?
I'm going to turn heel a little bit here. I normally talk a lot about Korean teams, Asian teams, Chinese teams in general, but I want to talk about North America a little bit. They didn't qualify a single team yesterday, which may be a little bit disappointing, but they all went to extremely close games. GK 2-3 versus Alcatia, Liquid 2-3 versus Crazy Raccoon. That is a really insane result, to be honest. Sign upsetting Twisted Minds. So I think, honestly, all three North American teams qualified through to me. That's my hot take.
That is a hot take. Jake, NA fans will love to hear Avril. Will he be right or wrong? Only time will tell. But let's look at your Aramco power rankings, because you put our teams together on this board. Who do you have eyes on in day number 2?
So, day 2, this is when it gets down to business. So in our Aramco power rankings, we tried to look at not only who are the teams who have already qualified, who are here in that, top group. Of course, like, they've earned their place at the top. No surprises there. Day 2, we picked our favorites. I picked Twisted Minds over Sign Esports. I think that's a little bit controversial. I think, though, historically, we've seen Twisted Minds take some hits in regular season or in early play and then come back a lot stronger off the rebound. So I think that's a team that I do think they're going to qual through. Alongside them, I think it'll be Liquid, Weibo, and GK. And then the dark horses, the teams that I think have maybe the best chance to play spoiler and make things a little bit crazy. But honestly, tough groups for all these teams. It's not going to be easy to pass those day 2 favorites.
Day 2 is going to be jam-packed full of games. And a reminder, we are up on both streams. Open up Alpha and Bravo if you want to watch all the Overwatch 2 action. Because on Alpha, we have AG.AL taking on Verus Pro. We have Varrel versus Rock in our second match of the day. And then our third and fourth match, we will officially be sending teams to the playoffs with all of our losers' keys being crushed. This is a devastating day if you get eliminated, Johnny. Your hopes and dreams shattered in front of your eyes.
Yeah, and of course it kicks off with elimination matches. So again, you're one of these two teams. You have had very little time to prepare. Now you got to step up and fight for your life. So we're covering the A and B groups today. But if you want to check out the group C and D, they're going on in the B stream there as well.
Avril, question. If I'm an underdog, is it good news or bad news that I'm no longer playing in first to 2s? It's first to 3 wins today.
I think it will be more difficult. You probably want to be able to get away with less maps played if you're an underdog, but this is the type of game where you just have to be able to play your best, and there's no room for error in Overwatch. The better team usually wins. However, we do get upset sometimes. We already have one, so maybe there could be another.
8 keys will be crushed at the end of day 2, and our casters are sitting next to the hydraulic press.
Hello everybody, Jaws and Lemon here at the Overwatch Arena. It's pretty hot outside, but it's pretty cool in here. And one of the coolest things about the Overwatch Arena is our fabulous and rather deadly key crusher.
Yeah, the competition's heating up too. This machine is going to get especially hot. But Jaws, I've become an expert. I'm going to give you all a tutorial. If I can do it, the players can do it. So you got your safety glasses on. Our players are going to get that as well. All you got to do is push this happy green button and push the lever of key crushing.
And 8 teams are going to have their keys crushed in here at the hands of their opponents. There's going to be some smiles, but there's going to be some teary eyes as well.
And here you can see on our Jamil Motorsports arrival cam, our first team taking the stage at the STC Arena is AG.AL. Aid, Milgaru, the brothers, looking for revenge after falling 2-0 to the Falcons on day 1.
Yeah, I mean, it was a rough showing for them against Falcons. I think they're compositionally, they struggled a little bit, brought out the Moira, the Reaper, a bit unconventional, and again, swapping between Milgaru and Jasmine in the tank role. I think AG.AL, they struggled a little bit yesterday. They'll have to come back. a little bit more prepared in today's matchup.
Avril, we were impressed that this team came in as the third best in Korea. They passed Zeta Division, who was here last year. What are your expectations for them on day two?
I mean, they passed Falcons as well, technically, in Korea, so they passed a lot of teams. This is a team that has really risen up. I think they underperformed yesterday a little bit. Not the biggest fan of their Moyo Reaper composition, but I trust Dong-Soo Kasiye, head coach on this team, to be able to make some changes and adjustments coming into today's game. There should be a turnaround day for AG.
We caught up with Milgaru before the matchup. The tank's feeling good.
What's up, everybody? I'm here joined by Milgaru from AG.AL. Before I jump into the question, quick side question. I've seen that on stage as well. Is this your mascot? What is this? Can you give me a brief explanation? 이게 항상 그 무대에서도 어제 봤고 지금도 계속 가지고 다니시는데 뭔가요 이게?
이게 팀 마스코트라고 해가지고 들고 다니고 있습니다.
Yeah. Apparently it's the team mascot, so they're holding it close to them because it's very important. Can I hold it? 제가 들어도 되나요? Nice! I'm gonna take it home. Anyways, you have a very big match coming up. It's an elimination match against VP. Does that make you nervous? 자, 아무래도 이제 다음 경기가 이제 여기서 지게 되면 패배를 하게 되면 집에 가야 되기 때문에 좀 그런 점에 대해서 좀 더 긴장이 되시나요?
긴장이 조금은 되는 것 같고요. 근데 뭐 잘할 수 있을 것 같아서 크게 긴장 안 되는 것 같아요.
Yeah, I mean, to be really honest, I do feel a little bit nervous because it is an elimination match, but not too much because if we perform well, then we wouldn't have to worry about it. All right, one final question. What are your thoughts on your opponent's VP? 자, 마지막으로 다음 상대인 Vertus Pro에 대해서 좀 설명해 주세요. 어떤 팀인 것 같나요?
작년 시즌에 그 항저우 대회하기 전에 한국 와가지고 스크림하고 저희랑도 대회를 해봤었는데 잘했어가지고 기대가 되고 있습니다.
Yeah, I'm expecting a good performance from that side as well because we've scrimmed against VP before last year in Hangzhou before the Hangzhou tournament as well. So they are a really good team. I think it's going to be a very exciting match. 밀가루, thank you so much. Best of luck. 화이팅 하시기 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
I'm going to take this.
Off to a slower start in 2025 than last year is Verus Pro. Winners of their group and advancing to the playoff bracket last year. Jake, they need to right their wrongs and they're running out of time.
Yeah, you know, it's up to really Shockwave and JWoo, I think, to come out as heavy hitters from that DPS frontline. Fix, I think, could be another key factor in the backline of the support role. This is a team that's underperformed a little bit as of late, but we've seen earlier in the year they can be a strong international competitor.
What's the vibe on VP? Let's check in.
I'm here joined by Jae-woo from Vertus Pro for a quick pre-match interview. Now, Jae-woo, yesterday you guys did lose to Weibo Gaming 2-1. It was pretty close. What do you think the biggest reason of your loss was? 자, 일단 어제 경기는 살짝 얘기하자면 웨이보 경기가 2대1로 아쉽게 패배를 하셨는데 그 패배 이유가 뭐였을까요?
구실 선수 윈선이 되게 까다로웠던 것 같습니다.
I feel like it was really difficult to deal with Gushui's Winston. All right, let's move forward. Looking at you have a very big match today against AG.AL. I talked to AG.AL and they said that you guys, VP is a very good team and it's going to be an exciting match. What are your thoughts on your opponent? 자, 방금 이제 다음 경기인 AG.AL 올게이머스와의 경기가 있는데 제가 살짝 얘기를 했을 때 AG.AL이 VP는 굉장히 좋은 팀이다, 잘하는 팀이다, 강팀이다라는 얘기를 했는데 어떻게 VP 쪽에서는 AG.AL은 어떤 팀인가요?
AG도 잘한 팀이고 무시할 만한 팀은 아니기 때문에 오늘 경기 정말 열심히 해야 될 것 같습니다.
Yeah. I also agree. I feel like AG.AL is a very strong team, a team not that you shouldn't overlook. So we really have to focus, be locked in, and give it our best for that match. All right, Jae-woo, that is it. Thank you so much. 화이팅!
감사합니다.
화이팅! 크게! 화이팅!
화이팅!
그렇지! Thank you.
Come on, man. You got to get hyped up if Danny Lim's giving you the fighting. We got Shockwave, JWoo, Vestola, Gala, and Fixa. And I remember saying the name Vestola over and over again last year. If you're looking at this roster, who else do we need to highlight, Avril?
Ixnom, he's the one on the bench right now, but it's really important to talk about his position on the team. Usually he would step in and sub in with Vestola in the tank position, but for this tournament, based on the coach from Smash, based on where the meta is, they've decided Vertus Pro to put Ixnom on the DPS position to play specifically the Symmetra. Previously during the stage, JWoo was playing Symmetra. They felt like the team had some issue with the JWoo, so they swapped to Ixnom now. That sort of substitution position, I don't know if it's working that well for VP right now, which does cause a bit of concern in my opinion.
I would look at JWoo actually, because this is a young superstar player in the making, but he needs to prove it on a global stage. All of this year, Pocket, we've talked about JWoo in the EMEA, but this is on the global stage against a Korean team. This is JWoo's time to step up.
Nerves going to affect him?
I'm not that worried about nerves. I think the bigger challenge for JWoo to play Sim is really the communication. The character is so deeply intertwined with your team strategy. You need to be using teleporters as a group, playing around the ultimate as a shield. You know, it really is almost like another support character in the roster. So I think that's going to be a challenge, dealing with all those roster swaps, adapting to a team that throws so many challenges at you in the form of AG.
It's time to get into our predictions here as this match is 45 seconds away. Johnny, 10 seconds. Tell me who wins this.
I got Vertus Pro. I think they're a more well put together team, and they're really well coached under Smash, so I'm going with VP.
VP, Agal.
AG.AL for me. I'm going to back the Koreans as the Korean OWCS representative here, but also I think they underperform versus Falcons, and also Falcons are just so good. AG have a lot more to prove.
I like AG. A lot of young up-and-coming players, but I think they're next up.
The winner of this one still has to go through Weibo if they want to make it to the playoff bracket. I'm going off of history here. Verus Pro was top 8. Are they top 8 in 2025? I don't think so, but they're at least top 12. I got Vertus Pro taking this one. Are we right? Are we wrong? Let us know in the chat as we head to the STC Arena.
We started with 16 teams split into 4 groups yesterday, and 4 groups already punched their tickets into our playoffs, which means they now get to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Absolutely, but for the remaining teams, it's crunch time. We've got decider matches, we've got elimination matches, and a lot of keys will get crushed by the end of tonight. But it's gonna be a wild ride.
Oh, it will be, and I'm ready for it. We're all strapped in and ready for all the drama that is about to transpire right here. So, Fancy, without any further ado, shall we bring out the teams?
Absolutely, let's bring out the first team. They've made waves in Korea, taking it to the old guard who clapped back yesterday, and now they are on the brink of elimination. Please welcome AG.AL.
And their opponents rocking up to Riyadh with some surprising role swaps in order to cater to a sim meta. What do we have in store for us today? It's Verus Pro.
It's all or nothing for these two squads. Whose key will get crushed first? Let's find out.
Thank you very much, Fancy and Zoe, down on the stage. AG versus Vertus Pro. It is game 1 here, day 2. And it is key crushing day. There's going to be a whole lot of that action, and both these teams now on their final lifeline coming into this match.
AG come in as the higher seed. They'll have our first choice of map and ban, so they'll get to set the tone of the series. But hey, our desk were pretty split on predictions just based on how day 1 broke down. As a reminder, AG lost to Falcons, but Vertus Pro took Weibo, the #1 Chinese team, all the way to 3. I believe we'll be starting things off on Lijiang Tower.
Oh yes. And it's worth pointing out too, you know, the desk a little bit split. Half going VP, half going AG. And Lemon, I want to hear your thoughts on this too, because Vertus Pro, and like Zoe mentioned, had a little bit of a swap up. Ice going to the Sim rather than Jaywu picking up that slot. And Ice as a tank player, not something we expected to see, but that man on your screen makes the big decisions. That's Coach Smash there for Vertus Pro, thinking Ice performing a little bit better for this tournament.
And Shockwave talked about the impact that Smash has had on his mental. Overwatch, yes, is about shooting heads, but also what happens behind the monitor. And it's about just being composed and stable in moments like this, when the stage, the eyes are all on you, when keys are on the line. Verus Pro, they stuck with this roster through both stages after a big rebuild and surprised everyone as they topped EMEA. And everyone's been talking about EMEA, Korea, who is going to be the best region. I'm looking to find out who is going to make it, because we sent a lot of Koreans to playoffs.
Virtus Pro too, they were looking so good last year, just clearly head and shoulders above the rest, but they come into this tournament as stage 3 EMEA. People have overtaken them now, the likes of Alcatia, and they're in an elimination game. Akia's going to get crushed after this series. With AG is also, they got their family bloodline in their roster as well. Two brothers, Milgaru and Aid versus Virtus Pro. We are seeing Jwoo start here, so no ice, not for now.
And just a reminder that Gala and Shockwave were on the Vertus Pro roster that competed at the last EWC. They went 3-0 in groups, they went to playoffs, and then met Falcons in that single elim playoff and didn't end up going as far. And now with this new and improved roster, Vertus Pro have the ultimate team standing in front of them, and it will be AG, who are at the top of the club championship points as well. So there's a lot to be competing for here.
Yeah, a lot on the line, and they have to face, the winner here has to face Weibo Gaming for another chance at that playoffs, but one life remains, and Lijiang Tower is the map. The band's coming in, seeing Diva for AG and a Faravan for VP.
Yeah, AG having that first choice. They chose Lijiang Tower against Falcons, but it went 2-0 and it went in favor of Falcons, but they're going to continue with that. Busan was actually their strongest map pick in the previous stage, and you could say Lijiang Tower plays very similarly with Control Center, Mecha Break, the rest of the rounds being very open for usually Milgaru is the one coming in on these control maps, having the versatility to play the dive, the Hammond, which has been crushing these teams, but Jasmine's the mainstay for AG, usually playing the Orisa, playing the Brawl, and he'll have to go up against Vestola, who's been historically known for those off tanks. He's one of the few tanks even in this meta playing Sigma, so that's going to be an interesting tank matchup.
There's a lot of experience and veterancy on the side of VP as well. Talking about Smash, of course, but Shockwave was on Philadelphia Fusion way back in the day with players like Carpe. It's good to see players like Gala too. Gala and Fixer, that backline duo. Gala really just made a name for himself actually on the Alari of all picks. Really brought it to prominence on maps like Midtown, Circuit Royale. This double flex style looked so good for them. Coming in as a third seed, I think, for myself at least, was a little bit of a shock coming into this year. Alcatia have been rocketing up and look almost unstoppable, but this is where Virtus Pro need to prove to everybody we're still as good as we were last year.
Kind of some interesting comps that came out. I mean, pretty standard from the VP side, having, you know, the Tracer, the Sojourn, but Ice Gnome, like our hosts and our desk mentioned, was the biggest question mark. You bring in a tank, it's very uncommon to see a tank swap to that DPS to pick up the Symmetra to try and fit into the mold that is being created in this meta. And then going off meta is the Reaper from Sunjin that we saw against Falcons.
Yeah, that was a very strange comp actually. That Reaper comp with the Moira. Wasn't a big fan. We'll see if they do rock it here. Of course, Lijiang Tower is going to be the map. I know Jake wasn't a big fan either of the Moira. Pretty easy to kind of tag out, especially if you're against a Tracer. Tracer just shoots you till you fade and then runs you down after that. Moira, a little bit of like defensive countermeasure, sure, with the orb and the right click, but yeah, not against a world-class Tracer. Roll out the gate. It's going to be Sunjin on the Reaper, Milgaru on the Ram, and it's going to be versing Mauga for Vestola.
Don't see that every day, but Vestola's trying to just ram down this back line, and then you don't mirror the Symmetra. You go for the Venture to try and dive past the defenses and destabilize the Symmetra. I like this look out of Jwoo. He's usually a flanker specialist, so this will fit his playstyle.
Well, indeed, it's going to be a good angle here for Aid on this high ground. Good early pick, though, onto Jwoo. Call without cooldowns. Good stop in the backline, though, and Aid instantly dealt with. Vestola picks up a big kill, same with Shockwave, sniping marker, cross map. Virtus Pro now taking over the game. Shockwave has always been the big consistent DPS for the team as Flames 3 already. Looking clean with it, and he's really what you have to rely on when I spoke about veterancy earlier on. I mean, Marker, technically an Overwatch League winner back on the Florida Mayhem, spent a lot of time on the bench, had a little bit of play time, but still was surrounded by players like someone who now is on Falcons.
And Shockwave is the GOAT, but he's also going to have the edge in this battle. He already has the first pick off the Kiriko, but the Sojourn's going to be at the range. Sunjun is going to struggle trying to close the gap. The Reaper is going to be best at close range. Sunjun is trying to teleport. It isn't able to access. Even if he gets close to Shockwave, you're saving your jump for that Reaper.
Really early rush there, but AD like insta-snipes Fixer. Stomp doesn't quite connect, but Shockwave is going to find an off angle. 15% towards this overclock, but won't need it. I mean, this is a slaughter right now. It's VP rolling over AG.
20% of difference between the Kitsune rushes made all the difference in that fight, along with Gala just getting that first pick, and AG still felt like they wanted to try and fight for server. And that's going to be, I guess, the boon running this Reaper at close range in the server side. But what are they going to do beyond that? They are able to zone out Vertus Pro, but Vestola can take it back. There's the teleport.
Yeah, he's trying to turn the tides now, but instantly booped away at 30 HP and only a mini to heal him up currently. Might be in a little bit of danger. Shockwave tried to slide away, but a perfectly placed Ravenous Vortex by Milgaru brings him back down, and that is a big difference. If Shockwave gets that high ground with the overclock, that could have been a very different fight, but AG eventually get a cap.
Yeah, Sunjun being able to link up with the supports is important. They played this with Mora last time, but it was because the Kiriko was banned. And now, on their signature backline, this is going to help AG to defend with the Death Blossom. Got to watch out for Sunjun and what he can create, and especially AD at range. He has his ult too.
Taking free space, though. They've been allowed to walk through the door. Vestola on the Mega Health Pack quickly ate that one up, but dealt with pretty easily by the Ram. And now AG in a very good spot. They've got Overclock, they've got the Death Blossom and the Annihilation. The stall potential here on this door is massive, but they've got to be careful of this cage.
Yeah, J-Woo, it's not going to be easy to find a pulse bomb target when the Reaper can just wraith away and Aid can jump away. So maybe you're just trying to shred this tank, and Milgaru could be in trouble. He's already blocking and he's caged in.
Yeah, he's caged in. Pulse bomb could be thrown in as well if he really wanted to, but Annihilation is going to make sure Milgaru stays alive. Scared of A's overclock of Vertus Pro as they end up backing off. They know one player right now is behind them, so it's a 5v4 in the front line. J-Woo's going to try and contest the point, forcing AG to try and touch. That's a very aggressive push from Vestola and gets sniped by Aid. J-Woo finds a one clip onto Lee Soo Min, but super low, has to back up to that Mega Health Pack. And AG, what do they decide? Are they going to hold that choke? Doesn't look like it. They need reinforcements near server.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush is going to be available, and that's going to help reunite the forces of Vertus Pro to try and flip this. The driver's seat now for AG.AL. They are in control.
Nice TP away from Gala there. Hasn't got the second Swift Step perk, but it doesn't seem to matter at all. Vertus Pro once again, Lemon, back-to-back fights where you have a rush advantage. And Marker now, this is going to be their final shot here at this point, as AG have also been holding on to this Death Blossom for basically the entire round.
He's going into the best place for that Death Blossom. And with the Kitsune Rush, this Reaper is going to shred through Vestola. He has to be careful. He needs to keep himself at range. He's going to have better range than the Reaper. But Wash Sunjun is going to come down like a helicopter.
I mean, but they know where he is the problem. Forced a Wraithwalk already. Is currently sitting on the rush, but Vertus Pro have made a decent escape, but chasing Vestola. Gala preoccupied with the rest of AG and Sunjun. Hit him where it hurts. Death Blossom in the back. A 99% flip now as Vertus Pro managed to sneak away a couple of percent.
Fixa has to stick by Vestola's side to get him away from this Reaper. He's just getting outsped, and Fixa will have the sound barrier at least, and now it's last fight for Control Center.
They're looking for Fixa too. Fixa on the high ground right now is 3%, but Lee Soo Min is right on top of him. They need someone to touch. Vertus Pro have got to get there, but they can't.
Fixa, a little bit delayed there. Could have dropped, had the sound barrier, just wasn't sure if someone was around the corner to maybe blink in. Maybe he was looking for J-Woo to do that, a miscomm, which would have been a good final fight for Fix's team to get into, but 100-99 now. This is going to heat up to be a good series.
Yeah, Lee Soo Min with large brain tracking of where the other Lucio is going to be. Fixa had that sound barrier too, like you pointed out. Got booped away once, tried to go for the re-engage, and that hitbox for the point as well. It's a lot lower than sometimes you'd think, so even jumping out of the window sometimes won't even trigger the OT. Quick teleports out for Sunjun and J-Woo. Straight back over to the Reaper Tracer.
I think this is going to be even stronger for the Reaper. This point is a lot more enclosed and lots of good hiding places to circle around the point. Sometimes it's even better to not play inside of the point, but rather on the perimeter and trap everyone into open space. But this first fight, very important.
AG have a very good position right now. Boy's taking the little garden square. Milgaru, I think, is just hiding in the corner. Doesn't look like Vertus Pro spotted him just yet. Jwoo just being as annoying as possible. Nice little cleanse, getting him away from the slow as Vestola bites the dust. Shockwave tags Lee Soo-min with a body shot, but has to retreat.
Yeah, Vertus Pro focused on just trying to get Jwoo into position these back hallways, but lost Mega Pack control, had to go back towards spawn. It's a lot of tempo gone for Vertus Pro, allowing AG to cap, and again, being able to defend with Reaper at close range, which I guess Sunjoon is not going to even want to play on the point. He has to be careful. He's already used Wraith. Will be able to teleport out, but he's just after Shockwave.
Whoa, Fixer took a full damage left click from the Reaper to the dome, and yeah, he'd finished that kill easy peasy.
Sunjoon has just been so well supported by Maka and Lee Soo-min, but Maka is still respawning, will be able to TP in. Vertus Pro will have Kitsune rush advantage just by a little bit, and this could help propel them into a fight win.
Agal always outpacing Maka by about 10-15% or so. You're doing a lot more healing if you're kind of getting out of the choke point to be fair. Vestola pops the Nemesis form already. It's going to be a better one for Milgaru, and has the Annihilation too. Vestola, by the way, almost completely alone, although using that rush to its full effect now on the points. Nemesis form and the Annihilation from Milgaru, a clean Shockwave, and Sunjoon ends up getting shut down. Virtus Pro with a two-pronged approach there onto the point, get the cap.
That was almost scary though. Virtus Pro Kitsune rush and prioritize capping the point while Milgaru counter-engaged with the Annihilation when after the backline of Virtus Pro that got separated. So that could have been hectic, was saved by Gala in the end. Now you get to defend with the sound barrier, but Kitsune rush, we'll see how this is exchanged.
Very nice how it was pushed. There's almost no chance for Vertus Pro to react there if they wanted to hold on that choke point. Oh wow, Lee Soo-min just got one clip by Jwoo by the looks of it. Pulse bomb thrown out onto the ground. Age slides away and snipes it mid-air too. I mean, that Death Blossom, a little sad if I'm going to be honest with you, Sunjoon. Everybody had already escaped throughout those doors, and no one really in his line of sight or in his range at the very least. Both Annihilations now, or a single Annihilation from Vestola is going to be able to hold the point, but the sound barrier from Lee Soo-min is AG try and flip this point, but Shockwave's just going to shut him down.
Big DPS gap at the end from Vertus Pro. It started for Aid and Sunjoon on Control Center. They slipped by 199. Vertus Pro cut off the rotations from AG going around the perimeter, and that's what caused awkwardness with the Kitsune rush and Lee Soo-min dying while he had sound barrier. And then you lose the fight once that sound barrier did come out. So Vertus Pro will be ahead in this, not only in the score, but with a support ult advantage.
Looks like Vertus Pro happy to play on the point. Baiting AG in. They're just buying the time now. Just trying to run down this clock. Sunjoon gets briefly booped, but there is the rush out onto the little market. Oh, good snipe from Shockwave. Yeah, dealt handily. There, Sunjoon unfortunately goes down to the side of AG. Should just be a kind of a roll now. No chance for them to come back. That support ult advantage, like you mentioned, from Vertus Pro. Well, they're happy about that. That is a round on the board. 100-49 as we go to round 3.
A lot more one-sided. Shockwave just took over that round in the end, and A just could not keep up. He got rid of the Reaper because this game got so fast, so quick. So Sunjoon need to find a way to try and pressure not only Shockwave, because he kind of needed to help out 8 there, and Sunjoon now a lot more versatile in the Tracer, having more mobility, and obviously a better ultimate, which is ultimately this was a DPS gap in favor of Vertus Pro. Round 3, we'll end it on Gardens. A lot more of an open side. We're not seeing Milgaru want to go to the Hammond as a result, so this is going to be the Juno edition instead of the Kiriko, though.
Might just be the speed ring out.
Yeah.
Yeah, speed boost and speed ring. Get maximum velocity to get to the point first, although pretty similar. Sunjoon now off the Reaper. Tracer trying to match Jwoo. Jwoo's already found a kill. I like that Johnny brought up on the desk that Jwoo has really been a superstar, like a legend in the making, in all honesty. Has just crashed onto the scene and just honestly made a lot of the DPS players in EMEA shiver a little bit, it felt like. Vertus Pro going to get the first cap.
Very interesting backline for Gala and Fixa, because Gala started as a main support, was like a great Lucio, and now developed his flex support once he separated away from Canale. Fixa took over the Lucio role, and he saw just how important he was at denying that window entry from AG, but now at a distance, the Sojourns have to be the difference maker.
Sonjin on an off angle right now. Begging Jaewoo to look at him. Same with Lee Soo-min, so it's a kind of a tag team effort. They forced the recall, actually. Now it's go time for Sonjin. Gets his recall forced, but Fix is in trouble. And still going pretty low, but Sonjin has to back off as well. 99 HP, picks up the Mega Health Pack. As AG try and move on the point. Milgari just in the 1v1 versus Vestola, but Marker gets the first kill in the fight. Shockwave dead. Aid to follow. But now it's all on Jaewoo. What a better player to rely on here. Sonjin's going to do one better, though, and take down Gala. Jaewoo trying to find out. Trying to go for the stick on the Tracer. I like where you were going with that one, but Sonjin smacks you upside the head and finds a triple in the fight on the Tracer.
Yeah, Sonjin's been trying to help out Aid by not only keeping Jaewoo in check, but the trade backlines. This is a pretty good mirror matchup between Jaewoo and Sunjun. Sunjun coming in the Overwatch League as that flanker specialist to fill in some big shoes. Now he has to stand up against Jaewoo, a much loved and much looked at Korean import for the Vertus Pro side. But Kitsune Rush exchange, White Room being fought over, and AG are trying to deny that early.
Oh, bomb on the wall. Sonjin just disappears there, hits that recall pretty early. Both rushes already been used, but Gala he's in trouble. Has to teleport away using that swift step. Sound barrier from AG. Same with Fixa. They're just getting ripped through, though. These annihilations, they just turn that overhealth into just mincemeat. Sonjin and Aid picking up kills, and yeah, Vertus Pro short. Got the cap there, but it's all good. AG on top. They've saved their overclock. So it's all on Shockwave and Aid. Two legendary Sojourns here.
Huge fight for AG to win after Kitsune Rush, Barrier, Annihilation, everything's on the table to come out on top. Now it's going to be the overclock, and Aid has gotten important picks before. Now it's about shredding down that tank, so Vertus Pro have no space to hold without that anchor, and Vestola has to block away. Good time being created by AG as they're about to take a lead.
No casualties, though, on the side of Vertus Pro, as Shockwave finds an opening onto Sonjin. And now pops the overclock, demanding a response. Booped away briefly there by Lee Soo-min, but look at the health bars of AG right now, trickling away. Nothing Marker can do to heal the flankers. As eventually Vertus Pro, they gain control of this point with a team kill.
That got so chaotic. AG were being chased around and everyone was low, and Maka just had to decide who was his favorite, trying to save Lee Soo-min, which was a priority to keep everyone grouped up, but ultimately AG got divided and conquered. So Vertus Pro in the lead, round 3. This is going to be deciding map 1 with Jaewoo Pulse Bomb hasn't connected yet. Kitsune Rush could also define how this fight breaks down.
Jaewoo once again checking Sonjin on the flank as Shockwave. Yet, like, how many first bloods has this guy got? Maka down and now no chance for a rush potentially. Vertus Pro can put pedal to the metal. Note that the healing resources are cut to a minimum as AG find Aid all on his lonesome. They're just bum rushing. 4 players dive on the Sojin without a dash, and Lee Soo-min touches the point. Pulse bomb on the floor. They don't need it. That's going to be all over. Heroics required from Sonjin, but not even sure Zeus could do this one, to be honest with you. Vertus Pro, they're going to run over AG. Shockwave time and time again on this Sojin, finding these opening picks as Vertus Pro, they're going to claim map 1.
Shockwave has been the hit scan to watch. He stood out against Aid, but it's not just about who can aim better, but the tracers and who they're prioritizing. To be making Aid so uncomfortable was such an important role for Jaewoo. Did a fantastic job at silencing the other Sojourn so that Shockwave could focus on picks and keep the spacing, keep his jump until the moment mattered. And getting those picks on Maka, like you said, was everything. And Gala was able to add on to that equation. So very good win out of Vertus Pro.
Let's move into map number 2. We'll see if Ice just present themselves on the stage, or we see Jaewoo sticking in the lineup. Both coaches now just deliberating. Choosing the map, choosing the bands. Of course, it'll be AG to select this next map, Lemon.
Yeah, they've chosen Circuit, they've chosen New Junk City. You could maybe expect a Midtown. Midtown they've chosen twice in playoffs, but they'll have some time to think about it after this break.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
What's up, everybody? My name is George, joined by Reflections here at the PUBG Mobile stage. I took a small break from Overwatch 2 to kind of see what's going down here, because we've got a few teams up in top of the club rankings right now, Team Falcons being one of them, and I wanted to know the lowdown over here.
Oh, without a doubt, PUBG Mobile's been incredible. PMWC is well underway. It's been 2 stages. We're now on our 3rd and final stage for Grand Finals. This is only day 1, and all eyes have to be on Falcons, especially for the Club Championship race. They are the returning champions after all, so winning points here would be huge because, to my knowledge, they're not in first place, which is polar opposite of where they were last year.
Yeah, Falcons are a big deal in Overwatch 2. They are always vying for that first seed. Crazy Raccoons actually took it last year, but Falcons, they look so clean. So, hey, if they pick up a win in PUBG Mobile and then a win in Overwatch, that might be a rank 1 slot.
I think it put them up in first place, but there are other rosters looking to take them down. Power Esports, for example, Al Haji's father is out there in the crowd. He's pumping them up. They're looking to go all the way. Alter Egos have picked up fans not only in the arena, but also internationally with their performance. A big surprise coming from them. And the big news is Alpha 7 from Brazil, they're out, which opens up the possibility for other orgs to earn those club championship points.
Hey guys, it's Lemon Kiwi from Overwatch, and I went exploring. I found a Turner from the MLBB stage. I need to get a scoop on the club championships. Who's at the top, who's left?
Things are quite interesting. We're already at top 4, so I think if we're taking a look at like the top 4 from the club championship, we do see that TLPH, so Team Liquid, are definitely in the running to make it to the grand finals and perhaps maybe even potentially picking up the championship.
That would help them out a lot in the standings. We have Team Liquid over and Overwatch. We also have Falcons, AG, a lot of teams still at the top of the championship. It's going to get really hectic. Go and check out MLBB and also Overwatch today, and we'll see you soon.
What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here over at the chess side, and we have a big update. We got Mike, the chess expert. Mike, please give us an update. I know today is a big day for you guys.
Yeah, last night we had El Chessico, number 1 versus number 2.
Name, okay.
It went all the way to the end. Armageddon match. Magnus Carlsen just barely squeaked past Hikaru Nakamura, and then the grand finals today, which is going to be Alireza Firouzja of Team Falcons against Team Liquid. Magnus has to face Alireza.
All right. I mean, let's talk a little bit about the club championship. What are the implications that have to do with the grand finals for chess?
Well, Team Falcons, as you know, is defending their title. They were trailing this week. They've now taken the lead in the club championship.
That's right.
And because they are facing Team Vitality, all their chess players are out. It's not a matter of how much they will lead. It's really a matter of, like, are they going to, how much padding they're going to have after this. And it's much more of a fight than last year, though. The standings are very close.
Yeah, I mean, things are looking pretty good and exciting for chess, and also for Overwatch side as well. Team Falcons is, they already, they're in the playoffs as well. So things are looking great. All right. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
1,000 points on the line.
Welcome back. It is key crushing day here, day 2 of the mid-season championships at EWC. AG against Vertus Pro for our first series. And Vertus Pro taking an early lead, a win on Lijiang Tower, as we see AG flipping the script here, going for a substitution. Jasmine in, Milgaru out.
Makes sense. Milgaru is their control specialist, the dive, even though I was kind of expecting to see the Hammond, but just decided to go with the Mirror to, of course, have a better brawl with Sunjun's Reaper that was used for a lot of that Lijiang Tower. But AG, that was their map pick, and now they get to pick it again because they lost to VP. Kind of maybe unexpected, maybe the Deska were onto something, but Jasmine is going to be a staple for AG, bringing a lot of those ground heroes, the Orisa, the Ram, kind of played more of the maps than Mielgaru.
I can dig that. Yeah, Vertus Pro not subbing in Ice either, keeping Jaewoo in on the roster. As we go to those more brawly types where you really want to play sim, like any kind of flashpoint map, probably see that subbed in. But Circuit Royale is going to be fun, I think. Vertus Pro kind of happy to go here as well, can play that double flex.
Yeah, Circuit, they beat Ultimates and Peps twice on this, but they got full held by Twisted Minds in a Game 5 during the stage. So interesting pick, excited to see that, especially on Circuit where Vestola kind of brings out his signature Sigma, and one of the few that still do so. A lot of the players think that it's weak in the meta just because you can go around the Sigma. It's a little bit more static than most tanks, but Vestola is the GOAT for a reason.
There's the map pool on your screens. Blizzard World, Eichenwalde, Midtown for the hybrid. Midtown will be a very good map for Vertus Pro as well. Colosseo, Esperanza, maybe we want to avoid it. We'll see where we go. Of course, this is first to 3. Yesterday we did some first to 2s, but back onto regular format here. I think Vertus Pro, like you mentioned, with Vestola being able to jump on that Sigma, he's going to be at home. And this was a map, this was a game type as well that they dominated with when they were at the top of the EU. I mean, they've been dominant for such a long time, and I think this map might be a little bit of a bait. I don't know, AG. If you're looking at the Team VP, there's one game type you probably don't want to go to, and it's Circuit Royale and it is Escort, but we'll see how they end up pivoting with Jasmine.
Yeah, and AG, they beat Crazy Raccoon on Circuit Royale, so it's a very strong map for them, at least based on how they were in the regular season. They've picked this quite a few times. Excited to see what AG have cooked up. A lot of teams have been playing double flex support here, so we'll see if Lucio gets floated in the bans or not, which would obviously dictate if Juno's going to make an appearance once again.
Loving all the signs, dude. All the Vertus Pro fans in the crowd, we can definitely hear you. Don't worry about that. Fans went crazy yesterday, obviously, for teams like Twisted Minds, who will have another chance later on today. I believe that's on the B stream. But one more minute before we get into the map. Just waiting for a couple of players to join the lobby, and then we'll be rocking. I mean, look, rocking. I mean, Vestola definitely will be. I think the Sigma, it's been a bit interesting to see the evolution, I think, of Circuit Royale, because historically you'd think it's a Sigma-only map. You permanently have to play it. You can't really play this kind of rush style, but as Sim has become more popular too, it's a bit easier to navigate. Plus the map rework as well, with a couple of extra entrances to that high ground on just before that first point.
For sure, and this is a great sim map but Ice Gnome, from what we know, Ice has not been subbed in, and that's been the Symmetra, or at least how they're trying to incorporate the Symmetra on the side of Vertus Pro, while Sunjuna is trying to expand his hero pool. Yes, he was that flanker specialist back in the day, but picking up the Symmetra has been pivotal in this meta, so we'll see how that goes.
Got to continue these keyboard cams. We'll get a power ranking eventually. Keyboards.
It's that one, the keyboard that took all the buttons off.
On AG. Can't remember who it was though. There we go.
I like this one.
Thank you, cameraman. Mouse mats too as well, to be fair. Still getting Jasmine set up into the game. Is sat down. Everyone in his team is just looking at him. Make sure the sensor's okay. Okay, we're good. We're chilling? Okay, good.
So for Circuit, the lanes are very long, they're very narrow, there's not a ton of flank routes, so the Tracer isn't going to go as crazy, but this is why Sigma is so strong on this map. You put your shield up and you allow your Sojourn to keep those sightlines for longer and be comfortable. So we're looking towards the Shockwave and Aid matchup once again, where Vestola is going to be able to protect Shockwave potentially, but you know, your Sojourn's not always going to stick behind your tank, they're going to win it, maybe you want to fight for that statue side on point A, so Aid has to show up or this series is going to be over.
All right, Jasmine's in the lobby. We're about to jump into the second map, Vertus Pro versus AG, an elimination game. One of these teams will be crushing a key after this series. Vertus Pro with a good early lead. Rather close though, 2-1. Control center, of course, was taken by AG. We'll see what kind of comps VP want to run, but I've got a good feeling Gala is going to jump back onto that Alari. We saw some incredible captive suns yesterday from the likes of Ultraviolet.
And Vestola, of course, has been playing also the Orisa and the Ram. JWoo brings out the Mei on defense. JWoo Symmetra on the offense. Shockwave always sticks to the Sojourn. That's been his signature. They like to ban out the Freya, but speaking of those bans, AG wants to just abandon that Sojourn mirror, at least for this match. And Vertus Pro maybe wants to force an Orisa mirror.
Yeah, well, they could also just ban out the Ram to maybe even force the Sigma here too. I mean, it's a very good ban from Vertus Pro. AG, yeah. Shockwave, please, no more. No more first picks on marker, please.
Put her down.
Yeah, it's disgusting. Like, Sojourn, we were talking a lot about Freya earlier on in this stage, of course, when Freya was released, but Sojourn still is disgusting if you have a key sense of aim like AG.AL or Shockwave has. But, of course, with Sojourn ban, next best up is going to be that Freya. And Gala on the Alari. Yep, Vestola lock in Sig. Ban the Ram, stop the rush, force the Sigma. This is Vertus Pro's wheelhouse.
I feel like, yeah, Mei has fallen out of favor a lot, and Symmetra's just looking stronger, more consistent. So I agree with JWoo. Usually he only does this on offense, but this is going to be a better strat. Vestola on his signature. He has been a Sigma specialist for so long, and now coming into a single tank Overwatch, he has really showed up and expanded his hero pool. Now AG gonna maybe have Sunjun on the Venture to try and get below this shield and pressure the backline to get Vestola to turn around.
All right, Sigma mirrors, Jasmine. Also jumping on it. Rather easy to clear the turrets for Sunjun. Just one left click destroys all three there. This is the best thing you can do as the Venture. Just slowly but surely creep your way onto the high ground and force the positioning of players like Shockwave. When he hits that updraft, very easy to kind of tag him in the skies. Any additional damage that Sunjun can do can instantly set up AG with a take aim.
And there's a speed advantage with Lee Soo-min having the Lucio. The support's not touched in this matchup. You have free reign. AG could just run down Vestola. They're doing it right now.
There's no rock, though, for Jasmine, so the likelihood of you getting a kill there is pretty slim. Nice snipe from JWoo. That must have been a right click. Mixed with a couple extra shots, I'd imagine, from Shockwave. Good first start hit from Vertus Pro holding this corner.
Yeah, it's going to be about breaking down Vestola, but he is very good at handling that pressure, and spacing is what's critical in the skill set of a good Sigma player. And Vestola, this is one of their best maps. They're going to know when to back up, when to give up that corner, because it's a risk and it's a trade-off.
Are you taken to the skies again? Looking at Vestola right now, spotting JWoo on Statue. Got a teleport there, though. That gets out of there pretty easily. Bonus already available to Shockwave, sends one downtown, tries to tag Lee Soo-min, but doesn't get the connection. A lamp deployed to help with the window damage. Burrow for Sunjun, trying to scare people away, but Shockwave still on a good angle to make use of that window. Captive Sun, they've spotted Sunjun onto the side, and Captive Sun does end up connecting with one, but Lee Soo-min deploys the sound barrier just in time. A Flux also being thrown out by Jasmine, as Vestola crumples in a heap on the ground. AG with a team kill and the cap on first.
Very good counter window from Maka to try and get that space back. Yes, VP just went around the corner, but allowed AG to re-anchor towards the cart, and then the Sigmas took off. Vestola tried to go for the Gravitic Flux while his team was very low. I don't even know if he got to really pull that off. Jasmine showed him how it's done, and now you have AG looking for picks. You got Shockwave low. VP are going to be stuck. Barrier from JWoo could allow them to just anchor towards the back of the point, but Sunjun's going to be proactive.
So nice tectonic shock. They're going to isolate Vestola, or at least try to. Grasp used by Vestola. They would have extra over health now as Vertus Pro. They do end up just barreling out of that choke point. And JWoo's actually behind them right now with that teleporter. That's not where you want to be, Lee Soo-min, just trying to boop away. JWoo away. Actually just ints on him with Sunjun. Bowler's shot goes wide for aid, but Jasmine just clocks Vestola for 6. And Vertus Pro, on, like I mentioned before, one of their best comms and best maps, getting run over as AG win that fight, and it's going to be a delayed, staggered touch here for Vertus Pro.
Super awkward. AG got behind VP. They kind of didn't know how to back up. They just were, VP were hoping for trades, and now they're hoping for one last fight. Vestola touches, but with a broken shield, for how long can they stay?
They were taking a lot of damage there, forced to burrow. Jasmine also just cowering in the corner, both windows deployed. See right now, AG and Sunjun taking just so much damage on the side, too afraid to peek. Gala and Shockwave, though, come up with the kills required.
Jasmine didn't have a healthy enough shield to face that window head on. Those were exchanged, and it's an important decision whether you want to hide away and kind of neutralize the fight or decide to fight in it and punish those utilizing that window. So Jasmine was a victim in that case, and trying to retake through the high ground advantage for VP is going to be very tough. Sound barriers are going to be pretty equal, and that's what we're looking forward to next fight.
Shockwave a nice tag onto Lee Sumin. Sound barriers coming up for both Lucios. Same with these Fluxes. Sound barrier used very aggressively by AG. Fixer's also going to deploy his. Flux connects with one, I believe. Does slam Vestola back down, but Vestola's kind of chilling. The heals came in, the lamp was deployed by Gala. Jasmine now on the run down the staircase as they've lost their flanker in Sonjin. It's a good position for Verus Pro to be in. Don't even need to use their Flux.
Yeah, I don't know about the tempo barrier there. And then Jasmine didn't wait for the barrier to actually expire. Just saw a good group up, saw red in the eyes, and AG had to fall back. But what are we doing?
Bro, Lee Sumin is in. Solo Flux on the BAP, trying to land on the head too, so the lamp can't be deployed. Beautiful stuff by Vestola. Don't call him a Sigma God for nothing, but AG were trying to a little C9 there, but I don't think it's going to happen. Sonjin is on the point, currently borrowed, but JWoo is there with the pressure on the point, but he ends up getting taken out. That's going to be a cap. Despite the heroics from Vestola, AG still come away with it.
Yeah, VP's spacing has been awkward at times. They overextended, just trying to farm up every kill they could, and AG punished them. Jasmine was low, and VP smelled blood in the water, and yeah. Now we move on with 2.5 minutes for AG. This is a good time bank, and it'll be a matchup of windows. Lots of nooks and crannies to hide, but AG are trying to set up for this power position here on the high ground so that their cart can more easily move over. JWoo's on the Mei as well.
Oh yeah, El Clasico for JWoo. It's a really good look on this point as well. This corridor is rather slim. Sonjin, they don't know where Sonjin is. Ninja health pack acquired there and a small dash away with the help of that perk from Gala. But Sonjin is in and he doesn't want to leave, refuses to be evicted. Vertus Pro, despite JWoo being in that front line, popped Icebox, popped wall like super early. They just got to keep track of Sonjin, but they couldn't.
Such a good pin from Sunjun. You got Gala in a bad position. JWoo forced Ice Block. That is a very good venture, but wait, Vestola punished.
Wow, everybody shot Sonjun in the same frame. Insta-kill on the venture. High ground control, though, for AG, so they're in a good spot. Flux, a whiff from Jasmine. Twinkle toes there from Vestola, dodging around the pillar. Aid, though, is at least been able to kill Shockwave, and Jasmine continues to hold this high ground. Booped up into the skies with a tank passive coming in clutch there. Doesn't get booped over the edge, but Jasmine is touching the spawn, forcing Gala to go heal back up. I think Jasmine's overstayed their welcome, though. Sonjin's back in the action, but Vertus Pro are going to hold for now. AG with a minute in their time bank.
That's so tough. AG had so much momentum on their side. They needed to ride into point C. Sunju gets randomly picked. Maka's using window, I think, on the low ground. AG are on the high ground. They really got to be cohesive with this composition and play off the Sunjun dives. Jasmine's now on the Orisa to try and just maybe shoot down not only this Vestola shield. It's going to be hard to get around. Sunjun can go below it, of course. Ultimate's looking at A to have a standout performance as they fight for the pool side. VP will have to give this up. AG need to be on also the same level of playing field, and Vestola is going to matrix away.
Use those hands pretty early too. This might be a good opening for A to throw in the bowls. Awkward angle, but you can thread that one. Does end up connecting with Vestola there. A little bit of damage, but no instant kill. It's going to force positioning though with Sonjin. Goes for the burrow after using that tectonic shock, forcing people back into spawn. Sonjin's doing so much work right now, but Jasmine just doesn't have the help. Marker's in like the center of the straight, but they can't get there. Vestola whiffs the flux, but it honestly might not matter. An SCC overtime now as JWoo puts the Blizzard on the point, lamp deployed. And this is where the push will end for AG. Nothing melting JWoo right now. The burrow from Sonjin, no CDs left on the venture. smacked in the face as Verus Pro, they're going to hold as soon as they kill off Jasmine.
Just the clutch factor from VP is insane. You'll have one last barrier, which should be the nail in the coffin for VP to hold at C. And AG haven't had any picks in their favor, and respawn advantage is for VP. AG have to be careful with when they drop to the low ground. Jasmine did break line of sight on Maka, which had him killed. And if you have no tank for this push, you're cooked. Still a almost point C push is very solid.
Crowd very much behind Vertus Pro. A winnable map here as well would put them on match point. We'll call it a full completion. It was as close as it could be to that final checkpoint. The venture play from Sonjun has been marvelous, though, I must say. Again, just forcing that position on that first point. A lot of the time you're burrowing to the stairs, up to the high ground. Shockwave has to be a little bit more careful as well. Doesn't want to be caught out in the air. Flip sides, though, now. The Aramco side swap comes in as AG not running anything too tricky in the backline. Lee Soo-min sticking on the Lucio, of course, but Sonjun's going to rock the mate.
AG had moments where they're able to capitalize on the mistakes from VP in terms of positioning and spacing, able to get behind VP at moments where AG had no business winning some fights. They were escaping. They saw overextension, bit down on VP, and AG had moments where they could have rode momentum all the way to a point C cap, but just these picks. Vestola has been so clutch for VP. Now we look towards them to get to that box of victory, but it's all the way at the end of the map. That's not going to be an easy feat.
Oh. There's a damage boost as well. That probably would have been a kill if it was a headshot. Or close to at the very least. All right, Jaewoo on the Mei. So Mei versus Mei. Mirror comps for both sides.
Pretty important to mirror the Mei to make sure that your tank has the edge, or at least a more even playing field. You got to watch out for those Mei walls, and when you capitalize on those, wait for the broken shield, wait for the grasp to be used. Important cooldowns that these Meis have to mark.
Yep, and then that's why Jaewoo's stepping up now. Spots the grasp being used by Jasmine. A lot of the times in these comps, though, it is down to the Freyas finding the double taps on the backline. Taking a couple of left clicks, doesn't end up getting bolted by the right click. Oh, but Sonjun's so low. Goes for like a small flank angle there, hoping to get a couple of right clicks off. They zoom in dead. They do trade for Fixer, but it's not looking too clean here for AG.
Yeah, Sonjun can't be playing this like a Tracer. You're definitely not as mobile on the Mei, and thought that VP were on the back foot with how low they were. And even if that fight didn't end because of Sonjun, is gonna end because of Gala. He's like at a 30% advantage, or 25, I guess, for Window. And now they're gonna have this for the next fight, along with the Sound Bearer, which, depending on how they layer, VP could make a real fast run for point B if AG are not careful.
Probably want to go early with the Window here. Make a wide swing out onto the straight. However, Flux does end up hitting. It's the Mei, though, of all people. Don't even need to use the lamp for that. They deployed it anyway, just in case. Sound Barrier for Fixer now, not having to fear the Flux from Jasmine. Can they actually force positioning here? The window from Gala is going to be good to force Jasmine back a little bit. But the fight currently happening in the small staircase by the looks of it. Jasmine finds two in no man's land, however, as Vertus Pro welcome AG into their domain and win back-to-back fights as they move on to second.
Yeah, that was looking sketchy. Vestola, I was like, where's Vestola? Oh yeah, he's just at the front. AG dropped off the highway and nailed down on Gala. And if you kill the bat, that's a ton of heals gone, and Vestola and Shockwave still pulled through. They'll need another fight, though, to cap point B. They got plenty of time to do so. Window and barrier advantage for AG, though.
Two bowlers come out. No resulting kills, though. You can Flux, force the Sound Barrier, then hit the Blizzard. That might be the game plan here for Vertus Pro, or the other way around, to be fair. There's the Flux. Where's the connection? Rock misses from Jasmine. Looking at the backline right now. Lee Soo-min is so low. An instant barrier pop there, fearing for his life. Fixer ends up going down. Vestola in the backline now as the Blizzard separates the team. Jaewoo frozen in place, and Maya Blizzard Jacks, actually. I'm not sure where Jaewoo's went. 3.5 minutes still in the time bank, though, for VP. They've looked good up until this point. AG, they halt them for now.
Yeah, I think they were layered on top of each other. Not 100% sure, but Vestola also lived way longer than he should have. He isolated himself and just couldn't find his way back to his team, and AG were caught in the chaos of blizzards and an overextending Sigma, but it's going to be an uphill battle for VP to get back up, especially with all the ults invested. We're looking at an advantage of Gravitic Flux on the side of Jasmine. With we'll see if the barrier from Fixa is online in time to save them.
Oh, Marco's taking a lot of... Marco almost got 2-tapped there by Shockwave in the back line. Has to use that shift, that regenerative burst to heal himself back up again. They're trying to force the issue right now. Vestola does end up landing in the rock as that window is looking rather deadly. Fixa snipes Sonjun. It's kind of disastrous. Losing your mate this early. Jaewoo's going to have such a free time. Flux for Jasmine results in absolutely squat. They force him under that tent. And look at Marco's position too. I mean, this is just all crumbling for AG. Vertus Pro are going to make this a clean one. Just throw the sound barrier in just to guarantee themselves the checkpoint. And a 3-minute and 50-second time bank.
Yeah, Sunjun has to be careful where he extends as the mate, because once you ice block, you're obviously not moving, and then your team is to decide whether to sacrifice you to the gods or to try and bail you out. So they let Sunjun die, but 4v5 was going to be so tough to turn around. Vestola just began farming them. So now Sunjun will be back to the Mei after considering the Symmetra after he just tried to recontest and get back quickly. But Vertus Pro in the driver's seat, Gravitic Flux will be online before the sound bear, which could make all the difference.
All right, please step through the door, please. Nice little wall there. Stops Jasmine just for a brief second. In fact, a window is going to get deployed by Marcus. Still got the lamp, has to hold on to it. But this is a really awkward angle. Will Vestola be able to capitalize on the BAP? I don't think they can. Ends up fluxing it, but yeah, it didn't matter in the end. As Jasmine kind of got walled off, a window came through for Marco, so they couldn't like re-peek with the fear of just getting a headshot by the Mei or somebody else. Trying to stagger out Jaewoo, but to the rescue come the supports.
Looking for the grass from Jasmine, that's when you're going to throw out the Blizzard. But AG are also on the high ground. They're split up. They know this Blizzard's coming, so they don't all want to be caught in it. And look for this immortality from Maka to also save things. Sound bear if things get hairy from Lee Soo-min. Oh, it picks like that. Who cares?
Okay. Double headshot maybe there from Sonjun. All right, quick reset for Vertus Pro. What a clean fight. AG are going to just try and go for this, though. 3-person Graviton and Flux. Lamp comes in to save. Nice little counter rock there, actually, from Vestola. Ends up getting frozen as well, does Jasmine, but instantly unfroze. That tank passive coming in clutch. Uses the hands, that grass to absorb all that damage through the window. And they've turned this one on its head. Vertus Pro, they end up losing the window and the Blizzard in that fight for not much gain.
Yeah, just Jasmine not wanting to let them escape and just force the respawn timers up and buy more time. But not only that, they forced so many ults out of VP, the Blizzard window and everything. Now beat advantage for VP, but against the Blizzard from Sunjun, AG really want to bait VP into a group up for this Blizzard to hit.
Yeah, the Blizzard and the Lamp are just going to block people off, and Vertus Pro use that sound barrier. Vestola's in trouble, though. He's right in the middle of the battlefield right now, and the scars on his face are going to tell you the entire story. Vestola ends up getting headshot by Sonjun as Marco just gently peeking this corner. He's had high ground this entire fight, but Jaewoo somehow comes up with the goods for Vertus Pro. Just so accurate with the right clicks. It's a 3-on-3 on the corner, but Vertus Pro have taken the position away from AG.
Okay, wall's not going to connect, but you're seeing progress though from VP. Wait, Sunjun is isolated. Jaewoo's identified this, the ice block. You need to see Jasmine bail him out.
This is the most insane 1v1 of all time in that little theater room back there, the old spawn. Sunjun wins it too. Jasmine and the rest of the gang ends up collapsing on in. Flux, though, for Vestola hits Jasmine square in the jaw. Marco jumping up to the high ground, but they still need to deal with aid in the backline. A rock connects, and Gala, with a final blow, takes down the Freya. 30 seconds to go as VP make their final assault on that golden box of victory.
Yeah. Sunjun will come up to the Blizzard. This is going to be important to try and stall this out for VP. The window is going to force AG to the perimeter.
Beautiful rock. An amazing rock from Vestola stops that grass coming out. The Blizzard's going to separate the team, but Gala is in such a good spot. He's on a support. He's a DPS right now, even taking the 1v1 versus the Freya on the high ground. Sonjun, desperation time to try and touch the point as VP crush AG on Circuit Royale.
Ooh, that got close in the end, beating AG on both their map picks. And the Sigma mirror and everything, you mirror the May, everything. It didn't come down to the Freyas, came down to the mistakes that broke down. AG had to pick on whether they wanted to bail out Sunjin when he would ice block out of position. Try to play these off angles a little too much. VP on match point. We'll see how this ends after this.
I normally do. Do or die time now for AG as Vertus Pro takes Circuit Royale. And AG, they sent us there. Like, it was their map pick. They sent us to Vertus Pro with Vestola on the lineup, playing the Sigma when they banned the Ram. Like, that was a risky endeavor. It's their chance to choose a map once again. As we get a substitution coming in for AG. That'll be Milgaru coming back. Jasmine taking a seat As we go to a push map, Esperanza is going to get selected.
Yeah, just very bold for AG to also mirror the Sigma. Just thinking that the Orisa was not going to be able to, they weren't going to have enough shield break. You couldn't get around Vestola. You brought in Name to try and isolate him. And it's just not a composition that AG were as experienced in, at least compared to VP. So, but AG had beaten Crazy Raccoon on this map, so they obviously had the results to back, but AG, it's their potential final map pick of the whole tournament. This is an elimination match. Key is on the line. Milgaru on Esperanza could be seeing the dive, but of course, that is his specialty. He's of course able to play the Brawl, which would be the safer play if the Ram gets floated.
Don't think there's any changes here for Verus Pro with Jwoo still in. Push makes sense here. You don't really want to run the sim permanently, so Jwoo on Tracer is going to be the name of the game. There are the stats from last map. Or sorry, that will be both maps combined, I'd imagine. 140 limbs to 94. Similar damage. KDA for Vertus Pro, though. You expect that, a little 2-0 already. VP are going to be happy. They win this, confidence builder, but then they face one of the scarier teams in the bracket. Obviously, Falcons have already gone through to the playoffs, but Weibo Gaming will stand in their way of booking their ticket. Again, keys on the line all of today. 8 teams are going to have their dreams crushed at the hands of the press.
And Group A has been touted as the group of death. Falcons, Weibo, Vertus Pro, and AG. And it was going to be really tough. It all depended on how much you respected China's #1 in Weibo, how much respect you give into EMEA, and of course the Korean region with AG. And a lot of people had, at least before this tournament started, had AG on top, probably coming out of this group, depending on, of course, your bias towards Weibo. But VP being ahead in this series, I think is surprising, but the desk thought AG did not show up as best as they could yesterday, and that's kind of translating into today a little bit.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out too, the desks were a little bit split here and there, but I think a lot of the audience, I'd imagine, although to be fair, VP fans, I can definitely hear you in the crowd, but AG have been more the favorites in this group. It was a battle for that top 2 spot. We know Weibo was going to be an extremely tough opponent. Not an unorthodox like style of play, like their meta read. We know there's going to be a little ball, little dive, little hazard, a lot of Winston from Gushwei potentially. Falcons, they do end up going through to no one's surprise. This Group A is just so deadly. I mean, you look at, imagine being loaded into this, you're like, okay,
yeah.
Well, okay, we know Falcons are going through, battle for second, I suppose. This is their last chance. I mean, AG, how do you feel right now if you're them, Lennon?
Feel really bad when your map picks are not going your way. You can't even start on a good note when it comes to just the control map as the higher seed. But Esperanza, AG did play VP played this against Weibo yesterday, and they had Ice Gnome come in on the tank playing the Hazard, but they lost this 133-79 with the Sojourn Tracer Hazard Lucio Kiri comp. So VP had a chance to maybe close out that series and maybe even not be in this elimination scenario, but Vestola is still in, and he's, I think, been on fire this series.
It's a little worrying too if you are AG as well. Like, okay, we've already seen you play this map. We know Ice comes in, or at least we think we know, but now Vestola is the mainstay for this map. It's probably a little bit more of an Orisa type game, a little Ram game. Milgaru just loading into the lobby now. Just saw him join, so we will be in this map in just a moment. Vertus Pro's key there, of course, on the line, but they're sitting pretty. 2-0 lead. You just got to finish this one out.
Yeah, when it comes to flashpoints, AG, Milgaru, as much as I love his Hammond and his dive, the Orisa will be the flavor du jour with Sunjun coming on the Symmetra. At least that's what they do on Runasabi and how they look so strong. And of course, which hit scan is that going to be affected by the bans? We got a Lucio Winston ban. So Lucio from AG, Winston from VP, wanting to avoid any potential dive from Milgaru, but also no speed. Is that are we gonna see double flex? Do we care about Juno here?
Yeah, that's a really interesting ban from AG, banning that Lucio. Because we know VP are more than happy to play double flex. Really slow kind of comps, like can play Kiriko, Juno, like Bap, Kiri, Alari.
VP are very attached to their Lucio. I mean, they have 2 Lucio players with Gala and Fixa, where Fixa's now taking over that role. Gala's had to develop more flex supports in the past year or so taking away a lot of that speed is going to make those rotations difficult, maybe more depending now on the Symmetra to do so.
Oh man, I would love to see it. I would love to see an Ana from Gala, but a little bit of a fool's errand sometimes, especially when D.Va's still available. Although, to be fair, if you're expecting a hazard, Ana pretty damn good against it. Actually, it looks like they're going to rock out with it. Okay. Ana, Fixa, speed ringing out of the spawn. Ana Kiri for both sides. Milgaru on the hazard. And then Jwoo and Sonjun. This is the DPS matchup. I want to see this map. These Tracers going head-to-head. Jwoo, a true superstar in the making. And if I had to make a bold prediction, definitely would be Jwoo being one of the best Tracer players in the next couple of years.
Yeah, Sonjun has to make up for what happened on Circuit, and Aid and Shockwave are going to face up on different hit scans. Shockwave definitely rocked on Lijiang Tower, but Aid could be assisted, but no, Vestola has no Matrix. He's broken down.
Yeah, got donked on, actually. Yeah, the hazard is so good against the D.Va as well. You can just punish her so much. The idea here is just to get on top of the backline, of course, and hazard has been... was the flavor of the month for like a couple of patches ago against the Ana. The Ana is very good at kind of sleeping as soon as that spike guard goes up, of course, with how slow you are moving. It's up to Vestola, obviously, to eat all those nades, but a very early fight win for AG and a tough map to re-attack into, especially with that high ground.
The Nano choice is going to be interesting. Usually given to tanks, but at a moment's notice, Jwoo and Sonjun, if they're at the right position at the right time, they could just dismantle a backline at a moment's notice. So it's going to be important for those Suzus. Maybe if you're insane, hit a sleep on a Tracer, but very difficult to do. A lot of damage on the VP side, but Vestola, I guess, punishes in the tank war.
Dude, where is blood going? Milgaru was just, he went through window, VP like triple collapsed on him, and yeah, just caught out. Yeah, Vestola, you saw in the player cam there, just kind of rocking his head to the side, just surprised that he lost his mech. Couple of small mistakes there, both from the tanks on each side. Bot reset into the mid, but Sonjun picks up a stick kill on Tagala. Pulse bomb used, and Verus Pro turned early and running right now as AG are going to be able to get back to the point quicker.
Kitsune Rush and Nano, these are great ultimates for AG to extend this even more. They just have to be careful of the flank on the right side where that pack is, but after scouting that out, Sonjun has to mark the flank as well, keep their supports safe on this top bridge. Now you know where Jwoo is, so Lee Soo-min has to be careful, and already has to Suzu Maka.
Ooh! A Pulse bomb got launched into the skies. Good Suzu there from Lee Soo-min, stopping Jwoo, having a Maka for lunch. Checkpoint already unlocked for AG.
Very good awareness from AG. Milgaru slept though.
Oh, Nano Boost actually deployed onto Vestola. Same with Milgaru. A perfectly timed Suzu cleanses everybody, and they even get the D-suit. This is just torture for Vestola right now. The bot has been stolen, however, so they can't make any more progress.
Yeah, there's only so much Matrix and so much you can do at a distance. D.Va's definitely going to thrive in that short to mid-range, but without the speed and with all this poke coming in from the hazard and everyone having this fly of a Tracer always around you, Vestola's struggling. This is his best hero, though, so now he's trying to just pressure back the Tracer. Here is Shockwave.
Oh, good wall. Shockwave actually just completely denied. He has the smallest gap to fire through, but basically wasted the entire ult. Double shot onto Aid, but it doesn't matter. Shockwave just getting harassed in the front line. Even the downpour even sent towards his way. Milgaru descending from the heavens there to exercise his demons of Shockwave. There's now AG still with the lead. Sonjun trying to maybe even connect this pulse bomb onto one of the supports. No, good Matrix there from Vestola. Sonjun's days are numbered without that recall. Ends up just backing off.
Jwoo is a solid carry for VP right now. Vestola is also getting picks, so VP, though, need a cleaner fight win so they can actually build momentum. We'll see if they can catch up here. Bridge control going to be forced off.
Milgaru on the ball now too. An even more destructive force compared to that Hazard. Really punishing for the backline. You can see Fixer obviously switching over to the Kiriko for a little more sustained survivability compared to the Ana. J-Wu finding the first blood in this fight though. Vertus Pro up now, one player. J-Wu finds another. It's exactly why I want to keep eyes on this guy right here. They still need to get this checkpoint though, but Milgaru shouldn't be too hard to kind of deal with, all the bullets being eaten up by the Matrix. Now a semblance of control for Vertus Pro. And a manual hack there on to Vestola as Aid switched over to the Sombra. So a lot of compositional swaps of both teams.
It's been huge for Milgaru to also force all these Suzus out of Fixa. Now Vestola is stuck. Just trying to anchor the card as best as they can. Kitsune rush advantage for Fixa.
Yeah, I really like that rush there. It's going to make sure Milgaru can't stay around for too long. But Maka and Sunjin off-screen take out Fixer and Shockwave. Vestola does end up going pretty low, gets desuited, but a couple of Bunny Blaster shots deals with Maka. This is an absolute bloodbath here on AG's side of the map. The bot is eventually taken by Vestola again, but this isn't going to get checkpoint, not with Milgaru waiting in the wings.
At least Vestola will have a better time trying to chase down Milgaru, especially if you pick up the heavy rockets. You'll blow him up real good, but Milgaru is swift. He's one of the better Hammonds that we have in the league, and he's got mines. He could be able to deny the card at any time.
Yeah, it's going to be so difficult to kill Milgaru. Actually, just going to mines the backline. Sonja now sets sights on to J-Wu. His backline gone from very aggressive with the Ana to ultra defensive. Juno and Brig. Sonjin now looking for Fixer. This pulse bomb's going to be rather scary. Sonjin on his tail. Fixer goes down to Lee Soo-min. Ray deployed by Gala, but Antis, who has to play safe. AG running rings around Vertus Pro right now is Gala looking for someone to heal. There's no one in his sights. Jumps to the skies, but AG are running rings around them. Vertus Pro, they can't even find a single target to shoot at, man.
You'll be able to see some progress from AG. This has shades of E1 with how much of an impact Milgaru is able to have.
Oh, shades of FRD there, just getting perma-staggered. They're going to extend their lead past the checkpoint now, Lemon.
Yeah, and you got the EMP and the Pulse Bomb. VP won't have an answer. You got to keep Shockwave safe from Milgaru as best as you can, and J-Wu needs to chase down Milgaru if he gets low, and if you can get enough damage into him.
There is the Translocator available now to Aid. Does manage to get out of there. This EMP is going to be deadly. Looking for Vestola. A manual hack might just do it. No, goes for the EMP instead. Vestola going to need a lot more than ibuprofen to cure this headache. That is Aid right now. Lee Soo-min does end up going down though to Fixer. An aggressive push and a punish onto Vestola's mech, but where is the collapse? Still though, Aid just tickling the backline with that SMG. Takes down Gala, and more time they can burn off the bank, the better for AG.
Yeah, Aid has just become the ace. You got, of course, the flank specialist of Sunjun on his best hero. Milgaru's forcing cooldowns. VP don't have any answer to this dive, and Aid is making sure that VP cannot group up.
Get this man out of there. It's so frustrating, and look at the ult charge from Aid already. Only just used EMP, back up to 50%. Milgaru takes the bot from the mid.
Trying to group up for this rally. VP get it back to the neutral point, but Milgaru, all these spikes, gross!
A little stun there. Mine still get deployed. Rally, though, from Fixer. This is, well, we're just going to leave you alone here. A nice little anti-nade connects with Gala and the Brigitte. Milgaru does manage to get out. Sliver of health remains, but no kills, and they force this rally.
VP need back-to-back fights, but they're facing a Kitsune rush, and Gala doesn't have his yet.
Bomb available from Vertus Pro. Oh, that post bomb. Okay, Vestola, he gets back into mech this time, but for how long can he actually survive? Milgaru trying to take down Shockwave, but they're protecting the President with their lives. Marker, Nano deployed, and a small stagger on the Ana now. This is exactly what VP need.
Great Matrix from Vestola to save Shockwave when everyone was collapsing on him, and VP won that fight with Nano and Kitsune Rush invested. AG are now on the Hazard. VP are right around the corner.
EMP, though, 3% away for Aid. Golden line of victory being approached as well. They don't know where this Sombra is either.
trying to split each other up. This EMP after Shockwave dodges the virus.
Perfect. 8 still got the EMP though. They're closing on in. This might be a perfect one as well. Does hit the Kiriko, dodges the virus, but Shockwave to the rescue. Rolls out the window, flashbang, hits a stick from Jaewoo as well. Marker down. A golden line of victory looking easy now for Verus Pro. They're going to take that lead. One player to deal with. Mulgaru goes down, and it's all falling apart for AG now.
They had no business winning this. They had no answer to the dive until Jaewoo came alive. Vestola stabilized, protected Shockwave, and VP are heading to the end.
Pulse Bomb is the only thing they've got left as well. Maybe a manual hack onto Vestola, but Sonjun needs to come up with the biggest pulse bomb of his career right now to keep themselves alive in the groups. A nice anti-nade onto Fixer, but he can't quite get him. Sonjun sent to the skies, forced to recall, and Aid has already gone down. What was that pulse bomb, Sonjun? Over the top, kills the rally, but overtime is ticking down. They got a touch. They eventually get OT though.
And AG don't have supports. There's no one there to touch. It's over. VP. They sweep AG.
A 3-0 from VP. A team come in and everybody's like, hey, AG, they're taking maps off of Crazy Raccoon. Some of these top teams, their dreams, their key is now crushed at the hands of Vertus Pro. A 3-0 affair as well. A dominant showing. You go to Circuit Royale, you go to Vertus Pro's and Vestola's domain. You get crushed as Vertus Pro. They continue their run in the groups. Weibo Gaming is their next opponent. They're still on their final lifeline, but that chance in playoffs is looking a little closer.
And China are the masters of dive, and Vertus Pro employed the Diva, and just there's two ways to play it, as a peel and as someone who dove. Vestola was getting punished diving after this Ana, trying to get the supports uncomfortable, then decided to just protect Shockwave, protect his backline. Vestola saved Matrix for those. They deathballed, they swapped their comp, and Vertus Pro turned this whole map around in the last 30 seconds. I don't think a lot of people expected VP to take the series in the way they did in a 3-0 against the third seed from Korea. This is insane. This is the rebuild of VP. They were at EWC last year with Shockwave and Gala. They went to playoffs going perfect in groups. It won't be perfect this time, but damn, do they look strong.
They could definitely hold their heads high now. It's going to be a tough road ahead against Weibo. They've got time to prepare though. Rest, relax. Just make sure their head is in the game. They want to make it out of playoffs. Show, look, maybe we didn't come first or second seed in EMEA, but we are here and we mean business. We're going to jump down to the stage now. Zoe is with Vestola.
I am indeed. Thank you both so much. VP is keeping their playoff hopes alive with this victory. A convincing one. Let's talk about this in our Amazon winners interview. Let's rein it back a little bit more though and talk about the previous series you had, because we're all a little surprised at the switches we saw in terms of roles. Ice Gnome was in playing that Symmetra. Was that something you planned coming to Riyadh, or was that a last minute decision just to see if that works out for you guys?
It was like kind of last minute. I think with one of our last scrims in Korea, we were thinking like, because Ice plays a lot of sim in rank, he's like a sim one trick, so let's try him on this map and ban Freya and let's see how it goes. And then our win rate was really good with him, and we kept playing him and haven't lost it. So.
Well, it's good to know you have that in the back pocket, right? Let's talk about the match we just got to see. What was the preparation like? How did you rank this team? Because they are being hailed as like the up-and-comers in Korea, like the new generation of Korean talent. Was that intimidating at all?
Not at all, because we beat them 3-0 in Soup Cup like a few months ago. So we knew like they're better players. I know they had some upgrades and stuff, but not nervous at all. Just playing our own game.
Right, and that worked out. It was a convincing victory you got to show us here today. Looking ahead, now the only thing in your way is, of course, Weibo. And you played them before in this tournament. That was a tougher loss. We got to see a lot of dive coming out from that team, unsurprisingly, of course, if you're playing against the Gushue. Do you expect to see the same thing again? And if so, are you prepared this time around?
Yeah, I think gonna have a slow start in these matches. I'm not sure why, but like yesterday the match was so quick that I thought we were gonna make a comeback, and now it's gonna be best of 5, so I think we should win.
Right on. Well, you will have an opportunity of a revenge very soon, actually. But for now, it's time to crush a key. Are you ready for that?
Sure.
That's the best part of the job. Okay, follow me to the key crusher. As you took down a team, that also means that you get to crush the key, and you will be instructed to do just that. As we are gearing up for the playoffs, we're going to be seeing many more keys that will be crushed right here in front of this very stage. And of course, Vistola has the honors of doing it dramatically slowly, if I may add. And the shattered pieces will be collected and forged into better and greater things. And there it is. Dreams and keys have been crushed. Vistola, thank you so much. Best of luck in your next game. For now, we're headed over to hear what our exit interviewers have to say.
Thank you so much, Zoe. I'm here joined by Lee Soo-min from AG.AL. Bit of an unfortunate loss, but hey, we got the fans going for you guys. Come on, can you guys give it up for AG.AL one last time? You guys did fantastic. Unfortunately, it was a loss, but Lee Soo-min, I just want to say your road to for the mid-season does end here. How was your experience at EWC here in Riyadh? 자, 아쉽게도 오늘 패배로 어떻게 보면 mid-season 토너먼트의 어떻게 보면 AG.AL의 마지막 모습인 것 같습니다. 그래도 너무 잘해주셨고 어떻게 이번 EWC 우리 리야드에서의 경기들 통틀어서 보면은 좀 어떠셨나요?
먼 길 와가지고 이 2경기밖에 못하고 가가지고 너무 아쉽고 저희가 준비하거나 원래 실력도 잘 못 보여준 것 같아서 아쉬운 게 큰 시즌이었던 것 같아요.
I'm definitely bummed out. You know, it was a far flight coming into Riyadh, and I'm very sad that we only played 2 games. And I feel like we had more to prove, more to show for everyone watching, but we weren't able to do that. So I am feeling a bit sad. I mean, it is right. You did get the loss, and of course you are sad. But hey, the season isn't over. OWCS season isn't over. You know, stage 3 is right around the corner. So what are you, Lee Soo-min, what are you gonna do for a little bit of time that you have left until stage 3 starts? 자, 뭐 아무래도 당연히 좀 슬프기는 하지만 그래도 또 앞을 바라봐야죠. 이제 스테이지 3이 앞에 곧 있으면 시작을 할 텐데 그 짧은 시간 동안 이수민 선생님 좀 어떻게 지내실 것 같으십니까?
저희가 이번 시즌에 원래 잘했던 기억을 못 살려서 이렇게 됐다고 생각해서 저는 다시 그 잘했던 기억을 살리고 다시는 이런 경기 안 나오도록 열심히 노력할 예정입니다.
I feel like the biggest thing for us is to remember the big performances, the great performance that we had before. I think we just sort of forgot about that, and that got into our heads, and that's why we got the loss. And moving forward into stage 3, we're gonna definitely remember the good times, the best plays that we had before, and we're gonna use that to move on forward with the season. All right, one last thing. Do you have anything you want to say to your fans? 자, 마지막으로 팬분들에게 한 말씀 하면서 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다.
오래 기다리셨을 텐데 이런 경기력 보여드리고 2경기 만에 집 가서 죄송하고요. 다음에 기회가 있으면 더 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 최선을 다하겠습니다. 응원해 주셔서 감사합니다.
Thank you guys all so much for the support, and of course we're gonna try our best to not make these mistakes, and we're so sorry that we only played 2 games. Moving forward, we'll do better and practice harder. Everybody, one more time, give it up for AG.AL! That's it for the exit interview. Puckett, take it away.
Thank you, Danny. As we take a look back at these highlights, there's a whole lot of Tracer back in action. And did I see a Sombra in that map 3, Jake?
Sombra, you know, I think has kind of been dancing around the edges, has a good matchup against Venture, can be useful against the Wrecking Ball in some cases. So I think it's here that we might see, you know, on the edges here and there. But Vertus Pro, they dealt with it immaculately.
Fantastic work by VP. The EMEA squad stays alive and powers into our top 12. Their face off against Weibo Gaming for spot in the playoffs later tonight. On the other side of this matchup, disappointment. A loss was unexpected for you two. You both called AG.AL to win this game. but a 3-0 is a devastating way to lose this. Avril, what happened?
Oh my goodness, AG, I heard they struggled coming into this one, but this one really was a huge struggle in my opinion. They tried everything. They wanted to go the Sigma into VP, but you know what? That's Vistola's MVP performance. Vistola, that's his best hero. Jasmine couldn't hold the candle. They tried to ban the Lucio. They're saying, we have Lucio in a marker. We can play double flex spot. That didn't work out for them either. The real problem I had with VP coming into this one was I wasn't sure about the Ice Storm situation, but once VP sort of fixed that with having Jwoo in, and we're going to talk to Gala in a second here as well, they just showed that they're much better. And AG, I mean, the struggles continue from yesterday. I don't think they played well versus Falcons yesterday. They continue to not play well.
We are now joined by the very one and only Gala. I got to give you a rock. This is from Doha. He loves bloodthirsty supports, and you are absolutely that at the end of game 2. You sealed the deal. Talk to me about your performance. How do you feel your team played today?
Well, I think pretty much as a team, we played really confident compared with yesterday. Especially me and Vestola. I think we played really brave and pretty good as well. We were killing everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. And we heard from Vestola saying, you know, one of our issues is we've started off slow. I want to show you an example of that. My boys called it out in the green room. They yelled, C9, C9. Let's take a look. What was happening here on the first point as we got into control? You guys just didn't seem to even contest. Was there a little mishap in the comms? What was going on here?
Well, if I remember correctly, Joe told us he was able to touch, but at the end he couldn't. That was kind of tragic because I think we were able to win this fight with Pete, but something can happen in the match.
I think it looked like Jwoo nearly touched there. I think he might have just, did he maybe hit a little too early? I'm not too sure, but that did look close.
And a lot of people would fold after that. They would just fall apart. But you guys bounced back. You took the next 2 rounds. Who was it on the comms leading the team tonight?
I think it was Shockwave and Bears.
Shockwave, love that.
I mean, Shockwave came out really strong in this series. You know, as you guys look deeper into the tournament, what do you think is the way you want to build going forward? I mean, you guys came in thinking, okay, maybe we're going to go this sim direction that other teams in Europe have found success with. But now, today, you guys kind of really stuck with your guns, like what brought you here as a team. Is this the direction you guys are going to try to continue to follow as you try to hang on here?
Yeah, I think we are more confident on heroes we are more comfortable to play instead of trying to counter this, counter that. And especially if everyone is on a comfort hero, then we destroy almost everyone.
You guys played Weibo Gaming yesterday. Obviously, that was a 1-2. You did win Circuit Royale, but ultimately losing the series. What do you think went wrong in that game, and what are you looking to change moving forward as you're about to rematch them today?
Well, last game, Esperanca, I think we started pretty well because we were shooting a lot with Shue Monkey, but we transitioned to try to kill Shy a bit more, and that's why we kind of struggled at the end.
We see you now moving on with that 3-0. You'll be playing against Weibo, the rematch from day number 1. That went to a game 3. Are you excited for a longer series potentially tonight? It'll be the first to 3 wins this time around.
Yeah, we're kind of excited.
Agal, I wanted to ask you, you're rocking the Vertus Pro jersey. For anyone who's been around esports as long as I have, this is a legacy jersey. This is old school branding. And it was originally the guys on CS that won over a lot of the fans. What is it like to have their support now playing Overwatch?
Also, it's really special. Like, our organization is pretty, how can I say it, professional. Mm-hmm. And they care a lot about us. And especially, they try to make everything happen for us.
And with that comes a lot of expectations. Do you feel you'll be able to live up to those expectations and go back to the playoff bracket again?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so too, Jake. They're starting to find their form. Weibo's looking good, though. We mentioned Dive might be a problem. If Dive comes your way, you're the guy that gets them out of trouble, right, on Baptiste?
Yeah, pretty much.
And I think we're going to see that. We have a few more highlights to run through here, and we're going to let you rejoin the team. But just talk to us. Is this your first time in Riyadh? What has the trip been like for you?
It's my second time here.
Second time. Is it better this time around?
Yeah, it's not that hot.
As we take a look at some of the big moments, Vestola earned the MVP honors in the green room. Jake, walk me through some of these best plays we saw from Gala's team, Vertus Pro.
Yeah, I think, all gamers really walked into the trap, picking Circuit Royale against Vertus Pro. I think this was almost a wild pick in the series. I mean, they thought taking the Sojourn away would be enough, limiting Shockwave on one of his best heroes, but the rest of the team, everyone's so comfortable. Shockwave flexed pretty comfortably as well onto the Freya, and in the end, the Sigma Mirror is just too dangerous to take Vertus Pro.
We've also got potentially some clips as well of you, Gala, because I think your Kiriko, actually, you got a ton of picks on the Lee Jung. You were really opening things up. Shockwave played really well today as well. I think his Sojourns looked really strong this tournament. So, yeah, obviously, then we've got to talk about Jaewoo. Jaewoo has just been an absolute monster. I think you guys look so good with Jaewoo. And again, part of me is like, I wasn't sure what was happening with the Ice Storm situation, so I think AG was a safer pick. But I think I owe you guys an apology, because when you guys are playing with Smash in the lead, Jaewoo in the front, with that full Tracer coming through, an unbelievable performance. I mean, you guys look so strong.
Thank you.
Gala, your team manager's waiting for you to join them off camera. Before you go, anything you want to say to all the fans that'll be cheering on VP in your next match against Weibo?
Well, no one expects us to win, so I hope we will crush out them this time.
Keep the upsets rolling, my guy. Best of luck. That is Gala. Go show him some love on Twitter. We're going to a break. When we come back, we've got another match and some highlights coming from the Bravo stream.
This land is calling.
So focused. Oh, you're down one life. Oh, ow. Oh, continue to register. Yes. Oh. Thank God. Well, I could not get past the first round. That's really embarrassing. It's fun when you miss, but it doesn't register. Yeah. Oh, oh, you didn't work. Oh. Oh, I missed it. I missed it. Not hard enough. 126, I think. Not too bad. Okay. One. I know a little bit of Chinese. Okay. Do you know your Chinese numbers? Jiao, right? Jiao. Wow. Dude, I got them. My 7 years of Chinese are not unusable. I thought I was gonna say the colors. I got so scared. Yeah. Oh, oh, that was a big miss. One left. Oh, I'm just gonna play it slow. DR. I wonder what's better, skipping it or missing it? Yeah. That's falling off tempo.
Still on two. Down to one. Wow.
No.
Close.
Did I
Close
lose
one.
by 3?
Yeah. Wait.
126?
Yeah. Wait. I don't know. I got 120 something.
Close enough.
Hold on.
Someone won.
Yep.
It's the mid-season championship, and we are witnessing some upsets already as Johnny called Verus Pro gets the first dub. Over on our Bravo stream, though, we had a second match going down with the South Americans trying to pull off an upset of their own. Let's check in with some of the gameplay with what was going down there. CC, China's second best team. How are they looking in this tournament, Johnny?
Yeah, we're at a situation now where all the Chinese teams are performing quite well. Obviously, we're going to take a look at Rock here over on the A stream in just a moment, but Team CC taking down SoCorp 3-0. I think this was pretty expected, Avril. Again, you're looking at some of the players on Team CC. We saw them at Champions Clash, Pineapple, Kaneki. This is a powerful squad, the second best team in China. So SoCorp, a bit of an underdog in this one.
Yeah, it's a bit rough for SoCorp because they don't come in with as much experience. They just don't have as much to play in. CC, you know, they have a lot of veterans on this team. They have Overwatch League players galore. Their coach is super rich, who played on the Spark as well. So CC have a lot to be able to use in this series against a team like SoCorp, which just isn't going to be the matchup well enough.
With that win, CC is going to double up their prize pool. They're up to $20,000. SoCorp will be handed $10K on their way out of the tournament with their key now officially crushed. And I got to say, I love the hydraulic press. This thing is dangerous here in 2025. It is exploding those gold keys.
I mean, you can see the shards flying off a little bit there as well. You need a bit of a safety manager standing by. But another key crush. 2 teams eliminated now. AG and SoCorp are both gone. And that means CC will go up against GK now, which they didn't get to play yet. GK, though, they look incredibly good. Yes. They went to 5 maps versus Alcatia, which is a dangerous thought for CC to go up against.
GK will be playing here in about an hour and a half over on the Bravo stream if you want to check out that fight. For now, though, let's turn your attention to what's happening here on the Alpha stream, because in the STC arena, we have our next 2 teams ready to go. As you can see in our Jamil Motorsport arrival cam, Rock is ready. Can the Chinese get it done on the big stage today? They fell short of their goal yesterday.
Fuck it, there's a favorite of yours on this team, Dia. He's back. He's one of the longest standing players that we've had in Overwatch there from the overall season 2018 Shanghai Dragons.
I got a Dia jersey, baby.
Yeah, I mean, he's still rocking it. He is still here. He played in LA Valley in 2022, waited for the Chinese servers to come back on. Now he's on Rock, leading the squad with a couple of new players. You got Taejong, which is a bit of a new rookie, but really coming up large, and Belarus Ria. Well, he's a big Korean player that we already know.
All right, Johnny, catch me up. 2018, Deal was trying to solo carry. The rest of his team was getting punished, but he was still in the MVP running. Who's supporting him now, though, in 2025? It's been 7 years.
Well, I gotta shout out Taejong, actually, because he's turning 18 today. It's his birthday, and he is another big up-and-comer player, another journeyman who's played in Korea, EMEA, Korea, and now finds himself on a Chinese team as well. You've been in 4 regions and you're just turning 18. Really talented young player in Taejong, so that damage you will have to be lethal. I will say about Dia, though, we'll have to step it up a little bit. Dia was a bit cold yesterday.
Rock Esports ready to take the stage, and we caught him right before the game.
What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here, joined by Belus Ria from ROC. Belus Ria, I mean, we just had a small talk. You told me that this is your first ever international LAN event. So how does that feel? 자, 일단 방금 저희가 살짝 얘기를 했을 때 벨로스 리아 선수가 이번이 처음 국제전이다라고 말씀을 하셨는데 기분이 어떠신가요?
사실 처음 국제전이라 해서 엄청 떨렸는데 막상 와보니까 뭐 음식들도 맛있고 그냥 솔직히 여행 온다는 생각으로 좀 편하게 임하니까 게임도 생각보다 잘 되고 좀 좋더라고요.
I mean, to be honest, before coming in, I was a bit nervous, but after I got here, the food's great. I mean, the vibe is great. You know, I sort of take this as a sort of a mini vacation, and with that mindset, the games went pretty well. So yeah, I'm very very happy. All right, talking about games, you have a very important match coming up. You guys are going up against Varrel. How do you think that's going to be played out? 자, 다음 경기가 굉장히 중요하죠. 이제 이번에 지면 집에 가야 되기 때문에 바렐과의 경기 좀 어떻게 흘러갈 것 같으신가요?
사실 어제 경기를 지고 나서 저도 그렇고 선수들도 그렇고 너무 아쉽다. 솔직히 이렇게 질 게 아니었는데 해서 오늘 바렐은 솔직히 그냥 무난하게 밟고 올라가서 솔직히 저희 이제 머릿속은 오늘만 집까지 말고 내일 가자. 하루만 버티자. 그런 마인드로 임하고 있습니다.
All right, Verus says that after their loss yesterday, everyone was really bummed out because it wasn't supposed. They felt like they weren't supposed to lose. So his mindset right now is to not lose this one. If we have to lose, then we'll lose on the next match. So that is what Verus said about the match coming up. Verus, thank you so much for the interview. Best of luck. Fighting! Fighting!
That's China's second best squad. On the other side of it, we have Japan's top squad. Verrel Esports is looking to pull off some upsets today as they're rolling into the STC arena. For anyone who hasn't seen the lineup, Johnny, what should they know about the team from Japan?
Well, Top Dragon has been a one-man army. You're just seeing yesterday. They did perform really well, and I think this matchup is going to be really interesting. It's a matchup between China and Japan, and this is Japan's opportunity to take down a top squad from China.
It's a rare matchup. We don't usually get these types of matchups. Japan, they don't usually get to qualify to international events, so really important for Varrel. They went undefeated in Japan. They went up against Crazy Raccoon yesterday, really tough. This time around, Rock a lot more beatable. I think this one's actually going to be quite close.
I was talking to Jaws and Lemon Kiwi, and Jaws has been telling me Japan is on the come up. He's been saying it for a year. Could he be proven right tonight? That is the big question in the green room. A lot of excitement, though. You mentioned Top Dragon. He wasn't the only one, though. Slay was putting on a stellar performance in the loss yesterday. He is going to be a player for me to watch. But when it came time for the interview, KSG stole the mic.
What's up, everybody? I'm here joined by Payne from Verrel. Payne, let's talk about yesterday's match against Crazy Raccoons. It was a tough fight. Unfortunately, you guys didn't get to get the win. But was there anything that you learned from that loss? 자, 일단 어제 경기에서 살짝 얘기를 하자면 크레이지 라콘의 경기 쉽지만은 않았던 것 같아요. 하지만은 또 아무래도 좀 진 거에 대해서 지면서 좀 그 경기에서 배운 점이 있다면 뭐가 있을까요?
벤점 같은 경우에는 저희가 좀 압박을 넣어야 될 때 충분한 압박을 넣지 못했던 부분이 좀 아쉽고요. 그런 부분이 저한테는 많이 이제 도움이 됐다.
Okay. I think the biggest thing that we learned was at times where we had to put on a lot of pressure as a team, we weren't able to seize that moment, and I feel like that was a big part why we lost, and I think that's the biggest learning point for me as a player. All right, let's look forward. Next match, you guys are going up against Rock Esports. How do you think that match is going to be played out? 자, 다음 경기 이번에 지면은 집에 가게 됩니다. 굉장히 중요한 경기인데 ROC와의 경기 좀 어떻게 흘러갈 것 같으신가요?
지금 상황으로는 ROC의 대부분에 대한 어느 정도에 대한 정보는 다 들어있기 때문에 그거에 대해서 좀 커버를 하고 저희가 이길 수 있는 방향을 굉장히 찾고 있는 중이에요.
네, okay. Currently, right now, I think we do have a good read on the team. We did a lot of studying. We do have the info that we need. All we need to do is come up with a strategy to win that match. All right, Payne. Best of luck to you. Thank you so much for the interview. 자, 인터뷰 너무 감사드리고요. 화이팅 하시길 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Here's a look at your Verrel squad as they are ready to take the stage. The starting lineup, Nico, KQI, but we think Top Dragon might be on this stage.
It's going to be Top Dragon for sure. Top Dragon, Nico, the other stars.
All right, let's get some predictions here, Johnny. 20 seconds to the stage. Who you got winning this time in the first of three?
I got Rock Esports in this one. I'm betting on the veteranship from Overwatch League.
Yep, Dia, he's too good.
Dia?
Dia, Rock, they're going to take it. The veterancy is really strong.
I, too, am riding the Dia train. Ladies and gentlemen, your second match. Who's going home? Who stays alive? It's time to find out.
First match today saw VP coming in with adaptations, turning things around for this squad. You know, we see their star player back in the mix, picking up this Metra mantle alongside his Tracer duties, and it was a good look. Now they're just one game away from making playoffs.
Absolutely, that was a one-sided affair, but the next match has the potential to be a very close one. It's tough to predict, so let's not waste any time. Let's bring out our first team on the stage. First, we have storied players to have been staples of the Chinese Overwatch scene, and they're banding together once again in 2025. Please welcome Rock Esports.
And their opponents are so mechanically gifted, and today they really need to extend their regional dominance to an international stage. Please welcome Varrel. One key crushed, plenty more to go today, but which of the teams will lose theirs? Let's find out.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Rock Esports versus Varrel. Varrel, the only Japanese team to make it here in the mid-season championships at EWC. And Pucket's right, I have been hyping this team up behind stage. And look, I do think Japan is a region, they are on the come up, and Varrel have a good chance here to make a statement.
Yeah, Varrel, the only Japanese representative. They have won both their stages, but they have not seen international competition in years. You're going to recognize a lot of these names from Team Japan from the Overwatch World Cup, but you didn't get to really see their true potential when they went up, I think, against Korea and the United States. But they import some top talent, top dragon. What's so funny is they're a big fan of how tall he is compared to the rest of the team.
He is pretty tall. Not as tall as Lip, but yeah, pretty tall guy. I was actually speaking to the Japanese casters this morning, seeing how they felt about the game, and yeah, of course, you'd expect them to be behind Varrel, and they're very excited actually to have Top Dragon on the squad. This is their chance. Rock Esports, though, and like was pointed out by Zoe, there's a lot of legends here from the Chinese scene. I mean, we have Dia back on the menu.
Yeah, Dia, he's the GOAT. The desk said longest standing player in Overwatch. Spotty appearances though, but taking a bit of a break at some points, going to other games, expanding his skill set, but ultimately returning to his first love, his best game, and it's Overwatch. And alongside Taejong, they've been a deadly duo, but tough match that they were not expecting to lose yesterday, as you heard from Verus Pro.
Yeah, I mean, look, this every group's looking a little difficult. Rock, of course, with names like Dia, Taejong, Belisria, Lengsa, Chamomile, formerly Molly. A lot of Overwatch League experience there as well, Levin.
Yeah, birthday buff too for Taejong. I'm not going to get the crowd going. But hey, Lep got his birthday buff, won a little bit, at least the first match. We'll see if that translates for Taejong. And Belisria, he's been amazing on the ball. Overall, a huge carry for this team. You heard in the interview, he was nervous, but was ultimately able to relax, treat this as a vacation. But now it's time to go to work. And Japan, you cannot underestimate them. They had a perfect stage 2, not dropping a single map. So there's not a lot of tape on what maps Varrel like to go to.
Yeah, they actually won against Reject, who has a couple of epic names on it, actually. Edison being one of them, Kalios as well, and a lot of other famous Japanese players that have been around the scene, been on the Japanese World Cup teams as well. Like, Varrel aren't to be messed with, but their true strength may be a little bit unknown. Of course, if you're going against teams like Falcons, Crazy Raccoons, you're expecting to come out, unfortunately, with a loss in those series. But here is where you got to stick it to them and show that Japan really has the muster, the gumption to take it on an international stage.
And Varrel have said, and the Japanese talent agreed, this is the strongest team in Japanese history. You bring these imports in, you're hoping to bolster them enough to try and get out of the group. This is an elimination game, so they have to bring their A game.
Lijiang Tower, the first map. Rock going with the ban at the BAP. No Cassidy available either as Varrel banned that one out.
Yeah, Rock is the higher seed. Usually pick Ilios, that's not going to be in the pool. Busan as well, but they went against Crazy Raccoon and Lijiang Tower. They went all the way to round 3, so this is a strong control map for them.
4, 3. Gates open. Elimination match. Varrel and Rock on their last lifeline. A lot of keys are going to get crushed today. Another one after this series. Slay on the Alari. I am loving this. A tough map to actually play Alari on. A few nice little pylon spots that can heal the team, especially if you kind of stick it to the roof, but very much a slow comp. Basically, allowing Top Dragon to play as a solo operator is going to be where their success lies. He was a one-man army, and I'm glad Avril pointed out on the desk. The guy just dominates when he has his way.
We're looking to see where Top Dragon's going to end up, trying to circle around, take that server control, so we could see the Alari pylons get set up and have a more stationary base, but also ROC Esports can move around because of the Simretcher teleport, taking that coast side.
Lucio, Curie, and they're not going fast. That was a very easy fight win there for Varrel. You're against the Alari. If you just run at her, she's only got one outburst. She's not going to be able to survive too long. Power force and throw in a Suzu, but if you're rocked right now, you need to go.
They should. They're trying to take that server control, and Dia, front position, big first pick.
Yeah, easy kill for Dia there. Slay used the outburst, caught in the Ravenous Vortex. They do trade though, Top Dragon again. Oh, there's the pylon down, and they've swapped sides here, but Cloud's chilling. He's got the swift step, and good luck actually pinning down the Kiriko. That was a nice 1080p shot of the water bottle there.
Yeah, you kill a support, and ROC Esports were up in the fight, but just couldn't keep the rally going. Verrel are halfway to the cap. They'll have Kitsune rush, but Chamomile has the advantage.
Yeah, Bellisria and KSG using that Nemesis form. Kitsune rush on the point for Chamomile, and Varrel disengage entirely. Cloud making the call potentially here that, well, we could just re-engage ASAP. I've got my rush in about 3% or so, and there it is. Through server onto the point. Bellisria trying to hold down the front lines, but Nico in the sidelines. 16 HP remains, but Taejong hot on his heels. Nico tried to updraft, but couldn't escape the wrath of those pulse pistols. Dia now dueling out with Top Dragon on this high ground, but Varrel haven't given up the point just yet. Slay lands a nice shot onto Taejong and a missed pulse bomb. This means Taejong has to back up, but still manages to get the kill onto Slay, as Varrel gets 79%.
Yeah, the Kitsune rush wasn't even enough to flip the point. Verrel had such a good disengage, and now they've built up some ultimates to re-engage with. Slay's been getting picked. It's been not enough of an impact to really swing things decisively in ROC Esports' favor. Barrier advantage plus annihilation. That's really what's going to set Bellisria apart.
Captive Sun available for Varrel. Could be cleansed with the Suzu. Bellisria going super low though. They're going to have to back up. Annihilation popped as soon as Dia tried to step up and get an angle with that overclock. Sound barrier comes in, but KSG is going to be able to survive this. Captive Sun on the point, connects with Bellisria, and he just explodes. A million pieces scattered across Lijiang Tower as Varrel dominate ROC on the point, get the cap.
That barrier from Langston was so late. Dia is getting walked on by KSG with Annihilation. You needed to try and match the tempo of Verrel, and that costed the fight. You didn't even have the Annihilation out of Bellisria, and Verrel about to win the first round.
Holding towards these doors now as well, and Top Dragon, the solo operator with the pulse bomb. Nemesis form already pushed by Bellisria. He's going to have to Nemesis form, and then Annihilation way away from the point. KSG, though, does get booped into the team as they use the rush to gain the space required. 99% for Varrel, but this fight is done.
Kitsune Rush saves ROC Esports, buys them a few more fights, but they... Okay! Taejong got owned.
Yeah. They tried to swing the corner there and try and tag Top Dragon, but Nico was kind of waiting in the shadows. Has got the bolus shot too. Waiting outside the server room right now as Varrel go for the flip, as the entirety of ROC Esports turn tail and kill Top Dragon. SCT overtime now as Nico makes a heroic play onto Mini. Kills Dia, and now KSG can have his way with the backline. A rush on the point is too much for ROC to stand up against. Bellisria ends up falling. And without point control, you can't go for the dub, but ROC Esports, they've only got one member alive to really go for the touch. Lengtser, I'm not sure he's even going to be able to get there before he's going to get killed off. He's going to attempt to get in, but no, it's Taejong with a pulse bomb in his back pocket that gets the OT.
No touch. Oh, that's unfortunate. KSG, big tank gap in his favor, and you had Nico, big critical picks on those 2 DPS. Very crazy flips back and forth. The team's prioritizing winning the war, not just the fight, letting the objective slip by because it's about positioning on server and on the perimeter. You don't want to be caught out in the open. Just better coordination from the orange side. You saw that kind of slip away from blue side.
Longest range pulse pistol shots there from Taejong. Yeah, that was a big mistake that you highlighted perfectly. Lemon was Lankster with the late sound barrier. Dia was trying to wide swing around the center of the point with the overclock to look down that corridor, but got caught out by the Annihilation, by that Vortex. Gonna go to Night Market now as our second round, and Bellis Rhea, we know he's a tank player, a ball player specifically when he played back in the Overwatch League, but on the Winston now.
Yeah, being able to hold the space a lot better, but the mines, I think, are just better for this point. But now you just die with Taejong, and it's good synergy.
Well, they're chasing Top Dragon. My guy is out of there. Bellis Rhea is getting absolutely rolled by the Tracer.
Primal could get value, also getting environmentals. You can't deny what Bellis Rhea can do with that. And
yeesh.
No Cassidy, too, to try and deny.
Yeah, that's a
that
quick
Winston.
kill. On to Slay. Again, very tough. Very immobile is the Alari. KSG has to back out of there. They don't even get the cap, unfortunately. It was just too quick of an engage from Rock, but Top Dragon solo operating in the back line. Gets taken care of by Taejong, but it took 3 people to do it.
Yeah, it's so chaotic, but Brocker so much better at getting organized, but dropping Chamomile is very bad.
Cloud is looking clean with it on the Kiriko. Jumps into the point, uses that second swift step to get out of there. They do end up capping, but it's not a clean one, as Varrel still have positioning outside of the choke.
Cloud is missing, so Rock will be able to keep the cap after all, even despite losing Chamomile and a lot of the healing as a result. I wonder if Nico's going to want to swap to the Sojourn, but clearly the threat hasn't been generated enough from Bellis Rhea.
Slay is actually inside choke right now. It's a very dangerous place to be all on his lonesome, and yeah, Cloud ends up going down, just squished by Bellis Rhea. And Anton to a boot. A couple of take-aim shots. I think this fight is done and dusted. I mean, Top Dragon doesn't have a recall, but oh, neither does Taejong.
Still, Rock Esports should be able to keep control here, and you're coming up with some ults. Kitsune rush to overwhelm KSG.
Okay, now the kills are gonna come a-flowing. KSG ends up going down, rush forced on the points, and Rock continue to hold.
This is tough. Varrel have not been able to force the flip. They think they have the space, but then Rock re-engage with the Kitsune rush, and they still have Barrier and Primal. This is going to extend Rock to probably a 99% overtime, unless Varrel get a clean wipe.
Bellis Rhea can play so aggro now with that Primal Rage. Actually just jumps into the Spore. Captive Sun being used as well as he boops Nico through the high ground. That high ground window. Okay, sound barrier. That's a big Captive Sun connection though. Detonations, a couple, but not enough to actually secure any kills as Nico falls. They just trade though, and with the rush advantage, it's going to put them in good stead on the point. They've got Annihilation and Pulse Bomb as well to hold on if they need to, but they eventually get the flip. Can they actually get these stagger kills though?
All the sustain from Rock was awesome. The Sound Bear to counter the Captive Sun, the Primal to recontest and get Rock Esports still in control, but Verrel are going to pop the Annihilation.
Yep. Dia is in. I mean, has he got a plan of escape? He used that second dash to get away, now healed up by the Lucio, but that was an extremely early Suzu from Chamomile at the very start of the fight, and KSG saw that, just ran at them with Nemesis form.
Slay has been so key for Verrel to get a lot of these picks, acting as that third DPS. I mean, you're not going to be able to sit up with the pylons, but you're doing your best to add on to the equation of Top Dragon and Nico. A big reason Verrel were even able to flip in the first place after all the sustain that came out with the barrier from Lanksa.
Oh, Pulse Bomb going a little bit wide. All good though. A lot of poke damage on the side of Varrel, but because these rushes are desynced, Rock now has that advantage. They can just push in with it. There's no defensive ult from Varrel either because they're running the Alari. Half railgun shot there from Dia, but gets instantly vortexed, but manages to just slide out rather easily. Now the rush on point, they've completely flipped this on its head.
KSG were good at guarding the door to try and stop everyone from following up with Bellis Rhea. It took the Kitsune rush to go and regroup with Rock Esports. The point is in favor of Rock, though.
Yeah, good cleanse there onto Dia, saves his life from the Ravenous Vortex. Taejong goes down to Cloud as OT approaches for Rock. KSG is looking a little bit worse for wear now as Slay heals him up using that right click close to the Captive Sun, and same it could be said for that rush. That's a whole lot of ults on the point. Oh, Benesria blocks the Captive Sun though with the bubble. Primal Rage available too, but he's so low on the point. But I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think he even needs it. KSG and the rest of Varrel running out of steam here on Night Market. A Primal Rage, a wave of hello and a goodbye to Slay as Belisria picks up the final kill in that round as they tie control.
Important engages coming out of Belisria. You force Nico to get off the DPS into the Sojourn, from the Freya to the Sojourn. You just saw how he was constantly squishing, and you can't underestimate how Taejong was running around. Important though to mention Taejong, he had an important triple kill in that final fight to swing things back in favor of Rock Esports and a round 3 as a result.
All right, it got one there, but instantly cleansed. Nice bubble. If that lands on the Winston there, you're forced to pop Primal a little bit earlier than you'd want.
So Night Market up next, and not a Hammond swap from Belisria, just really needing that staying power of the bubble, plus the Primal to stall if you have control. We're gonna have the Tracer Mirror, but Nico is back on the Freya. We'll see if they'll swap to the Sojourn. All depends on the lethality created by Belisria.
Good positioning though from Rock already. They've taken the center pylon, forced the recall from Top Dragon, who's currently playing in White Room. Taejong deciding whether he wants to give chase. Yeah, Top Dragon, he can't really peek his little head into this fight.
First cap case, she's around the corner. Will climb in to try and deny. He's hoping to burst down with the shotguns into the Winston, but he's gonna have to block.
Yeah, there's the point cap as well. KSG couldn't get there in time to cause a contest. Forces the Suzu from the Kiriko, but KSG's just completely out of position as Lengsa descends on it.
The focus fire from Rock Esports is too good. KSG bowed out of that 1v1. Rock Esports had better synergy, and they're farming up all these kills. It's going to be an ult advantage for Rock.
I hate to say it, but I think the Alari is a little bit of a throw here from Varrel. You've got to go a little bit quicker with the Lucio. It's a lot of upfront damage, and it's great when you have the point, but actually pushing into a team with the Alari, you're hoping you can get a headshot, Top Dragon can finish off somebody, or maybe Nico can, but it's very, very hard if you're a Slay right now. A lot is resting on your shoulders to guarantee some headshots onto someone like Dia.
Yeah, Slay and Nico just need a stable position. They need to help KSG in this tank war, but he's bubbled off from the rest of the team.
Pulse bomb available from Taejong as well. Look at KSG's health bar just melt. No spike guard remains. He jumps through the window, sniped and dunked into the water beneath. Although Varrel still think they can win this fight. They've used the rush on the point, but a lot of that bubble health is just there for them to shoot. That's it. Belisria was hiding and protecting the rest of his team. An overclock pulled here by Dia. Not too many people to shoot at, but yeah, no, Cloud gives him the one at least.
Yeah, investing those ults 4v5. Sometimes you got to take those risks when you have the opportunities, but Rock Esports counter with a barrier, and that's all she wrote. Slay didn't have the Captive Sun to try and shave down those shields, so Verrel are going to be behind in this, 25% away for Rock to get this first map under the belt, and they have a Kitsune rush.
Nico's on a decent angle, and Taejong is actually getting chased by Top Dragon right now. Takes the mini, doesn't get the mega health back though. Ooh, nice shot from Dia. Engine still running here from Rock, Captive Sun. Dia isolated now thanks to the wall. This Primal Rage is looking dirty though from Belisria. Just completely isolating KSG. He's trying to run, but he can't hide. Belisria takes them out with ease, and KSG didn't even get to use the downpour. It is 99% Varrel in control, but their health bars are waning. Top Dragon kills Taejong, sure, but how long can they contest this point?
Belisria is tank gapping KSG. Overtime's about to dwindle away, and Verrel has to touch. KSG is there, and he has the ult. The Reaper by his side. They have to pull through.
Dia does end up going down to Top Dragon, but it's a 1-for-1 trade, and Nico's already used the shift. They tear it down. Oh, it connects with a couple, but the follow-up damage is required. Belisria still a menace on the point. Ain't no monkeying around for him, as Varrel are just decimated on this. They can't do anything quicker. Belisria just molding them like clay in his hands as Rock take map 1.
on their map pick as well. The Nico Reaper, I think, came out too late. I would have liked to seen that earlier. An answer to blow up this Winston, who Bellosuria was so good at bubbling off KSG, made it so he couldn't get any heals, had to block all the time, and never really had the edge against Bellosuria. And yeah, the Winston never got moved off his perch. Rock Esports then could rely on Bellosuria to take point, and the rest of the DPS to circle around Varrel, who just kept committing ults in situations in 4v5s, but the risk never paid off. And then the following fights, they didn't have the ults, so Varrel risked it for the biscuit and came out dry.
Control, historically, is a very quick map, and yeah, the Alari is just not hitting right now for Slay. Like you mentioned before, a lot of the Japanese scene saying like, hey, the strongest team we've ever put together for an international competition here. So they want them to do well. And Garpo agrees. One of the Japanese casters was saying like, hey, truly believe that Varrel has what it takes, but we'll see what kind of map they go to. Definitely going to be a slower one if they want to stick with the same thing.
Yeah. They chose Circuit Royale against Crazy Raccoon when they did drop that, and hard to know where their map selections are going to be when they went, like I said, Varrel went 9-0 in groups, didn't drop a map in playoffs. So Circuit would be the choice, I guess, but gotta try and force map 3 or it's over for Japan.
Yeah, first to 3, of course, so there's a couple of chances. It's good to see Dia back on stage as well. Very historied player. And Kamamao, the classic, like, okay, every single year, one of the Chinese superstars is going to change their name. Shout out Farway, shout out Mew, Xerneas, Yveltal, etc. Molly keeping that tradition alive. It's good to see a lot of the Japanese fans in the audience as well, coming out in droves to support Varrel.
I think Circuit would be great to try and force a mirror brawl and get Bellosuria off. Hazard, Winston, Hammond, not as good on Circuit, so. But maybe Varrel not so happy with their showing when they lost 1-3 against Crazy Raccoon on that map, but brawl has to be the choice. Try and get KSG ahead in the tank duel.
Very high elim game, 107 elims for Rock versus the 63 on the side of Varrel. Doing a lot more damage is Varrel here, just because their composition, like the poke, is a lot stronger for them. Yeah, I think Circuit Royale might be the place to go. We'll find out in just a moment, but what do you ban here if you go to Circuit?
If you're Rock, I mean, it depends on if you feel stronger on the Orisa versus the Ram, where I think for Rock, they care more about kind of deciding the DPS duel, where usually they want to get rid of Sim. They are not as good on the Symmetra, at least not as confident on the Symmetra, although Taejong has brought it out if needed. But they've opted for the Taejong Venture in those mirrors if they need to. But Bellosuria can play both Ram and Venture, or Ram and Orisa, so I think it's going to be about trying to make the DPS uncomfortable.
It's hard to make Top Dragon uncomfortable, though, to be fair. Banning Tracer is going to hinder you a little bit too. And if you're going to a map like not Lijiang, sorry, Circuit Royale, probably don't want to ban that anyway.
A lot of Varrel's bans come around maybe trying to deny the Symmetra if they're worried about the mirror, but it's a lot about designing the backlines, getting rid of Alaris, getting rid of Lucios, getting rid of Kirikos, so trying to force up the matchup that they want. Where Slay, I think, had his impact on the second round playing the Alari, but there was never a point where they could have a stable area to stay in with the pylons, get picks. Nico had to constantly also swap to different DPS. I like the Reaper at the end, but too little too late to try and blow up that Winston. But Varrel should try to bring us to a map where we won't see that Winston.
Circuit, I mean, you don't ideally want to go to a flashpoint if you just want to play slow. Both teams still making sure they got their picks locked in. Same with the bans. There is the map pool, of course. Midtown might not be too bad either. Looks like it is going to be Circuit Royale, in fact. So we're going to an escort. A team favorite at this point in time, and Varrel bans Lucio. Okay, yeah, this makes a whole lot of sense. Rock going with the Orisa ban second.
Trying to force the Ram mirror, then you're going to have the Junos in play. All depends on what the second flex DPS is going to be. Are we thinking a BAP? It could be the Alari from Slay. We've seen that from other teams. We've seen it from them. But it's also the Tracer matchup, and not just, okay, who's mechanically better, but the choices of whether you want to give your tank the edge and just play your Tracer from front to back, deal with the tanks and everyone after. There's not a lot of flank routes on Circuit Royale, so I'm looking towards Taejong and Top Dragon to really help out Belosri and KSG.
Ban Lucio once in the series, of course, as well. So if you do end up taking this one, maybe a faster map for Rock, I think it would be a big thorn in the side for Varrel going to a flashpoint. We're loading on in now. A couple of signs for the casters there. Shout out the Japanese ones over in Japan, broadcasting from there.
I love their cast. They have the Japanese players also do poses at the end of kind of fighting, but they're equivalent of that. It's just so much fun. So many good personalities on the side of Verrel. I'm a big fan of KSG, especially how polite and professional he is and the poses he pops at the end.
All right, it's going to be Rock starting on the offense. So we get to see what Varrel want to do on defense as the players are loading in now. Just having a small little DM before. Wouldn't mind seeing the Sigma either come through. Obviously, we saw that in our first series today. Verus Pro kind of a master on that map, showing a masterclass on the Sig and long-range hit scan.
DPS not being touched in the bans, so Symmetra's on the table, all the hit scans available. So we've seen the Freyas and the Sojourns, mostly the Freyas. You only swapped the Sojourn, at least in this series, when the Belos Rhea became a huge factor. So it'll be up to Nico and Dia to face off against each other.
Let's load on in then. Map number 2, Varrel and Rock. Right now, Rock leading the series after that 2-1 affair on Lijiang Tower. First to 3 here in this lower bracket run. And the loser gets their key crushed, and their journey will end today. Varrel on the defense, Slay stick on the Alari, Cloud on the BAP as they have Top Dragon, Mei.
Yeah, it's a risk for the Mei. You're trying to find that Mei wall behind the tank in just that window where they're going to be out of block, out of shield, out of cooldowns, and try and punish that Slay on the Alari. If he can settle in, he can frag out as well. Dia with the Mercy Pocket looking for a pick on opposite jumper, but even just cracking armor is important. Not going to get anything.
Up straight to the Freya, though. Okay, Dia versus Nico on the Freya battle.
Lanksa too on the Alari. You don't see that too often, and with Lucio ban, he's got to do something, and no Juno. So this is going to be a poke war, no speed available from either side. Verrel kind of playing scared around the corner, not putting a lot of poke into Rock.
I do worry for Rock, though. They haven't got this Mei. They've got a lot of upfront damage with Taejong on the Soj. Something that historically Taejong has been very crispy on.
Good pressure into the Mei, so you're not being close enough to find these Mei walls. And Top Dragon's kind of separated away, and Taejong is going to be careful with how he approaches.
Yeah, Belos Rhea has to err on the side of caution in a lot of these pushes around this corner. Although Top Dragon's been forced out, and that's going to be the big problem for the Mei. He's kind of holding off onto the side, actually a defensive ball just for himself, but ends up going down. A right click from Taejong. Through the choke, kills the Mei, and now KSG is in trouble.
Yeah, just a double hit scan from Rock is overwhelming KSG. Doesn't let Verrel hold their space and have a setup for the Mei. So Top Dragon 30% away from the Blizzard, but this should be a cap for Rock.
Yeah, Belos Rhea is getting owned right now by Nico. That's a early Polish shot. Dia is not too far behind, about 80%. Ooh, does land one shot onto Chamomile, but it's all good. 2 and a bit meters to go, and this window is going to be a big thorn in the side. A Polish shot from around the corner, and Nico gets shot with a dart through the window. Easy as you like. A Captive Sun onto Chamomile, and the lamp deployed means no initial kill, but Cloud with the follow-up is going to be good for it.
I can't believe Verrel's still able to anchor, but wait, adaptive Captive Sun.
Captive Sun onto Cloud. Oh, he goes down before the detonation even comes through. Lanksa chasing after Slay. Supportal combat for Rock now as both of them take down their opposition. Lanksa finds the kill onto KSG, and that's a cap on first.
Verrel anchored for a lot longer than I expected. KSG looked the window of Chamomile in the face, but such good block management, and then Cloud was able to counter window so they could zone off Rock Esports, and then it came down to the Blizzard that bought some time for Verrel, but ultimately the double hit scan, so much lethality coming out of this duo from Rock Esports. Some time being taken away from the Verrel side, now needing a point to stabilize. Annihilation is what we're looking forward to. Veloceria slightly ahead of KSG in that battle.
At least they get to hold here. There was no crazy stagger kills on the side of Rock. Taejong uses this overclock. He's got a good angle, actually, on the players afflicted with that Ravenous Vortex. Can't quite find too much, though. Only a little damage on the tank at the front line. Slay with an overpeak, but doesn't end up going down to the Sojourn.
I mean, Rock Esports are getting so much free progress just on point A. KSG's going to play this corner, but he is kind of zoning himself off. He's going to pop the Annihilation.
Yeah, but Bellatrix is holding on to his, so if they can survive this and back off, that's -1 ult now for Varrel.
Yeah, good disengage from Rock, and now they can just counter with their own Annihilation, but Slay has Captive Sun. Watch out for this backline.
Top Dragon. Oh, Captive Sun from Slay. Is a Ravenous Vortex. They were trying to like combo with that one. Doesn't end up tagging Bellatrix, but Lamp thrown in from downtown. Gets destroyed. But he's chilling. Bellatrix is more than okay down here. He has the emergency button as well, but he doesn't end up pushing it. Cloud, though, ends up getting scored by Dia. It's all good. Dia was 1 HP on the points. Surprised Bellatrix didn't go for the Annihilation to survive in that corner and then push out, but thought better of it.
Yeah, I mean, Verrel won that by the skin of their teeth, and Rock were good at playing hide and seek against Slay, but this really has been a macro chess match of trying to leave the fight when ults are popped and re-engaging with your own. Speaking of that, Verrel gonna have the bolo shot from Nico. See if they can land this. Camomile's gonna find a window, would like to get around this corner so he can get better vision.
Yeah, nice window placement though as well. Wall not so great there from Top Dragon. There's still a nice little angle for the team to shoot through. Captive Sun now into the corner. Oh, and that's a big one! That lamp just needs to be destroyed, and Lengsa! The Captive Sun! My goodness! Varrel did not stand a chance.
Generational Chinese talent, known for his Lucio, but here he's a killer. A big, big Captive Sun when everyone was herded into a corner. Also the Annihilation getting everyone low enough so you can get to those breakpoints. Big push out of Rock Esports. Now they're setting up towards Pool, and that power position going in their favor, and Taejong trying to get the picks, but at the last second, connects on the Nico.
Nico too high in the sky there. Wings clipped as Taejong snipes him out. Aggressive push. Oh, Taejong, wrong side of the wall, buddy. Yep, Lamb not quick enough there, unfortunately, from Chamomile. I've got another wall in this. Payload is it's schmoving right now as Dia finds a nice flank kill onto Slay. It's all falling apart right now for Varrel. Dia in the 1v1 versus Nico. Lengths is there with the clutch kill, keeping Dia alive and the payload moving. 2 minutes and 20 seconds remains.
Dia has not missed a beat. An important 1v1 for him to win while the rest of the 4v4 was happening at Pool, and Rock Esports have won battles on both fronts, and now they have to try and get into the back of the base of Verrel.
That is an insane position for Taejong to be in. Yeah, it slides away. Oh, does end up actually connecting with the Sojourn, but there's no one there to do the damage. He's just been slowed down. Oh, eventually they find him. Okay. That Sunstruck, yeah, that Sunstruck lasts quite a while from the Alari, but they've still got high ground here.
Yeah, Rock can just buy some time here and just poke and prod until Taejong gets back and play off the window. They want to get behind Verrel, and KSG's trying to deny.
Annihilation from both Rams too. They can stare longingly at each other in this small choke point. Looks like Varrel want to make the first move. Rock's out of there though. And you don't end up saving Lengsa, however. Perfectly placed Blizzard by Top Dragon, nets them 2 kills.
Yeah, the Immortality was only going to last so long. An important freeze to get onto Belos-3. It's sometimes tough to get Blizzard value, but when you have no speed options like a Lucio or Juno, Belos-3 got caught. And now Verrel get to defend. It was important for them to regain control of this because this time bank was going to starting to look outrageous for Rock, but only 1 minute left and a window. Captive Sun, Annihilation. Verrel, though, they have the edge, the advantage of space, but they are pretty extended.
Trying to force Top Dragon to use this block, but Top Dragon's got too much support. Even a wall behind Bellisria right now. And a lamp as well to aid his efforts in taking this high ground. There's the block forced onto Top Dragon. And the annihilation as well. This should clear out high ground. Bellisria is kind of alone though, and in fact, no one was actually there to follow up. A captive Sun though from Lengtser up onto the high ground, clears Cloud out as overtime approaches.
Yeah, you have to leave. Cloud is dead. You have to respawn advantage. Verrel needs to play off of that. They're getting chased by Bellisria. He's so
low.
Yeah, he can't keep going.
He's got the lamp. But he's still, Top Dragon, they're just going to dominate him here. This is an overextension of the century there from Bellisria. Maybe expecting more help. It's 7 seconds to go. And look at the Varrel's ults. They can hold this choke. There's just no shot. Anybody touches now. Lengtser goes down and, Bellisria. Bit of a little bit more he could chew in that small room against a Mei Ram.
He got healing at the last second, but got messed up by the Mei wall, and that got a lot of value against Bellisria. Froze him on the last Blizzard, walled him off in that engagement. Still getting almost to the end of point C. Can be good enough for the Bellisria squad, but man, this Alari matchup has been fun. Lengtser showing Slay how it's done.
That was everybody Alari's dream there, having everybody in that small corner. That lamp getting destroyed by that first detonation, and then it's just a cascade of explosions after that. Very awkward spot, mind you, that payload has stopped him. It'll be quite tough to defend. You can kind of hug that small corner. There's you can kind of break LOS from everybody that's shooting down choke, but you still just have to put your round there and hope and pray. We'll see if Varrel can make it all the way there. Looks like Rock are happy with the comp that they're running. They're not making any changes.
Yeah, the double hit scan was ruining KSG for the longest time, and where is he? Where is SSG?
Oh my god, he's on the B stream. He can't even fight back. That's messed up.
We'll show him that afterwards, don't worry.
Well, Verrel gonna maybe operate around the Mei once again, and this is a nice tight lane where you can try to get those isolations, but the issue has been just the cracked out DPS. The amount of damage that comes out of Rock. You have more utility with the Mei, but overall, Taejong and Dia gave the edge to Bellisria.
Slowly but surely now, Varrel make their approach.
Trying to get on top of this bridge as Bellisria keeps around the corner, plays around the pylons, but wait a minute, a pick on the Taejong?
Yeah, I mean, these picks can come through so quickly as well from the Mei. Taejong's aim, or Top Dragon's aim, sorry, on the right click is nasty. And now you're in such a good spot as well. The poke damage here in that small corner is the only thing Bellisria has to kind of rely on now to reset cooldowns.
One more fight for the point cap, and that went by so fast that you're not able to generate any ults just off of that one kill, of course. So Rock gonna have to poke and prod away and be careful of Top Dragon.
Yeah, one more pick will do it. Cloud kind of inching ahead of Chamomile as well in terms of ult charge. This window swing is going to be rather deadly. Bellisria, Bob Nemesis form as that wall comes up, puts his arms up and takes negative damage. So he's going to be good for the time being, just waiting for this initial pick. There's a personal pylon there for Diaz, getting all the healing in the world and then some. A small, what is it? What is Taejong? Wait, Taejong just slid into the Mega Health Pack, and that's an easy kill for Top Dragon. He's gone down again.
You just window here, and then you win the point if you're Verrel.
I mean, you're done. Cloud ends up getting tagged, though, by the bonus shot from Bellisria. I mean, look at this as well. A Blizzard on the point. Dia kills Cloud, sure, but can they actually finish this fight? The point's already capped, sadly, so a quick hint. Taejong's positioning there, getting caught out again by Varrel.
Good picks from Rock, but losing your tank and then getting blizzarded by Top Dragon did not help. But the silver lining for Rock is you got a lot more ultimates than you expected out of Verrel. So now they have to build momentum. Slay's going to have to do a Lengtser impression, try to herd Rock Esports into the left corner, get a lot of value out of this adaptive Sun. Or captive Sun.
It is rather captivating.
Yeah, it is.
Go on, Slay. Get us a clip. He's looking for it too, looking for people to group up. Window's going to get deployed though. KSG's in an odd spot.
can still kind of LOS the window, so chilling for the time being, but good disengage by Varrel. KSG though, okay, thinking he was under a lot more pressure than he actually was, pops the Annihilation for about half a second. Captive's on in the back line. Oh, history repeats itself, but this time, Slay is right in the book. A double kill for the Alari. Chamomile shuts him down, but that's point 2.
And KSG zoned off Chamomile, so he couldn't even heal and have any chance, even with the respawn advantage. This is a swift cap. You have 5 minutes for Verrel. The box of victory at the second corner. And you have a Blizzard coming up. If Verrel can try to draw the fight onto the low ground, that would get a lot of value. There's no speed, of course, from Rock. Chamomile has to keep this immortality. If that Blizzard comes out, Verrel can win off of that.
They don't want to overstay their welcome at all. Especially not against this overclock. Oh, sticky spot to be in there if you're Slay. Should have the outburst though. Yeah, hop, skip and a jump upward to the high ground. Cloud overstaying his welcome, forced to deploy the Lamb. KSG's there for the backup as now Taejong tries to wide swing and snipe Slay. That Vortex doing a lot of mean work on the sides, but it's actually Nico that falls first to Bellisri is punching.
Yeah, Verrel were not sure on the extensions of Rock, and they're still trying to draw everyone from Rock into the range of this Blizzard, but here's a window.
Slay's got to run. Slay's dead, yeah. Very aggressive push there by Bellisri. They got this high ground control, which is rather nice. That window is going to force the positioning of Bellisri all the way back. And the slam could be hard to deploy, hard to shoot us out as well, as Dia takes to the skies and had to deal with that lamp, and also Nico. There wasn't to be a good fight win here from Varrel, and they're going to push this cart around the corner, and the final stretch now approaches.
These deaths came in so late for Rock. They needed to regroup, and they're all staggering. They got to touch quickly, and I don't know if all 5 will be alive.
Captive's unavailable from Lengthen now, but Cloud is trying to take the high ground, push his team forward. Couple of meters remain as Rock do go for the contest. But this high ground control cannot be understated as Lengthen pops the pylon up, but everybody is above him right now. Oh, it's surprise Nico from around the corner. No more Captive Sun for Rock. Cloud on the height kills Chamomile, and Nico does the rest of the work. Varrel, home stretch. Only Bellisri to deal with, and peekaboo. Onto the backline, Lengthen no chance to use the ult, and Varrel will tie up the series.
Because Rock goofed the fight before, they had to play the fight on the payload, which allowed Verrel to get on the high ground, get behind, access the supports, kill the Alari, and then the rest was history. Better understanding, a very good map choice out of Verrel to force the brawl.
Beautiful stuff there from Varrel, forcing mistakes and taking extremely good positioning on that high ground. We knew this was going to be a close game, and this is exactly how I wanted it to go. One apiece right now as we jump into a quick break. Map number 3 up next.
And a big talking point coming into the mid-season championships was how the gap between regions is closing. And I feel that way. I really do. Verus Pro in that last series, a 3-0. Varrel going to another map here, map number 3 against Rock. Everybody bringing their A game right now. A really good showing on Circuit Royale. We're going to load into Esperanza as our next map, chosen by Rock.
Yeah, Rock really liked the dive maps when they went, not that this is that, but just to kind of summarize this series, they won Lijiang Tower 2-1, which is the Winston from Belarus being the big difference maker. Verrel not coming up with an answer, but they did so with their map choice, going to Circuit. I'd be a little worried though if I'm Rock, because Circuit was their most played map, most successful one, and they just got beaten in the mirror in their own game, at their own game. So Rock Esports will pick the Esperanza, wondering now if we could have the Belarus Hammond or Winston become a threat. And even if you ban one of those heroes, if you're Verrel, the other one is still an option. I believe Winston was already taken out before, but...
Oh, Varrel are going to ban the Winston.
Okay, there it is.
But the funny thing is, Rock are going to ban the Alari. They had enough of that.
Yeah, this was so annoying. So then you could easily Lucio Kiri, or if the no Winston, but so you're not going to pop the Ana for the Hammond. You want something stable in the back. Going to be also a matchup of Tracers most likely, but wondering if we're going to see Nico opt for the Freya or the Sojourn. All depends on what tank is chosen by Belarus, which she could also stay with the Brawl.
Well, we know Top Dragon's going to be playing Tracer here, or at least a very high likelihood. Wouldn't mind seeing the Belarus Wrecking Ball. What he made his name on.
I like the Winston ban especially. That's what really hurts you on Lijiang Tower. And I think Rock should definitely depend on that Hammond. I mean, we literally just cast a Niche Baronza with that the Hammond being a big difference maker. It's not about killing, it's about forcing cooldowns, making backlines uncomfortable, and causing a lot of chaos. It's so hard to kill a Hammond especially, but Tracers are going to be available, Divas are available, there's answers to the Hammond, but it's not as simple as just choosing the hero.
Hazards as well. Very good pick right now. But Orissa's too, so KSG too much of a shock here from Varrel. Top Dragon just going to TP everybody out, and Slay opting for the Kiri. So Kiriko and the bat for Varrel in the back line. Rock again defaulting to a faster comp with Lengsa on Lucio.
Yeah, just trying to be preemptive with the Orisa, with the Javelin. If you were expecting a Hammond, you could easily Javelin that Hammond and be more protective. But Belarus is going to surprise him with sort of a hybrid dive and trying to take control of that bridge. They're trying to assess where Nico is, and Belarus is going to hunt him down.
This backline's going to be tough to kill if you're Rock. You got Suzu, the Kiriko can like blink away. You got Lamb to kind of deal with as well, and the upfront damage too from the BAP. Both healers dishing out so much in the front line and not having to pay attention to KSG so much either, just because the sustain moves here from Top Dragon, trying to force Rock to pay attention to him currently.
Verrel want to keep their distance with the double flex support. They want to poke down Rock Esports before they engage into them with the Lucio, so Rock Esports have to be careful with the approach.
Oh, there you go. Okay, Slay has been slain by Chamomile. That's exactly what you want to do if you're Rock. Just pick a target, jump, pick a target, jump. That's exactly what they're doing now as Nico is second to fall.
Yeah, this central tower, he can play ring around the Rosie. Rock Esports found their way behind Verrel, got the Slay pick, and it just keeps on raining and downpouring for Rock Esports, and now they'll get an early lead.
Oh yeah, only 3 meters on the ball for Varrel there, sadly. But yeah, Slay caught out. I'm curious if the Swift Step wasn't available, just got like bursted in an instant, just kind of on this platform here.
Kitsune rush advantage to Chamomile because Slay was picked so early. Obviously, you can't build ult charge when you're dead. So this could be how Rock Esports propels themselves into some momentum, but Slay's on the flank here.
Yeah, the Lucio messing around. All right, KSG is going to be the anchor on the point required. Taejong pretty low too, actually forced a recall by Top Dragon. But this positioning right now for Rock is just so beautiful. They're using this rush on the side of Varrel, so Varrel have to fight into this to keep control of the pot, and KSG was forced under the bridge and split from the team.
I like the play from Slay to get behind, maybe have a pick, but Rock Esports pop the Kitsune rush. They have more heals, they have more damage, and they just outrun Varrel. So this will be a first point cap, and this is going to turn into a hemorrhage unless Varrel have a fight win off their own Kitsune rush, or Top Dragon maybe even makes this cheaper with a pulse bomb kill. But it's tough. You have Barrier, you have Suzu, a lot of answers from the side of Rock.
And as soon as they pop that rush, you just save amp if you're Lengsa. You know it's coming. Slay's even kind of lining up for it as well. They can tag the Kiriko's position, and they're just gonna bow out for now as Bellisria goes pretty low.
You can just play off bridge.
Yeah, it should be fine. I think Bellisria just walled himself off too. Bolus available. Oh, and he tags the Tracer. Uh-oh, Taejong. Sweet dreams. Lengsa does lay down the sound barrier. Terror Surge does grab in too, but Dia slides straight towards Nico. Snipes him out, but in a tough spot. Top Dragon just cleaning up the rest as Rock have found themselves in an odd spot. They're going to be able to get out. They've got the Lucio, but KSC is going to try and cut a couple of players off.
Yeah, huge pick on the Taejong, and the Lengsa reaction trying to turn around a 4v5 just wasn't enough. Even Bellisria using the ult. Dia used a slide, but was not expecting the Tracer to be that close. So we'll see if Varrel can make the comeback.
Well, Bellisria went very low, forcing a teleport and a Suzu from Chamomile. Pulse bomb for Top Dragon. He is at the head of the ship right now. The captain trying to push this bot through the choke point. Suzu onto Bellisria as the rush has been laying down in the mid. An easy kill for Chamomile now. Just an overwhelming amount of ultimates coming through from Rock. There's just no response there from Varrel at all.
All of Varrel's attention is on Bellisria, and Chamomile is choosing critical moments to pot the Kitsune rush to get Bellisria out of dodge and to save him from the grave. And this was Varrel needing to win that fight to actually get some progress going. And Rock Esports now get the checkpoint and will be moving to extend this lead, potentially the triple digits, especially after denying the Kitsune rush win from Varrel.
Man, they are in. Taejong pancakes that pulse bomb. That's an unbelievably defensive window here, but hey, it's working out for Varrel. Bellisria down, Taejong, oh, Top Dragon. God, he's got his digits or something. Surely Slay doesn't die. Nope. All good. Top Dragon to the rescue.
Very clutch for Top Dragon, and there's progress immediately after that fight.
Yeah, that was an insane wrap there from KSG. Really good mind there. As Top Dragon was cleaning up, KSG just stole the bot.
We got to watch for that Mega Pack room from Raw. KSG is going to get support from people on the bridge, but looking for those first picks. Slay has been good with it, building up towards a Kitsune rush. Rock Esports are going to show face to try and deny the checkpoint, and they've stolen the bot. Varrel want the better position of bridge.
Yeah, KSG can smell him coming, sitting that close to the mono. Bellisria trying to take this high ground. Should be able to get it. Oh, a blind ult and a whiff there from Bellisria. Over eager to say the very least. KSG now in a little bit of trouble, but walls himself off. A double wall, in fact, to make sure there's nowhere to run or hide. Teleport and a Suzu there coming in from Slay. And he does end up teleporting away, and even a rush on the steps here to match the sound barrier from Lengsa. But a bit disconjointed here from Rock. This fight's a little bit messy. And Varrel, they've got a mop and bucket.
And they're close to the checkpoint. That'll be good for them. Taejong was low, so Bellisria had to go deeper than expected to finish off the kill on KSG, which summoned Chamomile to dash in and then got himself killed. Rock Esports didn't have no heals, and Varrel turned the whole fight around from there.
That's a big capture point as well. Getting that out of the way is going to be good. There is going to be a touch, though, from Rock. They're right round the corner, and Slay knows it.
All right, Chamomile, Kitsune rush. Got to be careful of the poke from Varrel that could come from the top of the bridge. But dealing with KSG, just playing the corner. Rock need to play this safe.
Chamomile with a Kitsune rush as well. Ideally, you win a neutral fight here. Oh, forcing the recall of Top Dragon. That is a good start, but Bellisria is in trouble. Amplified attack speed now will help heal up the tank in the front line. Oh, that was a stick and a half on Taejong there. Beautiful stuff on Nico. Didn't see him coming. And now has to kind of deal with KSG, but he's good. KSG's on the wrong side of the map. Wrong neighborhood, unfortunately. Suzu, even better land there from Cloud. Wow, perfectly placed.
Well, KSG was just trying to die on the bot, and somehow he gets saved, but sacrifices Slay in the process.
Man, Slay got carved up there by Bellisria. Jumped to that high ground. Lead not quite taken there by Varrel. They've got 1 meter in him. I mean, look, there's 2 and a bit minutes to go. They can come back. They got a lot of ults for this next fight as well, while Rock's ult bank looking barren.
Big win, and Varrel never flipped the lead in their favor. 2.5 minutes. Belosaria, he is very punishable, but Varrel are still trying to find the cohesion to do so. While Nico will have the ult, but Belosaria is going to get ahead of this fight.
Love that. Oh, Belosaria, wrong place, wrong time, unfortunately. That window, though, not quite enough to actually kill him. There you go. They needed this to be a cheap fight, and unfortunately, the price they paid was 3 ultimates. Chamomile and Belosaria are dead. A slight stagger on Dia, but they still got a pulse. They got a Kitsune rush. They're in a very good spot to take the lead.
Have to win another fight to see some progress. Kitsune rush has to be getting value. Rock, are they going to want to give up that corner? What can they accomplish at the window? KSG is already trying to deny that first position. Langsa can't get the boop. Langsa can maybe save this with a sound barrier, but Belosaria has to anchor this around the corner to deny progress.
They might just want to go fast. Downpour available from Belosaria could be a bit of an annoyance to kind of deal with. It does use the downpour, kind of blind again, and it whiffs. Dia's already dead. Rush on the point. Lamb to just fortify the frontline dive, and Top Dragon's even got a pulse. Sticks it to the wall. Damages, it's okay. Taejong gets him one better though, as he actually sticks Nico once more. It's a rather even fight considering Varrel used 2 ults. A sound barrier comes in from Langsa and hits 2 as Cloud ends up biting the dust. How have Varrel lost that? Rock managed to hold on.
Just not being able to punish Belosaria, and you gotta thank Chamomile. Just TPing in, hitting the Suzu, and he got to conserve the Kitsune rush. So Rock Esports still in the lead, shaving down a lot of this time. 60 seconds for them to try and go to match point, and it's all up to Chamomile to assure this victory for Rock.
Yeah, match point in their sights now. One step closer to crushing the key of Varrel. It's this rush. They're just going to swing on this rush. Easy as you like. That wall ends up coming up. Actually, that blocked the rush. Wait, Chamomile got like 1 inch of rush there, thanks to KSG's wall. Oh, wait, what?
What?
Where did Taejong go? Blinked off the map or something, not entirely sure, but he's definitely regretting his movement now. 20 seconds to go, overtime approaching, Varrel on their final push.
And it has to be a flawless one, and they'll have a window, but not the easiest lanes to pop this unless they get towards that second checkpoint. Rock Esports could also contest. They have a Tracer. Belosaria needs to play safe, but they're actually behind Varrel.
Lamp's been already deployed by Cloud, and even the emergency window as well to sustain through this. He ends up boosting away, but that window is gone by the wayside. Rock completely disengaged. STC overtime now as Taejong and Top Dragon duel on the point. Pulse bomb in the hands of the Tracer.
Okay, there's the ult and the pulse bomb. Taejong has a lot of good targets.
Nice Suzu there, comes in massive for Chamomile. Nico goes down yet again to Taejong's pulse bomb, and Cloud is going to follow him to the grave. Langsa with 2. Overtime ticking for Varrel, and that's just going to be it. KSG and Top Dragon, they come out with kills. But Rock, they found match point.
That was so close. Verrel were on the flank, but whoever called that was insane from Rock. They had a good reaction. They had time to counter. And Rock, even with what happened, still just very stressed out on the biggest of stages. Just momentarily keep themselves ahead in the series. What a challenge coming out of Verrel.
Taejong 3 fights in a row, or 3 pulse bombs in a row, assassinating Nico. It's been a rough game, honestly, for the Sojourn on the side of the Varrel. I mean, look, Rock on match point. Varrel and Japan's hopes and dreams as well lie with them. They need to now take 2 maps in a row to then continue their journey in this group. But Rock, they're ready to swoop down and snatch it away from them. We're going to jump down to the studio. They can break down the first 3 maps.
It's great to see the excitement there on Rock's faces. A stumble in game 2, but they right the ship in game 3. Welcome in, everybody. We've got Avril and Johnny joining me in the studio. The STC Arena giving us some pretty good games, but it's our first halftime where it's not a 3-0, Johnny.
Yeah, it's been a really close series so far. Obviously, Circuit Riyadh, we saw Varrel coming out on top playing that double flex support lineup, and they looked real crisp, but I did feel like in map 3, we did see Rock's recipe for success come out. They're playing the dive composition with the Lucio, stepping up the pace. So Rock Esports looking really good so far.
Rock Esports, they are in the commanding position, one map away from advancing to the next round. If you're Varrel, it's time to bounce back. But let's take a look at some of the highlights here, Avril. Who's impressing early on in this matchup? We're 3 games in.
So Tracer plays, Taejong, obviously we looked at the last map. Absolute brilliant performance so far. I mean, Dia did come through in the Sojourn early on map 1 as well. But in this series so far, a lot of this is coming down kind of to this sort of Ram gameplay, but also the Hands gameplay, the dive. I think Rock definitely prefer looking at the Hands as sort of mirror. When you look at the Ram gameplay here, it's a lot more even. So I think for Rock, maybe looking more towards a bit more of a Ramacha matchup in future maps will serve them well, because, you know, despite the traces, I'm also looking at the tanks too.
Yeah, but you also saw Belos Ria step it up big time on the Winston. You're down around
Great
on
call.
Lijiang Tower, and Belos Ria swaps over to the Winston, which is a crucial hero for them here. So again, upping the pace, and we saw the Winston ban. It came out on map 3, but still, Rock Esports, they're able to navigate around that.
Going into that second map, it was all about Langsa for me as we take a look here at the final round. Walk me through the difference maker. The Winston, was it? Just better comp?
It was the Winston indeed. I mean, you're just seeing the pace, and Slay sitting on the Ilari that time, playing alongside the Kiriko. And I said earlier, the double flex support lineups, that is what Varrel does really well. That is the edge. But when you're playing Winston, so efficient at shutting that down. Lengsa here, obviously, huge captive son. I think those support
And this is a support character for anyone who's not used to Overwatch.
And he's not even really much of a flexible player. Lynx are mostly known for main sports, mostly known for the Lucio, the Brig, stepping it up to be able to slightly off-roll a bit more on the flexible, coming through on an Alari. I hear that he's really not had that much professional game time on that we can see in actual matches. So to be able to come through and be able to really hit the performance, I mean, that's big for the side of Rock.
Push was very close at the end. Let's take a look at the highlights from Game 3 before we check in with Bravo. What is the difference maker for Rock Esports in our third map?
Well, it is, again, the dive coming out, because I think Lengsa, the fact that Rock Esports banned the Lucio themselves on Circuit Real, I actually think that was a big mistake from them. And you saw here on this map instead, credit to Varrel still, it was a really close map. It could have gone either way, especially with Taejong, like blinked off the map, recalled off the map or something like that towards the end. It really came down to the wire. Dia stepping up big time on the Sojourn here. But again, I think this is what Rock Esports does best here.
We got the match loading up here in about 3 minutes, so as we hop out of these highlights, would love to catch you up with what is going on the Bravo stream, because reminder, it's day 2 and your last day to have 2 streams of Overwatch 2 active at the same time. Some big matchups from Group C, and how are my cats doing? The handsome cats, Avril, they still have a chance?
Not as Scorpos, it's a struggle out here. Again, they come in with not as much practice, not as much experience as some of the other teams. Twisted Minds, they're coming in today with revenge on the mind. They are in a position where they want to go up against Sign again to be able to qualify through from their group. So they want to just get past Gato Scorpos without too much issues here. Even repeating some of the maps that they played versus Sign yesterday, like this Atlas, but rewriting history and saying, no, we'll win the Atlas this time. We don't even need the Sim. Sim ban, UB trace it, we can still win.
Any surprises here to see a 3-0 as the final score, Johnny?
I don't think it's any surprise at all. I think Twisted Minds, they got their sights on the playoffs. They want revenge against Sign Esports. Exiting in groups would be a big disappointment for Twisted Minds.
That Sign versus Twisted Mind rematch will decide who moves into the playoff bracket, and we'll close out the day over on our Bravo stream. Here, though, on the Alpha stream, we got to keep you updated. And a reminder that Group D, this was a 2-1 with Sign taking game 1 and 3 in that first time around.
And I think this time around, Twisted Minds, they will be a little bit more fired up. They know that they probably were the favorites. Yes, they got up against Sign, and I'm going to be honest, I think, well, maybe both of us, we did underestimate Sign a little bit. Looking at how they performed yesterday, they might have the edge. I did say early on the desk bucket, I think all 3 NA teams will be qualifying through, so team are going to have to really step up, because I think Sign, I'm swapping sides a little bit here. They convinced me that they might be good enough to win.
Sign and Liquid, they just got your number today. You love them, huh?
Well, Liquid went to 5 against Crazy Raccoon. I mean, that's deserving in and of itself to go to the top 8.
High praise. We also expect 3 of our top Korean squads to be making it through, and Alcatia has already powered through as well. Johnny, let's take a look, though, at the remainder of this match, because Verrel and Rock are still very much alive. One of them's going out, top 16. The other powers into our top 12.
Yeah, we got 2 map modes, of course, left here. We got Hybrid with Blizzard World, Eichenwalde, and Midtown. And I think this is the game type where you want to pick a map, because either you can go to a very open map like Blizzard World. You could play Belos Ria on the Wrecking Ball, for example. Very difficult matchup. Therefore, I think they should go to Midtown. It is closed doors, It suits their gameplay a lot better. You can maybe force some of that double flex support compositions. Over on the flashpoints, they're both very brawl intensive. So again, I think the best deciding map to go to here on 4 would be to a hybrid map.
Final chance to switch up your predictions. You guys both riding with Rock?
I'm staying with Rock for now, but I think Varrel could push us to 5.
I'm sticking with Rock.
Our time at the studio is done. Let's head back to the STC Arena for game number 4. Thank you very much, Puckett. All right, Johnny Avril, sticking with Rock. That looked good, to be fair with you, on that last map, Esperanza. A couple of small mistakes from Varrel, it's got to be said. That fight where they had 2 ults, that rush available to them. They tried to swing the corner after the checkpoint of Rock, and they just couldn't quite get it done. And, well, now is do or die. Match point for Rock. Their key may be safe.
And Verrel, because of that mistake, they were 2 or 3 meters behind from taking the lead. And because they didn't, Rock brought the bot back to the neutral point. He got to keep extending things. And even though Rock didn't build up towards I don't even think they hit the triple digits, they just kept resetting the momentum from Verrel. A couple of swaps from the Verrel side to try and mirror Rock, but this was the Rock choice of map. Now the ball is in the court of Verrel. Let's see where we're going to next.
Well, I can tell you where we're going. We're going to Atlas. Bans are coming in just a moment as well. So, again, another fast map. And this is going to very much help Rock out here, Lemon.
Yeah, and depending on what sort of brawl and are the tanks going to be affected, Orisa and Ram have been the important brawl choices, although Corey's seen a little bit of hazard from KSG and Bellisria.
See the tape measure there coming out? Measuring the mouse mat, making sure exactly, was that 9 inches or something away from there? Yeah, okay, I like that, I like that a lot. Puckett will get this reference, but Fear itself with 2 fingers on his nose and then close to the TV, get the exact distance away that he wanted to sit. He got the lean.
Got the Slay fans too in the audience. It's been cool to see fans from all over the world come here to Riyadh, support their teams. It's not just the Saudi teams that are having a loud crowd. They got fans here as well, so Verrel are gonna need all the support they can get to try and force a game 5.
Yeah, Avril thinks it's possible, and Atlas is the pick. And hey, it's just Lucio City here for Rock. Did play a little bit of that Alari on Circuit Royale, but there are the bans. Okay, Sojourn banned for Varrel, and then Rock are banning away that Ram.
So Narissa, Mirror, maybe Freya. Of course, the Tracers are always gonna wreak havoc on a flashpoint. Now the Lucios are in the picture, and that's kind of what stalled things out on Circuit when that got banned out. And that was brought out on Esperanza, but then ultimately ending on double flex support. It's been more of a chess match positionally as we listen to Verrel fans rally them.
They're ready for rock and roll. A lot of gyos. Look, Dia especially has been around for such a long time as well. Not exactly unfamiliar with an international stage and a big stage at that. A lot of players we've seen come through, it's their first time on a big LAN environment. It's been quite daunting to a lot of players.
I'm sure the Rock fans are there as well, because man, how can you not love the players on the Rock? Storied names from Dia to Bellisria to everyone included. They have put up such a fight, quite a challenge to go up against Japan's #1. Even with the imports of Top Dragon and Slay, they have elevated Verrel to be the best Japanese team in history. But China's hoping to upset Japan here and crush their key and their hopes of getting to playoffs.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy road either, of course, within Group B. You still need to win yet another match after this. And Varrel, of course, they're dominant in their home region. They won that finals versus Reject 4-0 against the likes of Edison, Kalios. And I do wonder how Varrel are going to pivot from here. Top Dragons, of course, is going to be sticking on the Tracer. But this map is no way has it been decided what kind of the best comps. But it is a flashpoint, so rush is kind of the name of the game. Getting a sub in for Varrel as well, of course. Yuki is in, Nico is out. Nico had a rough game last map. Being stuck over and over and over again by Taejong. No Sojourn available in this series either, or in this map, sorry. And a map number 5 is where Varrel need to go against Rock Esports.
Yeah, you have not seen Kyuki at all here at EWC against Crazy Raccoon the last couple of matches in Japan playoffs, but no one's really pushed Verrel to this point. They haven't dropped a single match in their own region. They didn't even bring out their secret weapon against Crazy Raccoon, so I wonder what Verrel have cooked up. Our bans are Verrel banning Sojourn and Ramatra out from Rock.
I do worry though, because Lynx is just going to play the Lucio. Rocket just going to play Lucio. Is Slay going to force the Alari? There's a couple of good points for the Alari, sure, but we saw Rock obviously just dismantle it. It's tough to stay alive. It really is, especially against someone like Taejong as well. Like Tracer is just going to be hounding you down, and it puts a lot more weight on Top Dragon's shoulders. You have to do them one better because they're just running at you in this dive comp. They're running 5 players at the backline, at Cloud, at Slay. But as we load into Atlas, this is Varrel's chance here to take us to a map number 5. Rock, with one more map win, will guarantee themselves another life in Group B, crush Varrel's key, and potentially make it all the way to playoffs.
Just based on how Circuit went, both teams were really good at disengaging when ults were being invested. Belistria sometimes goes deeper than expected when Taejong has to step up on the Tracer to finish off these kills, but let's begin now on Atlas.
Oh, okay, Moira Lucio. We've seen a little bit of Moira throughout the groups. Been some fans, been not as many as I thought though. I thought Jake might like a little bit of Moira, but then I woke up from my dream.
Usually you only see that if the Kiri gets banned and Kyuki punished.
Yeah, a late burrow there. That's a couple of easy kills. Top Dragon with the crosshair of the Sentry, just a giant cube. Unfortunately, a quick teleport away from Top Dragon. He's going to change Tracer surely here. Yes, yeah, no way to stay on the Reaper. Deer on Cassidy, now that is a rather historic image.
Now Orisa for KSG. It's the ultimate mirror. Besides, of course, the Venture and the BAP being chosen, trying to have as much poke as possible. You sacrifice the speed, and Verrel have to attack into this, and there's a lot of nooks and crannies to hide, and Dia has to stay away from this charging Orisa.
Yeah, pretty easy to rotate, though, on this map. Like you said, no speed, so Dia can just kind of walk with the Lucio. Burrow for the Venture. Yeah, Kyuki's out of there. There's no shot you kind of stay around. Although KSG's doing a fair amount of damage and isolated Bellisria. The entirety of Rock very scared of the Venture. They get a free flip pretty much.
Yeah, that'll be Top Dragon and Taejong fighting for the point while the fight could take place elsewhere. And it's okay to give up that point cap as long as you win the war. And Bellisria is going to swap now to the Winston. We're kind of playing mystery heroes. Would Verrel want to go back to the Reaper, as maybe that was brought out initially just to take care of Bellisria if he brought out any dive. But for now, Verrel is still fighting to get the lead.
Yeah, good kill there by Slay onto Dia. Okay, good start, and they're going to be able to take the lead on this flashpoint. Don't want to be reset here. Yeah, Bellisria's got to get out. He's got Bubble and Leap in a couple, so should be good. Taejong with the Pulse Bomb too has been a big factor, especially in that Esperanza map. The stick connections were just honestly out of this world. You had to have been close to 100% stick rate.
Slay on the off angle. He'll be forced to TP out. Kitsune rush available first for Jinmu.
Top Dragon's looking. Oh, Pulse Bomb hits the wall though. Terror Surge met with a sound barrier there as Linkser tries to get his team away, but Dia isolated by KSG. But Bellisria with the Winston, the dives are just too clean. It's 99 for Varrel.
Gotta win that when you pop 2 support ultimates, and it's a great job, Verrel. Popped the window and just couldn't get good vision, not enough damage, and not a good enough response. You go for the extra damage, not as much sustain, and couldn't deliver on those kills, so Slay has to pull through to try and save this point for Verrel with the Kitsune rush.
Oh, nice little force of the recall there. Dia paying attention to Venture rather quickly.
it's a good con to actually take the point with Varrel. If they want to go for the contest, they're going to have to burn cooldowns to do so. A rush that Rock are just going to disengage from completely, and Cloud is just, in the middle of nowhere there. No way near his team. This first point, rather finicky for support. You really do just have to be like glue for the rest of your team. And that's going to be Rock. Despite Varrel flipping, claiming the first point on Flashpoint.
Taejong and Dia are clicking, and you wanted to see that happen. Now they take their first point. Verrel will play from behind, and they're gonna keep swapping comps to try and find the solution. Now the hazard. This is very reminiscent of how Lijiang Tower went, but KSG got isolated away from the bubbles, didn't have enough heals, but Slay will be able to TP in, and with the Suzu save his life, but blowing up Bellisria is gonna be important, but he's got the Primal coming up, so should have the extra health to survive.
He is vibing here as well. On the points, yeah, flashback. Oh, even a high noon. Everything popped there by Dia. Taejong and Top Dragon ends up coming up with kills. There is an ult from Kyuki, and that's a lot of damage too in the front line. Can they actually kill the oh, okay, well, a free kill there from the Venture. Jinmu just appears in front of Kyuki. That's a double kill, and that's going to be point capture as well from Varrel.
Dia and Taejong popping heads in the last fight, being the difference maker to Kyuki and Top Dragon. The dives from the flanker specialists come alive. That was a huge bulldoze by Kyuki. They look towards the pulse spawn, but namely the Kitsune rush from Jinmu as they hope to push in, but there's a lot of different entry points, but this one has some choke points to get through. Kyuki is already looking to isolate one, namely one of these supports.
It's worth keeping in mind as well, Jinmu being on the stage, of course, normally a DPS player. A very, well, honestly, exceptional Pharah too. That's going to be a very early rush from Jinmu there as Rock Esports kind of in dire straits. Top Dragon is just kind of rinsing them right now. 60% in building for Varrel as KSG assassinates Jinmu. Bellisria gets out of the fight, but not good enough for a win at all. And in fact, it might be a small stagger here too. Bellisria is 1 HP, almost out to the wall.
Jinmu and Dia playing in Overwatch. Man, the fans are eating good, and with the DPS going to flex support, of course your mechanics are going to transfer over, but really it's Verrel about to transfer this point. They're almost going to 0 to 100 this, and here's the barrier to counter.
Extremely early sound barrier there, downpour from KSG. Not sure it'll caught anybody as the SDC overtime comes in. KSG's alone right now on the point, fending it off from Bellisria, who is equally as low, and without Primal Rage, there's no staying power here for Rock Esports. KSG and Top Dragon are just finding these isolation picks. That's 1 point on the board from Varrel.
Yeah, the read to know when that Suzu, when that teleport is popped from Jinmu, and the hunt down. You have so much mobility from the side of Verrel that you're able to do that, and Slay can be part of that picture at any moment's notice. He doesn't have to bail out KSG as much, so Slay can be on the front lines going after these supports, and we'll have third point unlock very shortly with the big ult coming from the DPS from Verrel.
Here on the Reaper. Ooh, that was close. Kyuki almost got booped up. 12 HP on the Reaper though, and Kyuki's going a hunting. Hits that burrow though, tries to get out of there as KSG dishes out some his own medicine there as Bellisria goes down to the Violent Leap, and that is another point cap from Varrel.
It's a good day at the beach, but Rock Esports gonna bring
Actual
this signature Hammond. I can't even keep up with all of this, and maybe D on the Venture wouldn't mind kind of matching that, the Venture to try and help this dive.
He's gonna die.
Oh, what a pulse!
Top Dragon's just too swift with it. He's too clean. Dia forced a Wraith. Top Dragon in the backline. Jinmu in trouble now. Same with Lengsa. This is looking so easy right now for Varrel. To put it very bluntly, look at that. Just absolutely dominating on the Tracer.
Dia's
and Rock,
on the Reaper.
It feels like they don't know what to do. How many tank swaps have they had now? Obviously, like you said, Bellisria now on the ball. An exceptionally good hero for him, but
maybe you stay on the Reaper just because you're about to have Kitsune Rush, but who do you collapse on? There's so many mobile people on the side of Verrel, and you can counter Kitsune Rush from Slay.
Yep, double rush on the point. Bellisria trying to find an entrance into this fight, but can't quite find anybody. He's rolling around, but the sound barrier ends up coming in from Lengsa. Finally a kill there. Taejong takes down the Venture as Bellisria now sticks himself to the back line. A dash away from Cloud, deploys the lamp, booped out of it though. Nice slam. Beautiful tech there from Bellisria. However, they cap the point. with Varrel getting 99.
Taejong and Bellisria had to will that victory, but now they have to make the ultimate comeback from 0 to 100. Gets the ult from Verrel that can now go in with the window. Rock Esports have to make this decision carefully of if they find cover or want to try and fight through. Dia has Death Blossom. He could easily teleport in behind this window and go for the big risk, big reward.
Lab already taken care of. Oh, that's not exactly the door you wanted to open there, but it's all good. Still takes down Dia regardless. Top Dragon and KSG still doing the heavy lifting here for Varrel. KSG is alive, but not well. That can be said for certain. Bellisria just getting kind of eaten alive. A nice little roll through from Bellisria. Doesn't quite get the boot off the map. And now just chased down by Top Dragon as he comes up with the goods. There's the point flip and the STC overtime. It hits again. As Varrel now need to defend this. There's not even going to be a touch here as Rock Esports aren't quite quick enough.
One step closer to try and force the game 5, and Dia's sole focus is making KSG uncomfortable. He is losing that 1v1, but Bellisria has minds. He could deny this next point capture and get the space earned and the cap for Rock Esports. Verrel do their best to try and deny. They could try and circle the point. They have the mobility to do so. They want to access Jinmu. They've been good at picking him so far.
Okay, Top Dragon calling out the TP there. As he sees Dia disappear in a puff of smoke. Oh yeah, don't want any of that. No, thank you. Quick burrow. And yeah, that Reaper has to Wraith form away now. Kyugi, only one CD remaining, but needs some help. Very low HP right now. Those shields helping out the Venture as Bellisria tries to go for the kill, but Quick Sharp is Slay on those healing off with her and managed to get back the Venture to full HP. Same can't be said for KSG, however, as now it's all falling apart as Rock end up capping.
Yeah, Jinmu was at 20 HP at the start of this fight, but never got the finishing blow. Verrel have kept their supports alive, but just barely. The immortality is what kept Cloud in. The cap's in favor of Rock, and they're going to build this lead even more.
Crowd very much behind Rock Esports right now. Rush, Sound Barrier, Mines too for Rock. Looking shaky for Varrel, but if there's one person that can change this fight's trajectory, it's going to be Top Dragon. He's got the pulse bomb, spotting out the supports. There's Jinmu. In the blink of an eye, disappears, TPing straight across the map, but Cloud once again succumbs to the overwhelming presence of Rock. Rush on the point, Sound Barrier for Lengsa. And they don't want to stay in this fight, not for too much longer. A teleport from Jinmu onto the point is a good chance to use the rush if he so chooses. Varrel did end up getting in the cap, but for how much longer can they actually hold on? Oh!
Bellisria was so tunneled on these supports, he gave up a needless recap by Verrel when he had mines. They had a lengths to Sound Barrier. They didn't need to give up control to Verrel, and now they're close to tying the score.
They need kills. They just need to pick up these frags, man. I mean, finally KSG goes down, but yeah, they snuck away 50% of that point.
Well, I guess you'll be able to keep it. You banked all these ultimates while not using them, so surely Kitsune Rush Mines is what gets us to the final point here for Rock and a chance to seal away the series.
Self-destruct in the second life here for KSG. Oh, that was close. I think he dashed through the pulse bomb there, went over his head, I'd imagine. Uh-oh, Lengsa in trouble though, through the window goes Lengsa. Jinmu down, and oh, Dia tried to be the savior of Rock there, using that Death Blossom in that small room, but it will be Varrel with the cap. One more point here to send them to a map 5.
It's going to come down to the wire. Cloud's going to the Moira. He is so done with this Hammond collapsing on him. The Fade's going to give him that extra survivability. You miss out on a lot of utility, though, as KSG on the Diva wanted the extra mobility to chase down this Hammond, try to deal with the Reaper. You only have so much Matrix, though.
Yeah, Bellisria was attempted to be stopped there by the Venture, but to the rescue comes Lengsa. OT here for Varrel now, but they're down a player. KSG self-destruct on the point. Dia hit the Wraith form, and it will be fine for them to touch again as Rock have the Wrecking Ball at full HP pretty much. They do end up getting the flip as well, so Rock Esports now in the driver's seat.
They have Sound Barrier coming up, but Rock Esports is trying to cause chaos with this Hammond as KSG is going after this
Plays
Reaper.
Dead. Uh-oh, Taejong hit the recall too. It's all over for this point for Varrel. Rock are going to tie this one 2-2 as soon as they kill KSG. And there it is. It's going all the way on Atlas now. Varrel need to be perfect to send us to a map 5.
This is their map pick. And the fans are behind Rock and Varrel, and it all comes down to this final point. If Rock can try and eliminate the key from Japan's #1.
Sound barrier available. Taejong with the stick. Not even a hit marker there, but recall straight in the face of KSG. Going for a slam once more, trying to force that Wraith form, that shift from Cloud. That's a whole lot of ult invested just to kill the Moira, but it works out in the end. Lankster kills Slay, and Kuki is just trying to find targets to hit with a tectonic shock. But right now it's all Rock. They got the points, and Varrel on the back foot.
The Reaper dive, you've seen it here first. They are playing at an incredible speed that is overwhelming Varrel, forcing them to swap to the Moira. And look, you're already trying to get some cooldowns out early. Suzu popped, good matrix from KSG. Riyadh disengages.
Jinmu though ends up going down. On the retreat there, I would imagine too. Rock Esports are going to be able to keep this point alive though with the ball. Mines deployed on the point, additional stall. Yuki might be in a little bit of trouble though. The barrel's already been used and Lankster is straight after him. Although he's pretty low, actually bit off way more than he could chew.
Hey, Kuki is actually clutching this for Varrel, and you got the Kitsune Rush.
Oh, Taejong!
Wait, Taejong!
A pulse bomb kill onto Top Dragon. Dia's still got the Death Blossom as well. Oh, Varrel, they're not looking so hot right now, but the Coalescence should be enough for them to sustain through this fight. Someone's got to kill Dia. Eventually falls.
But 85+%, you're only just getting the cap now. Riyadh is even extending this to 90+.
Are they getting the cap? Okay, she's so low. I mean, this is 99 here for Rock.
You have to play perfect from here on out, and with a Moira, it's not going to be as easy. You need lanes to try and get these healing orbs to get max value. KSG's going to have a second life with the self-destruct, and Rock Esports have to do it without ult. Now getting through the choke, Kuki's trying to isolate, maybe get the TP out of Jinmu or a Suzu, namely even get some of these DPS uncomfortable.
Oh, that was lucky there from Dia, hit the Wraith Fork. Adventure Burrow could be rather deadly. Big slam in, Taejong, mini health pack, pulse bombing 5%, trying to force that fade. Quite does it as well. Oh, the stick from Taejong again! Taejong, the hero here for Rock Esports. A teleport in from Top Dragon, the Death Blossom across the map, but Taejong is holding on to this point, he's holding on to it firm. Jinmu ends up going down, the sound barrier from Lankster, not there to actually save the Kiriko. Riyadh does end up falling though, as the Coalescence. This might be the final hurrah here for Rock on this map. And map number 5 in the sights of Varrel.
0 to 100 comeback, trying to deny the touch from Lankster.
He doesn't get it. Lankster goes down and Varrel are going to take us to a map number 5.
To do so on their map pick, the 0 to 100 comeback. As the Varrel and Rock fans clash, this goes to Game 5. China versus Japan. This series ended up being so insane, so chaotic, with the dives, with the Tracer, the Venture, KSG swapping to so many different things, ultimately on the Diva to try and add mobility, Belisari on the signature Hammond, with a Reaper of all things, which Dia, stubborn, but adding to that equation, where Taejong critical picks near the end of this map to swing it.
The pulse bombs from Taejong have been so clean. Just unbelievable performances. That one there looked like it may have sealed the deal. Varrel and Japan's only hope here in the international tournament, taking Rock Esports to a map 5. A key on the line, and another game after this versus Liquid for the victor here. Rock's chance to choose the map, and their chance to ban first.
Big swap from Cloud too, that extra survivability, you lack the utility, but the extra heals made all the difference for Varrel to not go for the sprint, but live through the marathon, to go from the 0 to 100, the coalescence that brought everyone back to their feet to breathe a new life into this Japanese roster. Now this final map pick from Varrel has to be the key to victory, or they will lose their key in the process.
Just saw as well, I think Nico is coming back in to the team. We go to a hybrid now as our last
game type to be played in this series.
Wonder if Jinwoo's going to stay too. It's kind of fun to see him on Kiriko. Wasn't expecting that, but he got chased down. What a entry into this series to get run down by a Venture, Tracer, KSG, Diva. A lot of pressure on these supports and who was going to live on these. That was the primary objective from both these teams, was trading backlines and how these Kirikos were using the teleport in these Suzus, and how much trust you had in your secondary support to either speed you out or to boop the threat away.
Playing a lot of mystery heroes in that round as well. A lot of heroes chosen by Bellisria. Ended up settling on the ball. Even then KSG, Hazard, ended up going to Diva. Good against the Wrecking Ball, of course, just eating all those shots as soon as the ball goes in for the slam. I was surprised to see Top Dragon just stick on the Reaper, if I'm honest. Surprised he didn't stay Tracer. Looks like the coaches are done deliberating. Couple of substitutions coming in for the squads, so we're going to jump to a quick break, get them set up.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
A key will be crushed after this next map. We're going to Eichenwalde. Rock versus Varrel. Japan's golden child versus a team full of legends. We saw a couple of the fan cams of Tia there with the screenshots of the old Overwatch League setups, even a signed Jinmu card too. A couple of substitutions like we mentioned before the break. Nico in for the side of Varrel. And we're seeing Jinmu step away as well from Rock. Got a Lengsa and Chamomile in the back line.
Such a fun map pick for Rock. First game 5 of the day, and I swear probably the first I can follow, or maybe at least for our cast. And this is perfect for a Belosaria Hammond that could potentially come out. Not 100% sure. I don't think Hammond's been banned this series yet, so Rock Esports or Verrel should definitely try and deny that. This is a huge Hammond map, but then Belosaria can always fall back to the Winston. Not going to have as much displacement power from the Hammond, and then you got the double flex support option. Do you want to opt for some support bans and try and deny the defense from having too much firepower at range?
Yeah, I'm curious if we're going to see Jinmu some more if Rock advance after this. Team Liquid is the opponent for the winner here. For that final spot in the playoffs in Group B. Now, do you see in the bans coming through? Rock banning Freya to start, and then Varrel are going to respond with a Kiriko ban.
That means both tanks available for Belosaria and KSG. Not going to have the Lucio Kiri and not as much of a threat of the double flex. At least you can bap Juno or even bring the Alari back into the picture, but Rock really want that rematch against Team Liquid. They did not have a good showing against them in their very first match of the day, but Team Liquid are a force to be reckoned with, and they're the favorites to come out of this group, but this is quite the warm-up match for sure, although they'll be deciding that on another day, I believe. So Eichenwalde, Rock Esports map pick, and both these teams have been trading each other's map picks, so we all decide this on Eichenwalde.
Yeah, I want to point out as well, obviously, it is drawable on Hybrid, so we could even get another map, although rather rare occurrence these days, getting a drawn map. Yeah, I'm curious how Belosaria is going to approach this. Is it going to be something like the Wrecking Ball, which is pretty decent on this map? I mean, you're not looking at like a choke fight at all. You're just running over to the right-hand side, swinging right onto the castle, and then over the top, and you're hoping Taejong can kind of follow up on the Tracer.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun pathings for the Tracer, and this map takes a lot of studying to find the right ways to get around, especially the defense. We're gonna have some good power positions to be as far away as possible on the high ground, on the castle of Point B. But out of all the maps, this is a strong one for Genji's as well, to just get the climb up on Point B castle and surprise supports that are not expecting a DPS that close that quickly. So we'll see what Nico, Top Dragon, Dia, Taejong opt for.
Potential end of the line here for Varrel or Rock in this series. Map number 5. As we see Varrel start out on the defense, Rock on offense. This is a Rock map choice, as Varrel took Atlas to get us here. And we see Varrel yet again default to this hyper defensive and very, very like heavy damage dealing backline. Slay back on the Alari, Cloud on the BAP.
Slay looked good when you had space and time to operate, and now you get to be at a distance, you get to defend. Rock Esports are gonna chase them down with the Lucio. Fans are behind them, key on the line. Rock Esports gonna roll out with the Ram Lucio. Taejong will try to explore the right side where KSG wants to deny that lane. All the poke coming out of Slay, Nico, and Cloud could be deadly. Rock Esports have to be careful on their approach. They could rotate left side to try and avoid that damage and take things one step at a time.
Yeah, that's exactly what they need to do. Just slowly but surely here. Don't want to get poked out too early. Taejong is going to set his team up in a good position as KSG just falls over. No lamp there for Cloud, I don't think. He's going to get chased now as Taejong is going to push him out of position.
That's a very quick cap for Rock. There's no chance here for Varrel to even recontest with this.
KSG just didn't get the memo to fall back. Last second touch from the Tracer.
I'm sorry, how? Legs just got smacked. I mean, okay, Nico does end up going down, so it's all on Top Dragon. KSG does make it back, but yeah, it's tough. 1 tank, 2 supports versus 4-man Wrecking Squad here for Rock. Lamp's dead, Pylon down. Yeah, okay, it's over. First point cap, and the payload's gonna get moving.
Yeah, so I guess anyway, KSG was probably breaking LOS, trying to hold that forward position, needed to fall back quicker. Cloud and Slay may have been chased down from Taejong as well, and because of that late cap from Rock Esports, or that late recontest, I should say, Rock Esports get the heads up on taking control of this top castle, which is pretty bad. Verrel really wanted this position for the double flex, and namely Nico to get some poke in, and this is good progress for Rock.
Yeah, beautiful high ground control as well. KSG is kind of losing control of this, although Cloud is going to make it a little bit easier using that window, forcing Dia to rotate.
All right, Verrel were able to fight their way back at the top of the castle thanks to the window, but now getting a bit separated, will have to go to the second level, while also relying on Top Dragon to delay progress from Rock.
Oh, that window is going to be rather devastating to KSG's health bar. There's the captive sun coming in from Slay on the high ground. Verus Riyadh has kind of swapped places currently, but Cloud a little bit too sharp for him, ends up jumping up to that high ground. Slay finds another with the outburst. Okay. Castle control is where they're going to make their attempt to hold. They need to kill Verus Riyadh though. They need to do that right now. Okay, there it is. Can't let him survive for too long, especially since Dia was on the high ground. There you go, Nico with the double kill on the DPS.
Yeah, Verrel is just trying to rotate together. They don't want to overly rely on Top Dragon to be solo on cart, and when you have an Alar, you kind of want to stack together as much as you can, or at least just work together as a team. And then Rock Esports took the high ground. Nico made things difficult though, forced Rock Esports to reset, respawn advantage, but KSG is on the low ground. Beat advantage for Lengsa.
Whoa, that was an early beat for Lengsa. They're going to have to get kills now, and yeah, Nico's going to be the target. Roll straight into that small room. Nice lamp from Chamomile, but the Annihilation coupled up with that Vortex just ends the life of Chamomile. Dia off on an off angle currently. He's got the overclock, but he's just shooting shields right now. And KSG bids him adieu and ends up just running away, and Top Dragon from the top rope. Dia head in hand as Nico and Top Dragon take matters into their own.
Yeah, really early beat, as you mentioned, from Rock, and they thought they could just try to take down KSG, but the rest of Verrel were far away. And even with the speed, they could not catch up to Verrel's defenses. So another reset from Rock Esports. And Taejong had a big impact at the start, and they had a swift cap, so Rock Esports have some insurance in terms of time, but it's so awkward to rotate out in the open. You don't want to get shot by Nico. Rock Esports have to be careful of Top Dragon also lurking around.
Trying to force lamp. They're trying to force lamp, and Camo doesn't even pop it. Post bump on the floor. Oh, watch! It still kills Dia. Oh, this rotation is disastrous for Rock. It's a 2-minute time bank remains. And Varrel. Oh, they're looking so good on this map right now. This comp is honestly perfect for holding this point.
Yeah, Rock Esports are opting to take the right staircase instead of the bottom door, and that opened them up to Verrel dropping from the low ground and just hitting them from behind. Rock Esports really have to protect their backline. Verus is going to have to turn around and react to the drop down of Verrel, and now the window for Cloud could just end this fight before Rock even get to safety.
Yeah, Dia's like he's trying to peek his head outside, see if he can get an initial kill. Top Dragon still in the backline too. Struggle street for Rock right now. This high ground is, it's really hard to get up to. They've been trying over and over, but okay, well, downpour does end up connecting actually through the wall, but Verus has no staying power.
Immortality was insane from Cloud too, because Nico got rooted. Rock Esports still trying to rotate to the castle, and they're using the ults but not getting the kills they're looking for. This backline of Verrel is clutch, and KSG is anchoring the cart, so you can't just free push if you're Rock and bring the fight to you. Verrel is dictating the pace and when the fights begin.
As soon as they come through this choke as well, this captive sun is going to light up this map. It's an early nemesis form. Whoa! Okay, Taejong just caught out. Oh, I don't think Captain Sun's even needed it, but hey, it looks good. 40 seconds to go, and what is that I see? Verus Pro, wrong side of the map. This stagger is horrible for Rock. This might cost them the map. He's got to die, just die. Let your arms down.
Take the hug, take the L. Rock Esports, this is time you could not afford to lose. And okay, at least it brought Varrel away from the card. You get progress, and Rock get top castle, but the window can't be used.
Yeah, they're just going to run away. They can't stay around. That's got to be a big mistake from Verus Pro. They're not dying early. KSG pops the Annihilation, chasing Chamomile away. An easy shot for Nico, whose Verus Pro is back in the old faithful, the Wrecking Ball, but KSG standing tall on the payload as Varrel looking to halt it here. Dia, though, from the top rope, kills 2, but still have to get through KSG.
And you have to keep this overtime wick burning. It's up to Taejong, and he's already almost at half health. And man, the poke is too strong.
A double kill from the Alari. Got to deal with that pylon eventually. And KSG refuses to be removed, but I think he's going to be forcibly ejected from this point now.
All thanks to Dia, Rock Esports can still live on. The Belos Ria, what looked like to be an int, brought Varrel out of their power position, and Rock Esports head towards the end of point B off of a first blood from Taejong.
He's flashed. Oh, Dia escapes with his life, but a good position for Nico to be in. Taejong ends up killing Slay off of the rip, and oh, he spotted 2 low health players in the back line, but no, the double hit. He slinks away. High noon for Nico on height. Everybody has to scatter, and there's one for Nico, another for KSG, and that will be where the payload ends. Varrel halting Rock just on the bridge as Rock, they made a good go of it, but that castle defense from Varrel looked impenetrable.
That push got further than we expected, got out the castle gates. Verus Pro had to pull Varrel almost to the end of point B, just so we could see some movement, but this push is not far at all. Top Dragon Pulse at the end too, got players in position for the Nico High Noon to knock them all down. And this is the Rock Esports map pick. And I almost wanted to see the Verus Pro Hammond come out way earlier to just displace these castle defenders that just were poking and prodding, dropping down from the high ground, and had total control of this entire map. Varrel, more studied on this map and had a much better defense, but now they'll have to push through on the attack. Wondering if they're going to opt for a Lucio to help those rotations, or just going to let the damage do all the talking.
I said maybe we go to another if a draw was available, but no longer. The map will end on this round as Rock try to put up the defense now. Feels like such a good map for Varrel, but they might have a tough time getting through that choke, getting through those double doors if they get the cap. If they can get a good fight, a good clean one, if they take castle early, there's success written in their future.
Now if Verus Pro wants to be aggressive, Lynx on the Lucio will help him. One of Lynx's best heroes as the Kiri is banned. This is going to be their best option. Now trying to generate that window as fast as possible. The Top Dragon gets marked here by Lynxa. Wants to get into the back, but Dia, first blood!
Good kill on Nico. Not invested too much though, not even over pushing. Smart play from Varrel, just quick reset.
Varrel are still trying to work the map options of setting up Top Dragon on the right, pull attention towards perspective left here. Varrel still trying to avoid all that poke. They get close to the point. Top Dragon has made the space, got the attention of Rock.
Just a menace, yeah. Dia's having to look 2 different ways right now. Takes a little bit of damage there from KSG. Of course, those punches are penetrating through Verus Pro. Lamp already used this. Oh, Taejong caught out. KSG just finishes him with the left click as Top Dragon is just turning the ire of Rock Esports right now, who've given up control of the point. That's 1 tick, guaranteed a second as Rock try and force their way in.
Now wait for the final tip, but Verus Pro just gets handed.
Yeah, GLHF, no chance here on this first point. And Chamomile forced to go for a delayed reset, and Lemon, this is it. They need to push Castle now. They get positioning with this comp. It's going to be a nightmare for Rock to take over.
It's all about that momentum, and because of that late recontest from Rock, same thing that Varrel did, you're going to have this early castle position. Rock's going to try and fight through it. They'll have Window. Belisria is at the tip of the spear. He has to go up against KSG, who's close to annihilation.
Oh, that's a very, very passive lamp there by Chamomile. Window very aggressive, however. Annihilation, Window, they're just going to run through them. Dia, wrong place, wrong time. Varrel keeping the payload going.
You just can't stop Varrel, and they won that off of just the annihilation and better positioning. Rock just could not poke them down with the amp. Lexa has to save them with the sound barrier. You're not even stacking 3 on cars. The final fight for Varrel to pull off the upset.
Yeah, Nico's got this high noon. I mean, this is a disgusting amount of ults right now. Oh, and now you have to deal with this Window too. Oh, Belisria just walks through though with that Nemesis form, but Nico is pretty damn low. Sound barrier hits 3 from Lexa. Annihilation on the point. A fully charged Deadeye, and Belisria is low. Oh, Dia! He hits 2 with the high noon. Has to deal with Slay on the sidelines, but he's good for 2 at least.
Clutch annihilation from Belisria to save him during the high noon. The immortality from Chamomile to assist his tank, and Dia takes over to get the kills to stabilize Rock. Now it's time to fight for the bridge. This is what's going to overlook the payload, and Varrel are out of ults.
Tough spot for them to be in now, retaking the castle. Oh, Cloud. Yep, get into cover. They're taking a little bit of damage though as KSG appears out of nowhere there, going up the stairs. Open to trying to trade position as Cloud jumps up, hits the regenerative burst onto KSG. Dia, wrong place. Uh-oh. Dia, a mistake. Drops down to low, thinking maybe he can kill Cloud, and the final push is coming. Belisria down. The weight of Japanese Overwatch on Varrel's shoulders, and they've done it! A map 5 versus Rock, and they take the victory. A region that hasn't been represented in Overwatch in an ungodly amount of time. A big win on the stage. Head in hand for Rock. A game they thought was winnable. But Varrel, they can hold their heads high. Their journey has not come to an end yet. But now they get the honors of crushing Rock's key and moving on into the later stages of this group.
Best team in Japanese history, going flawless in their own region. They have not seen international competition in years. They bolstered their roster, importing Slay and Top Dragon from Korea. And what an impact they've had. Top Dragon getting behind the tank, not allowing any anchor, any staying power from the other side. Parts of Team Japan that can now get closer and closer to big wins, to maybe get to playoffs, to maybe pull off another upset. But one step closer, another life, one key crushed, and the region proud of Varrel.
I feel like they're going to turn into a fan favorite and a crowd favorite too. Smiles on every single one of their faces. Top Dragon, Slay coming in as imports for the team. Slay Zalari questioned it, especially on the very first map. Was kind of torn apart, but that Icon Vather looked so good. A map, I feel like, perfectly designed for them. Amazing stuff from Varrel. They're still on that final lifeline, but they're going to move on through the group. We're going to jump down to Fancy on the stage for a quick interview.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We are back on stage after Varrel finally doing it and making one step closer to the playoffs, to the top 8. I have Top Dragon with me for a quick interview. I just want to ask you a few simple questions. So for the first question, you and Slay are the current, most recent additions to the roster, and we just want to know, how is the comp like during the match?
Yeah, we just doing like just Japanese in the match, so that's why I think our team communication is really well. So yeah, I think that's key of the win.
And it's absolutely showing during the match as well. You guys are on point. You guys are all on the same page. But you specifically, you've been playing with a lot of teams across a lot of regions, 3 regions to be specific, for the past 2 years. What makes this roster specifically special?
Sorry?
What makes Varrel's roster special from all the teams that you've been playing with for the past 2 years?
Sorry.
That's okay. We don't have to talk about this. We can talk about something else because you get to crush a key since this is an elimination match. Do you know about the key crushing?
Key crushing, yeah, I know that. Yeah, it's really wild, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we get to do one right now and you get to press the button yourself. So do you want to go and do that right now?
Yeah, let's get it.
Let's do it. We're moving to the key crusher where Top Dragon is about to crush their opponent's key. Every time you win an elimination match, you get to crush your opponent's key as they leave the tournament. As soon as he gets the instruction, we're going to go ahead and do that. So Top Dragon, we'll let him enjoy this moment. And there you have it. One more key crushed and one step closer for Varrel to the top 8. But hey, we have Danny for the exit interview. So let's move on. Danny, take it away.
Thank you so much, Fancy. I'm here joined by Lengsa from Rock Esports for the exit interview. First of all, everybody, can we get a big round of applause for Rock Esports for a job well done? It was an unfortunate loss, but I know you guys tried your best. My first question for you, Lengsa, is if you could, I know this might hurt, but I feel like it would shed a lot of light for the fans. What were some of the difficulties you guys faced during your match today?
恩萨就是非常遗憾呢，你们电竞世界杯之旅就是止步于此。刚才一场也是打得非常激烈，也是很遗憾惜败了。就想问你，就是我们直视去面对一下，就是你觉得主要问题出在哪里呢？
我觉得我们现在还没有解锁，就是能帮助我们获胜的那些条件或者自身能力的一些缺陷吧。我觉得，就我们队伍的一些选手也是很久没有参与过线下赛，然后呢，大家就是我也没有足够的好，所以说可能这次比赛就是没有获得胜利。
I think in terms of strategy, I don't think our team has really unlocked the conditions required to achieve a consistent victory, and having not much experience on a LAN stage, on an offline stage. I think for a lot of our teammates, it's kind of a new experience for them, and it takes time to adapt. And I think that there's a lot of room for improvement for everyone involved, and we're going to keep working on it.
And I bet it was a difficult fight. I mean, you're at EWC in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. You're going up against the best Overwatch teams here, and that's who you guys were fighting with. And of course, I know there's always an improvement. But for now, this is it for Rock Esports. Lengsa, I guess, what's the next step for you guys?
确实，我们在电竞世界杯，就是你们面对的就是世界所有的一些顶级战队。就想问你们，尽管止步于此，但是后面就展望未来，你们打算怎么个去前进法呢？
或许我们会更加的专注于我们的训练，以及提高我们的训练质量，来更好的针对我们的对手进行比赛的胜利。
We're going to focus a lot more on our training and the quality of our training, and we're going to focus on improving our team as a whole, and to be able to achieve greater results in the future.
Thank you so much. We're definitely excited. We'll be keeping an eye on Rock Esports and Lengsa one more time. Everybody, give it up for Lengsa one last time. That is it for the exit interview. Pocket, take it away.
Thank you very much, Danny, and congratulations to our Japanese lineup. Verrel is moving on to the round of 12. I got to be honest here. Rock did not deserve to win this matchup. There were some huge throws in game 4 and 5. There were some tears at the end of the matchup. The Chinese team is going to be looking back at some of these mistakes with their head in their hands.
I mean, they had some close calls, right? He's called out the game for that map for Atlas. We went to just basically the final moments. That was a winnable moment for Rock, so they could have closed out the series. But then we take it to Eichenwalde. We drag this back into a Ramatra matchup. We move away from Bellasria playing ball. We move away from the Hazard, the dive heroes, and suddenly things just get way too difficult because I think Varrel, they're better drilled. They look better in this brawl mirror. And on Eichenwalde, that was proof in the pudding right there.
Yeah, and especially a Freya ban coming out for map 5. We saw throughout the series at Rock. They banned the Baptiste, they banned the Ilari. They had a good read on what were Varrel's strengths. But then they moved over, they banned a damage hero instead, and it allowed Varrel to play their own game come map 5 and on Eichenwalde. And so I think that Varrel, you gotta give them credit here. As Jack mentioned on the cast as well, this is a big win for a small region. Japan hasn't really had a big team represent on the global stage. Exactly, and so Varrel winning this matchup, you saw on the players, this is a really big moment for them. And now, can they carry that momentum with their style, with their double flex support style, into a deciding matchup against Team Liquid later today?
Impressive stuff. Verrel stays alive. JawsCast called it on day number 1. He said, look out for Japan. They strike here in a game 5, and they will now be moving on to play Team Liquid to close out the night here on the mainstream. Avril, as you look back at the end of this series, though, who would you give MVP honors to?
I think Top Dragon is the likely answer, but I want to give a special shout out to KSG because I think the tank matchup is where it really counted. You look at the Ramatra, KSG held his ground. That ended up being the winning matchup for Varrel and where they got the most done. So I think I kind of want to push towards
Top
KSG.
Dragon, come on, man.
Top Dragon's a flash. He's a flash. He got the most kills. He's the flashiest player, but I think the Ram comp is what got them win.
The Korean star, love him. He got to crush the key. He deserves the honors. Let's check in, though, on another match that is currently tied 1-1. I'm told we're into game 3. We're going to be joining it live, and we got a tracer on your screen. So, Johnny, GK Esports North America, we got Team CC trying to battle back. What are you seeing?
Yeah, and this is in overtime on Gibraltar, actually, the very final fight, and it looks like Team CC actually are going to pick up a map win against GK Esports. Again, the second best team in China, Team CC. So, I gotta say, this is a pretty unexpected result here. GK actually, are they gonna be able to close it out? No, the timer expired there. So, wow, a map win for CC against the #1 seed in North America.
Yeah, that's incredible. And Gibraltar is the kind of map that you want to go to if you want to push that dive, which GK should be comfortable on. But this is a good look from CC. They got a couple of subs in there as well. Billy Deng. More importantly, Hao Chen, super rich. He's actually like their coach as well, but I guess he's on the roster. He got subbed in for this map, and they just won that one. That's really impressive.
We've got a lot of game 5s today, and we still have 2 more matches to go. When we come back, though, we are turning our attention to the matches that decide who moves into the playoffs and who has their keys crushed with their dreams and hopes coming to an end in Riyadh. Don't go anywhere. It's Overwatch 2 at the EWC.
야 집중해 집중해. Okay, not easy. Jumpin, how'd you beat this level? It's not looking good for me.
Hi everybody, I'm Danny.
Hi, I'm Kuffa.
Hello everyone, I'm Gaga.
안녕하세요. 크레이지 라쿤의 탱커를 맡고 있는 준민이라고 합니다.
Hello, I'm 동아. My name is Sama. Nice to meet you.
And we're here to play some Winston leaping parkour.
자, 이게 들어가면은 이렇게 초록색 이렇게 빔으로 나와요. 저기까지 점프를 하면 돼요.
Here we go. First checkpoint. It's right in front of you. Looks pretty easy. Don't mess this up.
Cool.
Okay. Oh, this is okay.
I'm ready.
Easy.
I'm ready.
You're going fast. 이거는 빨간 그죠? 먹고 점프하면 된다.
Okay.
먹고 점프. 그렇지.
Easy.
이제 슬슬 어려워집니다. 이제 슬슬 어려워집니다.
2차.
오, 오케이.
2차.
오케이. 오, 쉽네. I'm trying my best to throw you off, but apparently it's not working. It did work. Nice.
It worked. It did it.
이 윈스턴 점프를 잘하는 뭐 노하우 같은 게 있나요?
방향키를 잘 조절해야 돼요.
야, 여기서 무너지면 안 돼. 자, 할 수 있어. 할 수 있어. 오케이. 자, 말 안 할게요. 자. 오케이. 됐다. Oh, inside. Oh, this one very hard. 오! 내가 시간이 모자란. 안 모자라네.
여기서 한번 뛰고.
야, 집중해.
Okay, not easy.
Not easy. 자, 이 다음 게 좀 어려웠던 거 기억해요, 저는.
이거?
네. 바로 옆에 코너. 시간이 굉장히 짧아요. 오, 한 번이 됐네?
I have to get on the last try.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you believe in me?
I believe in you, couple. 100%.
I don't believe.
형님,
in
가자! 오, 됐다!
됐다.
나이스! No, and the time is off. Ah, so close. 2, 1, 땡!
여기서 한번 비비고 프라이머 끝났는데? 여기서 끝날 때 싹 끝.
재밌었는데 은근 어려웠던 것 같아요.
생각보다 어렵죠.
아, 근데 이게 버그가 좀 있는 것 같고.
근데 재밌었고 쉽네요.
That is it for the Winston Parkour. Hope you guys had fun. I know the players did. I had a lot of fun. So yeah, we'll see you guys next time. Thank you. What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here. We're gonna learn a little bit more about Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and we have our experts here. Please introduce yourselves.
Hey guys, I'm Mirko, official English caster for Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Hi everyone, my name is Brigida, another official English caster for Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Guys, thank you so much for joining me here. I mean, I heard that tomorrow's the big day, the grand finals. Tell me something more about Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Who are the two teams that are going up against each other tomorrow?
Okay, so tomorrow we found out today that it is going to be Team Liquid Philippines going up against SRG OG Esports, all the way from Malaysia. So it's a Philippines versus Malaysia matchup for tomorrow.
I mean, Team Liquid and Overwatch side is doing pretty well as well. You know, they're hoping to get a spot in the playoffs. But talking about Team Liquid, I know in chess they're doing pretty well as well. So Club Championship, I think they are ranked top four. They're in, you know, with the, I mean, if they win Mobile Legends Bang Bang, do well in Overwatch and in chess, they could go up, right?
For sure. Again, Team Liquid have a big chance. I think they were favorites coming into this tournament as well. Hey, the only trophy they need left right now to complete their trophy cabinet is the mid-season cup at Esports World Cup. So it should be their time. I don't know, though. SRG are looking really good.
Ooh, SRG's another strong team as well. All right, guys, that's it for the interview. Thank you so much, and have fun tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What's going on, mate? I was looking for the edge of the world. I see the B-roll all the time and the trophies in it, so I figured it was nearby.
What's that?
It's a sightseeing thing that Puckett told me about. It looks awesome.
Oh, is that when it's up on like the mesas and the cliff tops?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, cool. You know what else is on the horizon?
What?
The SNB match of the day featuring Verus Pro and Weibo Gaming.
That is going to be a sick game. I mean, we casted Weibo yesterday. I mean, they get so close against Falcons and not able to come out on top. VP was like one of the best in EMEA throughout stage 1. They had a pretty rough stage 2. But maybe they make a comeback.
I mean, you were busy meeting with the Princes, but we just saw Vertus Pro take down AG.AL 3-0.
Really tough game.
Yeah, and they're not putting Iceland on Sim anymore, so they're actually looking like they're pretty solid. And with Weber kind of playing the Ramatra sort of rush styles, it's going to be a really hard one to call.
Anytime you don't have to put your tank on the Sim, you're in a better spot, in my opinion.
Yeah,
and Weibo impressed me with their ability to play Ramatra the other day.
Yeah, honestly, like obviously not the result they wanted against Falcons, but I do think that team belongs in our quarterfinals. Only one way to find out if they get there, though. Let's jump in.
Ooh, baby, we got a banger of a matchup coming your way in just a few moments, but we also got some fantastic news during the break. Jake, at the start of the day, I asked you what you were excited about, and you told me there was one team in particular you expect to have a huge bounce back on day 2.
Yeah, I think it's Twisted Minds, right? Sign came in really strong and won that first to 2 in their opening match here at Esports World Cup. But Twisted Minds, I think they're a better team than they showed in that match. They've also shown me historically that they can make comebacks. And so we're going to be able to see that potentially here on the A stream.
That's right, Johnny. After a 3-0 from Vertus Pro and a 3-0 from Twisted Minds against the Gatos Guapos, we are now ahead of schedule, and we have a 5th matchup coming your way at 11 p.m. local time. That one, we expect the crowd to be up on their feet and getting super rowdy. But we're getting into our SNB match of the day. Weibo Gaming, Vertus Pro. Who's going to have the bigger fan base out here in Riyadh?
Well, the Chinese fans have turned up in force as well, you gotta say, and now supporting their team, Weibo Gaming, of course, who is a real contender. They went to Map 5 yesterday against Team Falcons, a bit of a disappointing ending to that one, but they are definitely of the caliber where they can take on some of the best teams in the tournament now. Facing a team like Vertus Pro, I think Vertus Pro, they had a good win earlier here today, of course, and so they're hungry to take on a good Chinese teams like this.
I mean, you see the veterancy there on the Jamil Motorsport arrival cam there. They're all just so calm and collected there coming into the arena. They've been here a million times before, right? They've been on the bubble before. It doesn't phase these guys. We've got, MVP players across the board on this roster, and I think this is going to be a really tough challenge. Weibo Gaming, Vertus Pro, yes, they came out very strong, and I think you're right. This could be a very good match, but Weibo Gaming are that team. Very scary to meet them on an international stage with pressure on. It seems like that's when they're at their strongest.
Now, Weibo, of course, had the morning off. They were able to watch Vertus Pro earlier to see what their competition was going to look like. But when you look across this 5-man roster from China, who is the scariest player? Is it still Gushue?
Gushue is definitely a big factor, but this is not the meta for Gushue, actually. I'm looking towards the damage players, and it's what we do over and over again. But I'm looking at someone like Lee, for example. Fantastic individual plays on the Tracer, but we've seen a lot of Venture being featured this tournament specifically, and that could be a difference maker here today against Vertus Pro.
Well, it's time to talk with the difference maker himself. Lee was able to join us live on the mic. Here's what he had to say.
What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here, joined by Lee from Weibo Gaming. I mean, you guys are heading into your Decider match. You guys actually already faced VP. Lee, I just want to ask you, is there a specific player from that team that you're sort of targeting or looking out for?
Leaf 就是你们后面一场呢，即将就是重新对战 VP 战队，然后他们战队里面有哪一位选手你想特别去针对一下的呢？
我觉得是他们那个玩新Meta的主 T 吧，因为他本来是玩坦克的嘛，然后他专门玩这个英雄，我觉得挺有意思的。
I think I'll be focusing more on the Symmetra player who used to be the tank player. Yeah. And having a tank player playing the Symmetra, that's like very interesting for me, and I want to do something about it.
Okay, I mean, you guys are definitely going to do something about it. And I mean, talking about Vertus Pros, you guys already beat them, like I said. Leaf, do you think it's going to be an easy win this time around?
就是因为你们已经战胜过 VP 战队一次了，然后现在要重新再对战他们，是否会轻松取下这个胜利呢？
说轻松可能有一点狂吧，但是我觉得我不建议再多做一次这样的事情。
Well, this might sound a little cocky from me, but I don't mind beating them again.
Oh, all right. Well, Leaf, thank you so much for the interview. I'm definitely excited for this rematch. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind beating them again if it's going to send me to the playoff bracket. Remember, that is where LGD fell short last year at EWC. The same players trying to get it done this year, but they're going up against a juggernaut from EMEA. Well, VP is a big brand, but Johnny, is their team as scary as their name?
I definitely do think this is a scary team because they're really well put together and they've shown some really good composition so far this tournament. They know their identity. They can put Shockwave on that hit scan, and Jwoo, a fantastic superstar in the making on the Tracer and the Genji. Now, they have a bit of a wrinkle as well. We've seen the Symmetra come out from their tank player, like Leaf just mentioned in the interview. Ice Gnome stepping in as a substitute player to play that Symmetra. But for the most part, I think Vertus Pro, they know their identity and they're really well at executing.
Jake, what do you enjoy watching when Vertus Pro is on our stage?
I think for me, you're right to highlight these damage players, but I also want to talk about Eisnom in a different context. Yeah, he's sort of like come in with this wild sim flex to maybe try and meet the moment of the meta for the Esports World Cup. But I really like from what we've seen from Vertus Pro all year long, when Eisnom comes in to play the Hazard in particular and bringing that dive style, we'd be super interested to see how this matchup goes, because the first time these two teams match up, I think maybe Weibo Gaming was hiding strats, playing dive to kind of be tricky and withhold their Ramatra strat. But will they come into this match continuing on with the Ramatra, or are they just going to try and run it back? I mean, they won with the dive last time. They might think that, hey, we'll just play this again. We'll win the same way we won last time. And I would love to see this Vertus Pro, which has seemed to go back to their roots, right? They're really letting Jwoo stay in on Tracer. I think that's a good move. He's just a monster on the flex DPS. But I'd love to see them utilize both Eisnom and Vistola to really get the most out of their strats and still play comfort zone while potentially getting a bit of an edge.
We had a chance to talk with Agal, and he said, we got to give props to our coach. Smash has been on the ball, and he's also here on the mic.
Hey guys, Danny Lim here, joined by head coach Smash from Verus Pro. Coach, I mean, you just finished your match. You have another one coming up. I mean, how are the players feeling? What are the vibes? Are they doing good? Are they tired? 자, 일단 첫 번째 경기가 끝나고 이제 두 번째 경기 또 있습니다. 이제 지금 현 상태, 선수들은 지금 어떤 상태인가요? 좀 괜찮은가요? 컨디션이?
네, 일단 너무 쉽게 이겨가지고.
네.
일단 컨디션은 나쁠 거 없을 것 같고 그냥 이제 뭐 좀 간식거리 같은 거 먹고 이제 경기 준비하면 될 것 같아요.
Yeah. Actually, the previous match wasn't that difficult, so they're not that tired. All we have to do is do a little bit of prep and also eat some good food and then rest and then head into our decider match. I mean, talking about prepping, as a head coach, before you go into a match, what do you usually prep them with? Like, what do you say to your players?
저는 일단 후회 없이 경기하는 게 제일 중요한 것 같아요. 아무래도 저희 애들이 경력이 정말 오래된 선수는 아니다 보니까 좀 웨이보 같은 오래된 팀을 상대로 할 때 좀 약간 무서워하는 것 같은데 뭐 지더라도 뭐라도 좀 해보고 지자. 그냥 그런 말을 제일 많이 하는 것 같아요. 쫄지 마라. 그런 얘기를 제일 많이 하는 것 같아요.
I think the biggest thing that I tell my players, because they are sort of a younger team that doesn't have a lot of experience, is to play without regrets. Play your best. Do your best and show everything that you got. I think that's the most biggest thing that I always emphasize to my players. All right, talking about Weibo, and he did also mention that they sort of struggle against teams like Weibo because they have that much more experience compared to Verus Pro. And talking about Weibo, rematch, right? Your decider match is rematch against Weibo. How are you feeling about that match?
어저께 경기를 이겼어야 되는데 저희한테 져라고, 그러니까 니네 이기라고 주는 경기였거든요. 어저께 되게 못했는데 어저께 너무 아쉽게 놓쳐가지고 오늘도 좀 못하길 바라면서 저희가 또 3대0으로 쉽게 이기고 싶긴 하지만 또 모르죠. 해봐야죠.
Yeah, I feel like it was a match that we should have won. It should have been an easy win, but at the same time, that didn't happen. So I guess we're gonna try our best to make that happen this time around for the decider match. Coach, thank you so much. Best of luck.
Thank you.
감사합니다.
Each round counts. Every map matters for our remaining teams. They have to put it all out there. They can't hold back strats to keep their playoff dreams alive.
Absolutely. This is a rematch from yesterday. So not only they are familiar foes, that means one of the teams got to rest and observe this morning while the other had to fight to stay alive in this tournament.
That's right. And now we have the pleasure of calling them out one more time, this time with everything on the line. Now, last time those two teams faced off against each other, it went all the way to map 3. But the Chinese super team, they came out on top because they got to play to their strengths. Yes, that means that they get to play that dive, and we did see Winston on the stage as well. So please make some noise for Weibo Gaming.
On the other side, this squad is looking to ride the momentum from their victory earlier today. Please welcome Verus Pro.
And this is the conclusion of Group A, arguably the group of death. Who will join Team Falcons to make it to the playoffs? We're about to find out.
Rich Leslie and Matt Morello in the booth for you here for this Group A Decider match. And as our hosts correctly pointed out, this is a rematch. Weibo Gaming and VP already went head-to-head in that first game down there in that Group A matchup. And again, a tight affair. Now, these two get to face each other, Matt, in a full best-of-5.
Yeah, and we saw Weibo in a really tough game against Falcons yesterday fall just a little bit short, where they're going to want to get in to that final bracket to try and make some noise there. We heard from Leaf, in kind of like the little bit of the pre-game talk. He's looking to hand them another L.
It's do or die at this point to try and make it out of this group. And such an interesting story for both of these teams across this year of Overwatch in general. Vertus Pro, such strong starters over in the EMEA, really look to lead the pack in terms of understanding of the metagame, just having the right pieces where they're needed. But ever since Stage 2 kicked off, it's been very much a different story. And they've made some tweaks, some adjustments, right? Icenom came in to play a bit of Symmetra. Vertus Pro were able to do away with that idea in that AG.AL matchup earlier on, but they may feel like they need to go back in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, bringing in Icenom, right? Icenom played like Sim, which is like, crazy, right? I mean, if you have to put your tank player on Sim, I mean, that is unheard of, at this level, right? So it looks like first map will end up being Oasis. With Icenom in, right, you can play a lot of the dive tanks that we would see the teams usually play. I know Vestola doesn't really play like the Winston, doesn't really play ball. It would be more of like a diva play.
All right, a moment's away here from jumping in. Weibo Gaming, we talked about how close they were able to come. Really put quite a scratch on that Falcons roster. They've always been the team that gets so very close, and so many of their expectant fans have been waiting for this team to more than just put themselves on the map, but to actually reach out and take glory for themselves. Always that second, that third place team, always in the conversation, always with a seat at the table, but never sitting at the head.
And for me, it's got to be Jwoo for Vertus Pro, right? Like, if they're going to have a chance, we've talked about this player in EMEA for a while now, like hyping him up, like kind of next coming, next player up. I feel like he's going to have to ascend to that level to deal with, Shia and Lieb on the other side, right? We know how good they are and how capable they are. I'm also curious if we see Weibo actually go back to playing some of the Venture we saw, right? They were really effective with the Venture against Falcons the other day. So potentially another hero they could bring out.
And look, I think the Venture's such a good look against the teams that are trying to play Sim at DPS, for example, and against the Baptiste being able to knock people outside of that Immortality field with the Drill Rush is very powerful. But you'll notice, based on where Icenom is sitting, he's not playing DPS. He's actually coming in on tank. Something we've seen Vertus Pro lean on much less over their run here. And
you know, I think Smash coming out of the AG.AL game, despite the fact that VP won that 3-0, he was not happy. He was not happy with that result. Now, he shows a bit of a more stoic face in that post-interview with Danny, but it looks like Verus Pro, in that window, looked to make a couple of changes. Coming into a control map at the start of the series, one that, you know, like Oasis, definitely expect Vertus Pro maybe to favor mobility a little bit more in that tank role. But giving ISOM a proper run here on one of those, dive-esque tanks.
Could be Hazard as well,
yes.
Right?
I mean, that's one of the things that he definitely came into play. We have seen teams, of course, go for the Winston. Gouche's done it. Belisray are also showing us some Winston play in that previous series, even if ultimately they were unsuccessful. And like on Oasis, if we get City Center, for example, I think that's a very reasonable map as we're flying in here. You can see that's actually where we're beginning. Either the Hazard or the Winston definitely has legs.
Yeah, so we didn't see any of the Winston from Weibo yesterday, so we saw a lot of Ramatra from Gouche in the head-to-head, and it was quite fine from what we saw from Gouche. But if there's an opportunity for him to play Winston, and especially with the way that Verus Pro potentially comes out here now, they will most certainly take it, and that is the most unfortunate time to pause, right? As everybody's getting excited, and we just hit the pause button.
That's right. Again, I mean, possibly some audio issues that need to be ironed out. That's a bit of a wild guess for me, but that's something we've seen pop up on occasion. And I don't know if we can really do the fandom justice here, of course, with our Chinese Overwatch contingent. The passion is pretty absurd. A lot of people hoping to see results from them. Also, great also to see some Vertus Pro representation.
The crowd
out there in the crowd.
The crowd has been pretty legendary. I mean, you see all the players just kind of going up against each other, whether it's like, you see like, who do we see? Shu yesterday, right? Kind of like thumbs down the crowd. You see when the Vertus Pro fans, kind of chant at the players, they can see from the side. So it sounds like a Teams comm issue. You were right. I mean, that was a brilliant guess, unlike some of your guesses from earlier today.
We'll find out about that later.
Thing we filmed.
They were good. It's just
good
enough, apparently.
It sounds like mine were a little bit better.
Yeah, stay tuned for that one, folks. Now, these teams played Oasis in their matchup in their Group A opener game. Did not go well for VP. They definitely struggled, but already we're seeing a different look, a different roster rolled out for this squad. Last time the bans were actually VP choosing to ban Winston on that Oasis map. So this time they're obviously looking to play into that a little bit more. And I like the change of tack. They pull up a little short against this Weibo Gaming team here, and I'm glad to see them be able to make adjustments on a dime.
I feel like everybody's been down on VP a little bit, and obviously they had a rough Stage 2 in EMEA, but it's not like this is a bad team, right? They were #1 going into the Champions Clash early this year, so it will be the Hazard here for Vertus Pro. And Hazard has a pretty good matchup into the Winston, so I think this is a good read here from VP.
ISOM here to the middle of the map already, forcing Gouche to give up some of that space. So the adjustment we were looking for, and big damage on Shy. That burst that comes in from ISOM. Jabu's able to pick up Shy as he tries to skitter and slide away from the action. That definitely throws a wrench in the works for Weibo Gaming, who don't have position, and they don't have the Sojourn to take advantage of it.
Yeah, and they just kind of get bullied off the point, right? The Hazard's so difficult to take down. ISOM just kind of puts up the block, take out Gouche, and you're going to be able to just kind of keep on moving forward behind that Hazard.
New here doesn't really have anywhere to go. Shockwave was hoping to ask for a little bit more, and you'll see how far forward Vertus Pro position themselves now, because they can make great use of the Jagged Wall up in these close quarters. Get ISOM in there to pick off anyone who's trying to play a sneaky off angle.
And now we got a mirror matchup, so this should be quite fascinating. I think Jaewoo versus Leave in terms of the Tracers. Leave was so good on the Tracer and working with Monk the other day against Falcons, almost ends up pulling that out. They gotta kind of track where he's at today.
Gouche already get battered up a little bit in the front line. ISOM happy to trade with him at length, and now the Tracers are starting to get involved. Shockwave has found Leave, and Jaewoo's causing some headaches for Shy. He's able to recall out, but Mew, another casualty here for Weibo Gaming, and now they've lost that ability to speed out of this engagement. They're essentially trapped. A Jagged Wall thrown behind Gouche means he blocked off his own route of escape. And this has been dominant stuff for the EMEA squad so far.
Yeah, and Gouche falls late, so now you're going to lose a few more players as Fixa in the feed as well. In all of these fights that VP's been able to win, they've had to use absolutely nothing. So set up in a fantastic spot to end up taking this round And also, like this round, right? I know with this point on Oasis, like you can actually just hold this for so long. That's a sound barrier so early. That's before the downpour even comes down.
Downpour deployed here. Shockwave has got himself a little bit of an off angle to play with. A little far away from the action here. The Kitsune Rush is active for Verus Pro. Weibo Gaming getting chunked down, and Icenom was able to find purchase on the most important target. Shy, the centerpiece of the Weibo setup, has gone down yet again, and there are no ults really to hang your hat on if you're a fan of Chinese Overwatch at the moment. Gushui eventually capitulates, forced to by the kunais of Gala, and that'll be a pretty open and shut round. Vertus Pro looking like a different squad this time around.
I mean, they were dominant. I mean, that round was not close. It was the Winston comp early on from Weibo, and then they try and match with the Hazard, and it just looked really poor throughout that round. So we'll see how this kind of works out here for Weibo. Do you go to the Winston yet again and try and play against the Hazard? Do they bring back the Ramatra? That worked yesterday, although we didn't see them play it against a Hazard. It was really just kind of heads up against another Ram. But look, you give this Weibo Gaming a team an opportunity for them to kind of play at this fast pace. They're always going to take it.
And at this stage of the tournament, hopes and dreams of the Chinese fans rest on the shoulders of Weibo Gaming. And they need to show us a stronger look than what we just witnessed on City Center. High ground established early here for Weibo Gaming, and Gushri's looking just to swat away Fixer. Jay was already forced to recall a little bit earlier on, and Fixer, well, again, very far away from his team,
Yeah, I mean, nowhere close to be able to kind of get any of these players out.
Shockwave J-Wood getting chunked down pretty low. Leave starting to get activated on this Tracer a little bit earlier this time around. And Gushri's trying to make space for the rest of Weibo to move in and take up. And Leave has done exactly that. Icenom and Fixer both dragged down by the Tracer. Much better looks, and so much hinges on how much attention Gushri can command here early.
Yet Icenom never actually makes it to the high ground, right? So obviously both teams want to fight for high ground over on that bridge early on. It looks like Icenom gets like knocked down, so not able to get up to the high ground, fight for that with the Hazard. Then you kind of have to back on out after that as they try and push towards that high ground, and Shy takes out Shockwave.
Shockwave was hoping Shy will be tied up by the massive bulking tank in his face, but he has a look past that interloper, is able to spot the enemy Sojourn getting on the high ground. Vertus Pro kind of failing to launch in that first engagement here, but the supports are going to work. Gala and Fixer combined for 2. That leaves Leave out of the fight. Very quickly, Jaywu realizes it's his for the taking. Rush onto the point and finally get Vertus Pro accruing percentage.
Yeah, it's a really quick 41 though for Weibo. So pretty good start for them. We're going to get in this situation though, Mitch, where like everything is available pretty much on both sides. A lot on the line in that fight that would be coming up, right? You win it for VP and hold on to stuff, you're going to take a pretty substantial lead.
View, of course, trying to make sure there's a safe deployment of the sound barrier. Has to have tracked that Fixer should be at 100 as well. Oh, there it is, Lee with a pick on Shockwave. Again, the first casualty of the fight. Last time VP were able to bounce back, but it's tough to make that happen twice in a row. Yeah, Gala didn't really have anywhere to go. Up in that crow's nest, chased down by Mew. Vertus Pro would be advised to hold on to the remaining ultimates, as there was a Kitsune Rush usage there.
Yeah, so you have to end up using the sound barrier to get through that rush, but you're able to kind of fight it there from Weibo. And you have that little bit of an advantage. Right now you flip the point, you're going to get up to like 65, 70 here. If you're able to just kind of use your rush, play inside of it, maybe there's like a downpour that comes down. Obviously both sides have it, right? Trying to capture players in the rush or against it. We'll see if they're able to do so. It's going to be sound barrier from Fix. It's going to kick with everybody.
Dangerous Icenom got chunked low by the first shot of the overclock from Shine. He's looking for more. Downpour. Kitsune Rush in play. Pulse bomb going wide, and Jaywu's able to bring Shy down, but Icenom has to give his life up for that one. Mew taken down with the boop. Gushri's found his second of the fight, though, and Lever's going to stick close to his tank. The dive comes in. Gushri's looking for blood, and Leaves found his way into the backline, but Jaywu helps Shockwave out at an important juncture. Shockwave barely alive, but still standing. Gushri doesn't seem to care, though. Fixer got a little bit too close to the spiky carapace of the Hazard, and Weibo maintained control. Vertus Pro come back sheepishly trying to re-engage here. Jagged ball thrown behind Gushri, but he found a way to escape. Shockwave thought about the high ground here, but opts just to try and contest for the time being as Jaywood's already gone. That's a big pick, but it's going to take more from that for Shockwave. Overclock got the Lucio. Gushri again, another kill. This guy can't be stopped. He sees Gala low, jumps in with the slash, and we have a flip now. Shockwave, though, starting a little bit nervous, trying to play from behind the pillar, break this line of sight up as he knows that Shy is looking for him.
Well, I also don't think he wants to exactly push in. They have Ice Gnome there that's kind of putting pressure on the Shy as now he's had to rotate out there with Fixa, just get back up to full HP.
Jagged wall here, Shy will have to play from behind it. It's Ice Gnome falling first. Shockwave very quickly pulls back towards the middle of the map. He saw Shy on his left, who will now command that space. Gala had to Suzu himself just to stay alive a little bit longer, but it feels like a prolonging of the inevitable. Weebo Gaming, from start to finish in this round, have looked much improved after switching over to the Hazard look themselves.
Yeah, they look like a different team here in this second round. The Winston obviously did not work out for them in round number 1. Ice Gnome goes over to the Doom, just trying to get a touch. Jewu extends overtime.
Sign Rush in play, beat comes down. It's an embarrassment of riches for Weibo Gaming, and they leverage all of it to buy themselves the round. And in convincing fashion, might I add.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going down that easy, right? I mean, you're not going to be able to just get rid of Weibo Gaming. As we take a look from Leaf's POV, is I know one of the best tracers in the world. You see Ice Gnome trying to go for the back line. I mean, you cannot leave him unchecked. Leave ends up picking 3 up in that fight.
You see here, yeah, Gushue really bloodlust in that game. Constantly identifying these half health, 250 or less HP heroes to get in there and assassinate quickly. It's that kind of quick burst damage that Winston frankly does not have available to him.
So we'll see if we get a mirror matchup yet again, and it looks like we will. So just like how we talked about with Falcons yesterday, you have to do a much better job keeping track of lead. If you're able to do that and Jay would just kind of mark him, you're in a better spot.
Brilliant opening, just a start of kick for Shy knew, yeah, we knew he was cool.
One is fine.
Yep, we take those. Able to find Ice Gnome on the fadeaway. And now, I mean, Weber Gaming have a bit of room. We're hoping for a bit of extra stagger. They're going to have to satisfy themselves with picking Gala up. And now VP have got to be really careful. Should Fixer, Shockwave, even Gala linger too close to the front lines, too low, Gushwe's going to make short work of them. He's just that good on these highly mobile frontliners.
They have full control over the point at the moment. It looks like Ice Gnome just trying to put some pressure on this side room, right? Because if you can get all the way through and just kind of collapse on them, force them over to the other side, it's a little bit easier to fight from that position.
Disrupt the shot there, a little bit of a harassment for Vertus Pro. They're going to play around it, but it's hard. Like I mentioned, stick out in the open for too long and you're going to have your head ripped clean off. Spike Guard getting maximum value here for Gushue, but eventually he will be carved out of that side room. A lot of durability, not quite enough when VP have all guns trained on him.
That is a situation where VP kind of needed a fight win, Mitch. Being able to flip that point there is crucial. I mean, this would have got up like 60%. Would have been very difficult for Vertus Pro to find their way back into this one. And they have a little bit of advantage here, right? You can use this Kitsune Rush, no sound barrier on the other side. Potentially get aggressive behind it. It's going to be the downpour as soon as it comes in.
Kitsune Rush comes in pretty quickly now that haste buff helping with the healing throughput for Gala to keep Ice Gnome standing, and they're able to withstand that downpour. But here comes the rush from Weibo. The blue brick road is going to be trodden as they make their way out onto the point. Vix's sound barrier has expired. Vertus Pro make a good disengage and they still control the point for the time being, but Mew has a beat of his own. Weibo just have a better collection of ultimates, and now they're going to lean into them to regain control as the game falls pretty closely even. A lot on the line in this last round of Oasis.
Man, that is a fast take there. So you're going to lose Fixa here towards the end of this. So you're going to actually have him stagger for just a little bit. It's going to allow Weibo to gain a little bit more percent here. Is overclocks on both sides. No sound barrier, right? So historically, we've seen teams, I know when the overclock comes in, sound barrier kind of keeps everybody alive, but Shy and Shockwave going to have a firing line here, being able to put down insane damage. Leave walks right in front of him.
Didn't know what hit him. I don't even know if Shockwave was ready for that. He just hits right click as soon as something gets into his crosshair. A very tight engagement. Shy out on the point. He's going to struggle to find much more now without much backup. Monk hastily joins him by his side, tops him up so he doesn't get staggered, and so VP will have to flip for now.
Yeah, but they have nothing really to hold on to this, though, man. I mean, you're going to have Jewu with a pulse bomb here coming up. So we'll see if he's able to land one. Like, I know, kind of working on the outside here, just trying to chase, looks like it's Mew and Leave as Mew makes his way back up the high ground. It's going to be a recall. He's got both supports.
Weibo dancing here, knows it's pretty dangerous to be up here. Monk can really hit him hard with those kunai, but he is bold as ever. And a pulse bomb. How does he get max value out of this one? Take Gushway low, that's a decent opportunity. He'll be forced away by a railgun of Shockwave. And Weibo have stepped back on this. They're waiting to build up some of these ultimates, but in doing so, they've allowed Verus Pro to get back into the lead. This is going to be quite the explosive conclusion to the round. Over the top goes Icenon, trying to perch up on the barrier. Mew comes forward. Sound barrier development fix is going to have one of his own, and now Jaywood's looking for a pulse pump connection, but he's gone away at the overshield. It misses, goes off to the side, sees Mew going low, tears strips off the Lucio, eventually brings him down, but it's at the cost of Shockwave. Here's the Kitsune Rush now in play for Weibo Gaming. Gala gets his off too. Icenon drops to the point. Big healing coming out from Monk. He's the only support left on the field. He's got to make it count now. Gooch, we're down to 200. Great jagged wall to buy him a little bit of space, but Shy got caught out by Icenon, and Gushway can't get to his intended target. Gala is protected by the jagged wall of Icenon, but Vertus Pro come up with the goods right when it matters. Mew could desperately try, but it's not going to be enough. VP come alive and beat Weibo right where it counts.
VP steals map number 1. The Kitsune Rush they end up using from Vertus Pro, and they actually have the downpour on the other side from Gushway. I actually don't even think it connected with anything, so they're able to use the full effect of that Kitsune Rush. You see some of the members from Weibo trying to put some pressure on the high ground. They just kind of leave Gushway over towards the point and just not able to come up with any kills.
Headsets are off here. A very intense game. The room heating up, but most importantly, last time we saw Oasis between these two teams, it was all Weibo Gaming all the time. Vertus Pro found themselves a little bit of a different gear, finally settling on what we thought would be their initial plan. Get Icenom on this hazard, this highly mobile frontliner role. This is the whole reason why he was brought into the fold for VP at the start of stage 2.
It's also quite interesting that you mentioned that they actually banned Winston the last time VP played Weibo, and they actually let it through this time. And it's like, you know what? Maybe we're actually better off just kind of like baiting them in to kind of play this fast style that maybe we feel like, look, it's not our best look, right? But maybe we feel like we can take advantage of them a little bit.
Now that this raises questions. How do the hero pools interact for these two teams? Because again, if Weibo try and go towards a Ramatra map, God forbid they want to put Gushway back on a rush kind of comp, but they've looked good there at times. Or do they keep trying to play this up-tempo brand of Overwatch that Vertus Pro, unlike many of their contemporaries over in EMEA, seem quite happy to go with? EMEA was definitely forged by like a lot of those Symmetra, the Diva compositions. That was something that Vertus Pro were really late to adopt. And even here in Riyadh, they only folded it in an impromptu manner by putting Icenom at DPS. And I think the issue is for them is that Jaywood's an incredible player, but the sim player on your team needs to be so communicative.
Yeah.
And that's just a lot to ask for someone doing it in their non-native, granted, a lot of non-native English speakers on this team.
Yeah.
But again, like, you really need very clear, strident comms from that sim player. And it might just be that Jaywood looked good mechanically on a sim. We saw it.
Yeah. And yesterday we saw that Weibo in their game against Falcons went to Esperanza, but you know, there's the ability for them to try and play like a Gibraltar, right? You could end up picking that one out. So we thought that they would be pretty solid on Gibraltar, because that is one that you can most certainly play Winston, have Gushway just kind of go to town. So we'll see what ends up coming out of our ban process and map selection, right? You could go, they could go Esperanza yet again. I wouldn't expect them to pick like a New Junk City unless they were really like trying to force Ramatra, right? Maybe they feel like the Ramatra was good enough yesterday. If they were going Ramatra though, I imagine on the stage right now we would be seeing a substitution, right? You would have Vistola come in to see that. So not seeing Icenom get up and walk out just yet tells me we probably are going to see some more of these dive tanks.
Still some deliberation here, of course. After we have map selection, we still have our bans to consider. Who's going to blink first? Who's going to look to try and target? Maybe something like the Hazard. Also, depending on the map we go to, heroes like Orisa, even outside of the Ramatra conversation, might need to be looked at. You also may see, a Protect ban at Tank, one that maybe doesn't look like the kind of hero that either team would play. And again, we still have to discuss the potential for the the venture compositions to make their way in. Leave is incredible on that role, but I think we've seen Jay play that a fair bit as well.
Well, venture, I feel like, talking to even Jake in the back, because I was like, maybe we'll see some more venture today, but they seem to be really good against teams who aren't great at the sim, right? You can actually just play venture. So into them and actually have an advantage. So maybe we see them come out. We'll see if venture is an option here for Weibo, but I imagine it's going to be something that's going to involve like the Tracer Sojourn combination from Leave and Shy. So that would be what I would expect. Like nothing, like Jaewoo was pretty decent there in map number 1. I wouldn't say like dominated the Tracer battle, where I think with how good Leave was against Proper yesterday, I would just ride it.
As you can see coach and referee putting their heads together here. I mean, she's a lot of options. We don't even quite know what this next map is going to be just yet. Waiting on that call to come to us. Let's have a look back over some of these round stats. It's such a tight round, and that's represented, of course, in that percentage towards the end of the round. And for me, the standout player is Icenom and his ability to make use of jagged walls there to actually protect his teammates as they fall back into the corridors off that last point. Gushue is trying to chase them down. It's very different to the first couple of rounds where the jagged wall could be circumvented. It doesn't really do anything. But when you're playing chokes, when you're playing out of those exits and entries, throwing that wall in the way can make it very, very hard for your opponents to chase down your low-health teammates, especially if it's a Kiriko, for example, who's waiting on a Swift Step cooldown, a Suzu cooldown, to try and get back into the game.
Yeah, the Kiri is so powerful, right? Obviously the ability to kind of flank with the Tracer, get back, heal everybody up. It just seems like it's a necessity. Where, I mean, that would be one that's interesting to look at, though, if you're VP, right? If you want to slow the game down and maybe you actually want to get into that head-to-head on the Ram, you could actually get rid of the Kiriko. But with Ice Gnome staying in, like we talked about, I imagine you let the Kiriko slide in here. And then you're probably looking at playing a Hazard Mirror yet again, or maybe like, I know, Ice Gnome, it's probably just a Hazard. I was like, maybe, even Diva, right? You would probably bring Bestola in. So it's probably looking like Hazard.
I want to see here for Ice Gnome, I mean, seen him play Orisa as well.
Yeah.
But as we know, there were a couple of teams in Europe that tried to bring in players to really fill that spot. Now, some teams tried to make it their only tank that would come in. Like the Ultimate sort of said, we want to have like a main dive tank for our team. Like we believe we can make that our style.
Right idea, maybe wrong time.
Yeah, and again, I do think there are some teams that have that like singular tank player, and those are easier to target with band strategy as well. If that tank player is not equally proficient across all roles, unless you're Mag, and then apparently if you ask Krusty, can play everything.
Well, he's not able to play everything here because they didn't qualify. Taking that strategy did Gen G. So the next map will actually be Esperanza. So a run back of what Weibo decided to pick yesterday against Falcons. This is one, if you remember, right? They were down 102 meters to nothing. They were getting goosed. And then they ran it all the way back. I mean, they were, that was one where you're like, hey, the series is turning. Like, this is where all of the momentum's going to go to Weibo Gaming. And then obviously, we all know what happened at the end.
That's the word, right? I think we have like a rule. Do we call it Avrel's Law at this point? I think if one team gets, triple digits.
Avrel calls it Avrel's Law.
Avrel calls it Avrel's Law. Yes. What do you call it?
Push.
But again, generally, I think the odds drop precipitously low if if one team is able to get up to triple digits before the opponents could take a checkpoint. Really hard to come back from that kind of scenario. So, what are these? Okay, Sombra and Mercy Bands coming out from both sides here. Now, obviously the Mercy Band can always be viewed as a protect, and it would be if it was Vertus Pro's map pick, but Weibo were the first to ban to take that Sombra away.
The Mercy ban is like, we don't really have anything else, no notes, let's just keep going. Sombra, actually that could be viewed as like a protect, right?
I think
you want to protect one of the damage dealers.
You do, obviously we know that Mew is a Mercy truther. Like, it is Mew, I'm pretty sure it's Mew's favorite hero.
Sure.
So,
right. So
I think Vertus Pro just trying to be rude.
Yeah. Don't think he was going to play it, but just out of spite, in case he wanted to, you're saying they got rid of it. So we will see what happens here. But I think it's like the Sombra ban is like it's like either like a Sojourn Protect or a Tracer Protect. Maybe it's even have like Venture available, right? And then the Mercy on the other side, I think, is a throwaway.
All right, you're probably right, Matt. Once again, though, we're going to see this high-octane matchup of hazards, just like we did on Oasis. Out of the gates, we go to Esperanza here. Verus Pro taking a very close first map. And the same matchups will be present. We Lee versus Jwoo, Shockwave versus Shy, and Icenom versus Gushway. And for Icenom, this is going to be a real baptism of fire, going up against a legendary opponent here in the hazard role and holding his own, might I add.
I mean, what a wild tournament from him, right? Comes in expecting to play tank the entire time, ends up playing some sim now here in an elimination game, right? Piloting the tank yet again. A little bit of a whirlwind of an event for Icenom so far.
Yes, whiplash between different roles. But there we go. I mean, Jinmu's playing Kiriko, so anything's possible here at our mid-season championship. that was a trip. Okay, Gushway here. Icenom so low. Again, worth pointing out, just the sheer amount of burst damage attached to the slash here for Hazard means that you can do this kind of stuff, catching someone mid-air, and it's a pretty forgiving hitbox on that ability.
And Weibo plays a little bit, passive there at the start, where Gushway doesn't use his leap and go on in, right? Icenom trying to go into that back line with Jwoo. They're not able to result in any kill. They both kind of leave weak, and then that's when Gushway uses his leap. They get on in, and they're able to clean up some players.
Well, bridge control here for Weibo, as they've inherited, of course, a stronger position, taking control of that bot early. Jwoo's got to intercede pretty rapidly here. His leaf is threatening a cap, and yet Gushway can't quite get himself back up to safety, back up to the high ground. It looks like Monk wasn't able to get in the healing that he needed. This week, Weibo just have to basically call a cancel on this. But Shy finding Shockwave on the backside, I mean, this gives Fix a pause for thought. He realizes he can't really get too much further than parity with this bot.
No, you don't exactly want to kind of like push into this type of scenario, right? So you're going to have to wait a little bit. Leave actually takes out one as well. So you're going to have Monk coming off a spawn. So Weibo, for the time being, going to be the healthier team with a little bit of high ground control.
Again, Weibo just had to move straight back into this more commanding position. This time, of course, with the game plan of keeping Gushway nice and healthy, unless there's a guaranteed kill on the other side of his engage. The big support ultimates now emerging for this next engagement. Overclocks for both sides. It's going to be a very volatile engagement either way you slice it.
Yeah, a little bit of a sound barrier advantage here for Weibo, and they know it. It's going to be Mew dropping the sound barrier first, and the sound barrier comes late there for Fix. It doesn't keep Icenom alive.
Now, without the hazard, how much are you willing to commit to this fight? Jwoo thinks a pulse bomb is in order, but Shy definitely sidesteps it. Now, danger for Vertus Pro as that bot is on the precipice of the checkpoint, and with a flourish, Shy will finish the job.
Yeah, you do have to use both support also for Weibo to be able to get that, right? So you're going to have a free rush here for VP. On the other side of things, though, right, like in the last map on Oasis, when Gushway was trying to use the downpour into Gala's rush, wasn't able to connect with anybody. So we'll see if you're able to use that hazard ult to better counter that now.
66 meters for Weibo Gaming. It's definitely the kind of deficit you can come back from, but Vertus Pro need to start off with the right foot. And Icenom is detained briefly. His jagged walls. Quite low. It's going to take a minute with this Kiriko Lucio comp to get him back up to full health. And with his constant poke coming in, Icenom is going to struggle to really be hale and hardy enough to go full dive, go full aggressive in Gushway's direction. Here's that Kitsune rush through. Immediately, Gushway turns tail, gets back on that high ground. And so all Vertus Pro get for that Kiri ultimate is conditionally some of his high ground presence. But look at that push over the top. Gushway sees a golden opportunity to deal with the Kiriko, and Gala goes down early. Icenom is low now without the throughput of that healing offer.
This is
He's
bad.
Down.
This is really bad for VP. I mean, that's your Kitsune rush. You don't gain any control of the bot back. You see Weibo, they're actually just kind of like backing up here. The bot goes a little bit back towards the middle of the map. They'll probably decide to fight from high ground yet again. Yeah, it's going to be Gushway kind of stopping at this archway, going to try and set up, force him into the choke and fight from there.
Gushwe here more than happy to garner the attention of 3 Vertus Pro players. Okay, here's the rush from Monk. Downpour comes through. Monk and Mew caught in place. Not quite able to follow up on the Kiriko ultimate so far. And Jaewoo's able to run rings around them. Shy and Mew both absent. Jaewoo's found a third in the fight. A young prodigy now really getting to stretch his legs. Monk is low and Shockwave can just head upstairs with some of that mobility. Force a swift step away. Monk's still pretty lethal with those kunai, but Jaewoo is happy to spend a recall on keeping himself alive.
And we're on with Jaewoo through a lot of that, but I gotta say, Gala made a crazy play there. So Ice Gnome actually gets hit by the downpour, and Gala was right behind him, would have as well, but Suzu, so doesn't get hit by it. And that allows Security to stay alive, keep everybody else healed up. Ice Gnome gets burst down right away, but at least you didn't lose the Hazard and the Kiriko.
Finally, for the first time on this map, Vertus Pro actually get to work the high ground themselves. But Leave has a plan. Brooding, scheming on this off angle. Naturally noted by Fixer, but it won't really do too much if he can get a nice little stick. Shy is down, so maybe Leave realizes he's going to do more than just find the one elimination for a trade. Shockwave bids him adieu from the low ground, and he's waiting for Leave to show himself. Sound barrier does come down now. Leave's going to be a little bit of a tougher nut to crack, but Vertus Pro have a beat of their own. Pulse Bomb finally is drawn now, but it's to no effect. Leave drops that one on the sidewalk, and Shockwave's found yet another big kill. Now it's getting a little bit dicey for Weibo. That checkpoint's coming up pretty quickly, and Jaewoo's Pulse Bomb does it one better. It's Leave dying to a Pulse Bomb of all things. That is insult and injury to the legendary Tracer player. VP get the butt scratch.
But as Shockwave has come alive a little bit, and then we see Jaewoo with like 4 in the previous fight, comes up with the Pulse Bomb here. Now they get right back into it. And now VP can play from that high ground, right? They don't exactly have to push in, even though they're still behind.
It's a close one though. They've definitely closed the gap, have our EMEA squad. Gushwe here right now, just maybe waiting for an overextension or to get that high ground. That might be it. Mew accosts Jaewoo. Gushwe hoping to trap Ice Gnome up with that jagged wall, but he slips around it. Now we might see more aggressive footing from Weibo Gaming. Back towards the underpass. See, no one really using that high ground, and Gala gets isolated briefly from Ice Gnome. This forces him to go for a Suzu where he otherwise would rather just keep M1 held down. This is going to be tough to keep Ice Gnome standing. The man himself knows it. So he hops, skips, jumps away. Here comes that Kitsune rush that would leave elsewhere. That's a side fight. Loses out to Jaewoo once more. The guy is standing up to the Goliath. But Fixer out of the picture now. Vertus Pro lack that flexibility. Maybe the mobility to make some positional pivots. They have regained bot control though, and they're going to try and keep it here.
I gotta say though, if Weibo is able to win this map, I mean, that is a massive fight, right? Vertus Pro has control of high ground, and they kind of like just rotate all the way around it, steal bot, and win it.
Gala sending out a Kitsune rush here, but how are Vertus Pro supposed to make use of this? Fixer snarled up on the high ground. Gushwe's able to, well, bisect him. And here's that downpour. Corners out of clock tower. Gala's able to Suzu it off though, but he's really got nowhere to go with no swift step to get him out of dodge. Shockwave similarly caught in the corner, flattened by Weibo, who still have a lead and now have a chance to extend it.
I think they're going to probably get a few meters out of this, if any, because you're probably going to have Jaewoo in time, being able to get there, get a contest before it gets out of control. You already see kind of the Tracer moving around that left-hand side where it's a little bit easier to get over towards that bot, but a Pulse Bomb here could be pretty devastating. It's actually going to be a sound barrier that opens things up. For Weibo, it's Ice Gnome using the downpour. That doesn't hit anything. Pulse Bomb used by Jaewoo. It's going to take out Shy, but it's too little too late.
It's just not enough here, as good as Jaewoo has been. Weibo Gaming now starting to overwhelm. It's been a tug of war, but now Vertus Pro have lost their traction. And we're headed uphill now to triple digits. Weibo Gaming threatening a cap here with 1 minute and 41 left on the clock. Leave circling with a Pulse Bomb. A surgical strike to the heart of Vertus Pro could well and truly have this map done and dusted, and so they're going to be patient. Back up on it. Leave sees Ice Gnome expose his rear and take some free damage. Fixer trying to play safe as he can. Shy's down. Shockwave now as well with the overclock. A chance for Vertus Pro to get back in the game. That is ridiculous. He's done it again. Leave appears right in front of his eyes, and he is too quick on the trigger finger. Jaewoo, as he has been so far, is running amok in the backline of Weibo.
I mean, it happens like every 2 or 3 fights. They just need it on the Weibo Gaming side of the map. It always seems to be like Jaewoo comes up clutch right when it's in a situation where the team is about to lose back towards their own spawn. We just need to see some of them happen in this type of scenario, right? Where it can get VP in a spot to be able to get the lead.
Still a bit in it though. Kitsune rush here for Weibo. Trying to bounce back and take that momentum for themselves. 35 seconds left. Oh, that's not good. Yep, Shy couldn't get the healing when he needed it. And here come Verus Pro once more, looking to take the initiative. Fixer the only casualty so far. Jwoo's able to recall away and sees Gushue looking awful tasty. Snacks on him. Mew is up next. Gotta catch him all, he says. With 18 seconds left, Vertus Pro are knocking on the door, but there's a bit of a stretch to cover here.
Yeah, but I think they're going to be able to do this, or they should be able to do this, right? You're going to get an OT, so it's going to be a little bit scary, but you're going to get this bot just about to where that golden line is, and you're going to have this Kitsune rush. It's a massive advantage.
Weibo on the recall, still holding to the pulse. We're oh so close here. Weibo Gaming have had a crazy showing on this map in the past, but they've fallen short here too in important games. Here's that downpour, but Gushue turns his attention to those that are actually trying to advance the objective. It's Fixer going down. Pulse dropped in front of Gushue. He takes a little bit of damage, but that is a massive sound barrier. But will it be enough? Shy dealt with, but there's Gushue finally getting rid of the Hornet of Jwoo. And Weibo Gaming outlast Vertus Pro. Definitely got a series on our hands now.
I mean, VP had a window, right? They have that rush advantage. Downpour available there for Gushue at the time, but them being able to just kind of withstand the damage and the push there and also not give up bot control, right? Because they were very close to being able to take that. Allows Mew to build up towards that beat. They come back with that sound barrier and just force Vertus Pro off and pick up the kills necessary there to be able to steal that map.
Oh, buddy, we've got to cool down after these two maps. Weibo Gaming, of course, unwilling to lay down and allow Vertus Pro to run over. We'll be back with more of this intense Decider match after this. don't think anybody's going to argue with the idea that Group A is absolutely the group of death here at our mid-season championship, folks. Welcome back on the other side of our second map of the series, where Weibo Gaming take a nail-biting win on Esperanza to take us to a third in this first of three.
There's people out there that'll argue anything. I think they'd be stupid, though, to argue that this is not the group of death here between these two teams. And like we talked about a little bit earlier, I think people, I mean, even I, to be fair, sleeping a little bit on VP coming to this event because, I mean, they did not look that good in EMEA, right? They were falling to Twisted Minds, falling behind Alcatia, and seemed like in like big ways. But here on LAN, in person, giving Weibo a really good game here early on.
Yeah, I mean, out of the gates, a completely different look from this Vertus Pro team. Clear to see that they probably went super satisfied with how their efforts to, work more in the Ramatra style and keep forcing these rush comps, and maybe also realizing that Weibo also weren't all that excited about peddling the Ramatra look out themselves. They realized there's a unique opportunity here to actually lean into some of the strengths that they tried to enhance this team with coming into stage 2. And in that sense, this might be a pretty good time for VP to stick to their guns, so to speak, and they've got a whole arsenal of them. In fact, we have substitutions occurring on stage. You saw a particular Finn there looking to take his seat in just a moment. Looks like Vistola is going to be coming back in as Circuit Royal is going to be the choice. And here come your bans, folks. Venture, banned by Verus Pro. Weibo respond with an Orisa lock.
Yeah, so VP gets rid of Venture. They've been used by Weibo throughout the weekend thus far. I'm a little, obviously Vistola is great on the Orisa. I thought they would be a little bit more afraid of like playing against like a Sigma type of setup or something along those lines, or even Vistola playing the Ram. So they decide to get rid of the Orisa, which leaves some still pretty good options for Vistola out there.
I think it's maybe just Weibo aren't quite sure what the angle is here for Vertus Pro, and they're saying, okay, like if it's going to be a rush style, we'd really prefer to make it a Ramatra head-to-head. Obviously, Gushue's put in a lot of work on that hero. Gone are the days where, tank players in general could really focus on small niches. Some teams have the redundancy or the extra players, right? We've seen the substitutions here. And, Ligue sits in the wings. But Weibo know where their bread is butter. They know their best look involves putting Gushue out there in the spotlight. As we head to Circuit, there's a few other options, right? You can bring the Sigma in. I think the Mei is pretty scary for both the Sigma and the Ramatra to deal with. Hard for Sigma to fall back safely when caught inside a Blizzard, especially if he can't eat it. And a wall behind him makes it pretty scary. If he has to turn his back, he obviously can't make use of the kinetic grasp cooldown. It's a problem. So trying to hem the Ramatra or the Sigma in with that Mei wall could be pretty big, and we know Vertus Pro have gone in that direction. Seen plenty of Mei play from them.
And this is like it's like a classic VP, right? I mean, this is like the map, the comp that VP would want to play, and one that Weibo traditionally would want to stay as far away from as possible. I didn't hate, though, Gushue's Ramatra against Falcons. I thought it was pretty good. So maybe there's something there where Weibo can take this one.
I think, the fact that they're able to play such a close series against Falcons, with the Ramatra involved is a big deal. I felt that at times in that series, though, when Weibo looked weak or had those bad maps, with the exception of Esperanza, they kind of got blown out there.
Yeah, I mean, it is Falcons, though, right? Yep. I mean, Falcons, will blow out a lot of teams, and they did kind of just fumble it, I think, at the end for Weibo, right? I mean, they still looked pretty good playing that Ram with the Venture on Shambali. But, I mean, they just did not even show up on defense, so...
And I think that the Venture ban could be that you're trying to play the Baptiste, right? Yeah. Because we know that Vertus Pro, between their backline, definitely have like Iliari Baptiste options to go to.
Right. Two like squishier, less mobile, right? They have some mobility, but not like Kiri's teleporting across the map.
With a fully charged emergence, like from the Burrow, Venture can one-hit the Immortality field. So if you line that up properly, it negates the Immortality field entirely. And normally the Baptiste is going to exo boot upwards, or you can knock them out of the Immortality field with Drill Rush. There's like a ton of ways to really just defeat a lot of Baptiste's utility. I think Vertus Pro really trying to set themselves up for a backline that can have that lethality, that can be a poke threat, that can have access to Air Matrix and, of course, the Immortality field, and also just not get completely undone by Leaves. Incredible mechanics on that Venture.
Yeah, it is an interesting one because you're giving leave, obviously, Tracer. But the best when they looked, probably with that Ramatra, was in combination with the Venture yesterday, right? That's what they set a pretty good time on. For Shambali Monastery, just not able to hold it on defense. And wild to think that one of these two teams' keys will end up in that Crusher before we even get to the bracket.
If you looked at this group coming in, AG.AL as well, with people really expecting them to be very strong. And frankly, I thought they'd be able to go a little bit further in this group. I thought the Verus Pro was the team, at least from their initial showing, that were at risk of sort of being that first team knocked out. And a heartbreak. Honestly, for two regions here, regardless of what the result is, with a key crashed at the end of it would be quite a lot. But Weibo getting to a quarterfinal, I think for them, that's bare minimum, considering what they were able to do at the Champions Clash. Be a real factor here towards the top echelon of competition.
It's pretty devastating, I think, the loss on both sides, right? You end up losing, obviously, here, before you even make it to bracket, but you also end up in a scenario where, like, the storyline moving forward for the rest of the year, right? Weibo, you don't even get to bracket. I mean, it's a huge step backwards. And then for VP, it's just a continuation of, like, okay, you came to land, like, you didn't really beat many international teams, and then you're gone. And it's like, what is the future on both sides? I think VP would have a lot more questions than Weibo, but Weibo would still be mighty disappointing.
And remember, last time, obviously they've already played here in Riyadh, but these two teams also played in Hangzhou.
Yeah.
They played in the opening round of the Champions Clash, and Vertus Pro got absolutely shellacked.
Yeah, that's why nobody really remembers it. Well, one, it was probably 4 a.m. in LA, and then two, it was uncompetitive.
Actually, 11 p.m. it was the start of the night.
VP was 0-2 there, right? They ended up losing to Alcatia in the first round of losers.
Yeah, and again, it definitely felt like it was not a great time for their comps, and they did not have Icenom on the team, right? They were very much like on the eggs in the Vistola basket. And at that event, Rush was not good.
Yeah, I just realized, so we have two subs. I don't know if you can spot it. I know you're not really good at, reading, but I can tell you. So Icenom comes out as the tank.
And he comes back in.
And he comes back in as the DPS. So the Venture ban now is probably more to play Sim.
Yes, possibly both, right? You can obviously play Iliari back with that Sim.
Have we had a player that's kind of done this successfully?
Well,
successfully.
okay.
I mean, we've had players who've done this, but,
Trying to think of the roles for, obviously, like, Jinmu is one example, but I don't think he's actually playing DPS.
We had checkmate on Reinhardt there for a moment.
Those were yes. There was a stint. Checkmate, yeah. Checkmate
typically, it's a player switches completely. I imagine when Icenom got picked up, he didn't have in his wildest imaginations that he would be piloting Symmetra.
But again, here, I mean, it's a bit of a logistical nightmare. Not only have you got to sub the guy out, you've got to move his spot. Anyway, we're going to head down to the stage to get a temperature check, but how things are going down on the ground with Fancy and Zoe.
Thank you guys so much. Absolute legends in the waffling department. Now we're here to continue the waffling as well. What an incredible series this has been so far, Fancy. I think a lot of people really underestimated VP coming into this tournament. And I mean, it's fair, They were in a slump the last few weeks. But this performance, that's the VP we know and love.
Absolutely, and then even when they were walking on stage, they got booed a lot by the crowd.
I know.
I'm not sure if they're booing right now.
People here are very passionate, which I absolutely love. So just so you know, I love the booing. Bring that energy. It riles the players up as well. They like it.
Absolutely,
because we proved them wrong. And I feel even already at this score, they've proved a lot of people wrong.
Absolutely. I mean, the fact that it's 1-1 right now, it shows that both teams from different regions, they can bring it to the game and they can show that the region is better on this tournament. Keep in mind that what's at stake right now, if you win this match, you get to top 8, you lock in $35,000, you lock in Club Championship points, and of course, legacy at the Esports World Cup. There's a lot on the line here, Zoe.
That's right. And that's why I feel like we need to give those players some energy to keep the momentum going. And I want to hear if they're booing or cheering. I don't care. I just want to hear some sound in here.
Okay. Well, if you guys think Weebo's going to win, make some noise. All right, let's start over there.
All right, let's hear it from VP. Any VP fans in here? I hear Bob, I hear the cheers, I hear the boos, and I love it. Let's send it back over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Zoe and Fancy, and it's a distinct honour to be called a waffling legend by someone who hosts 18 best of fives a weekend in the OWCS.
If Zoe liked hearing boos, she would have loved my Call of Duty career. There are a lot of those.
But I mean, she would love your casting career too.
I mean, hey, yeah, you know, that's I heard that's when they start doing it in the arena. When you start talking, they start.
That was weak sauce. Come on, buddy, it's not that late at night. Nice to hear that the crowd's getting nice and loud. And of course, we have our game of musical chairs now being concluded on the Vertus Pro side of the field. I'm interested to see what kind of backline they come into this game with, but it's basically confirmed that we're going to be seeing Symmetra play for them, and they've paved the way by taking this venture out of the rotation. It's going to have to be most likely Tracer here for Leave again.
It's like protect Ice Gnome, because if you bring him in to play Sim, and you're not able to keep him alive because they have a venture on the other side, we are not as informed on Ice Gnome's DPS hero pool outside of Symmetra. So could be pretty devastating for VP if it didn't work out that way. So hovering the Widow now, this is on offense. So Gushui will actually end up playing the Ram. You'll use a Mei in combination with that. So that's actually a really rare good prediction from you that we would see Mei here.
Thank you. I mean, that's the first time you have to begrudgingly give me credit. The second time, in fact, this series. Yeah, look, it's been a pick.
You know, you were nominated for Esports Caster of the Century, so I wasn't
no,
able
this
to
decade. I don't think they have a Caster of the Century one. God forbid I'm still doing it at that point, folks. All right, okay. Did you bloody put that
here we
there away?
Yeah.
So you actually do need to see with this hero.
He could use that crosshair on Sim, though. But he's
okay, and he has the normal one for Sim.
Yeah.
Yes, because she takes so much more precision than the Widow.
This is one of the games that we have actually seen with me and you, a lot of Sim so far at this event. We haven't had a chance to see like Alcatia. Falcons didn't really run it when we saw them play. So our first look at some Sim action. Didn't expect it to be Ice Gnome, but nonetheless, we'll see how it works out for VP.
There's a real minigame here, and that Leave has to be pretty reactive with how he uses his Ice Wall to try and give Gushui enough room, but also maybe answer this mobility, these fast TPs around the map. Here it is, into the backside of the far right of your screen. There's been a TP set up, but no one seems to have taken it yet. Shy would be under a lot of threat if someone were to emerge and start to pressure him down, but he's able to clear it. Looks like it was just a turret that was thrown that way.
Yeah, they get rid of the TP pretty fast, but it's still a decent amount of space here gained by Verus Pro early on. Usually there's a fight for that first corner, but none whatsoever.
Matt, this is, as we know, a bit of a home ground map for Vertus Pro. They love to take us here. Shockwave has done well to open up the account for the EMEA squad, but Monk fires back and finds a kunai connection on that Sojourn. Now things are slowed up a little bit, but Gala with the Katsuna Rush wants to kind of go for it. There's a Mei wall in the way. Pistola will be topped up. Lots of healing throughput available to Vertus Pro. Enough here to keep Pistola standing for the time being, but now he's getting a little bit ragged, a little bit raw. It's getting a little bit low, and now Weibo, what a push up. Pistola gets caught. Another great Mei wall from Leave. Gives that tank nowhere to go.
Yeah, it's a rough scenario there for Vertus Pro, right? They end up using the Kitsune Rush earlier, so they have a window, but you have Weibo use that sound barrier, and they have nothing to be able to fight for. A nice Mei wall from Leave behind Pistola. Just insult to injury there, not able to get him out and out of the way. So we'll see. Now Weibo gains control over this corner.
In theory, Ramatra can sort of walk back around these Mei walls, but once again, you're exposing your back to a veritable broadside of damage. It's a real problem. Pistola here knows now that the wall cooldown is not available, so he's going to push up, but with a sound barrier, Sim wall should be enough. They've got to dig a little bit deeper and carve these Weibo gaming players out of this corner. You see Pistola is really having to extend deeply to do that. Shockwave finds the answer, a disrupt the shot in that corner, digs Leave out. Now it's a matter of tearing Gushui down, getting him off the map and allowing this checkpoint to be converted.
Yeah, huge play there from Vertus Pro, able to get control of the first checkpoint, because now look, Isone's going to get up in this top position. You're going to be able to poke just a little bit there, and he's going to get the good old car wash set up on that exit way. So we'll see. Just kind of poking. They're actually going to get the payload, so we don't actually see it right now, but they're going to get it around that first corner. That is a tough pick, though. You're not going to gain much more progress from this now if you're Vertus Pro.
And that is hard to do. We don't often see May able to find those first eliminations in many of these fights, but Leave is about put him on any hero, and he's going to be able to do the unthinkable more often than not. And that one pick, of course, just completely takes the wind out of Vertus Pro. They double up after that gut punch and will need to regroup. Note the position of that sim turret that was thrown up briefly. It's been cleared now. The Vertus Pro will always be threatening a bit of a pivot. Oh, a bit of a reposition. Shockwave pops up and sends Shy packing. No Freya now available for Weibo Gaming, and there's more to be found here, surely. Shockwave takes a bit more of a passive angle for a time, and then he repositions. The screening of the main wall comes up to give Leave a little bit more defensive architecture, but with his front line crumpling, he's got no choice but to follow suit.
And even losing Shy, Weibo feels like it's potentially winnable if they invest the Kitsune Rush. The Ram is so good while inside of the rush. Even May, still pretty effective, but VP just take a step back, take a little bit of a breather, they get their own rush. And when you don't get the sim out of these fights really early on, and sim starts to ramp, good luck.
Bowler shot available here for Shy. Sound barrier committed by Weibo Gaming, and Shockwave gets caught inside the vortex. There's a hasty retreat through the TP for the rest of Vertus Pro. But I can't imagine Shy would be content to let them walk away scot-free. Yeah, there, we're going to commit an ultimate there. Nice, Nom brought down by the bowler as he looked even to stick around and try and find an opening. Now we're into a bit of a stagger on the VP side as Vastola is riddled with those explosive bolts.
Yeah, I was like a little bit curious why they're trying to play from that position. I think maybe even just trying to build up a little bit more of ultimate charge.
You don't want to give up too much ground at the attack side, right? Because this climb is kind of treacherous.
Well, you do have Sim, right? I mean, you just use the TP, just kind of get around it, right? So you did have Agal in that position. Maybe they felt like, okay, could we bait them down, keep Vastola alive? You were very close to sound barrier, come in, beat, and then if you have them on the low ground, with players coming off a spawn, maybe there's an opportunity.
Rarely do you see the en masse 5-player TP map, especially because if there's a threat of a bowler shot hitting all of you, well, you're instantly dead.
Yeah, but just the threat, right? Just the threat of the TP, they're going to have to back up and respect it.
So, he's taking a beating, advancing under heavy fire. The sound barrier, though, gives him that extra durability to get into the backline. Look at where he's positioned. Again, now into Annihilation. He probably really wanted a Nemesis form component of that more than anything else, but it's a bit of a problem for VP. However, he can't be healed up. Monk and Shy get themselves onto the kill feed, and even though Shy eventually is taken down by Shockwave, Gushwa is going to be very hard to shift, and that Maywall gives like a valuable 3 to 5 seconds of solace for the defenders here. Gives them artificially a bit of space to heal up behind and regroup.
Yeah, and Vastola does a nice job. He actually dodges the Blizzard and has to pop Annihilation, but he is so far away from everybody else, kind of pushed into one of those small corridors. And just like that, we're at 30 seconds on the clock.
And there was line of sight for Gala, right? But those Ophider have a travel time. So the further away you are, the longer it takes for you to get that healing. It's a pretty unique thing, actually, among supports, outside of Baptiste, perhaps. But here comes Shockwave stepping up yet again. Gushwa's happy to take the damage, and Shockwave knows he needs to look past the Ramatra, but Shy was the player waiting in his shadow, and he had a bowler shot ready to deploy. Shockwave never given a fighting chance, and now, as the timer ticks down, Vertus Pro find themselves a little lost at sea on their map of choice. Their silver bullet seems to have been blunted by the armored plating of Weibo Gaming.
So the push stops right before that second checkpoint. They're not able to really kind of push through here towards it. I actually thought Weibo, so I think their first point defense actually could have been way better, but they just gave up so much space, it feels like. Like they allowed that first corner to go completely uncontested.
Yeah, this is that late stagger. Vertus Pro sort of lose their footing. Look at, and it's such a clever pivot there. All of Weibo Gaming under a lot of pressure, right? They know they have a Ramatra in their backline who's just popped Annihilation, and they make the decision to turn their backs on 4 Vertus Pro plays to quickly burst Vastola down and then turn their attention. And that's with a sim wall in play. So they basically didn't really have the option of fighting Vertus Pro, the rest of them. They make the only correct choice there.
And this comp feels like you are going to be the one that VP wants to play, right? With the Alari and the Baptiste in action on defense. I heard we got a key crush. Not one here in this one yet, but Team CC, their road here at EWC is over. So they are eliminated. Sure,
pour one out.
Pour one out. I'm sure we'll have a nice little little package showing off their key exploding into a million pieces. So yeah, hey, this Crusher
I mean,
way stronger than last year.
I watched way too many hydraulic press TikToks. This one just tickles me just right. Yeah, pull one out for the Moo crew in DFNs. Team CC are going home as their precious key ruptures under the scrutiny.
So this is where it's rough, right? If you wanted to play like the Farah, ISO, like he's gonna stay on the sim. I mean, you have that the entire time. Leave will go back to the Mei though. I think this is a really good call here from Weibo. There's no support ultimate like Sustain on the other side anymore, right?
And the function of the wall changes now. Some sharpshooting. You've got to respect what Shockwave can do to you there. You just hang around too long and you are going to have a face blown off. But now the Mei wall can be used as attackers to try and catch Verstola out, put him in a position where he is his back to the wall and has no way to get around it. As opposed to being, throwing it up and giving yourself some space. But here's another function of the Venture ban is that Gala and Fixer can play this Bap Iliari setup on defense.
But already, this is like a better setup on defense here from VP. You see, they're actually playing for this first corner. Verstola, he's extremely healthy though. It's going to basically waste all of his Nemesis for him though.
That means he can't go aggressive, which means that slowly, especially as the shield gets worked down, he has to give ground until he has another Nemesis form available. There's a wall behind him yet again. Good Vortex. That is annoying for Fixer and Gala to have to work around. And the healing pylon isn't in position to heal Verstola. It has to be done by the supports manually. Leave's starting to get a little bit confident. Work his way around the right side. Shy has the same idea. Molar shot going to follow up. He's a captive son. Fixer's immortality field is gone. Can Gala get some detonations here? Shy goes low. Looks like not many were caught onto by that ult, but Gala gets it done the old-fashioned way. Just sharp shooting up there in the sky.
Yeah, I think it literally was just Shy who ends up getting hit. Doesn't get hit with that explosive damage. But this is also why you fight for this first corner, right? It gives you another opportunity to fight again. Weibo, they were just taking fights at the second checkpoint. This will be a big fight, right? We already have significant time off the clock. Double support ults here for Weibo. If you invest both of these, I mean, it is a must-win fight.
A lot on the line. Only 2 minutes here to play. Weebo Gaming not so far away from that first checkpoint, and like you mentioned, a beat. Rush committed. Has to equal a fight win. There's no other way around it. If not, could be the map right there and then. Verstola's got an annihilation. Gushmed looks to pop his first, but he's gone very low very quickly. Verstola also in a bit of a compromising spot caught in this room, but his annihilation should give him extra durability. There's a Blizzard committed here. By the looks of things, Gala frozen up, but no follow-up available. Vertus Pro worked through all of their ultimates as well, but Shockwave is chilling underneath that immortality field. It's now been cleared. Gala's lost his healing pylon as well, and a Kitsune Rush is now in play for Weibo Gaming. Gushmed trying to take a sidebar in this room off to the corner, but Lever's gone down. The Mei now no longer a factor. Weibo don't have the ability to fall back behind that wall. They've got to commit to this fight, and there it is again. Shockwave finds Shy, and now he can get that much more aggressive. Moves up to that coastline position, and Weibo spends so much and come up with nothing.
And those are those double support ults I was talking about. Now you have Captive Son available here for Gala, and you also are going to end up with an Amp Matrix here, so a huge blunder there from Weibo. If you're going to invest both those, you needed to win.
Now the Captive Son here for Gala represents an opportunity in a solo capacity to go for a big first pick. Here it comes, Gala to the skies once more. Looking for some purchase here. Looks like maybe connection was limited or non-existent. Does look like there is someone affected by the debuff, likely Gushred, but he won't have that detonation. Here's an Amp Matrix now. Verstola backs up behind it. Vortex thrown in. Gushred knows he needs to get ahead of it. The rest of Weibo Gaming, a burst of speed with a sound barrier. They find Ice Nom. They isolate the squishiest target, but Shy's got some problems. Too much to juggle, apparently, as Gala picks him off. Leave catches Verstola out inside this room, but are they ready for the annihilation? Clearly, Mew wasn't ready for Gala. Now the annihilation comes into play. The Blizzard behind Verstola. He actually backed up into it. He could have avoided it, and that's a problem. He'll get back, but he's lacking teammates. Ice Nom desperately trying to get into the fight here, and Gushred's going a little bit low. He's playing ahead of his shield. He's getting kind of chunked down. Shockwave comes over the top. A two-piece, a 3-for-1 special. Shockwave takes the game into his own hands, and Weibo Gaming stagger out of the map.
Shockwave with some sick shots over the Mei wall. I gotta say though, Verstola, it looked like he wasn't going to pop the annihilation, but they evened things up. Like, they still had Gala alive, and then it was, I believe, Fixa coming off of respawn, and they have the immortality field there, backs up into it, then ends up using the annihilation. They continue to fight, and that is a brutal map to lose there for Weibo.
We know what VP are capable on this map, and we had a feeling we
Leave Ice Gnome in, you won't.
We knew we'd see this map Iliari look at some point as well. Gala with some crucial kill involvements, but I think it's pretty clear to see who the standout player on this map was. Absolutely ridiculous performance from Shockwave there, and in these final moments where Gushway thought he had a player advantage, Icestorm's able to TP his team back into the fight. Let's head back to the studio here to break down the mayhem that has been this matchup thus far.
Incredible cast so far from Uber and X, and for good reason. They have a fantastic game on our hands. Smash celebrating with Vertus Pro as they take the lead at halftime. Welcome back into the studio, ladies and gentlemen. It's Chris Puckett alongside Jake and Reinforce. And Johnny, you are all smiles. Is it because Shockwave just hit the walk-off 3K?
It's my Danish goat. The entire time you haven't been here, Puckett, I've just been glazing this kid. I love Shockwave. I think he's a fantastic hit scan player. And he really is a big leader, too. Like, he has a lot of input. Ice Gnome, by the way.
Ice Gnome.
Rolling with the crosshair a little bit.
This is so mad.
Wonderful crosshair.
Going to be on his cam, so he's got the meme crosshair.
I love it. Yeah, and definitely, of course, because they were able to go to this map, they can protect ban by getting rid of the Venture, which allows them to play this strategy, because usually this is not something they can pull out often when the opponent has the first ban, because you see Ice Gnome in the lineup, you're just going to ban the Symmetra straight away. But them getting first ban allowed them to do this strategy, and it worked out.
Jake, I heard a quote, and it might have come from me. It doesn't seem like a good idea to put your tank player in a duelist role. But it worked out for Vertus Pro.
Look, I mean, we got to give it to Ice Gnome. The guy is good on Sim. Like, we can say, oh, he's a tank player, he's a this player, he's a that player. But historically in Overwatch, that's been proved wrong many times, right? People have shown that, you know, you can really be a strong player on multiple roles, thinking about players like Violet playing DPS and having a ton of success, right? This has happened historically, and I think while people are always, like, going to criticize it, Ice Gnome, he looks good. He's not feeding. Like, he's playing well.
A big map 3 in the first to 3 wins. Johnny, I have a feeling this one's going to a game 5, though.
Yeah, this might go to a game 5, and I can't wait to see what map we're going to see next, because we got Hybrid left in the pool and Flashpoint as well. If I was this next team picking, I would just go to a hybrid map. Okay. Because I know that Virtus Pro, they have a really strong Midtown that they've showcased in the MEA. They go and they play this Baptiste, Ilari kind of line up very poke heavy, which is what Virtus Pro just won at. If you pick the hybrid map now, maybe you go to something like an Eichenwald, a Blizzard World. You don't allow Virtus Pro to pick that map as the 5th map, with Virtus Pro getting the first ban as well to protect support. So right now, if I'm Weibo Gaming, I'm going with a hybrid map.
Let's take a look at some of Weibo's highlights, because they did win a map here, and I honestly thought they were going to take that map 3 after stopping them at the 2nd checkpoint. Gushway and crew looking pretty comfortable on Hazard.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Weibo is a ferocious opponent anytime it comes to these dive comps. Everyone is an expert at their role. They all really understand the comp well. And, you know, honestly, I'm just impressed. VP made this an incredibly close game, right? This was tight. VP, I think, took the lead at times, and they almost closed it out even in the final overtime. It really took Weibo to go all out to get this map win.
Yeah, and I gotta say as well, like you just said, Jake, big ups to Virtus Pro for discovering that they actually can compete with Weibo on this composition, because going into this series, I think we all rated Weibo really highly because we've seen what they can do. But the win condition for Virtus Pro, it was kind of questionable. Like, what composition are they going to flourish with to take down a team like Weibo? And they discovered we actually can match them in the dive, and that brings them good fortune for the rest of the series.
Well, we don't want to put any extra pressure on Weibo, but they might be feeling it themselves if they want to represent China well here at the Esports World Cup. This could be their last hope, because over on our Bravo stream, we saw GK from North America taking on Team CC. Let's catch up here. This was 1-1 at halftime last time we checked in. Now a game 5. How did GK walk away with the win?
Final moments. Look at this sick Blizzard there from Mymone. Really impressive game sense. Just a few seconds before OT triggers. The opposing team, they're like, what do we do? And then they, you know, of course, contesting into overtime into the Blizzard. The ultimates are coming thick and fast. And GK, they were very favored in this match. So Team CC, I think, to bring it to game 5 is impressive, but nonetheless, their journey ends here. The key is to be crushed.
GK moves on. Team CC eliminated, and our Bravo stream at the end of that match has now concluded. So all of the action now turns to the main stage, Johnny, as we still have 2 more series to go after this one.
Yeah, of course. We got a next match coming up, and we're rounding things out with Twisted Minds in the elimination match going up against Sign Esports as well. So 5 great matches on the A stream here on the day 2 of the mid-season championship.
Now we're going to give our players a moment to use the restroom. We're going to give an extra 3 minutes on the clock, which gives you two gentlemen a little bit more time to chew on this main stage matchup. For anyone who is just coming over from the chess stream, congratulations to Magnus there. What are we witnessing in Overwatch 2? This is just our day 2 of 4 here at EWC, Jake.
So Overwatch, we've got the best teams in the world here coming to compete. Historically, it's been the Korean teams on top, and right now, it doesn't seem like that's necessarily set to change. With 3 of the best teams in the tournament so far, the 3 of the 4 teams that have already qualified into that bracket play stage are your top dogs from South Korea. However, your last standing Chinese team in Weibo Gaming, they need to get this win to stay alive and make it into that bracket play, and they're on the verge of being upset by Vertus Pro out of EMEA.
You are witnessing some of the most famous players to come out of China to grace Overwatch. Gushwei at the helm, and they're in the tank role. And then on the other side, one of EMEA's hopes, Vertus Pro, looking to get a win with this young man in the lineup. And you told me, Johnny, one of the best parts of Overwatch is every single year we are guaranteed to have a new upstart player. J-Woo could be that guy.
Absolutely. Another young player, 18 years old here, representing Vertus Pro, of course. And he's taken it to the big dogs here in one of his first major events. He competed in the Champions Clash in April here as well. But obviously, like, this is a great opportunity for some of the younger talents in the scene to leave a mark. And it's not only J-Woo over in North America with Zero representing Team Liquid, for example. He's doing a great job, and another opportunity here to really leave a mark. Like you said, a lot of legends, and as we're looking at Weibo Gaming specifically in this matchup, they have some of those legends. Lee, for example, 2021 MVP that year for some amazing performances. And this is a big Chinese super team that over and over, they come to these big major events in Overwatch, and they really are competing with those Korean teams, but they've yet been able to win one of those tournaments. And every time we're looking at Weibo Gaming compete, and we're thinking, could this be the moment?
Last year, LGDOA, now wearing the pink jerseys on your screen, they were in a 3-way tie in these group stages, but it was Falcons who edged them out. They missed the playoff bracket. Now they are 1 game away from missing it once again, but they were the favorites coming into the series. So let's tell the Chinese story. Jake, who's going to pop off in game 4? This is Weibo's map choice coming up next.
I feel like you got to go back to the old favorites. You got to go back to Shy. We need a blowout performance from the hit scan. Shockwave, way too strong on that last map. But Shy, we know this is a guy who can deliver under incredible pressure. So I think this means that the next map pick is going to be Atlas, I believe, selected now for Weibo. You mentioned, strategically, maybe it makes more sense to go hybrid. I think this team, they just love Flashpoint. They love the pace and the intensity. I think they just want to get that momentum map win.
Gentlemen, I'm told the players are back on the stage. We are ready to rock. Casters, back to you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Good to hear from what's going on over the rest of the EWC, but here, of course, at the mid-season championship, it doesn't get much better than this. We have our representative from EMEA, Vertus Pro, up 2-1 in this series against the hope of Chinese Overwatch. It's Weibo Gaming looking to throw down. Who's commander?
Would this be one of the bigger upsets we've had? I feel like at this tournament, at least. Not of all time. Right? Yeah. Like at this tournament so far, you look at like the Sign Esports win, and then this would probably be like a huge upset, I feel like.
Yeah, I think, look, to say nothing of like regional rankings and how, like EMEA and China sort of stack up against each other. The last time these two played, it was, at the mid-season championship. Before that, rather, at the Champions Clash, it was a bit of a non-game. And even, honestly, their first clash here in Riyadh wasn't overly convincing. But Vertus Pro, we sort of suggested maybe they moved away from this Ice Dom, symmetrical look entirely. But no, they've really just sort of made it a smaller part of their overall offering, which is kind of what we more so expected coming in.
And Weibo is a day removed from going the distance against Falcons, right? Where they're probably like 2 or 3 minutes from winning that series, right? Putting up some type of defensive effort. So would be wild. Yesterday I did not even kind of think about a world in which like they didn't get past VP here and didn't make it to that top 8. Would be a very disappointing event.
The fact that that's remotely called into question should tell you everything you need to know about how Vertus Pro have come into their own over the last couple of days of play. All right, we get a pause, but we do get a little bit of an initial look at some potential comps. And is that a little Malga that I spy there?
I mean, look, it's EMEA Overwatch. There's always a chance Malga pops up into play, but mean, could you play it into like Ram? Like historically, we've seen teams kind of do that, right? I just don't think Maga is kind of in the mix right now in terms of tanks. I say that. With EU, it seems like he's always in the mix.
And honestly, if we see like the Malga, the Sim, this reminds me actually of a comp that Twisted Minds were playing back towards the start of this year. Even, yeah, like a lot of those Samoa maps, right? They were, you know, making great use of Yubi's teleporters to move this Malga-based death ball around the map. So it's going to be Kiriko and the Lucio alongside the Malga here for Verus Pro as we're out of the gates. And Station, of course, will be our first battleground here on Artless.
But Weibo's comp could be pretty nasty against this, right? Jaywu not playing the Sim because he's going to be on Tracer here. And obviously, if you're willing to take Ice Gnome and put him in to play Sim, Jaywu, you really don't want him on Sim. So I am wondering here, right? Like, can you withstand? Okay, so the Malga goes in, that's a stomp, and then Shockwave is actually able to find one across the opposite side of the map. But like the Reaper Venture can get into the face of the Malga and just like chunk him down so fast. Can you keep him alive? Early signs would tell you yes, is a VP wipe the floor with Weibo.
I think this is too much that Cassidy can do into the matchup against Reaper. Shy just doesn't really want to play that unfavored position. The flashbang grenade really messes up the math for Reaper as he tries to obviously get in and out of those engagements. And Weibo were kind of split in that fight. So they're really trying to craft a comp here that is pretty hostile to what VP are trying to do, and the Orisa into the Malga definitely seems to be the play. Gushway very good, not only at not being stunned by the stomp with Fortify in play, but displacing the Malga away from the action. And with a face full of damage, you see Weibo able to burn Vistola down very quickly.
I mean, that's what they have to do, right? If Vistola is going to go on in, he uses the Cardiac Overdrive. They have Leave there. They have Shy. It's just a lot of burst damage, like a stun from Gushwei. And you just need to get rid of the Maga, and that's going to be it. We'll have an Orisa mirror here between Vistola and Gushwei. I think you still keep... well, I think they might actually switch the Venture over to a Tracer here after this. I think the Venture is really calculated against like Sim and Maga.
It's in a rush here. Gala not actually in a great position to make use of it. Quickly tries to pivot and desperately tries to heal Vistola up, but the timing's not there. This spacing for VP got a bit uncomfortable. Gala's not ready for Vistola to take a left turn at Albuquerque there, apparently. And here comes Gushwei. Just treading VP into the mud. And it feels bad to commit a rush in that fight there where VP are already on the wrong foot.
Yeah, and Vistola is extremely weak when you commit that rush, so you're trying to get all that healing out to try and keep him alive, and then Fixa goes to drop that Sound Barrier. That's like the second time. I think the last time was with Ice Nom, but we've seen them try and go for the beat and not connect with the tank.
Good eye for Shy. Shockwave wary of Leave because he cannot target the Venture until they basically burrow right up in his face. Good eye for Shockwave, has pretty little to see. Cheeky Javelin across the map's got to interrupt that ability. Shockwave, though, still standing. Wants to try and take advantage of this high ground, but all of Weibo is set up with Gushwei being the focal point. And I tell you what, no better way to be the focus than to throw a Terra Surge in. But Vistola has one to reciprocate. It's Leaves, Tectonic Shock, and up we go. Down comes Fixa. I mean, that is Station wrapped up for Weibo.
This is exactly what he did to Falcons yesterday, right? But it was with a Ramatra instead of the Orisa. And it was so difficult to stop him on this hero. Just between the movement, the survivability, right? Still racking up shields, damage and disruption. Leave on Venture is a problem, as that is Weibo with their tournament lives on the line, taking the first point.
And they're probably still feeling in a decent position as they'll have that earlier Kitsune rush in this next engagement. Shockwave, some nice little dicks coming in from Shy, keeping his head low. Solid Javelin missing. Shy knows he can get a ton of free early damage here and set things up for Leave to pop up and find the elimination. There's that aforementioned Kitsune rush. It's everything that Weibo need to play from a commanding position in this first fight, and that's another rush committed by Gala. And only to lose for Solar moments after.
Yeah, you're just trying to keep Vistola alive any way you can, but the damage that's coming down from Shy and Leave. And also, we talked a little bit about it yesterday, but Venture becomes very strong. Well, like Ramatra. Ramatra's really good with inside the Kitsune rush, but Venture also, as you cycle those cooldowns even faster, just even nastier to track down.
Jaywu at least dips his toes on the point there. Bit of a back cap being implied. Leave has no problem dodging away from the pulse bomb there for Jaywu, just burrows. and glides on away from the action. Jay, we're hoping to avoid the venture if at all possible, but that's getting harder and harder to do, and without any recall, he's got to get out of the fight. Now there's no pressure on Weibo, and the sound barrier means that they will be the aggressors in this engagement. Shockwave's had a lot of space denied from him here, and Shy with that speed boost is trying to find big damage off the Deadeye. Gets Vasola down to half. Terra Surge there. That is devastating for Gushue. Gala and Shockwave, no way to escape, and the flashbang hitting them meant that even after being sucked into the middle of the wrist roll, they didn't have a chance to get out.
Yeah, it's a later beat from Vertus Pro, and this time it actually connects on everybody.
Oh, man.
But when they try and go in with that beat, it's a sound barrier that's still a little bit remaining there from Weibo, but it's Shy using that Deadeye, just being a threat, pushing players back. That's going to be a quick 2-0 for Weibo. So now you have Jwoo on the sim. So this is interesting because, like, in theory, right, like, the venture is even better against teams who don't feel as confident playing the sim on the sim. So
it smacks of desperation. I'm just going to be upfront about it. I don't like it against the venture. Really hard, I think, for Sim to stay alive. There's no immortality field even to work with. Here's an early rush from Gala. Vasola follows up with a Terra Surge. Monk gets his rush off as well, and Shy getting picked up. Up comes Lee, pops up, but under the most durable target on the side of Vertus Pro. Not exactly where Venture wants to find themselves. And it's a quick swift step away for Gala to stay alive. Into the car watch goes Lee, coming out looking clean, but things a little messier for the rest of Weibo Gaming.
I love when people realize they're on camera. They're like, oh.
Okay, we're going to hit you midway through the map, folks. Nobody's safe. Except us, apparently. No cameras in here.
That's true. That's true. We somebody would have to barge through this door with the camera. So
don't do that.
No, please don't. So we'll see now Vertus Pro, right? You don't have much. You're going to have Boa coming up here. I was actually going to be quite curious if, like, the sim, you would see a swap from Weibo, but you do not. Is Vasola just a cross-map hook there, spear right into Shy's face. So that'll have Weibo waiting a little bit, right? Shy has a lot of consistent damage there on that Orisa chunking down the armor.
I'm really interested to see how Vertus Pro now on the front foot make use of their sim. Obviously, Jay, we're not the preferred option for that, but, I mean, they've been able to build up an ultimate. They have a great earlier fight. Here it comes, bowler shot, connects, Shockwave able to let that one go. Vasola knocked back, though, and Weibo buy themselves a little bit of space with Gushue's cooldowns, but he's spending them now. Sound barrier for both sides. Gonna have to come out now, leave under a little bit too much pressure. They think they've isolated Vasola, but a sound barrier comes back in response. Jwoo still holding onto the symbol. Here, Mew with the boop over the top side. Jwoo goes down. Too fragile, too squishy in the front line to hold up in the heat. And Vasola very much on his own, away from the Kitsune rush. Bit of a problem now with the Terra Surge ready for Gushue. Shy is down. Fixer and Gala get to work as backline is leading the charge and finding key eliminations. But Vasola's low. They can't keep him standing. Lee's still alive, and Gushue is hale and hearty, ready to throw down. But it's Shockwave picking at the edges, pulling this apart like an old sweater. Vertus Pro have fought their way back into this game, finally earning a flashpoint on Atlas.
They are so fortunate there. The sound barrier comes in from Mew early, and they want to get aggressive behind it. Now, obviously, you have the Venture and you have the Orisa. You want to push up, take that space. VP, they're like, hey, we got away. We're going to have a later sound barrier. It doesn't actually hit Jwoo. That's why he gets burned down so fast. You lose the sim. You don't have the opportunity for the sim to ramp the damage during it, but the supports after that go crazy there for VP. Allow them to take the point.
Bowler shot just now earned for Shockwave. Jwoo still holding onto that symbol as well. Shockwave, dangerous for him. Terra Surge, no escape, but Shockwave hit a fat bowler on the Mew. Leaves Tectonic Shock now, is a little bit later, but it's still good to the tune of 2 eliminations, and he's looking for more. Pops up under Gala, who goes very low, but quickly, Vasola intercedes in the face of Leave, who now has just forgotten entirely about the Kiriko, but Gushue had it. He will chase Gala down to the ends of the earth. And now Leave can get away from Vasola, buy some space. Still no cap on his flashpoint just yet, though, and Vasola doesn't look like he's content to give it up, but Leave's in his way. He's low, as is Gushue, though. Getting healed up now by that ampered up from Mew. Vasola might just have to give this up for now. He's too low, too slow, and he's out of the game.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to try and back up, and maybe you start to build up, and you're going to have the rush and the beat. Then you could have engaged, and at that time, the point wasn't taken. So you're trying to contest it and then make it happen as Shockwave, though, gets another, moves on to the point. He gets Gushue quite low.
Okay, Weibo have to stall this. Just stall as long as they can. Mew died with beat. Monk went for the Kitsune rush, but it has very little impact against both of Vertus Pro's support ultimates. So Weibo Gaming, I have a lead here. and have a beat that won't be answered by VP. It's not a terrible spot to be in, but ideally, they never give up that flashpoint at all.
Yeah, and Weibo ends up using that Kitsune rush, and then they're not able to keep Gushue alive, and then I think you're just like, all right, let's hold on to the sound barrier. Let's come back in the next fight. As soon as you see that VP is invested both of those ultimates in. But with like this high ground, low ground here, it's going to be difficult to like use this beat aggressively and kind of close the gap. A lot of space for VP to just run.
I'm looking at Leave right now on that low ground. He's just run into Jwoo by the looks of things. Here's the beat from you. Sees the pressure starting to mount a little bit on Leave especially. Now there's a window. Weibo have to make use of this to find a key elimination of Astola. Might be the one that served up first. Shy ends him with the flashbang. Now Leave close to a tectonic shock. The rest of Weibo grouping up here. They want this map badly. They want to take this one to a 5th and final. And so the tech shock will be maintained by Lead, held onto a gambit to try and take Atlas here and now.
And it didn't look that bad for Verus Pro, even though the sound barrier comes on in. Like, Bestola was doing a really good job cycling through his cooldowns, even used a Terror Surge, get another Fortify, just wasn't able to live.
Good proactivity here for Weibo Gaming to come forward now. Tectonic Shock is active. Leave looking to pressure for Solar down, and he has a hole board straight through him. Here's a Terror Surge, one that VP would sooner forget because Weibo explode towards them and don't give them a chance to set up for what would have been a final fight. Your STC overtime burns down in a matter of moments, and we have ourselves a Decider map in this Decider match.
Man, I'm not picking favorites, but Weibo always gives us close games whenever we get them in.
Well, better or for worse, man.
Better or for worse, right? Better for us, maybe worse for their fans sometimes with that, some of the end results. But look, I think a lot going in their direction, though, right? They forced this game 5. There's no venture ban available for VP. They burned that a little bit earlier in the series, and you see how good they can be on it with Leave. Piloting the venture, and then whether they combine it with like Sojourn, Cassidy, or Freya, it doesn't really matter, the hits again.
Oh man, it is fever pitch action here inside the STC Esports Arena, the mid-season championships, delivering game after game. We'll be back after a short break with our 5th and final map in this Decider series.
What's up, everybody? I'm joined here by the host of chess. We got Sandstorm here. Sandstorm, before I start asking you questions, the line is crazy. What's going on?
Okay, so first of all, we have the grand finals of the chess. The first ever chess tournament, I want to say, of its kind. Because it's the first time that we've seen the esports element being added to it. And so far, it's been sensational. We have the #1 in the world in Magnus Carlsen playing against Alireza Firouzja. So it's Team Liquid versus Team Falcons.
And I mean, it's great for these two players. It's very important. But not only that, for Club Championship as well, it's going to be Team Liquid versus Team Falcons, right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, two teams that were basically fighting for it last year in 2024 for the Club Championship. And this time, I want to say it's a lot closer. And that's what I would love to see. We still have a lot of competitions left, but so far it's kind of neck and neck between Falcons, Liquid. There's even Vitality. Vertus Pro is also on the line. There's a couple of other names, but so far these two are the major ones.
I know. I talked to Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and I know Team Liquid is in the grand finals for tomorrow as well. So it's always, I think everything boils down to Overwatch as well. Team Falcons is a powerhouse. Team Liquid still has to clinch their spot for the playoffs for tomorrow, but we'll have to wait and see.
All right, you know what? We'll have to wait and see. But I also have to go back to my stage because I don't know what's going on, but I want to watch the games. Bye-bye.
I think when you ask the question, what's on the other side of that map 5 to teams in this position, it's always a different answer. But in this game, I think the stakes are pretty cut and dry. There's a key crush on the line, and only one more team can advance from Group A. And Weibo Gaming and Vertus Pro have paced each other every step of the way. Atlas goes in favor of the Chinese squad, but VP get to pick Midtown, which has been a map of comfort for them this year.
Yeah, it allows them to play the Bapalari yet again, right? Just like how we saw on Circuit. Not the same, obviously not the same type of map, but the same type of comps you can make work on Midtown. So we'll see how this fares for Vertus Pro as, this is I do not want to see, we saw in the last series a lot of sad on stage, and I'm usually a fan. I'm like, let's show it. I don't know if I want to see whoever team loses watching their key go into the press. That's going to be a rough one.
Weibo Gaming here will start on defense on Midtown. Symmetra and Kiriko bans. But yeah, like you mentioned, signals Vertus Pro's intent to at least bring the Baptiste, but on this attack side, it's more common to see the Lucio folded in. Leave will still be on the venture. Shy on the Cassidy. It all comes down to this, folks, a Decider map, a Decider match. Group A gets resolved right here on Midtown.
This is an odder map to play Venture on. I wouldn't exactly say the map topography plays out well for Venture here, so we'll see what Leave decides to do. You could play the alleyways, right? Maybe go for the subway. This is a spot where Shockwave's rotating.
He won't be contested.
You see him locked down. Yeah.
I don't know if Leave is really playing in such a way as to try and cost Shockwave if he goes wide like this. Okay, there's Leave pushing into Vistola instead, though. Pressure on the Sigma. Vertus Pro have to manufacture something else in the meantime, and they just haven't. They see Vistola get run down, and they can't make anything else happen.
That's a checkpoint, though.
At 1 tick, at least.
Yeah, these players are in a really rough spot, though. I don't think... So are they going to decide to chase them down or let them sit? It looks like for now they're going to let them sit, and I would just keep rushing these players in front.
I think you have to switch Orisa here. I think a solo Sigma walking out of spawn. I think Gala might be there with them, but it's pretty risky business. This could be dangerous, though, for Shy, but Gushua is able to find Gala in the meantime. Awkwardness ensues as Vertus Pro once again dip a toe onto the point, and Weibo Gaming are just getting their ducks in a row. They're going to be back here, but still no second tick for Vertus Pro. With Shockwave down, I think the jig is up for the EMEA team.
Yes, see VP push back yet again, because you also didn't have Fixa there, right? Fixa is one of the players that's kind of behind enemy lines, so there's no way you're going to get your solo Orisa with no speed through the choke. Now everybody have full strength, a little bit better odds.
Amp Matrix available for Monk right now, just playing that high ground. Making sure Gushue stays in the fight for as long as possible. There's the Amp Matrix deployed, and that's a pretty desperate immortality field that pulls up short. It's not far enough to cover Vistola, and so he just ceases to exist.
Another hold here from Weibo. I think if you're Weibo as well, the first time we were seeing that they were just giving Shockwave pretty much the alley towards that firehouse. Like, if you get them in there, like, the Venture kind of wants those close quarter areas, right? You could burrow, come up, use the drill charge. Like, you can put down tons of damage to those close quarter areas. Maybe that's one they're fine giving up.
Oh, here comes Leave. Make it very clear, he only had eyes for Weibo there, but he pops his cooldowns, kind of blows them, and now Weibo gets to go back to doing exactly what he was. Just trying to put some pressure on Weibo Gaming, positioned on this high ground. Terra Surge time into the blender, but it's going to be a sound barrier that comes out response from Weibo Gaming, and they will run Vistola down. Shy and low, but an immortality field means that Weibo can stave off the clapback damage and once again plant the flag for China on this point A.
Yeah, I mean, that is a huge immortality field. It's a pulse bomb that comes through. Shy would have ended up most certainly losing his life there, and the immortality field keeps him alive. Terror Surge plus Tectonic Shock combination, right? Grip him in, start just chunking them down, knocking them off. VP, this has been a pretty sad offense, all things considering, on their map pick.
Yeah, some risks taken, right? Splitting themselves up in that first fight and only getting their one tick. They need to be picture perfect from this point onwards. Decent damage off this overclock, and Shockwave will emanate threat as he moves to the point. Javelin spin drawn out of Gushway, goes a little bit low. Terra Surge for the extra durability. Shockwave hangs around. He can tank it. Immortality field keeps him standing, and Monk eventually capitulates. Lee tries to go upstairs, but the Shockwave pick is a little too late in the day. Vertus Pro will have that cart on the road.
Yeah, it's a sound barrier from Fixa. I mean, they use the Tectonic Shock and the Terra Surge in combination, but that sound barrier is so huge there from Fixa. A few times in this series, missing a player or two. That time when it needed to be great, it was. Keeping everybody up in the fight. VP, let's see, you're not able to get some of this high ground, right? You're not have that speed to get around the corner. We'll see if they can maybe bait them in, use that Ant Matrix.
This position for Shy is a powerful one, but this is a moving Ant Matrix float. That is a pretty terrifying prospect for Weibo to have to play into. So they get out of line of sight for the time being, but Vertus Pro know it's only temporary. They eventually have to fall back around the corner themselves. Weibo has been threatening this pulse bomb application for quite some time now. Still no way to make it work. Pulled down to the low ground, but a Terra Surge, and Monk ends up getting cut aside inside of it. Pulse bomb on Shy. Finally, Weibo decides to stick it, and now things are starting to come together for Vertus Pro. Cart into the underpass. All of Weibo pulled off the high ground, but that play from Vistola and leaves in a bit of a compromising position.
Now, well, you still have Gushway here. You still have some support. You can kind of like juggle the cart between the Venture and Arisa. That is a nasty play, though, from Weibo. We were talking in the pregame. He's got to step up. Starting to heat up a little bit here on Midtown.
Oh, Shy, sharp shooting there. He still has that high ground position. He's still going to be a threat, a thorn in the side, a furrow in the brow, perhaps, for Vertus Pro. And while they do get the cart through that underpass, it's about to slide straight back down. And Weibo re-establish themselves.
Yeah, now, let's see. They're not going to take high ground here, at least early on, Weibo. You can play around this corner. Maybe you want to, like, block off a little bit more of this choke, not play from a distance with the Venture, right? It feels a little bit more natural to play down, and just take the fight to him as Leave trying to get out, barely escapes with his life.
Okay, Leave caught with a disrupt the shot. It gets stuck to him, and now it's affecting the rest of his teammates. It's awkward. Monk had to use a very, very early immortality field there, and Shockwave capitalizes on the absence of that invulnerability. Mew and Monk already folded. Gushway won't be able to get off this high ground at all by staying alive.
So Leave is playing above the choke at that time, and then to get out has to use the drill rush and the burrow. So no cooldowns, able to get back. Mew trying to get there towards a touch. He gets boot back up into the sky, finished off by Gala, so not able to get it contested. That'll be the second checkpoint here for VP.
Man, that adhesive disruptor shot is really, really problematic if you can get it stuck. Leave just carried it into the rest of his team. And now that high ground spot picked up here for Vertus Pro. This part of the map can be really hard to convert on for attackers. The long map in general, but minute and 40 on the clock for Vertus Pro is a decent sign. We're going to see these support ultimates pitted against each other momentarily, though. Gushway will be kept topped up. Regenerative burst, of course, available there for Monk. You can amp it up to keep their frontliner in the game, and oh, that is beautifully done. A little self-immortality field popped, and Weibo realized they've overextended. Mew caught out. Leave with the Tectonic Shock, but who's supposed to be the target here as the sound barrier really covers much of this damage for VP. They've lost for Solar, but what's the crackback going to be? They can't extract much damage in response, and Gushway is able to avoid this damage and kept alive. Monk working overtime to keep the horse on 4 legs.
Yeah, just dodging the headshots, letting Monk heal him up. So some crazy movement yet again there by Leave, right? Getting into the mix with the Tectonic Shock, the Terror Surge, able to give Gouche a little bit more survivability. They're quite fortunate though. They lose Mew really early, like deep in VP territory up on the wall. And they don't have a benefit of sound barrier. They don't give up that much space, but now they have the beat here to end the game.
Verus Pro haven't made any progress for the last minute. It's been an awkward couple of engagements for them. Weibo would love to tempt Monk down, but that is going to take a little bit more of a commitment. He needs to really sell the bit. Deadeye here clears the field for the time being. Verstola knocked out in the open. Monk's damage plus the Deadeye is going to be enough to account for him. And it's tough to bounce back from Orisa being the first elimination in the fight. Vertus Pro learning that the hard way right about now.
Yeah, Verstola is a tough one to lose here. In this fight, you're going to get Gala here. Switching, using the speed ring, so Fixa doesn't go all the way back here, as somebody will have to get a touch. It'll be Jwoo forcing OT.
Leave will emerge from under Verstola. That's going to draw the Fortify out from him, and Leave not ready for the damage. It's pretty telegraphed for what he's trying to do on the venture there. Well, I'm shocked he wasn't expecting to get blown up. Gouche needs that immortality field, but it's cleared in a matter of seconds, and Shockwave has already found himself an off angle. He can't look towards Monk right now, and the sound barrier is being committed to only 3 plays, means that Weibo are throwing everything they can at Vertus Pro to slow them down. Nobody can really do anything about Monk right now. He commands the high ground and keeps his team fighting fit.
It's a little bit of an odd spot for the payload to stop, right? Usually you see it like before the underpass or like around that second corner, but puts them in a rough spot. They wasted so much time on their first point offense VP. They were so split for ages.
And you see, like, Shockwave was always looking for a way to just have a distinct advantage up against Shy in that hit scan matchup. And even when outranged in theory, Shy's able to hit these consistent headshots in order to find the kills, but that was definitely a headliner matchup. You see Shockwave there with a nice little shot there. This was just after Shockwave's able to hit League with that disruptor shot and burn an early immortality field. The big result, though, for Weibo Gaming. Happy to hold VP at bay, but now they've got to deal with the pretty face-up, pretty telegraphed that Iliari look from them on defense.
And they're actually going to go with a Pharah here. So they're not going to match like a Tracer, let's say. They're going to go for a little bit more of this kind of just consistent poke damage through. This would also be pretty nasty for Venture to have to play into, right? But obviously Leave has the ability to play like a Tracer if needed. A little bit of a pause here. We'll get an idea what's going on. My idea is a team comms issue over here by VP as they're all looking at Verstola. I think, not to point any fingers, he was the culprit earlier. Wherever the tank was for VP. So we'll get that one sorted out.
I do think it was Coach Smash that called the timeout. So we'll have a brief pause at a very tense inflection in this series. We are halfway through Midtown. Vertus Pro unable to finish their attack side, but getting quite deep into the map, which is decent for Midtown. But now, we are going to see the most signature of signature Vertus Pro compositions. The Bears are coming out. This Baptiste Iliari defense and Pharah for Jwoo.
This shouldn't be a surprise to Weibo, though, right? I mean, this is a composition that, like, we could see them playing in a lot of different, like a circuit, things along those lines. And like Midtown, this is a great map for like a Bap Iliari, at least early on. So this shouldn't be a complete shock for Weibo that this is what's going to be on the other side. Maybe they're slightly surprised, the Pharah in the mix, right? But we'll see. Obviously, Lead can move away from that venture.
It's a question of how much tape Weibo have seen, because it wouldn't be the first time we've seen the Jwoo Pharah.
And you do not want to lose another Game 5 if you're Weibo.
Far too many heartbreak moments for Weibo Gaming over the years. They really have always played it close, always gone to the wire, and suffered some bitter disappointments. So far, so good for them. Now they need to cash the check that their mouth wrote for them.
It becomes psychological at some point too, right? You just continue to lose these Game 5s over and over. So let's see, they see the Pharah. I'm wondering if Leave is going to go back and swap. Yeah, so he is. I mean, that's a wise decision, right? Not going to be able to make the venture work as well. May as well ditch it to the Tracer right away. He's going to be able to go like around that fire truck, the firehouse area, put some pressure around that angle.
Yeah, that off angle is going to be really important, because if you can, start to overwhelm Vistola, draw those cooldowns out of the Sigma early, you're going to find yourself in a good position. Diligently, JWoo watching this alleyway knows that there's going to be pressure coming from that direction. And so Concussive Blast Shy back basically instantly. Mew, though, gets a free Geology class, apparently hit with that accretion out of the game already. Now Weebo were already sort of 1 foot in the bulk here and don't have the speed to get them out. This could be a drawn-out stagger, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, this is just like how we called it out for VP, we're going to call it out for Weibo. I mean, at least Weibo dies a little bit faster, right? But you get stuck in that choke, no speed, everybody's split. You may as well just throw your bodies at the opponent as we'll see yet another attempt here for Weibo. I think they need to put more pressure on that alley, right? Get like Leave in that position. They were doing that a little bit before. There was almost a kill Shy got onto JWoo, which would have been massive. But JWoo was actually able to get back into the subway car.
The game plan likely is going to be the same here. Try and get a player, ideally Shy, up that left side of the map. Leaves able to tickle the point here. I mean, Fixer is going to be happy to fight him. And, well, power creep, folks, that's what that looks like. He's able to take on the Tracer pretty comfortably. Nice accretion connection, and there's a Gravitic Flux that Vistola is waiting on here. Gala may have fallen, so Leave has drawn blood in the backline. But Weibo are in disarray in terms of their front line. Mew does well to avoid the Hyperspheres and accretion, but I think he's not long for this world. He gets out, and Shockwave's been picked up. Vistola's trying to look for a grouping here of Weibo players to slow them up with a Flux, but Leave and Gushue are so low, they can't come forward right now.
No, they're going to have to get Gushue topped up a little bit, and they do off spawn. Now you're going to be able to use the speed to get him through that choke. See if you can get him past the shield.
Shockwave is going to be back in time, but Leave has not left this part of the map. He's still present, but a big barrage for 3. That is going to be quite the relief valve here for Verus Pro. Shy, Monk, and Mew battered, bruised, and broken as they try and cross that underpass. And now 90 seconds remain for Weibo to put their best foot forward to stay alive in our mid-season championship.
And are you thinking about changes here if you're Weibo? You'd have to be considering it because this is really, I mean, look, if you make changes after this, it's in desperation time, right? You're going like Doom to get back to the point. I think because they're coming up on some of these ults, you kind of have to stay with it.
It might be your last chance, and this, frankly, might be their last fight. Big hit! JWoo follows up on the damage. The setup was there from Shockwave's railgun connecting beautifully. And now JWoo's got a little bit more breathing room without a Cassidy on the map, and he's looking for the Tracer. Preempts that recall, forces them away. Leave now, desperation mode activated, and Shy has made the move over towards the Freya.
I mean, you had Leave end up using a pulse bomb there, connects with nothing. Shy is not able to make it through the choke. It's going to be the beat here, drop by Mew.
They're trying to overwhelm Vistola. They're trying to get in his face, but there's an air matrix right up behind him, and Vistola will be healthy. Flux interrupted. Fantastic terror surge from Gushue. Vistola now out at sea, listless, without any friends, and the immortality field comes in too late. What a play from Gushue. What a moment for a champion of the game to keep his team in the running on Midtown.
I mean, not only the breakup of the Flux, but then also the turn and spear to interrupt the accretion. Is that keeps Weibo in the game, in the tournament. VP will make some changes on defense, so this is where they move away from that Alari.
They didn't feel particularly favored on the Orisa mirror earlier in this series. That's the switch for Vistola. Feels like he's just a little too exploitable on that less mobile Sigma pick. Now, of course, with his defensive cooldowns that make it harder for him to be shifted, he can more aggressively stake his claim to the space that Shockwave needs to dish big damage from the high ground.
Yeah, I like that idea from Weibo. They were actually trying to deny some of the high ground. Shy getting very low. It's going to be an overclock.
Okay, looks like Shockwave ate a javelin, though, was forced back, but Shy was far too low. And Monk couldn't get him up to fighting form in time. Now he could start to play the choke, make this more punishing. The disruptor shot starts to become more than just a mild nuisance. So there's Gala. It's popping off quietly. Leave has been trying to, accost that Baptiste on multiple occasions, but you've got to get up in the morning if you've got to get past a Spaniard like that.
I mean, look, Leave's had a pretty quiet map, all things considering, with how good he was on the Venture in the previous one.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to be the guy that points it out, Matt, but you're right.
I mean, I was the one that pointed it out, but yes, I am right.
It's like you'd hate to be the guy. You probably wouldn't, in fact. Okay, Mortality Field, long range one. Gala, self-amp matrix, drops low, though, and can't benefit from the amp for a time, but he's looking to go full aggressive here. Both teams have lost their Mortality Field, but Vistola eventually has to crumble. He is sectioned off by Gushui and brought down, and Weibo are holding on to a big bag of ultimates, and they can start to ration them out over the rest of this part of the map. This is far from done.
But I kind of like this for VP. Like, you take that bite early, you trade Ant Matrix for Beat on the other side, you come back with your own sound barrier. If you can, like, push through the Ant Matrix with 42 seconds, I mean, you are in a great spot on D.
Solars need to try and find a way back out onto this platform, but it's not a simple matter.
Yeah, they want to try and get this high ground back. It's going to be tough.
Gushui, though, can be pulled down by the Terror Surge if he doesn't have a Fortify active. But Monk is absolutely making the most of finally getting access to this high ground. Jaywoo's got a pulse. Someone is looking to maybe tease some of these cooldowns out of the Baptiste here.
Yeah, they use that Ant Matrix up on the high ground, but they don't actually move the payload at all. It'll be a double Terror Surge here, sound barrier advantage for VP.
Okay, well, neither Orisa really takes a big hit off the back of that. Fortifies pop for both, and now Gushui drops to the low ground. We're headed into overtime, folks. Gala traded, but Gushui is down. The front line are missing here for Weibo Gaming, and we're shy out of the picture. It all seems too much to manage. Pistola with a Fortify, forcing Monk away from the fight. Your STC overtime is going to be short-lived, folks. And once more, the Polar Bears find an oasis amongst the desert sands, advancing into our quarterfinals.
What a game. As Weibo, they were trying to back up. Their Mew was really close to a beat. It was like 90+%. They're trying to let him build that up, but Pistola and crew would not let it happen. And Weibo, yet again, falls in a Game 5. As VP, we're looking past him with a lot of these other teams in EMEA putting up better performances throughout Stage 2. But they bounce back here in a big way from their poor performance at Champions Clash. They'll make it to our bracket.
VP maybe just reminding us that they were simply in hibernation and are ready now to retake the mantle, not only as one of the most commanding forces in EMEA, but a team to be feared here in our mid-season championship. But there's a cost. Whenever we see a team rise, one must fall. And once again, it's Weibo Gaming that stumble at this all-important hurdle. Their key will be crushed.
You would have told me 2 months ago, hey, we're going to get a VP Weibo Gaming match where Ice Gnome comes in on Sim, wins a map, and plays Hazard, and wins a map, and they would take the series. I would have been like, you are... I don't know what you're doing or what you're on, but man, that is what we saw here. Is they're making the most of this roster, right? Like, hey, maybe we can't exactly play Sim with Jaywu. Hey, let's try Ice Gnome. He shows up, he's able to do it. They get a map win there on circuit, and then just clutch play at the end by Pistola and crew seals the deal.
And Jaywu is called upon to play that Sim on occasion, and frankly, it looks all right. It's more than serviceable. But Vertus Pro has shown them they've got looks for days. Starting off the series with a Hazard. The fact that Ice Gnome is able to take it to Gushui, I mean, that is crazy. The fact that Jaywu is able to fight Leave 1 versus 1 feels like a dawning of something special here for this Vertus Pro squad, delivering perhaps on the promise they made to us at the start of this year with that audacious announcement, and then later, the addition of Ice Gnome to their team to give them yet another look. And I'm excited to see what they have in store for us. We're going to head now down to the stage. It's red, it's white, it's the Danish Dynamite on stage with Zoe.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I do indeed have the Danish Dynamite joining me here for a quick chat after a nail-biter of a series. This was a rematch, as close as it can possibly get. How did you get the edge this time around?
I think no nerves. We're just the underdog, you know. It feels good, so yeah. It was pretty relaxed, you know, so yeah.
All right, I don't believe it. I don't buy that for a second. I mean, this was an intense series, and you were the underdog coming into this. You had a rocky road, let's put it, right, the last few weeks. What kind of work did the team put into it in preparation for this event?
I mean, this like Symmetra stuff, you know, kind of threw us off, I think, you know, even in Stage 2 in EU. I think this win, like the biggest win, doesn't matter what team it is, but the fact that we won without playing Sim, I think it's so big for us, you know, so yeah, that's so good.
So does it feel like you kind of proved the point with this one? Because everyone heading into this was like, if you don't have Symmetra that's competent, then you're just kind of done. Do you feel like you can continue your winning ways without Symmetra heading into the playoffs where we have some strong Symmetra teams?
Yeah, probably. I think we just need to like man up, you know? Like these comps, like the Koreans, you know, and Weibo, like they're so good, you know, at these comps, like maybe non-Symmetra comps. But we're also not the greatest at Symmetra, you know? So I think we're just gonna man up and maybe take the mirror, you know? So, yeah.
I guess we'll see what you guys have in store for us when the time comes. For now, though, it's time to celebrate. And what better way to celebrate than crushing some keys? Are you ready for this?
Let's go.
Let's go, let's do it. Give it up one more time for VP as they're making their ways into the playoffs. And of course, that means he now gets to crush Weibo's key. So let's let that one sink in. Congratulations to Shockwave and the entire team of Verus Pro. But now it is time to hear it in our exit interview. Danny is standing by with Gushue.
Thank you so much, Zoe. Yes, I am here with Gushue from Weibo Gaming. Unfortunate loss, but I know you guys tried your best. You guys, I just want to say thank you so much for the amazing games. It was very entertaining. Gushue, I want you to summarize your whole experience in this EWC 2025.
不学，就是也感谢你们给我们带来如此精彩、如此好看的一场表演。就想问你，整体来说，你能不能跟大家形容一下，就是来到电竞世界杯的感受是如何的呢？
觉得这次来到 EWC 还是比较开心的吧，而且来了很多中国观众，我觉得也是非常不错的。所以总体来说，这次的体验还可以吧。
It has been a very enjoyable experience. I would say that I've seen I've seen all the fans over here, no matter from China or even the local fans. They've all been very warm. They've been very, very welcoming, and overall, it's been a great experience.
I mean, talking about the fans, we have so many Weibo fans here who came out to Saudi Arabia to support you guys. And also, there's so many Weibo fans watching you right now. Do you have any last message for them?
就是现在在场也是有很多来自 WBG 的粉丝，有很多粉丝从中国就直接飞过来支持你们。有什么话想跟这些粉丝们说的吗？
我觉得首先谢谢大家这么远过来沙特看比赛吧。我觉得这次也挺对不起大家的，这10年季后赛里没进去，我觉得让大家失望了，比较对不起我。
I'm very thankful to all the fans who have come all the way to watch us. I'm very sorry for our performance, but again, big thanks, and I apologize very sincerely from the bottom of my heart for the poor results that we've achieved here, and we hope to do better in the future.
I know Gushue and Weibo will come back stronger. So, ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for Weibo Gaming. Thank you guys so much. Bucket, back to you.
Thank you, Danny. Weibo, always so fun to watch. But how about the boys from Vertus Pro, Johnny?
Yeah, we went to Midtown for map 5 and they showed exactly what their signature composition is. If you haven't been watching EMEA, this is what Vertus Pro do best on the defense. They play a very poke-heavy defense. And I told Jake during this attack, I was like, as long as you get a decent attack, that's good enough, because this map is going to be decided on Vertus Pro defense. And that is exactly what they pulled off. They drained all 4 minutes on the defense, and that made a significant difference in the end.
Yeah, I love the adaptations from Vertus Pro throughout this series. The fact that they opened with Eisenam and actually matched the pace from Weibo Gaming. I think Weibo thought they could come into this and just bully Vertus Pro, right? Just push the pace, play these fast dives around Gushue and leave, and maybe just get some cheeky pickoffs and snowball the game out of control. Vertus Pro showed in the first 3 maps of the series, you know what, we can hang at that pace, at that speed. Weibo Gaming go back to the drawing board. They try to adjust, throw some new strats, and finally map 5, they're caught in the vice, man. That is a brutal comp to match up against. especially in map 5 on land. You're playing against this comp that's just poking you, pecking you from all sides. Weebo's just cutting you in half from behind on the Pharah. That is a brutal spot to be in. I think it crushed their momentum.
It definitely did, and we're going to break down this game a little bit more, but first we have breaking news. Over in the SNB arena, Magnus Carlsen has officially locked his key into the trophy as Team Liquid takes home our first ever chess tournament at the Esports World Cup. Johnny, I know as a chess lover, it's so awesome to see these legends here in Riyadh with us. A lot of Liquid fans are super excited knowing they are not only chess champions, they also have a team about to play Overwatch.
Yeah, and obviously we had an interview with Stuart from Team Liquid earlier today, and we talked about this big matchup. We're just now going to put Team Liquid at #1, and of course, because they won one of those esports now, they are eligible to become the EWC Club Champions as well. So this is a great win for Team Liquid, and now they just need more points with their Overwatch team still in the mix.
Jake, it's looking like a 4-team race above the 2,000 points, but how about that 50-point difference between the Falcons and Liquid? The difference, though, Falcons don't have a tournament win yet.
You take a look at the esports landscape overall, you got to look at Falcons and Liquid as the obvious favorites for the club championship. So for me, it's not a huge surprise that they find themselves in these top 2 slots, but I think both organizations are hunkering down for the long haul. I think fans are going to have to stick around. I mean, this is a tournament in Overwatch. It could already be this week where Falcons snagged their win. I mean, that team has looked incredibly strong here in the Overwatch tournament. So fans are going to have to keep watching the club championship. I expect that both of these teams are going to have wins. I mean, Liquid already has theirs. I think Falcon's going to get one somewhere in the Esports World Cup. It's going to come down to every game, every point. Every team needs to contribute for their overall organization.
Well, speaking of contributing, Verus Pro, the surprise contributions. Everyone said they were the underdogs. You even heard from the Dane himself, Shockwave, saying, no one thought we could do it. We're just going to keep manning up. Let's take a look at how Shockwave manned up throughout this series. One of my favorite duelists to watch, the DPS star, was popping off, Johnny.
Yeah, he was so proficient. And like I said, he not only pops off like this, but he's in a leadership role as well. Communicates a lot for his team. He's a veteran going back a long way in the Overwatch scene. If you're new, of course, making his debut in 2019 with Vancouver Titans back then.
Yeah.
And it's been a long road since 2025. He now finds himself on this Vertus Pro roster that has had some hit and miss results, but now finally finding momentum behind Vestola, their main tank, of course. And you can see these individual playmakers, like the overclocks we saw from Shockwave on that Sojourn. It was overwhelming, and of course, you can see that he's very happy, of course, guiding his team towards this win. But like Jake said, this is a really good result for them. They prove they can hang with the top dogs in those dive competitions as well. But come the playoffs, Pocket, there are no easy matchups here.
That's right. 6 teams officially locked in as Vertus Pro and GK are 2 most recent to power into our final 8. But Jake, we have to find out who is going to play Crazy Raccoon, who takes on T1, because we still have 2 more matches to go tonight.
I got to say, like, you got to play these matches in front of you to earn this spot to get to the top 8. That would be an achievement in and of itself. But your prize is playing Crazy Raccoons in T1. I mean, it's not all that, you're not feeling all that good going up against those matchups. Still, to get a top 8 placement, you're going to take home some points. You're going to up your prize pool. So playing to win, playing to survive is crucial right now. I believe up next, it's Liquid taking on Varrel, which, Varrel overperformed massively, I think, to even be in that match. But this is a Liquid that is potentially resurgent and maybe wants another bite at the apple against Crazy Raccoon.
Japan, can they make it into the playoff bracket, or will be all the big names our analysts expected at the start of the day? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Esports World Cup, day 2 of 4. We'll be right back with more Overwatch 2.
Level 1. I got locked in. Oh my god, there's 3 now. Oh my god, this is. Did I try too hard? You're not. Oh, whoa, why did you not run? Oh, slow down. No, I should hit. Yeah, hit me. Like, you hit like right here. No. 92. Oh, hello. Wow, you're too slow. It's actually so fast. Done. Attacker's advantage? No, it's attacker's disadvantage, actually. Oh. Bro, 9 is light work, bro. I can't lie. I'm getting nervous. I'm not, bro. I'm taking my time. Because I know I'm gonna win. Bro, see? Not even close, fam. So you just keep going? Keep going? I'll do only 5. After 5, I'll just quit. Oh. Oh, you missed it. Oh, I actually did. Okay, it does end. Okay, yeah. You have to actually lock in. 326, right? So yeah? I'm not saying nothing. Just try to get 100, bro. Damn. Don't go too fast. Oh, I got a pair actually. Lock in, bro. Lock in.
Congratulations.
Alright, lock in, bro. Yeah, that flick was crazy. The tracking is unmatched, actually. Bro, you're flicky. What's your sense? 803. 803 in real life? Yeah, nervous. The swear it's easier watching than playing. Oh, is it? Yeah, I think so.
Congratulations.
169. I had 180. Oh. Yeah, through for you, so you can take the sector. Okay. Yo, what? No way. Is that 250? That's so hard. 250? You're him, man. Oh my god, I'm like 100 over you. Oh, it's what, 326? I think I hit one wrong earlier, like in like level 1, so like no way, bro. I think I tracked it. Wow. You're him. Well, I'm him with you. You know who's got better aim, no?
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup, where we just witnessed Magnus Carlsen putting his key into the totem as the pressure has been lifted off of Liquid. They have won a tournament. They are now in the running for the Club Championship for 2025. The S&B Esports Arena was on fire. And Avril, you got to go see it in person. What was it like over there, man?
Awesome. Magnus, what a winner, what a player. The best chess player, obviously. And also for Team Liquid as well, because like you said, Puckett, it takes the pressure off of chess, but however, pressure now on the Overwatch team.
All right, Overwatch team wanting to stay ahead of the Falcons. They have a 50-point lead in the Club Championship. And if you're just tuning into the Esports World Cup, that's a $27 million side tournament with the winners taking home $7 million. It's a pretty big deal here in Riyadh. But Jake, let's turn our attention back to Overwatch now, because we have another round here that is going to decide who is getting their key crushed and who is playing tomorrow and potentially Sunday.
You know, honestly, if you put me on my bingo card about who would be in this spot, who would have survived the first round of eliminations, I wouldn't have expected Varrel to be in that group, right? Coming out of Japan, this is a region that has never really fielded an internationally competitive team. And today, they take down one of the top dogs from China. Now they go up against the second seed from North America. However, I think this is their toughest test yet as a team. Liquid is resurgent. They look great in this meta. They look very comfortable and flexible. And they just took Crazy Raccoon to a map 5. So if Varrel can do this, man, all bets are off.
Let's take a look at some of these best moments from Verrel earlier today, because it was a bit of a shocker for a lot of people on our panel here. Avril, what did you see?
Honestly, a lot of good stuff from their tank line, but also Top Dragon. We talked about it. KSG, for me, did really well in this particular series versus Bellastree, who I just don't think, again, that Rock can really match them on this sort of RAM meta, in this Brawl meta. It's good to see that Varrel can actually play the meta well. They've integrated well the Korean players on the team, and this is the best-looking Varrel we've ever seen, because this is not the first Varrel they've ever fielded as a team. They've won Japan before, but now they're undefeated in Japan, and they're at their absolute peak in gameplay.
Jake, talk to me a little bit about these players, because Nico was the star for me on Cassidy during that Eikevald game. Before that, though, we were saying a whole bunch of other players' names.
Look, for me, Top Dragon is just a monster on this team. I think Top Dragon, you can plug him in on pretty much any top team, and I actually think he's going to do pretty well. Like, he's not just a flex DPS player, but he brings the heat on the Tracer and also has a massive hero pool to match. So if you're going to have, like, one superstar player to make a massive impact on your team, I really don't think you can do much better than this guy, and he seems to have really fit in well with the Varrel squad and, you know, isn't relying on too much resource to get that job done.
Top Dragon never afraid to shine on camera in and out of game. He was able to crush the key earlier, and we caught up with him before this matchup.
What's up, everybody? I'm here joined by Top Dragon from Verrel. Hey, before we start this interview, it's going to be really quick, but hey, congratulations on getting the win. You were fantastic, amazing. How do you feel right now?
Yeah, I'm really happy because this is first win for Japan teams.
Yeah.
So Japan teams never win some like other country teams.
Yeah, right.
Now we actually beat the China third team. So it's really good things for Japan League, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you guys were looking really, really good. I mean, next up, you have one more match, but going into that match, you're playing 2 matches today. Do you feel tired at all or no?
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't expect first match is really tough. So yeah, I'm really tired, but yeah, anyway, we should do next match. So I'm just prepared for that.
Okay, next match. How do you think it's gonna play out? What's your read on the opponent? 상대편 어떤 거 같나요?
Yeah, Team Liquid is actually a strong team because they actually 3-2 against Crazy Raccoons, but even we do best in Lijiang Tower against CR. So I think it's, yeah, if we're doing really good, then yeah, it's really winnable.
All right. I mean, that is it for the interview. Top Dragon, thank you so much. Best of luck, okay?
Yeah, thank you so much.
That is Verrel. They are looking to put on a show for Japan. On the other side, we have one of North America's favorites. They go by Team Liquid, and the All-American lineup is looking to score again. They were so close last night against Crazy Raccoon, taking our world best team to a Game 5, Avril.
I know, this is such a great performance from Team Liquid. You have Zera nearly beating Team Liquid, so rather Crazy Raccoon again. After now joining Team Liquid, he was on Nightmare for Hangzhou. Now he's on Team Liquid, and they are pushing Crazy Raccoon, which is like a strong favorite for the tournament, to the absolute limit. I don't know where Crazy Raccoon currently are in this tournament. Maybe they're just not that good in the meta, but Team Liquid, no doubts about it in my mind. Tree, by the way, he got the MVP on the B stream last night. Unbelievable performance by this guy.
All right, I've learned about Tree after watching day one. I know about Vega and RuPaul. Who are you watching here, Jake, as we go into day 2 for 2025?
I think Infected is another great player to call out on the tank role. He really is one of that new generation of young tank players who came up for the most part in the Overwatch 2 era, right? He's really ready to flex and play whatever the team needs, whatever the meta demands. They don't need to bench that guy. And where a lot of teams are subbing in and out of their tank role, that presents a weakness. It presents an opportunity to punish them. Not an issue for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I think Infected, he's just so flexible. That's really his strength. He can play the ball in this particular meta as well, which is really strong. But then he can just go on to all these Brawl heroes. Zero as well, I mean, we briefly touched on him. This guy was an MVP for Nightmare when they beat Crazy Raccoon in Hangzhou. Now they brought him over to Team Liquid, where he's kind of the star player. But when Tree's also this good, you have 2 hyperstar DPSs in your starting lineup.
Time to pop off. You finished third, you finished second. How far can you go here at EWC? We talked to Knife before the match.
What's good, everybody? I'm here joined by Knife from Team Liquid. He's about to jump into the game, but for now, he has to talk to me. All right, Knife, let's talk about your opponents, Verrel. What is your read on the team? Do you think it's going to be an easy win for Team Liquid? 자, 다음 이번 오늘 처음 경기죠. 이제 바렐과의 경기가 있습니다. 바렐은 어떤 팀이고 좀 쉽게 이길 수 있을 것 같으신가요?
그래도 일단 일본에서 전승을 하고 올라온 팀이기 때문에 조금 애들이 긴장감을 좀 갖고 게임을 해야 하지 않을까 생각하고 있어요.
I did hear that Verrel did pretty well in the Japan region, so they're not a weak team, but I mean they should be worried facing up against us. All right, I also want to ask you: is there a player in your opponent's side that you're sort of really you're taking a really close look at? 자, 다음 질문으로 바렐 쪽에서 이 선수는 조금 조심해야겠다라고 하는 좀 생각하는 선수가 있으신지?
일단 아무래도 탑드래곤 선수가 좀 방금 직전 경기에서도 좋은 모습을 보여줬기 때문에 탑드래곤 선수만 조금 조심하면 되지 않을까라는 생각하고 있습니다.
Definitely, it's going to be Top Dragon. He did really well in their previous match, so I think I'm going to be on the lookout for Top Dragon from Verrel. All right, that is it for the interview. Knife, thank you so much. Good luck, okay?
Thank you.
Fighting.
Fighting.
Great to hear from Knife. Hopefully we see him on the stage, but it's time for predictions as we are 20 seconds away.
3-1 Team Liquid. All 3 NA teams making it out.
NA teams.
3-0 Liquid. Tree's got this.
Verrel, I love you. Jaws loves you. But this is North America, baby. It's Team Liquid on a heater here at EWC. Let's send it to the stage.
What a day it's been, and it's not over yet. These teams are taking us the distance. Seeing Verus Pro taking China's #1 super team all the way to map 5 in a rematch match, and then taking that victory away from them. Wow, just wow.
Yeah, absolutely. That was really entertaining to watch. But what's coming up next is another inter-regional showdown. We have a rising powerhouse stacked with potential against a team that is chasing history for their own region. Zoe, you know what to do.
I do indeed. And what a pleasure it gives me to welcome both of these teams back onto our stage. So, let's hear it for both of them, starting with the explosive, young, talented squad from NA. They have been showcasing so much diversity and versatility already here in Riyadh. Let's see what they have in store for us today. It is Team Liquid.
and their opponents, representing a region still searching for its big international moment. They've already made history just by getting this far, and now they're fighting to take it even further. Welcome, Varrel!
Two very different reactions from our audience, and quite frankly, I think it will fuel both teams equally. So let's get this one on its merry way.
So it goes, another playoff spot on the line and another key destined for the hydraulic press. It's North America versus Japan in our Group B decider match. It's Smith Leslie and Matt Morello on the call.
Yeah, and Varrel is a bit of a surprise to be here, right? They end up beating Rock in a very close series earlier in the day. Team Liquid, they had no, we didn't cast it, but on the Bravo stream, I mean, they had a tremendous game. It goes 5, I think, with Crazy Raccoon. So they are looking to be pretty formidable at this event. We casted EMEA really throughout all of Stage 2, so we haven't had the opportunity with them in 0 in the lineup yet.
And Team Liquid set out this year with a pretty ambitious goal, right? Especially with the dissolution of that Toronto Defiant team. They built this team around Infected.
Yeah.
Kasura said, we want a flexible tank player at the center of our empire. And frankly, it was a pretty shaky start for them, right? They were superseded by Nightmare. SSG looked better in that stage number 1. And then in stage 2, they get close. They fall to GK, of course, in that 7-map series. So perhaps if that trajectory continues, they're destined potentially for that playoff spot.
Yeah, I like how you phrase that of like, hey, Team Liquid went on an ambitious effort to make a team that won't lose. You know, there's sometimes in the history of Overwatch we've questioned whether if that was the intent that the team was built for, but not with this team, as they have some of the brightest and youngest players in North America. And Varrel, for me, they're playing with house money, right? This is a team that I don't think anybody expected to be in this position, right? I think a lot of people would have said they're first out in the group, but now anything's possible.
And Varrel domestically tend to dominate, man.
Yes.
There aren't many teams out there that can really hold a candle to them. They absolutely clapped Reject in order to get out here to our mid-season championship. And so far, like you mentioned, they're just trying to see just how far they can go. Top Dragon, though, quite the mercenary, quite the journeyman of a player. He's been in EMEA, he's been in Korea, and now he's in Japan.
They also got the crowd behind them, and it may just be because they're booing Liquid. It may not be because they're...
Infected tweeted,
yeah.
He's like, dude, being booed is crazy fun.
Yeah.
He is about it. He's trying to encourage it.
I used to love it. I mean, it was one of the most fun things. I mean, you see when they go out there, even they're trying to instigate a little bit. Tree is starting to get it going, and I always see these players now, a few lands in, right, starting to get a little bit more comfortable on this bigger stage.
The addition of Zera has really allowed Team Liquid to go up a gear. Will it be high enough, though, to allow them to vault over this Varrel team, who too are vying for that slot out of Group B? Lijiang Tower is going to be first up on deck in this series. Like what we've seen so far, I think, you know, KSG got a call out there from our desk on the Varrel side of things, but it's hard to look past the impact that Top Dragon and even Slay or that Liari have been able to have. As long as Slay doesn't try and hit in the airborne targets with Captive Sun, this Lijiang Tower run, I think they'll be fine.
Yeah, he was way off. We saw that yesterday. It's still traveling.
Oh, in the current year?
I mean, yeah, that's...
Yeah, Gen Z with the 2025 dab. Pick that off your bingo card.
You can't be, even, you know.
Even I don't do that anymore.
Even us old heads know you can't be dabbing anymore.
I mean, I'm often tempted, but I have self-control.
Yeah. But, yeah, whenever we see Pocket, when he's not attached to the couch, he's just dabbing all in the back.
He actually, I thought it was just a tick at first, and no, he just can't stop dabbing.
A chronic dabber.
Yeah. Moments away from jumping in, folks. There it is. The Varrel key, one they're trying to protect, one they're trying to slot into that mid-season championship trophy. And Avert having it crushed. Yes. Oh, yeah, hit me with the instant replay. Tree, you are not living that one down, sir.
Player of the day. Just off of that. So, this would be a huge moment for Varrel, but also the region as well, right? Like as a newer addition to Overwatch Esports, right? With support with OWCS, like starting last year. to be able to, one, qualify for an international here at EWC, right, through their region, but then also show, like, hey, we can compete with these teams. The issue with them is, like, they have to go up against, like, the great teams from Korea, right? Like, but it's clear that they can go up against, you know, some of these other teams from different regions.
And I feel like the last time we really saw a team from Japan thrust into the spotlight was that World Cup back in 2018, was it? The Sydney stop, where they played that 5-mapper against Australia and just fall short in that qualifier. That was a long time ago. And of course,
look, when your brightest moment that you can remember is falling short in a qualifier, it's a little bit of a bigger step up here now.
The brightest moment was that hotel in Sydney. That was something else. But again, I know that Varrel are looking for more than just a comfy stay out here in Saudi Arabia. They'd like to make Team Liquid squirm a little bit in their chairs. Night Market looks like it's on deck first here. Infected already seems to be committed to this Orisa game plan. Make some noise, STC Esports Arena. Let's get this Decider match underway. Out of the gates, Liquid in the blue, Varrel in the orange.
And Varrel will actually run that. Kiri Ilari here off the rip with Top Dragon playing the Pharah. So a little bit of a different look than what we saw from them the other day as we're on board with Tree. It started to feel like, as of late, he's really starting to come into his own.
He's going to have his work cut out for him on this kind of map because it's going to fall to him often to try and clip the wings of Top Dragon, who'll often play in a position here. It's a little bit hard for the Sojourn to see. Now that he can be set up here, he can start to bombard Infected as he tries to approach. And already the Orisa has been laid quite low. Liquid, frankly, aren't in a great position to strike, but Nico's been taken down by Vega of all people, and Top Dragon knows he's got to make a play now. Into the backline he goes, trying to swing around, but he's got to respect this Sojourn damage. One more rocket would account for Tree, but he's getting that healing. And the window might have closed here for Top Dragon. KSG and Slayer down.
He had like 2 or 3 opportunities, right, where the Curie healing was on the way to Tree, where you would have been able to finish him off with a rocket, but 2 of them go wide there, and you're able to keep Tree up. RuPaul then TPs towards the point, helps out Infected and Vega, and that'll be a first point here, getting in control for TL.
Nico here, just that longer range pressure at least forces Tree in the direction of that mega health pack. It's just the Sojourn playing the off angle in the middle of the map. The rest of Team Liquid are arranged around the outside of the point itself. Obviously, that would present opportunities for Lucio, but Varrel aren't playing with one. It's Kiriko Iliari, as you pointed out, Matthew. And Slay is taken down yet again. Vega has been so busy early on in these fights. The Tree looks like he was knocked off the map there. Nico steals that mega away, but KSG falls in a frontline fight. Varrel are actually struggling to get on the same page by the looks.
And I don't like the Ilari here because you're just making it so difficult for your tank and costly in terms of cooldowns to take up that space, right? You have to kind of use, whether it be the Fortify, the Spear Spin, move on in. You're moving a little bit slower, and then it gives Team Liquid an opportunity with Vega's speed to be able to push them on in.
Nico, here we're looking for the one clip, but Nico, of course, has the explosive bolt damage connecting. Infected, pushes out, hoping to chase Nico down, might have overextended, but of course he's got a little thing called the Terror Surge to throw in. Big durability buff, and Tree and Vega will make sure they dive in and make the most of that disruption. Captive Sun cleansed off there by the Suzu. Tree not bothered. Top Dragon only had Infected to work on, and he was able to flip the point now, but he's going to look towards the ground as Zera has come knocking.
Three and both supports are still in the middle of the map. That's why you see KSG's like looking all around. Doesn't know whether to go help on the point or fall back. That is going to be the Kitsune rush here used as well by Cloud. They thought that was winnable. Couldn't be any less the case.
Yeah, absolutely not. Varrel seemed to be playing in 2 different areas on the map much of the time. And that's owing, of course, to the Pharah in play and the mobility of Cloud. Trying to make sure the Kiriko is where she is most needed. Oh, there it is, another great opener there. That was an explosive bolt from Nico. Tree's opted to make the switch over towards the Freya himself here. With a bowl shot ready, looking like for someone like Slay, who's ensconced there in that back corner, try and force him out of the fight. 92% here for Team Liquid.
Yeah, it was a really early beat from Vega, and they try and use it to get aggressive, but they turn the corner, nobody's home. So the beat goes for nothing there. So this opens up a little bit of a window of opportunity now for Varrel.
Oh, Nico's been pretty bloody clean on this Freya so far. Bit of a stagger pick up there as Team Liquid had already well and truly lost that fight. A couple of players lingering around the fringes of the point.
Hey there.
They will be back and lined up quite soon, and it's going to be a Kitsune rush that will not be able to be answered by Cloud. Liquid, like I mentioned, sitting on the bowler shot still too.
Yeah, I mean, you could end up using the Terra Surge, right? They use the Kitsune Rush, you use KSG's Terra Surge. You have a bowler shot as well, so some opportunity where those players are grouped up. You can get something big.
Into the point they go. Slay's already gone down. Terra Surge has to be used here by the KSG, but it doesn't seem to bother Team Liquid whatsoever. So much to work with that Kiriko ultimate in play, and it's an exchange of bowler shots. Top Dragon, though, is caught by trees, and that should be the end of the round, folks. Team Liquid, last team left as the dust settles here. Night Market going in favor of this North American squad.
And I think it's going to be really difficult to play this double flex support look here against Team Liquid, because like Zera, RuPaul, Vega is so good at like just hunting down those supports. I mean, you have the Alari right there, and it's a pretty easy target. Now Cloud can get out of dodge, right? But if you can get on top of the Alari, even the Freya, two pretty nice targets there for those flankers on Team Liquid to hunt down.
Vega and RuPaul, the safest pair of hands you could ask for on this side of the Atlantic, I guess.
You then reminded yourself that Shu and Chorog exist, and then we're like, hold on, wait, how do I phrase this right?
I also have to remember exactly geographically where we are positioned. All right, here we go, folks, off to Garden. KSG's going to be on the Diva here. A hero we've seen a heck of a lot less of here.
Yeah, we saw a lot during Stage 2, but not as much at this event. It's been a lot of like a recent RAM. So we'll see if KSG is able to make good use of the Diva. A little bit more defensive, right? Especially if you want to play the Alari with the defense matrix.
Like Infected very quickly saw an opportunity to topple Nico. That would have been dangerous. The outburst there, saving Slay's life, as that javelin would have been bound for his chest, and he would have been sent packing over the edge. Actually quite low.
Well, I mean, no,
inside the dojo, though.
They're having a tough time making it across the bridge, right? Because he's so low. I mean, goodbye.
That's a one clip.
Yeah, he can't get back towards the choke to provide defense matrix, right? Because he's so low. So then everybody walking over the bridge is just getting, like, poked on down.
Free playing pretty riskily here, but he's ultimately going to be rewarded. Nico, like a stuck pig going down with all those explosive bolts riddling him. This is very, very clean. Tree and Zera working in tandem to make short work of any target they turn their minds to.
It feels like you needed a swap here from Varrel like 2 fights ago at this moment in time, as feels like this come. Now we're gonna so you're gonna have Rush and your Captive Sun. This is probably your best opportunity, right? Yeah, they decide to use it, so they go towards that white room. They use the Rush over the point.
Varrel are so split here, and in fact, the part of their squad playing on the bridge chose to back up and take the Mega up instead.
Well, they just trade rushes, right? I mean, that's what happens. They trade rushes, but KSG also gets dangerously low, actually able to finish off Zera.
Yeah, and he's been topped up now, so could probably fight here on the point. Bowler shot here for Infected might be the play. Slay looking for a Captive Sun connection now. The Terra Surge comes in, and Infected will fall either to Slay's hand or someone else's. Now Varrel finally have found their way into the round at 80% and counting for Liquid.
Well, Vega's on the point, takes out Top Dragon.
Wait a minute.
And, no, Vega is still, he's contesting this, and he's got Sound Barrier. He's going to drop it, connect with everybody there.
Dream is going to play safe here. They're going to respect that self-destruct, but a Sound Barrier renders it pretty useless. Tree backs up here, bowler shot in hand, and he deals with Slay. All covers full before Tree. Not even the finest of lumberjacks here out of the Japanese region can deal with him. KSG also going to be staggered and de-suited. This is brutal stuff, man. I'm going to tip it 100 with you. Top Dragon tries to go for a barrage here, but Infected is back here on this signature Wrecking Ball pick. And I'm glad we're stuck on this Tree POV because he is lighting him up, folks. Brutal welcome for Varrel here out to the stage.
That is a tough second round there for Varrel. Felt like, I don't think they're going to be able to run this type of comp with the Alari and the Kiri against this team. Team Liquid just going to take advantage of it, it feels like. I think you're going to need to make some more changes here. If you are Varrel going into the next map, feels like that second round probably could have tried some different things as well, but maybe the map was a little bit too far gone.
I mean, they did, right? We did see the Diva come out here for Varrel. KSG like even very early on in the round, kind of basically feels like he starts at half HP. Push back inside that dojo building. Free here just showing us some utterly absurd mechanics. Even he's got to laugh about it. He gets away with so much, including a number of just solo engagements, you know, up against Nico that he just sort of wins out.
It felt like KSG made it across on D.Va, made it across the bridge, and then was like, hey guys, everybody come. And there he's like, we will die. And he's like, well, I have no health, so what do we do?
Some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice I am willing to make. Unfortunately, it wasn't one that paid off so often.
No.
They split their forces, did Varrel.
The bad part is they kept sacrificing people, and it just never worked.
Yeah, sunk cost fallacy, bit of a foreign concept to them in that case. I understand. Or rather, not foreign at all.
What can they do in terms of like map ban, hero ban process? Varrel tries to get a little bit of an advantage.
So against Liquid, it's a little bit harder than against some other teams because they built this team to be sort of map and meta agnostic or as much as possible. So I think at this point you need to essentially double down on your strengths if you're Varrel. We think back to that sort of game against Rock, right? Really competitive. Varrel looked really good on Circuit Royal. One of those sort of outlier maps that some teams want to go to if they feel like they're advantaged there. Eichenwalde also was the decider map in that series, but it was chosen by Rock into Varrel. They looked quite good there. So if KSG wants to play more of that D.Va, there are likely some maps that lend itself to a pool.
See them play more of that D.Va?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't think so. You know, and there's also the question of, okay, like between Nico and Top Dragon, is there like a functional sim composition? There, I think maybe there's a case to be made for the D.Va. She's very good at it's a PGE.
PGE, yeah.
Rise up, baby.
PGE sneaks his way into all the broadcasts.
That's it. So that's, I think, what you're considering here if you're Varrel. I think Team Liquid, you're going up against a team you know that took a team like Crazy Raccoon, favored to win it all here, to the very limit, and that's a scary prospect. Even if you don't watch the game, which they definitely have, you're still worried about what you're going to run into here. And Liquid, obviously, they end up going to Colosseo, right? Yeah. A bit of a random push map to pick here. One that not every team is sort of prepared to roll out on. They managed to take a pretty comfortable win.
Esperanza is a much more fan-favorite map, I would say, than Colosseo.
Cool.
So I'm not surprised on that. But then Colosseo also kind of like, if you win that first fight, like you can gain like a pretty sizable advantage, and the chokes to fight through on the other end are pretty brutal. So we'll see maybe if Liquid has the chance to pick a map, if that's where they would take us. Varrel, do you go towards Circuit? That would be, like, if you wanted to play Alari and comps like that, Circuit makes a lot of sense. It doesn't feel like a situation, though, where you get a massive advantage.
Maybe just the fact that you can go for a comfort comp is a bit of a boon for you. It's also the kind of map where the infected ball is absolutely useless. Cannot play that.
Yeah.
And in fact, that actually, like, he was pretty honest over in North America about just the challenges he faced when he picked up Orisa. When she first sort of became sort of meta relevant, I think it was last year, he was like, yeah, honestly, it's taken me a while to get the grips with this hero. Infected was, if you remember, played a lot of Winston, a lot of ball, more of those dive styles, but has shown us a much deeper pool, I think. But there's a question of like, okay, how does the Rabatra look for this lad?
Right.
Like, does he feel good if we go towards those some more classic rush style compositions? Or, yeah, a map like Circuit Royal, if that gets picked up, what's the look supposed to be for Liquid?
Yeah, so I think it looks like the map will end up being Circuit. The band's obviously still some time to come on through. If you're Varrel, are you looking at like trying to protect like a tank with like a different type of ban? Are you looking to maybe even trying and think about protecting the support line, right? Especially if you want to play like a BAP Alari, or even I guess if you wanted to play Kiri Alari, you can ditch that.
I honestly think banning to protect the BAP Iliari composition, is a pretty good idea. But Liquid already banned Baptiste in the previous map, right?
Yeah.
They already tried to take that option away from Varrel. They'd read that pretty closely.
So Varrel, they end up banning first. So they get rid of Lucio. That's kind of what I was just kind of talking about, right? So they get rid of the support. Vega, we obviously know, plays a ton of Lucio. That is a very difficult.
Yeah.
My back hurts looking at that gaming posture.
I think that probably breaks a lot of the rules of ergonomics.
All right, we need to keep track of KSG and interview him when he's like 35. Be like, hey, this impact your back?
How did that pan out for you?
Yeah. It's like you wake up in the morning. How does your back feel?
This obviously targets Vega's Lucio,
yes.
right?
But it also, like, Varrel wasn't going to play it anyway, right? If you're not going to play Lucio in Lijiang Tower, like, you're probably not going to play it. So get the Lucio out, target Vega, protect the comp for you, a win on both sides.
Liquid are targeting Top Dragon's Farah here. Don't want to deal with that. That also might indicate, like, maybe there's like an interest in going the venture direction.
I was going to say, yeah, that's an option. I was like, does Top Dragon now fall back and play like some Mei, right? Potentially.
I think Mei is so good on this map, especially in those rush comps. So annoying.
Yeah.
For both Ramatra and Sigma to deal with. Maybe we even see that mirrored, both sides going for that pick. Yeah, there it is. Top Dragon.
Yep.
Got to come out on the Mei here. KSG on the Ramatra, and it will be, as we alluded to, that signature Baptiste Iliari look here for Varrel.
And I think Liquid obviously has some time. You could see a little cheeky Hanzo pick here from Tree. We've seen that before, and him put up some crazy kills with that. We haven't seen a ton of Brig at this event, at least the games we've cast. Maybe like once. So Brig Bap would be a little bit of a interesting one. Brig Bap was like, if they were going to play D.Va on the other side, you would like really like the Brig Bap.
I think it's fun against the Ramatra too, especially when you have the Farah band. Like, it's such a nightmare to play Brig in a Farah because you basically never have a shield. It's always pokes down. So double sniper here for Liquid, just out our opening. They're not sure if there'd be like a grapple up or something similar. That's not the case, or maybe an echo, God forbid. It is a Top Dragon pick. Mei mirror on both sides.
It'll be a mirror outside of the tank, so Infected going to stick on the Orisa as
we talked about it, yeah.
Pilot the Ram.
Kind of wondered if like Ramatra would be a preference for his.
I think I like the Ram a bit better. Like, I just think Ramatra is just crazy good.
But Orisa can walk out of the Blizzard map, and I think that is fairly important.
If you can get past the Ramatra shield and doesn't have like Nemesis form available, you can also deal with him pretty nicely as Orisa.
I don't know how long Top Dragon expects to be able to stay there. He eats too many of these bolts from Tree. Tree gets a high enough viewing angle, it could be curtains, but Top Dragon's giving good account of himself with those right clicks. He'll stay in position for now. Vortex there, taking RuPaul a little low.
Like, right there, Nemesis form is now down here, so KSG is backing up. Do you have a window here to be able to kind of get rid of him from that side room?
RuPaul's kind of doing it all here. Beautiful Air Matrix makes a lot of space, and Top Dragon has been felled. KSD finds himself on the wrong side of that Air Matrix. I think, Matt, there's an idea to go past it, to, get into the back line of Liquid properly, but eventually he falls back and is subject to the damage.
He's got to be super careful, though. Like, if he uses that Nemesis form early, they are just going to run him down. That is going to be the first checkpoint here. Like, the idea would be, is like with the Ramatra here, is to just kind of like, force these cooldowns out of Infected and force him to move up without them, and then like Nemesis form. And typically you would speed and then kind of push through, but be a Terror Surge with a Captive Sun uses RuPaul. That's going to be a nice immortality field, keeping him alive.
It's the perfect answer, of course. It's so hard to interact with the detonation, burst damage off the Captive Sun. And so Slay, in the past, we've seen him in that position actually, better do a lot with that ultimate. RuPaul is the exact hero that has an answer for it, and Vega now is holding onto a Captive Sun of his own.
Dude, you lose KSG here so late as well, so
I think better to see the Iliari than the Brig here from Team Liquid. Under these kind of poke circumstances. Slay has another healing pile removed here, so harder for Varrel to set up in a bit of a bunker-style approach. Top Dragon has a Blizzard though, and he might be trying to work an off angle to get in there and stick it, but there's no Lucio here, so it's hard to get that speed boost to your Mei to get her in where she needs to be.
Little off angle, Captive Sun here.
Good connection, and there it is! Vega gets himself Nico and Slay. Who needs fusion power when you got this guy lining it up for you? RuPaul's Immortality Field does a lot of work in maintaining that life for the backline. And KSG is trying to get something for his money in this fight, but there's not a lot to be had.
He uses the Annihilation, tries to push on top of RuPaul and Tree, but with the vertical mobility of both of those heroes, they go right above him, and they have the lamp there. Vega turns, and he's like, hey, do you guys need help? And he just turns right back. They did not need it whatsoever.
Oh, man, Vega is doing it, man. He's doing the thing. What a Captive Sun onto that backline entirely. Definitely left KSG out at sea. He's made the switch over towards the Orisa now. The Ramatra is just not doing it. And Zera switched over towards the Tracer, leaving a Soul May on the field.
This is going to be a crazy time if Team Liquid can finish this. Nico, I was just about to say, extremely weak. And Nico drops down and he falls right into the lap of Zera. So unfortunate for Nico. Zera just kind of creeping here behind enemy lines. The enemy's very far away. He's gonna try and go for a spawn camp here.
Slay sniffs this out, I think, rather Nico. Yes, he actually definitely has a feeling that Zera's going to try and camp him.
Meanwhile,
Captain Sun, it's an exchange of them, in fact, and Slay ends up going down. RuPaul's able to detonate it, and here comes Infected. Here comes the Liquid boys. Out around the outside of the map, it's going to have to be an ice block there for Top Dragon, but it's awkward. Zera was hoping to at least get a quick trade for RuPaul, and now that's not an option.
But the card is continuing to move, though. Like, the card has been consistently moving here for Team Liquid, where Varrel just kind of fighting for their lives, trying to secure this high ground. So they finally do so. Team Liquid will end up being back at full strength.
Again, this Varrel bunker on the high ground will need to be defeated by Liquid one way or another. Their options are to force Varrel down, which means taking a fair bit of poke damage, or taking the fight to them on this high ground. Tree is working alongside Infected to that effect here. Yeah, and that allows Varrel to move up onto the card and prevent any incidental progress. Verus just forces an ice block. In what appears to be like a, that 1 versus 2 with support overlooking the situation. Infected knows that big cooldown from Top Dragon is burnt, so it's an easy kill for him, and then it's back to work.
Yeah, and KSG, that's going to be the immortality field used right there, so it's going to be the Captive Sun over the top. I think it only connects with 2 targets.
Oh, that is dirty stuff from Vega. Averaging 2 kills per Captive Sun. What an instrumental component of Liquid's success on this map so far, and that is a whopping time bank on Circuit Royal.
Infected trying to get Vega hyped up, as Vega just seems always so chill and calm. As see some highlights from this one. This is all Team Liquid.
Look at this one. Slay and Nico fall back. Oh, man. That is beautiful.
Yeah, not a lot of Varrel highlights in this one.
No. Vega looks incredible here. Maybe Varrel even regretting banning the Lucio away. And this is what we were kind of saying about Team Liquid. It was a promise they made at the start of the year that just took a long time to mature, really. As that they wanted to be the team that could kind of do it all.
That's about as much of a celebration you're going to get from Vega. And hey, we were playing some Overwatch. We were looking at some game. We were playing some games earlier at the player hotel. We went over there, and Team Liquid skins in game look clean.
Yeah, I do like that blue and white look. That's for sure. Your blue and white. Here's your Aramco side swap. So we'll put Liquid on defense now after, again, finishing the map much quicker than we tend to see. It's an attack time bank that signifies a real dominant stance on this map, and Varrel have some catching up to do already, I feel.
Yeah, and they'll play Widow Freya here, at least off the rip. So 2 hit skins. Potentially we're going to see Top Dragon. It's going to be like a Sojourn Freya on the other side, right? So
where did we see this from earlier? I feel like we
saw this from Weibo yesterday with Leave and Shine. It did not work.
No. I didn't quite cut it up against Falcons, I believe. But again, they weren't given the space to make that setup work. On a map like this, it probably is a little more appropriate. We have a Widow for Zera. He is sticking to this. And he knows against, like this double sort of long-range DPS combination, Widow will outrange them both. There are problems, of course. There are challenges that Zera is going to face, like being able to shoot Top Dragon in the head as he bobs and weaves around the map. They've already lost Vega here, which is not ideal, as that healing pylon will not have a supplier.
It's a lot of like poke damage potential and like long-range kill potential from Team Liquid. I don't know how they support Infected. I mean, you see the armor just being chunked down constantly. Nobody out there that's going to be really able to play with him. You see he's kind of like hiding in that corner there. Spear spin. He's just trying to push people back. Yeah, you're not going to be able to support him in any way.
And this is the feast or famine nature of playing Widowmaker. I think if Zera's able to find a pick or 2 there, then Infected doesn't have nearly that same degree of pressure on him. But essentially, Liquid just gave up that first checkpoint for free.
I mean, yeah, I think actually Zera was going back to the spot in the swap, but may have missed the timing on it.
That's a problem. Top Dragon, though, there's the first winner pick of the game. Just gets a little bit too antsy with it out in the open. They're looking to line up a few more of these shots, but of course there's pressure coming in from multiple avenues.
Now, this also may be a little bit better scenarios. Zera finds another one.
That's nice.
To be able to use both of these like long-range damage dealers, right? Because like there's some cover around the corner there for Infected to play from. Nice headshot there, predictive there from Tree. There's some like natural cover for Infected to play from, and then these longer sight lines, especially if you want a spawn camp like this.
You can see once that first Widow kill comes in, the snowball begins. Infrasight now developed by Zera. So everything going to be face up to Varrel look to try and take a different tack. Yeah, and KSG realizing very quickly, oh, he can see me straight through this wall. They might even have to wait this out. They know it's a count of 12 seconds. So they hang back. Time bought here by Zera, but there's still a lot to work with in the Matrix and a bowler shot. Both teams flush with ultimates now. It's about how they're employed, and Zera has to respect this bolt that comes in. And the healing's taken a little while to come through. Was hoping that Vegas Pylon would do it, but KSG's cleared that one out as well.
Yeah, and I mean, they need to make up some time here, Varrel, right? Like, you know, it feels like you give up, like, all right, you know, we're going to, like, lose this fight, we're going to play for the next one. All of a sudden, then you have no time left. It's going to be the Annihilation use here by KSG. It's going to be the Immortality Field gone already.
Oh, my God!
Son. Another huge Captive Sun from Vega.
The combo with the bowler shot, Matt, is a thing of beauty. In that case, it looks more like a supernova. You're guaranteed to get, you know, a big trigger on those Captive Sun debuffs when you have that area of effect of the bowler. It's a 1-2 combo that's really hard to preempt, to see coming, and to play around.
We take a highlight look at this. The timing there with that Captive Sun. So he is just having the time of his life here.
Yeah, that's absurd. And that wasn't even a bowler shot that triggered it, Matt. That's what's even crazier about it. That really sucks the wind out of Varrel. Zera has to reposition here. Grapple to that effect works, but he's hit by the Captive Sun debuff inside the Immortality Field though right now, and it can't be cleared yet.
Oh, he just got speared out of mid-air.
Slay though eventually does get Zera posthumously, the debuff detonating. So it makes it a 4 versus 4, and KSG's on the Diva here.
I think Zera should swap here as soon as the Diva. Yeah, he's going to go May. Oh no, Tracer now. So I think either of them would have been good here. As Cloud gets extremely low. Nice E to the Bola there by KSG, but not able to get this Diva in a spot with the rest of the team to be effective.
And this is starting to just billow out of control a little bit more now.
They're going to get a D-Mech here, and then they're just going to leave KSG.
Has to walk coast. Diva over the edge here. Varrel again trying to toy with this Diva look, but for Team Liquid it's so elementary to switch Zera into Tracer. So the defense matrix has less applications, but KSG will stick to the pick, getting close to a remake opportunity via that ultimate.
I feel like they would have had a better option, at least in my opinion, keeping the Ram and then like swapping out like whether it's like the Sojourn or the Freya, whichever one you would have wanted to keep. I don't know if Diva is the answer here.
Oh, Nico losing out again to Tree. And these shots coming in for the young gun have been really problematic for Varrel. And I don't know what Rupar's doing back here, but it seems to be working, so I'll stir the complaints for now. He gets back up to the high ground. Tree found Slay and Cloud, and once again, another dominant Team Liquid fight with Varrel under 90 seconds left to play.
Yeah, this is after they gave up the first checkpoint, I mean, they have gotten no more progress after that. It's been rough here for Varrel. I still don't really, you know, the Diva, I feel like it wasn't really that impactful on Li Zhang, and still coming up with just about nothing here. Vega's going to go with some crazy flank Captive Sun.
Yeah, here's Terra Surge as well to combine with it. Nico caught onto Vega, doesn't need the Captive Sun to find the kill on that Freya. This is dirty stuff. Guy really overperforming on this pick, and it's something that Varrel have not been able to reciprocate. Slay has not found that same level of impact on his own Illari pick.
No, I mean, it has been a wide gap in terms of the Illari between these two teams, where Vega, it feels like every time, I mean, that was the one rare Captive Sun that didn't come up with 2-3 kills. That Tree with a bola shot there puts down some damage onto Nico, not enough to finish off anybody.
Time is ticking, Matt. 20 seconds left for Varrel to show us why they selected this map into Liquid. Top Dragon with an overclock here, but there's not much to see. And Infected is taking the perk that gives him the good old-fashioned Orisa shield. Vega, though, wasn't quite standing behind it, and he's taken down. Top Dragon desperately wants to stay in this fight, but he can't be too insistent now with an Air Matrix in his face. RuPaul backs away, but Slave found yet another Captive Sun connection. It was Top Dragon that eventually went down. Overtime is active, but Cloud is missing. Nico next to Fallen. Slave's got nowhere to go. Zera can back away. Steal that Mega just in case his opponent was going to try and get it for himself, and that is that, folks. Team Liquid edge ahead now, 2-0 in this series.
I mean, Vega just putting on an Alari clinic there. Just looking tremendous. Feels like that was one where Varrel got exactly what they wanted comp-wise. Just didn't come out on top in the end. Looks like Team Liquid, Zera with the headset off, maybe discussing something with Source about what comes in for the next map.
Yeah, maybe some discussion there about what our next map might be. We're going to have to wait a little bit longer to find that out, folks. Headed to a break here as Team Liquid are up 2-0, one map away from booking their spot in our playoffs. Varrel are running out of options, and frankly, they're running out of time. Looking down the barrel, that key being crushed, stripped away from them, just like their eligibility to play in the rest of this mid-season championship. And Team Liquid have handed down beating after beating across this series. 2-0 up. Circuit Royal, the pick for Varrel. Not even close on that map to Liquid.
It seems like Varrel's still in high spirits in terms of the team, but Team Liquid seems so decisive. They know exactly what they want to go to in different situations. This is what I thought they were probably talking about. Because it's like, hey, you know, if we're in this type of situation, we're going to bring a knife. Maybe it's like, hey, we want to get him some run. Get him into like kind of game situation here. Can we find making that move? So we'll see him play Atlas here. That is the map pick for Varrel.
Knife, an incredible player in his own right, surfaced in the last months of the Overwatch League back in 2023.
Yeah.
On that Vegas Eternal roster, and looked really good despite playing on ping and bounced around, honestly. A lot of teams in Korea as like a sub. Zeta Division had him there as a sub for quite some time and never really able to make the best use of him. Now though, Team Liquid have found a place for him on the stage here in what could be the final map of this series to catapult them into our playoffs.
Yeah, with the import restrictions, right, for OWCS. Every region, with if you bring in like a Korean player to play, right, they got to be like really good. It's you'd only have so many slots for your individual team. So Knife comes into Team Liquid, a very good player. They also have the luxury of getting Zura through this season. So it'll be a sub here as well for Varrel.
Just a correction, sorry. Nico. It was Crazy Raccoon that Knife was on, but they never really found a great use for him. Thinking back, sort of sat on that roster and just wanted, I mean, again, tough to find a way, into the starting roster, because he was on that Fnatic team beforehand.
Like trying to find your way onto the Crazy Raccoon roster, like what would you have to do? Like lock somebody in their room?
I think so. Yeah, you'd have to frame them for something egregious, I think.
Yeah,
don't get any ideas, Jack.
So Kuki actually comes in here for Nico, so a change here for Varrel. They will make a sub and potentially their final map here at EWC, where taking us to the newest map in the pool, Atlas.
It's been a good one for Varrel, in fairness, like we've seen from them so far. But in this series, this particular matchup, nothing has gone right for them. Iliari and Sojourn both banned away here. So Sojourn, the opening ban.
Yeah, so Varrel gets rid of the Soj here. So Tree is probably going to be whether on Cassidy or the Freya. The Alari ban definitely hurts, right? Because we've seen Varrel play Alari and Kiri, or the Alari and Bap, pretty much throughout this entire series. Yep. So where will they go to now with that key support gun? I also have to imagine they would never have ran it on this map, but just the idea of Vega being able to run it back again had to pain him a little bit to see the Alari go.
And Varrel are routinely banning Sojourn on Atlas. They simply don't want to deal with it, / obviously play it themselves. Might have something to do with Q-Key being brought in for this kind of map pretty routinely here. And Tree and Knife just getting reacquainted here. Knife obviously just trying to make sure his audio is good to go.
It's like, guys, somebody needs to talk so we can check my headset, please.
Yeah, asking about where his sort of volume control is so we can turn that up.
I mean, look at the Tree is just stocked up on gear. Look at this.
Yeah, that's a phrase. No, just making sure that the earbud is the right size.
Yeah.
It feels like we're watching Knife get onboarded as we speak.
This has been the biggest resistance Team Liquid has faced in this series, is getting Knife's headset connected.
And doesn't that say a whole lot about what Varrel have been able to offer?
Yeah, it's a bit of Varrel obviously was really good against Rock earlier, winning a crazy match. So maybe sometimes things like that happen where they win a game like that a little bit earlier in the day, and you're kind of just like, it doesn't really feel like the tournament's over, but you kind of feel like you've accomplished like what you set out to do, and you might not kind of have it all for this one. there's also the world in which they just match up against Team Liquid, and it's not a great matchup, and Team Liquid is going to go far in this tournament.
Vega there on your screen. What I imagine Samson looked like.
Varrel key. Might be one of the last times we see it in one piece.
Yeah, it's on the crushing block, isn't it?
Yeah. That key crusher this year. Last year was like in the back, so the whole crowd couldn't see it. This year, it's like, you know what? When somebody gets eliminated, let's put them on display.
There's certainly some kind of spectacle to it.
Yeah.
Right, when that press gets towards the bottom and that thing just bloody explodes. Definitely encapsulates, I think, the feelings of this Japanese fan base. And Top Dragon said it best. He said, as a region, we're used to really not being able to measure up internationally whatsoever. So taking a team against Rock, a team that's competitive indeed, and with some legends of the game on there, that's very gratifying. It's vindicating to some degree, but they knew the job wasn't done. They knew they had to get past Team Liquid, a team that was purpose-built for success out there in North America. Here are your full match stats. This is the entire series that's gone by, and you can see that Varrel certainly fell behind, and I think that Circuit Royal had something to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, we could have hit the score of the overall series. You have a good idea how the first two maps have gone, as right now, Varrel just searching for answers. Like we talked about, they pick Atlas here. They get rid of the Sojourn, so most likely going to see like some Cassidy, Freya type action. I would probably say, because they're bringing in Kuki, that it's probably going to be Cassidy, right? Because we saw Nico play some Freya, although maybe they're just Nico not kind of hitting those shots, and maybe they want to try something a little bit different here. I think that Alari ban, though, that Liquid does, is going to give them a lot of trouble.
It's been a real preference here for Slay. I mean, we even saw it considered on Li Jiangtao at the start of the series, brought out there. Wherever he can play it, apparently he's going to try and make it happen. Atlas here, beckoning us in for a third and potentially deciding map in this series. This is your Group B decider match. One team advances, another team goes home.
Maybe they try and play something like this, Varrel, right? Where you play Venture. Do you play like... you wouldn't play like Venture with the Sim, right? You would play like Venture.
You certainly can.
Something like that. You could play with the Sim.
The Reaper's probably is a lot more reasonable on this map.
Yeah.
And a lot more popular, but Tree already sort of reading into that has locked the Cassidy, so it'll be difficult to find success. Top Dragon likely just TPing the team out here and then switching over towards something more reasonable. Okay, Tracer Venture.
Tracer, Reaper, some sort of flanker right in combination with it, and because they can't play the Alari, it is the Jake OW Classic. It is the Moira coming in here for Varrel.
Yeah, Moira Kiriko here, so still decent amount of throughput even outside that sort of Bionic Orb deployment. Playing for a lot of those coalescences as often as possible, but Knife has come in clearly to be the Venture player, is so far not too shabby from the super sub. Knife and Tree account for 4 eliminations in this first fight, and Varrel barreled over.
And with how good Tree and the supports have been for Team Liquid in this series, throughout the tournament as well, it's going to be very tough for Kuki and Top Dragon to be able to make plays for Tree, right? Cassidy already has great survivability, but then with the protection from RuPaul and Vega, feels like it's going to be near impossible.
Top Dragon's trying to garner some attention here. Knife got blown up. Slay was ready to double down from the high ground, apparently. After Top Dragon got some damage in. So this now forces Infected to contest in lieu of their Venture. And Kuki now might want to go upstairs and look to go for the softer underbelly of this Liquid composition, but takes a hit there, presumably from Tree. Still no flip, by the way. Infected's been hard to ship, but eventually he's going to have to give up the Ghost. Liquid, I'm surprised to see him commit the Kitsune Rush here. I think RuPaul thinks there was an opportunity to keep Infected alive, but it comes a little late. They're committing so heavily here just to try and get as much catch-up progress as possible. And so Cloud brings the Coalescence out.
Well, it already had flipped, and they end up using their sound barrier there, so pretty poor from Team Liquid. I think what they had imagined there is that they were going to be able to drop the rush, and then RuPaul was going to be able to like TP to Infected, maybe Suzu, then heal him up. But Infected just gets taken out before able to do so. And Varrel flips quite early, so they're going to get up. But it's going to be like almost like even.
Kuki and Knife both popping up. It's the flashbang that catches on to Kuki though and leaves Knife free to contest this point, which is generally where he wants to be. Probably feels like he can win out in most 1 versus 1 matchups, which is why Slay had to help Top Dragon earlier on. KSG already popping the Fortify on the low ground. This could be a little bit dangerous. That Fortify's now run out, and KSG's in trouble. Nowhere to really run. Tree settling for just a large proportion of damage on towards that Orisa. And now that Tectonic Shock almost made quick work of a couple of those lower health Team Liquid players, but now Knife will be waiting for the emergence of Kuki and to send them back home.
Yeah, you do get to 99 though here if you're Varrel, so you give yourself an opportunity, probably one fight. If you're able to flip, you take first point. Slay will go Kiri, so they're going to just drop the speed here as we'll see. It'll be Top Dragon, the one who can test.
As the recall pretty early on though, that might have been part of the plan. Knife here with a great tool to contest the point. This Tectonic Shock here. Something that's going to be hard to be mitigated by KSG. Knife gets a little bit of distance with a drill rush, and he does spot coming at him across the map. It's Kuki. KSG's already been taken down, and the burst damage is just too much to bear. And Varrel, while competitive on this point, and Liquid with some really interesting ultimate committal decisions, will walk away with Station.
Yeah, and KSG never able to really move up to contest the point. Kind of gets to it with the spear spin and then Fortify. Gets pushed back there by the Tectonic Shock of Knife, and then when he goes to contest it, yet again, Infected just knocks him back, so never able to get the Orisa back up onto the point to contest.
Now Cloud is going to be cycling a lot of those coalescences in between these fights, but crucially it's Vega and RuPaul with the entire offering of... Oh my goodness, that setup with the Javelin was dirty. Tree, of course, with the coup de grace.
And he didn't even have time to react.
No,
I mean, he just turned the corner, got hit with a Javelin, and then got disintegrated as it looks like a little bit of a pause here as let's go Liquid. It seems like you're going to be happy here with the end of this match.
Yeah, all smiles, of course, in the Liquid contingent there. And in fact, it tilted that the game was paused. He's like, bro, I'm feeling myself there. And again, often that setup with the Orisa Javelin, we don't see it often. But combined with a Sojourn with a charged rail, or even a Cassidy who's able to find the headshot, like Matt mentioned, you don't have a chance to respond. You get pinned to the wall. You're Moira. You have no chance to fade, no chance to walk back.
And to remind you guys, we have another game after this, right? We're going to get Twisted Minds up there on the stage.
Up against Sign.
Yeah, little rematch. It's going to be quite a banger. Yeah. End things out with just the final spot up for grabs.
EMEA versus NA. Couldn't ask for a better way to wrap the night up. And again, it's all on the line. So many people expected Twisted Minds to be potential finalists out here in Riyadh. I mean, Liquid might like to insert themselves into the conversation, but first step will be to complete their task here against Varrel. They start with point control. Good opener now. As Kuki's looking to head towards the back line, but notice he took a big bunch of damage in mid-air, and his Deadeye is going to dissuade the Venture from popping up near Tree.
Well, they lose Slay to the Deadeye as well. I mean, that cannot happen. You use the Coalescence. You would have had Kitsune Rush, but just kind of ends up falling to the hands of the Deadeye from Cassidy.
How are you feeling about this Tracer Venture look here into Tree's Cassidy?
I mean, look, judging by the results, has not been great. And I said earlier on, like, RuPaul, Vega, and Tree, like, they've done such a great job. You know, think back to, like, Lijiang Tower, like, how well they were moving around together. It's a very difficult combination to dive. And if you're not able to do it successfully, and you're not on the same page, which we've seen Varrel not be on the same page for a lot of this one, you're not going to produce results.
Kitsune rushes the match, but Vega's going to hold on to the sound barrier until the most opportune moment. And it comes out! Such that Team Liquid suffer 0 casualties in this fight so far. It has been a bit of a walkover on Atlas here. Varrel not able to find much success with that composition at all. A cheeky second flashpoint lapped up.
Infected had his hands off the keyboard. He was walking sideways there for a second. I thought we were going to get another pause.
Team Liquid here, riding high, feeling confident. Let's listen in and see what's happening in the comms.
So when they were... No, not it. All right, I'm playing with only one in here, bro. Let's win. What? Okay, that you can... All right. Only DPS pistols. Hover van, I'm walking. Kiri left. Look Kiri, look Kiri. Walking main. Pushing main, pushing main. Live. Live, fight try. Oh, good one. Winnable. Alright, just chill. Kiri low.
Stay low, Pro.
Trade died.
There's so one.
We're even. Yeah, I'm walking point. I can't touch. Okay. I'm first close. Kiri one, bottom. Pushing. Kiri no CT. Kiri point. Kill Kiri. Ulting Kiri. Kiri no TP1. Wrist one.
Oh, no. Other spear, I can in.
Alright. Ven in. 3, 2, no spear.
I can see you. Walk. Push right. Ben. How you going to?
Cover Ven.
Oh, Ben one. Living point.
Look carry. No TP. Carry. I'm one. Alright, just show.
Some conversation about how many in-ears are optimal to use.
It sounds like somebody's auditing, just like...
The effective was like, we can pause the game, right?
Yeah, that's what I was saying before we threw the list in. I was like, it looked like he was going to call for one. He had his hands off the keyboard moving sideways, but, decided to keep it going. We're actually able to find out why with that listen, and somebody's in-ear is falling out.
Yep. Apparently not an issue. Sounds like Rupar's feeling a bit under the weather, but it hasn't affected his play thus far. He's looking sharp. Senior rush here over to the point for Liquid as Varrel have already gotten themselves to 99% here, and Cloud falls on the wrong side of Knife's drill. It ends up being a trade though. Venture picked off by Venture. A flip of Team Liquid here, and looks like they bought themselves some space for now.
Yeah, but these players kind of lingering around for Varrel. I mean, they're going to have to come up with something, or else you're just going to keep staggering, giving things over to Team Liquid. Sound barrier from Vega, and the Terror Surge comes on through, and guess what? It does not work out hanging around there for Varrel. That's just, Varrel's having a good time. There's no reason.
He was simply planting roots, Matt.
There's no reason. Tree's just trying to get the crowd hyped up for the booze. He can't wait.
Notice he's got the double flashbang perk there to make it even easier to catch on to someone like Top Dragon. Or Juki, both of them really don't want to deal with that hindrance debuff. And Moira can't fade away, for example. Kiri can't swift step. Basically everyone really cauterized, I think, by that ability.
Tree is able to kill a flanker, it feels like, every single fight before the fight even really kicks off. I mean, this time it's Top Dragon, other fights is Kyuki, so...
There it is, Matt.
They might not even be able to get this.
That's it. The final moments here for Varrel, trying to keep their head above the surging tides, but Liquid have engulfed them. And that's that, folks. Team Liquid will advance to our playoffs here in the OWCS Mid-Season Championship. They bring on the booze. They bring on all comers. And now they've gotten themselves into our final phase of play. Downing Varrel in the process.
Varrel has a lot to be happy about with how they've performed here at EWC overall, but they will not continue on into the bracket as Team Liquid. I mean, that was as strong as a performance have we seen on the A stream all weekend thus far.
Yeah, I feel like then this is really the manifestation of all the momentum, both visible and behind the scenes, that Team Liquid as a roster have been developing this year over in that North American region, forced to sit out of Hangzhou, forced to sort of bide their time, contemplate the next move, go back to the drawing board. Infected, loving it out there. Pow, feeling pretty good. I don't know about that character. I don't think that character's in the game, Boston, but fair enough. He'll be very pleased with himself. And Varrel, unfortunately, a valiant attempt here, but unfortunately they really don't get close to standing on even footing with this Liquid squad.
No, and I am excited to see this Team Liquid squad in bracket play. I think that, depending on their matchup, it is going to be exciting who they get, right? They seem like they could be a 4-second contend with just about anybody.
Already taking 2 maps off Crazy Raccoon in a best of 5. Running through Varrel pretty comfortably here. These are all very, very good signs for this NA squad. And yet there was a bit of inertia about Liquid at the start of this year. Took them a while to get going, but now they seem to have hit that cruising altitude. And as far as I'm concerned, it's all on the table for them. A dominant showing over Rock, of course, to get them into that upper bracket game. There's a multitude of frightening opponents waiting for them. Of course, in that playoff bracket, it doesn't matter who Team Liquid faces, you're likely to see the same game faces on, and the same approach with flexibility. Let's head down to the stage here with Zoe and someone with incredible bone structure. I won't spoil it for you. Let's head down.
It can only be one guy, Mitch. That's right. Vega is joining me here for a quick chat in our Amazon winners interview. Let's talk about the very start here. Once Varrel locked in for this spot to play against you, did you have to change anything in your prep, in your approach, in your game plan in order to take them down so convincingly?
Yeah, actually, I was like unsure if we play ROC or Varrel, but when I heard we played Varrel, I was very interested because I heard they were only playing double flex support, and that's I think when we played Crazy Raccoons, one of our issues was our adaptability and being able to I don't know, change our playstyle. So I was a little worried that going to this double flex sport match, like we wouldn't be able to adjust in time. So I think that was something that our team really honed in, like making sure we can make changes and like playing freely and playing confident, knowing what we're doing at all times.
I mean, you certainly did just that. It looked confident, it looked locked in. When was the time in the series where you felt like, oh, we got this, like there's nothing to be worried about?
Honestly, I think after the first map, I got like a lot of confidence because I realized that everyone on our team was playing well. Everyone was hitting really good clutches. So after that, I was like, I knew we got it. And then third map, Cass is like, let's put knife in and let's all play, let's all have fun. I think today I really liked our team's energy.
Well, speaking of energy, obviously the crowd here has been rooting quite heavily for Varrel here. Did that affect you guys in any which way, like positively or negatively, to hear the boos, to hear the crowd chant?
I think when you get booed, I think you're the underdog and it relieves a lot of the pressure that you have. Last year when I was on Toronto Ultra, we got booed a lot at the beginning, but as we kept progressing, we had a lot more fans. So, I mean, I want to say thank you to like all the fans that stayed with me from last year and like keep supporting me. All the Saudi fans over here.
Oh, we sent a lot of Vega signs in the crowd as well. It's been an absolute pleasure to see you guys pop off today, and that means we also get to see you in the playoffs. And that also means that you now have an opportunity to crush a key. Are you ready for this?
Yes, I'm very ready.
All right, let's do it. Let's head on over to our key crusher for another key to bite the dust. So head on over there, get your instructions, and we're gonna enjoy the spectacle. Another key crushed, just like the hopes and dreams of an entire team that has had a lot of support from our audience. And Danny is now standing by for our exit interview with Varrel.
Thank you so much, Zoe. Yes, I am here joined by KSG from Varrel. Varrel has amazing fans. I mean, unfortunately, you guys didn't win this matchup, but hey, I feel like you guys showed a lot of good plays. So thank you for that from Varrel side as well. But what I want to know, KSG, is this was your first EWC. So how was it like for you to come here representing your home country, Japan?
はい、初めてこの土地にEWC の参加なさったわけですけれども、日本を代表してこの地にいらっしゃるご感想をお聞かせください。
はい、すごくね現地に来てみてすごくそのエネルギッシュな会場でこういう場でやれてすごく光栄に思います。
I'm extremely honored to be able to play in front of such an enthusiastic, energetic audience. Thank you very much.
I mean, talking about the fans, you have some amazing fans. So I'm going to open the floor for you. KSG, if you have anything you want to say to your fans, please go ahead.
はい、このように素晴らしい大変エネルギッシュなファンを前にしてファンの皆様におっしゃりたいことがありましたら一言お願いいたします。
はい、長い時間応援ありがとうございました。今日もねたくさんミスをしたんですけど、もう次につなげられるようにこれからも頑張りたいなと思います。ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much for spending such long time supporting us. We are really, really grateful. And we made some mistakes today, but we would like to make this as a lesson and 大丈夫だよって and make use of this lesson for the next tournament. Thank you very much.
Riyadh, give it up for Verrel one last time. Let's go. That's it for us, Pocket. Take it away.
There is nothing better to see someone all smiles even in defeat. Japan playing their heart outs, but unfortunately they ran into a North American juggernaut going by the name of Team Liquid. We have to kind of focus on Verrel here as we say goodbye to this team. A top 12 placement, $20,000 in the books. Avril, Who are you going to remember from this tournament?
I mean, everyone's going to talk about Top Dragon as the highlight, but honestly, this entire team, they've had such a journey to get here. First international for Varrel and Japan as a region in the OWCS circuit. They waited so long for this opportunity, and they proved it. They beat Rock. They did it in 5 maps. They looked decent against Crazy Raccoon. And, you know, they tried their best versus Team Liquid, so I think they have a lot to be proud of. I think Japan has a lot to be proud of.
Absolutely. We have a very special guest joining us that we are proud of in North America. We have Mr. Kasoris, the guy who led Ultra to a 2nd place last year here at EWC. Now you're wearing the blue jersey. How good does it feel to be on Team Liquid?
No, it feels fantastic. Team Liquid have been nothing but great to me, and being here feels very good.
Now, at the start of the day, we looked at the club championship rankings. You guys were down around 3rd, 4th. You just earned another 200 points for your club. Magnus earned you 1,000, and Team Liquid is on their way to a club championship. What would it mean if you earned even more points here in Overwatch?
I think for our organization, you know, they picked up a lot of teams in a lot of different games because last year they got 2nd place. You know, this year they really decided we want to gun for 1st, and we want to make our small part in that with Overwatch.
And now you can see a little healthy lead over the Falcons, who are very much still in the running alongside AG.AL, Verus Pro, and many more. But we got to focus in on your squad because I was talking to Avril about this. He said you had RuPaul, you had Vega last year on Ultra. You bring them in, you build around them. What were you looking for in the missing pieces?
So what I was really looking to do is bring all the NA like super talent. The squad I have it's so young, it's so talented, and I really want to like build, you know, not just the 1 year with these guys. I want to build forward with them because I know how passionate they are about the game. If any of you watch NA Ranked, they're always grinding, they're always playing, they're always streaming, and that's what I was really looking for this year, to get a group of guys that can go for the long run.
You know, I think this is a team, I specifically want to highlight your DPS in Tree and Zera. I think Tree in particular just has a massive weight of expectation on him, right? I think people have been talking about Tree as like this next up DPS since the guy was like 14 years old. I mean, he's been on that level for so long, and to just now be really having his big moment in the competitive scene. How has your experience been of Tree? How does he handle that level of pressure? Does that, you know, have any issue for him, or does he just take it in stride?
So I think he is starting to do better and better under pressure. Now he's getting more experience in his belt. You know, when I started working with Tree, he was really like playing hit scan like he's a hit scan player. But I worked with Popper, for example, on Sojourn, and I really want him to push those sides, and I want him to use his movement better. So that's what we've been working on really hard this year, and I feel like you can really see that in this tournament so far.
So obviously, talking about your performance in this tournament so far, you've now qualified through your group. You played every single team in your group. Most importantly, you guys went to map 5 against Crazy Raccoon, which I think is an impressive result. However, you must be a little disappointed, and because that did feel like a winnable series. How far do you think the gap is now between you and the top Korean teams? And also, what do you think you guys sort of left on the table in that series, and what could have you done better?
I think that series was really a series of froze where we took a long time to get into the series, and Crazy Raccoon really like took the tempo to us. And then once we started like getting the ball rolling, playing more to our strengths, putting them more in their uncomfortable zone, we started doing really good. I think, you know, just their veterancy and their adaptations on map 5, we never would have expected that Winston Symmetra comp to come out against us, but it was like a really good answer to the Orisa we rolled out on, and it took us too long to adapt. So going forward, we're really like putting in all our eggs on adaptation and being ready for anything to be thrown at us. And I think that's where Crazy Raccoon is like a level above us still, but individual play, I think we're right there with them.
Swords, you are ready to be a CEO. You just made eye contact with everyone in this studio. You're crushing it, my guy. Tell me a little bit about your next matchup, though, because you have now earned at least $35,000 guaranteed. You're in the running for the lion's share in the first place prize here at EWC, but you have to battle through T1, one of the top Korean squads in our next match.
Right, with our match against Crazy Raccoon, you could really see how we can go toe-to-toe with these top Korean teams, and I want to show that against, you know, the T1 squad as well. They're very talented, they're very good, but they have their weaknesses that we can exploit.
Absolutely.
I mean, I don't want to ask you too much about that T1 match. I know you got to keep things close to the vest, of course, with that being such a crucial match for you guys. I kind of want to go back to what you were saying before about that idea of coaching adaptability. I mean, that's a really interesting idea, especially in the modern era of Overwatch, post-hero bans, where things have really changed back from an era where coaches could kind of have a master plan for everything to now, you know, the players are going to have to decide things on the fly. How do you approach that sort of conversation and more of that like growth development mindset with the players?
it's pretty tough because before it was just mirror matchups all along, you know, and you can really like, oh, you have to use A cooldown in A situation, but now it's like every team is playing something else, especially in this tournament, and it's very tough to coach like specifics, but we have to talk about the game plan and the general picture of our macro and how we want to play it.
I don't know if you saw that as well, but on your side of the bracket, you've also got Falcons and GK. Now, a couple interesting ones there. Obviously, Falcons is a pretty tough matchup. You're going up against Proper again. However, GK rematch from the NA final. Would you like to see that?
I would like to see it. I don't think it's going to happen. I think Falcons...
Would you rather play GK or Falcons?
Well, I would rather play GK, especially because we want a rematch against them. But I think Falcons is the strongest team in the tournament right now.
Well, speaking of the Falcons, and what makes them so strong is not just the players, it's the fan base. And here in Saudi Arabia, we know the fans have been on their feet since the start of the day. It's about to get even rowdier in the STC arena. Do you think Twisted Minds makes it to the playoff bracket?
I think Twisted Minds is a stronger team overall, but they've got quite a hard matchup because Chronic is so strong on the Freya, right? And Freya has been really good into Symmetra this tournament. So if there's like any Freya player that can make it hard for Juby, it's Chronic. So I think overall the better team and the better run could be Twisted Mind, but I think they've got quite a hard matchup here.
Cass, it is awesome to have you join us here on the couch, but your team is waiting to celebrate. We'll let you go rejoin the Team Liquid boys. When we come back, it is the final fight of the night here at the Esports World Cup 2025.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Hello, one and all, and thank you for staying up late for this one. We added in a bonus match because we knew it was going to be a banger. If you tuned in yesterday, you saw the first meeting between Sign Esports from North America and Twisted Minds. And Sign was able to get the best of them in the first round. But Jake, we're now down to the final match of group play.
This is going to be such a high-stakes one, especially because it's a rematch between two teams where, yes, Sign got the better, but that was in that early first-to-two era where, okay, like, you can get your wins, but it's such a short series, you don't really get to see the full map pool, the full diversity. This is the rematch in that classic first-to-three environment where it's all going to count.
Already today, though, Twisted Minds have disposed of the handsome cats. The gatos guapos have been removed with a 3-0. We're looking for a stronger Twisted today. What are you excited about, Johnny?
Well, I think they'll learn from their lesson, Pocket, because we know this is a really good team. I'd say some analysts even going into this tournament, they had them as a potential competitor when it comes to winning the entire thing, because they are one of these Symmetra teams, and Symmetra is the best hero available right now. Them losing to Sign Esports early, that was a big upset and something they'll have to learn from. Some of those heroes that Sign Esports are playing, they really make it difficult for Twisted Minds to play their Symmetra strategy, like they mentioned earlier, the Venture, the Freya. And so have Twisted Minds learn from their mistakes. That's what we're going to find out today.
As we take a look at Funny Astro, he was confident it was going to be a 2-0 in yesterday's matchup. It was Sign taking it in a game 3, so Astro and friends are looking for revenge. Jake, who do you think could lead the way?
You know, I think when you think about this Twisted Mind squad, we got to really talk about this being a place where 3 of the top Saudi players are really showing a ton of dominance. You know, we didn't see historically a few years ago that many Saudi players really at the top level of Overwatch, but it felt like with that World Cup win, that the country really burst onto the scene, and squads like TM, you've got Quartz. You know, a lot of people say this guy's in contention for the best core hit scan in the world. KSA, ridiculous flexibility on the tank role, and then Yubi, this guy's a strategic mastermind, you know, and I think these 3 players together combined to form an impressive core, and you know, Saudi has really started to deliver some of the top talent in the region.
Johnny called Yubi to be our Bravia MVP before the show even started. A lot of expectations for the man playing DPS, but we caught up with the guy who'll be supporting him. He goes by the name of Simple.
Hey everybody, I'm here joined by Simple from Twisted Mind for a quick chat before they jump into the game. Simple, this is your second match of the day. I just want to know, how are the players, how are your teammates doing, and how are you doing right now? 자, 일단 두 번째 경기입니다. 오늘의 좀 피곤하실 것 같은데 지금 현재 좀 컨디션이 어떠신지 팀원들이랑 심플 선수도 좀 괜찮은가요?
지금 지면 마지막 경기다 보니까 다 열심히 하려고 이제 노력하고 있어서 네, 아주 좋은 것 같아요.
Yeah. I mean, I think our conditions are pretty good right now. Everyone knows that on our team knows that this is our last chance. You know, if we don't win, then we will have to go home. So that's the only thing that's in our mind, and we're going to be focusing on the match ahead. All right. Like I said, one more match. It's against Sign Esports. You guys did lose to them last time. It's a rematch. How can Twisted Minds get the win this time around? 자, 리매치입니다. 이제 Sign Esports와의 경기가 있는데요. 어떻게 하면 이번엔 좀 이길 수 있을까요?
저희가 스스로도 저희가 잘하는 팀이라고 생각했는데 그래서 저번 경기에 방심한 것 같아서 이번에는 방심만 안 하면은 쉽게 이길 것 같아요.
Yeah. I feel like we took them a little bit easy. We felt like we were the better team, so we didn't really focus that hard on our opponents, and that's why we lost last time. But this time around, we're going to give it our all and focus everything that we have in order for us to get the win. All right, Simple. That is it for the interview. Thank you so much and best of luck. 자, 화이팅하시길 바라고 경기 꼭 승리하셨으면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다. Thank you.
Twisted Minds very much also in our club championship running, and I saw Aiden and Z Smith from their Warzone team cheering on Overwatch. The bad news, Aiden, you're going up against a team that already beat your squad last night. Sign Esports is coming in to do it again. Jake, if they missed that first match, who are you enjoying from Sign?
I mean, we got to talk about the DPS duo from Sign. I mean, Chronic and Rocket, these two guys together, not only have they really made a splash on the NA scene, but I think they're also really perfectly tuned to take on this Twisted Minds roster, because Rocket has an amazing Venture, Chronic great on the Freya, and these are two heroes with solid matchups into the sim. So as good as Twisted Minds is, they're going to have to navigate some challenging counterpicks in this series.
Johnny Lucamino, who's on your screen right there, was hitting some huge bangers on Alari. Can he keep it going? What heroes are you expecting for Sign to bring out today?
Well, I'm expecting them to bring out more of that Venture and Freya because that is going to be the key matchup, right? Because it's a very fast-paced comp, and I want you to keep that in mind. A lot of fast-paced abilities with low cooldown, which means they can use them a lot, whereas Twisted Minds, they're going to be heavily reliant on the Symmetra, but you only really have one teleporter, maybe two teleporters per fight, and so UB has to be very precise about when he chooses to use that big cooldown, because that is the big difference maker in each fight. So for Sign Esports, we know they have very heavy hitters in their damage duo. Lucamino, fantastic on the Ilari, as you said as well, and he could bring that out, or maybe a Circuit Real. That could be an ace up their sleeve.
Last night we talked with Rocket. He said, we used to look up to our competition. Now we're not afraid of them. But today we catch up with Lep.
What's good, everybody? I'm here joined by Lep from Sign Esports. Lep, I mean, you have an important match coming up. It's a rematch, actually, against Twisted Mind. Last time you guys beat them. How are you and the gang feeling like going into this matchup?
Honestly, really excited for this opportunity to be able to be here. You know, we're playing Twisted Minds, and we know we're on home turf, and we know we are the underdogs in this situation. Yes, we did win last time, and we got to give it our all. Yep. That's all that matters at the end of the day.
Right. I mean, because this is so important, like if you lose, you're out, right? Does that sort of like play with you? Like, does that get in your head a little bit?
Not at all. I mean, this is what we do. We're competitors at the end of the day, and we're here to compete.
All right, I like that. All right, last but not least, any message to Twisted Minds?
Thank you guys for hosting the event, and thank you for letting us come here. I want to give a shout out to all of Saudi. Excellent hospitality, and excellently ran event. Thank you so much.
All right, Lep, best of luck to you in the match, and thank you so much for the interview. Thank you.
An upstart North American roster taking on the fan favorites here in Riyadh, and we have some awesome maps and modes coming your way. Jake, we got the first one locked in. We officially will go to Lijiang Tower. Loser gets to pick map 2, though.
Lijiang Tower is an interesting choice here. I mean, this could be a strong place for Twisted Minds, but I feel like it's also a spot where, you know, Chronic and Rocket, they know what they're up against, and sometimes a map like Control Center, you know, that's a spot where Venture could really get busy.
Johnny, as this series goes on, I have a feeling we are going to see the true depth of both rosters. It's time to make your prediction official. We're down to the final 30 seconds.
Well, initially, I predicted Twisted Minds to beat Sign Esports in the upper bracket, but Sign Esports upset them. I think Twisted Minds have learned from their lesson this time, so I'm going with a Twisted Minds win here.
Going Twisted Minds.
I got Twisted Minds as well. As good as Chronic and Rocket are, I think Quartz is the man of the hour. If he can bring out the Cassidy, shut down the Freya, shut down the Venture, this is a very winnable series for Twisted Minds.
Jake just stole my answer. I was watching Quartz on the B stream earlier to start the day. The man did not miss a headshot. He is absolutely on fire and my favorite duelist taking the stage. But this party is going to be a good one. Make some noise, STC Arena. It's time to get it going.
Just like that, we're now down to our last match of the day. Ponzi, we just got to witness Team Liquid put it on a clinic as they're taking down Varrel, the Japanese squad that very quickly became a crowd favorite, like within the last 30 hours or something like that. We love to see that level of support here in Saudi.
Absolutely, but that means we are down to the one final spot to lock in our top 8. It's yet another rematch, but this time with everything on the line.
That's right. I mean, these two teams have met just yesterday, earlier in the group stages. It was a close 3-mapper, but as you said, the stakes are higher, and also this time around, we are playing in a best of 5.
Absolutely, but the local favorites, they have the crowd behind them. They have a second chance at redemption, and of course, a title waiting to be claimed. But this is it. This one final match to lock in our top 8. Zoe, it's time.
It is indeed. So let's bring them out. This team has beat them once. Can they do it again? Not according to the audience, they can't, but the proof is in the pudding. Let's see what they have in store for us. Make some noise for Sign Esports.
And their opponents, fueled by the hometown crowd and a shot at redemption, they've built a roster to win, and tonight is their moment to prove it. Make some noise for Twisted Minds!
One ticket to the playoffs and 5 tickets to the closest airports are on the line in this one. Let the battle begin.
Well, there aren't too many things better than a good old-fashioned elimination match, but when you turn it into a rematch, a grunt, a score to settle, it makes it that much sweeter. Mitch Leslie and Matt Morello here, a distinct pleasure to preside over our last game of the evening, our last spot in the playoffs here at the Mid-Season Championships on the line.
You wouldn't exactly say, bad blood between these two teams, right? Different regions, but, Sign Esports ends up taking out Twisted Minds earlier. You see Rock and the boys celebrating on stage, giving the crowd some action there. And then now we get a rematch with a spot in the bracket, the playoffs on the line. Feels like it was meant to be.
The whispers from many of the players in the media day and our opportunities to speak with them said that they felt Twisted Minds had already sort of earned themselves a spot in the top 4. They felt they were that strong coming into this tournament, but Sign Esports stood in their way early, they stood in their way often, and they knocked them down towards this lower bracket. They get a second shot at it, and importantly, Matt, a shot at it in a best of 5. Because Twisted Minds, they struggle on the control map. They do win their map pick in that series against Sign, but then it's the Symmetra band that comes out from the North American squad, which is obviously going to be a silver bullet against a team that features Yubi. That's where Twisted Minds want to be. That's where their bread is butter. The Symmetra comps have been what has taken them right up towards the top of EMEA.
And they were fantastic in EMEA. That's why I think it's a little bit surprising, right, to see them here in this situation where, you talk about Yubi, but Simple has been lights out in that flex support role for this team. And Sign Esports, right, it's some of the up-and-coming players from NA, Lucamino and Lep. We've seen them for a very long time. It's just Rocket as well, but not necessarily at these international events. So we'll see if they can get it done yet again. I think it's a different level of pressure at this moment.
I know Sign Esports are a team that really are drilled in playing that rush style. Painkiller will admit to you, he says, I'm a ground tank player. That's the style I like to look towards. I don't necessarily want to be flying too high. Yeah, he can obviously pick up the hazard if needed. Chronic showed us some pretty filthy hitscan play, and he'll be pitted up against Quartz, who, for me, is a name that is synonymous with hitscan excellence coming out of the Saudi region. The guy has been a dominant force and kind of was one of the first Saudi names to really put himself on the map. At the top level in Overwatch.
And then, you just see all the rest, Lambda as well. We haven't had the chance to see Alcatia yet, here on A. I'm a little bit sad about that. Love me some Ziad gameplay. But Quartz has been, the player in the region that I feel like we've talked about for a very long time, where feels like this team, also Twisted Minds, just so well-rounded. Would be, look, there's also, when you have the crowd behind you, right? On the other side, for Sign Esports, the goal should be to try and silent the room. That's when we would always get booed and stuff at events. It was awesome once you started winning a little bit and the crowd kind of they quiet down, they kind of feel what's going on in the moment. It just gives even more confidence to you.
The suspense is building. Bated breath now as we set our sights towards Lijiang Tower, our first battleground in this series. And again, one in which Twisted Minds need to pick up this time around. Yes, it is a first of 3 series, functionally a best of 5. But Twisted Minds want to make sure they don't have to win on Sign Esports map pick.
Yes.
Winning this control map is what enables that.
Yeah, huge map here. So we see the bands at the top. Twisted Minds, they get rid of the BAP, so gonna force us into some like Lucio Kiri or Lucio Juno compositions. And then Sign gets rid of the Cassidy. Cassidy, a very good hero traditionally for courts.
Here we go, folks, out of the gates. Twisted Minds in orange now, very quickly making their way towards his left side of the midpoint. Painkiller's going to be on the Ramatra here, no surprises. Rocket on that venture. A hero that we know really puts pressure down on UB Symmetra. Keep an eye out for those interactions. Rocket will be beelining for that squishier front line that Twisted Minds have brought into this game. And it's simple, striking first. Luke Mino down in the Kiriko matchup, and Quartz is able to avoid reprisal from Painkiller.
Well, Yubi also wants to be quite aggressive, generally on the sim. An opportunity for Rocket to potentially blow him up, get him out of the fights on Venture. And the first one, some damage put down by Quartz and Simple, forces some players towards the outside, and then Simple opens things up.
Well, the crowd definitely have something to chew on here in the opening moments of Lijiang. Painkiller now just ambling forward, fully aware that Twisted Minds will try and take that higher ground on the right and likely have it covered with Symmetra turrets, so it's not really an attractive option. Well, you get what you pay for, essentially. But Astro's found Rocket. Another great opener for Twisted Minds here. KSA is getting all the support that he needs out there on the point. And there's a Kitsune Rush that's ready, but is not necessary in this fight. Funny Astro, one of the most prolific environmental killers we've seen in Overwatch, finds 3 kills out on the fringes of the map.
Astro with 3 there. Lucamino still kind of lingering around. It's like a little bit of a 1v1 against him and Simple out there. As Simple will back out. Is above 50% now on the point for TM. We'll see if they want to get aggressive behind this rush, which they do.
Yeah, we see the Vortex thrown in straight away. Chronic got caught out there. He might have tried to fall to the left. It's actually Rocket on the off angle, was separated by the quick push up by KSA, but can use the burrow to get close back to the rest of his team, but he might not get entirely to safety. He does manage to escape, but Painkiller really had to work to make that space for him, and now the Sound Barrier comes out from Twisted Minds. They are looking to shut the door in Sign's face. A Kitsune Rush here for the American squad, and Lep is holding on to the beat. A headshot there for Chronic. Will fell Simple and give Sign a way into the map.
Winning it without using the beat is quite clutch, as it looked like there for a second, right? It was going to be the beat from Funny Astro when Lucamino drops the Kitsune Rush, and then an answer with a beat, a little bit of a later beat from Lep, and they actually get the kill onto Yubi early, so they decide to save it. And that could be huge for this next fight coming up.
Quartz absolutely dialed in. Big TP, big reposition. Chronic could be in a bit of trouble here. Looks like Twisted Minds have been able to outmaneuver for the time being. There it is, Chronic down. Quartz finds his mark, and frankly, Rocket doesn't really know where to put himself. It's 3 for Quartz. The overclock accounts for 2. And there's nothing left of Sign Esports. Twisted Minds poised to take this round.
And you would have thought that would have been when the sound barrier would come down, right? When the overclock is rolling from Quartz, and we never see it come down here from Lep. He's going to use it now, only connects with 2.
Little too little, little too late. Maybe Rocket had already fallen by the wayside. And now it's just the dregs of Sign Esports dragged out to represent their team on the point. And it's going to be a struggle. Painkiller on the Doomfist eventually. That power block is going to be broken through, and Lep is limping away from the fight itself. Over the top there, Chronic hoping to get something spun up, but Quartz will clip his wings. And now it is overtime, continuing to tick. Painkiller needs to find a way in, but Simple has the orange brick road. The Kitsune Rush comes out from Twisted Minds, and it's a clean sheet, mostly in his last fight. Left draws blood, but it's not nearly enough to draw any concern. Twisted Minds get the start exactly they were looking for.
And it also may be a little bit where the last time these two teams played, maybe they overlooked them just a little bit. You know, you can always look. You can always make the argument first to 2. We'll get them. I know in that first to 3 series is a little longer, but it also is probably like, hey, maybe we were overlooking these guys a little bit. And Sign Esports came with a little bit of something extra to play for.
I mean, I heard from them. I was in the elevator with them this morning. They felt like the series.
You've been chatting with everybody.
Yeah, I've been hanging out. We've been getting around here. It's great, obviously, a chance to meet the players, but they felt like that game got ahead of them. They were also still teasing KSA about not touching the point in a practice scrim, so that's how serious they've been. Psycho was not joking. He was like, don't do that. the guy is not messing around.
No, I saw Astro the other day, and they were, this is before their match getting signed, but they were in great spirits. Felt like they had a great opportunity here at this event, and it felt like, you know, at least in my opinion, the meta was kind of breaking in a way that they would love to play.
I feel like it still is, especially in a matchup against Sign, right, who just want to play that Ramatra style. Yes, Yubi, first blood drawn for the Symmetra. And Quartz is starting to really heat up. Sign Esports now obviously in disarray. Chronic would like a quick exit. KSA drags him down to earth with that Vortex over the edge.
Another fast fight win here from Twisted Minds. Look at this, they want to go fast, right? Yubi gets a TP here into the spawn of Sign Esports. Sign may have awoken a beast here with Twisted Minds as they have looked as dominant as can be early on here in Lijiang Tower.
And they're keeping Sign off kilter.
Yeah.
Right, find those couple of picks, stagger.
Like the change of pace, right? Like the TPs and, you know, ending up in spots you don't really expect.
And Rocket's been searching for ways to sort of start these fights gainfully. He knows his objective is to disrupt Yubi as much as possible. But he probably feels like the rest of his team aren't there where he needs them. Good little redirect there. That was a good heads-up play for Funny Astro to knock him sideways somewhat, and Painkiller just can't hang out. If Yubi survives late into these fights, if Sign cannot get a first pick on the sim at least, they're cooks, man, literally and figuratively.
I mean, that is the Kitsune rush from both sides, but because they're not able to get rid of Yubi, he just starts mowing players down on the sim. That's the thing with sim, last cannon here, right? But as the damage starts to ramp, good luck. Look at this huge advantage in sound barrier as well, by the way.
They are so far ahead. Yeah, especially when the focus is on KSA instead of Yubi.
Already with almost 70% on the point as well.
So low. He is so bloody low. Rocket has a tectonic shock. He's going to pop it in, but how's he supposed to make use of it? Not with a sim wall in play. Oh, that ultimate kind of goes for nothing, Matt.
You might not get a sound barrier here from Sign Esports.
Rocket looking to pop up. It's been a tough day at the office for Lep thus far. More to play, sure. Here it is, though. Quartz with another overclock. The ball shot mostly shrugged off. Chronic not able to strike at Twisted Minds adequately. And this has been a very, very one-sided round.
As one-sided as it can be is Rocket's going to go over to the Tracer. He's going to be the one that's going to be relied on to get a touch. A little bit of a late spawn here for Painkiller as got the annihilation to work with. Lap onto the high ground. Maybe looking for an environmental.
That beat ain't happening, Matt. 73% for Lep. Hasn't been able to get a sound barrier online. Painkiller tries to come forward with the annihilation. Throws that Vortex at longer range. And there's Lucamino finally getting something going. Manufacturing a little bit of an edge here. But Yubi quickly starts back. It's Chronic out of the picture. Yubi had to give up his life, though, to find that pick. Painkiller is on the right side of the door here. Sat on the point. Even a Kitsune rush committed by Simple.
Yep. I'm confused why, because KSA had already dropped. He has the annihilation, but there was no way he's just solo on the point he was going to use it.
Painkiller's in trouble. He's low. I don't think Lucamino's here to top him up right now. He gets forced off the point. This is an opening, an opportunity for Twisted Minds now. KSA will be back with him momentarily, and Painkiller at least is trying to signal some strength. Lucamino on Simple is a very important pickup, though. A Rocket getting off the venture, finding success on the Tracer finally.
Twisted Minds poses enough of a threat there, though, where Lep decides to end up using that sound barrier. So Funny Astro will end up with a big advantage here. Sound barrier plus annihilation going into this Kitsune rush. So Twisted Minds still in a pretty good position to take the round.
Group parts here towards the high ground. Sim TP to let him cross the gap here now to fight out in the open. Lucamino's in deep trouble. Okay, he's having a swift step away. Painkiller now, the subject of scrutiny. Suzu had to be used there by Simple, but it buys enough time for Funny Astro to get that sound barrier down. Now on the point, Painkiller surrounded on all sides, beleaguered and eventually succumbs. Now eyes over towards the Tracer. A hasty recall for Rocket, but he's chased to the ends of the earth, and Quartz makes sure he secures the kill. Overtime is done, and Twisted Minds delights the home crowd. Flipping the script on the last time these teams faced. A decisive win on Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, they had discussed how important it would be to win control, and they are able to do it here early on with the crowd going crazy. Hey, we can take a bathroom break here. I mean, if you're not here, you're missing out, because like in the street they were chanting for Twisted Minds. I mean, it was getting rowdy out there.
It was like a large group of people just chanting, going back and forth down the boulevard. We also were alerting people that Twisted Minds were about to play. And so, Twisted Minds now kind of know from this point onwards, all they need to do is to sort of win the maps that they themselves choose in the event that they lose, which is not guaranteed. And here it is, we'll leave you some highlights from Twisted Minds. Quartz leading from the front, some brutal hit scan play from him. Great stuff from TM. We'll be back after this.
Right.
Talk about flipping the script. Twisted Minds have done that and some in the first map of this best of 5 decider in Group B. Strong showing in Lijiang Tower, instantly Sign Esports. The knee-jerk reaction is to take us to Artless, and, well, they were dominant against Twisted Minds last time they played this map, but it's also because it came with the package deal of the Sim ban, and they've gone for it yet again. It's kind of their trump card in this matchup because they don't like to play it themselves, but they've used it pretty early in this series.
I think it definitely tells you how important they view this map. You're kind of, you don't want to say all in on the map, but getting rid of the Sim, going to this map, one that you had already won, right? After that, you know, you lose something like this. In terms of like bans, like you can maybe bother them by like getting rid of the funny Astro Lucio. But we've actually seen him play a decent amount of Juno in EMEA, so wouldn't be an end-all be-all. That is a huge frog.
Well, perspective is everything, Matt. We're kind of zoomed in. Also, you should check the cane toads down there in Queensland, mate. Hey, dwarf this guy. He's cute by comparison.
So Twisted Minds looks like me. I don't think this will be the comp they run out on. I think Sign Esports, though, this could potentially be it. See if Lucamino decides to stay on the Moira or potentially a swap. So a Moira look here from Sign. So we've talked a little bit about Moira and kind of her spot with some of these comps. I think I would prefer it if you played like a Reaper, like almost like a throwback to the zombie comp.
All about winning that, like getting a burst target like instantly, right?
Yeah. And Twisted Minds comes out, so they'll have a Cassidy here. With May, so that'll be the answer here for Yubi. Yubi can also play Tracer, but over the last few months or so, they've been bringing in Psycho to do that.
I think that Twisted Minds composition is pretty well designed to like elongate the fight. Kind of the opposite actually of what the Moira comp wants. You've got the May and the Ice Block. You've also got Baptiste with that Immortality field, right? All about making it hard for Sign to get in there quickly. And once Lucamino's resources are depleted, the healing throughput is pretty underwhelming from Sign. So, dragged out engagement, they find themselves at a disadvantage.
It's also pretty hard for Rocket to play around this, right? Baptiste, Lucio, May, and Cassidy, really difficult to kind of like be aggressive on the flanks, how we know Rocket can be.
The worry that this is another map where Rocket finds it pretty hard to get in on these flanks. We saw the venture on Lijiang Tower. He also struggled to manufacture any momentum. Quartz has been hitting those shots. He shot in that last fight, 2 to 3 eliminations to his name there. Chronic has to back out. He's playing in a pretty risky little off angle here, and there it is. Quartz strikes yet again. Lep,
dude, this time is down. They're finding Lep so often. You think back to Lijiang Tower, and then now here, I mean, 70%, you got like a 30% beat advantage here for Astro. Off the rip, you're not exactly super worried about like Coalescence, right? If you're Twisted Minds, I mean, you have speed, you can kite it, you can run away. Lep has to do a little bit of a better job keeping himself upright.
I want to reiterate, Sign Esports were 3-0 in a sweep of flashpoints last time these teams played. Twisted Minds are looking like a different beast here. Blizzard just around the corner. That's going to be a problem for Painkiller if he's hoping to go deep with an Annihilation. He'll be stopped in his tracks. Quartz getting some happy little dinks across the map, and Painkiller has no choice but to throw up the guard. Has to back away. Here's a Blizzard, and he went for an Annihilation. He was inside a Blizzard and still chose to pop that ultimate. Interesting decision, but Quartz gets the Deadeye kill. Sign Esports commit 3 ultimates in the space of a couple of seconds, and Quartz has 0 respect. He is out of pocket.
Yeah, and maybe it's because Painkiller's going to swap. I mean, he had the Coalescence kind of hosing him down there when he was using the Annihilation, but that is not going to let you survive the Blizzard plus Deadeye combo. So a change here for Sign Esports. 2 changes, actually. So Lucamino will move over to the Baptiste, and then you also have Orisa in play now. So Orisa obviously not as impacted by the May as, let's say, Ramacha.
So now that Sign can play a longer fight and still stand on even footing, this means that Chronic has more time to find either big chunks of damage that Rocket could follow up on, or just some straight-up railgun headshots to put his team straight up front in numbers, and there it is. Speak the devil's name and he doth appear. Chronic showing us why his Sojourn and Hitscan in general is still to be feared. Big opening here, and Lep is going to double down with a sound barrier now as Simple goes for an Amp Matrix. Chronic still wants to play it safe here. He knows it's only a matter of time before eyes start turning in his direction, but he's up to 2 eliminations for this fight, and KSA can't afford to pay him any heed.
Yes, we see both tanks traded out. Yubi's still here, though, for TM. So, going to be like contestants for a while. Oh, nice timing on the pulse bomb there from Rocket. Gets him right as he's popping out of the ice block.
Twisted Mind still, for a moment, it seemed like they wanted to stall, but now they have to back away lest they get staggered further. Luckily for them, Sign Esports happy just to settle for an early point cap here in our second flashpoint.
Well, I think if Yubi would have lived, right, you would have had Blizzard, you would have had KSA coming back off of spawn, probably a little bit closer to beat. Maybe you would actually continue to fight that.
Quartz here hoping to use the bulk of KSA to prevent most of that damage coming in, but there is some backstab potential. Rocket and Chronic both there, and Quartz is going hunting. He's like, oh mate, I'm going to keep my sights trained on you guys. But Mino's Immortality Field has had to succumb, but the Blizzard is in play, and it freezes Painkiller solid.
And they just run them down behind Funny Astro with the sound barrier, right? Ant Matrix dropped there by Lucamino. Twisted Minds decides not to back out. They're going to use that sound barrier, push directly past the Ant Matrix, so you don't really get much value for it at all. Sign Esports, you'll have a Terror Surge and Chronic with the Overclock. Overclock with no beat on the other side, maybe an opportunity to chunk down a player or two.
Annihilation of a KSA, so he might have to use it. He might just have to pump those shots into the enemy Ramatra if KSA looks to take some space. But bear in mind, KSA can create a lot of room for Quartz to get a sneaky Deadeye in behind. The Chronic's looking for a pick here, and Simple's a pretty damn good one to find. Theoretically, that should signal at the end of the fight if Rocket hadn't already clapped Funny Astro. So for Twisted Minds now, it's about the stall. It's about holding on to the rest of their ultimates here. Building up to break through and take the flashpoint in the next engagement.
Yeah, you'd be trying to throw that May wall up and then getting behind it and just kind of cycle an ice block, but they get him out of that position. So I was talking a little bit about it, like Chronic using that overclock. He actually kind of sees both Quartz and Simple pulling up a little bit on the high ground, pops it, and then able to deal with Simple, who had an Ant Matrix, potentially could have used it up on that high ground.
Chronic doing so much more in this comp as opposed to the one they started with. Immortality Field going down. That's going to help Quartz, who gets caught in the side of Terror Surge, but he didn't have a chance to escape. Luke Mino picked up by Yubi, though. And Rocket ult onto this pulse bomb. That is a flashpoint flip back for Twisted Minds now. Sign Esports in no position to contest. They're going to hold out for one last push. The Simple switches over to the Juno. KSA thinks he might have caught Chronic here, and it might just be right. The Sojourn's out of the game and out of this last fight, but it's a cheeky little flip here from Sign. Twisted Minds get back in the nick of time and are ready to flip it back in their favor and to take it away. Annihilation, Blizzard, Deadeye, all waiting for deployment here. Painkiller looking a little bit worse aware on the fringes of the fights, and the sound barrier is going to be committed for Sign Esports. This will buy him some time to get the healing in. Simple's Immortality Field protects Quartz from that pulse bomb, and now Javelin spin in the face of Quartz. He doesn't seem to mind. The Annihilation from KSA goes utterly uncontested, and Quartz is knocking heads together. Melee kill on Chronic. Luke Mino, his lifeless body touches to the ground. Twisted Minds rack up another flashpoint.
You'd never have known that Sign ended up using an Ant Matrix and sound barrier in that fight and come up with nothing. The Annihilation plus Blizzard, Deadeye on the point. A lot of survivability and nice use of the Immortality Field by Simple. Keeps Quartz alive through Rocket's Pulse Bomb, putting Twisted Minds one flashpoint away from taking the map.
KSA looking to try and match the movements of Painkiller. An Orisa switch up for Sign definitely gave Chronic some options, some openings, but it's still been tough going against this front line of TF. Chronic with another overclock here is going to tease out a sound barrier, but Quartz is too sharp to miss. Finds Rocket, likely with a grenade involved in that kill. This Cassidy has been an issue for Sign Esports, and there isn't a natural answer to it outside of Chronic, who just doesn't seem to get the matchups he's looking for. Quartz is audacious there in that fight. Chronic gets his, but then bows out.
Yes.
Look at Yubi, man. He is yapping.
Oh, well, I mean, look, you're the home, town team. You're the crowd favorite. Somebody beats you in the arena, then kind of celebrates. I mean, that's got to leave a little bit of a nasty taste in your mouth, where if you get a chance at revenge, you don't just want to beat Sign Esports. You kind of want to, embarrass them a little bit here.
Oh, they're off to a great start on that metric.
They're currently accomplishing that.
So 52% now. Lukmino has an Amp Matrix, but I wouldn't say it's the most compelling ultimates on the horizon here for Sign Esports. Lukmino responds. Immortality Field goes in. Amp Matrix thrown up, and the damage is good. Simple falls. Lukmino's here positioned out on the point to try and get a contest going. And Chronic's done his job. Painkiller gives up his life, but creates so many openings.
I mean, that is an, I know the crowd doesn't love it, but that is an awesome use of the Immortality Field from Lukmino. Like, throws it across the point while also getting pressured down and drops the Amp Matrix and picks up one right in his face. I mean, that is a huge play there from Lukmino.
It looks tricky, and it is, but it follows the same trajectory as an Ana Biotic Grenade. So if you're used to playing Ana and you switch over, it behaves in much the same way. So that muscle memory matters if you switch over to the Baptiste. Annihilation here for KSA. 73% posted already for Twisted Minds. It's a good start, but losing Funny Astra is not really where they want to be, but pressure on Painkiller. Getting rid of a main tank definitely feels like the door might be open here for Twisted Minds, and they're going to go for it. Rocket dealt with, and Quartz will control this space with a Deadeye. This should allow for the most part of a flip, and Lukmino picked off. That's extra value. You can't always bank on it. Now Twisted Minds can surge ahead, and they're sitting back on a Blizzard. And they might even chase Lep down. It has been a tough day for Lep, and Quartz is a mistake of execution.
He barely makes it out with his life. It's Sign Esports. They'll get a chance to touch. It'll be Rocket there. They're going to have Lep here too.
Rocket playing towards the edge of the map, around the health pack. He knows he's going to need help. The Blizzard's a problem. Lukmino is caught inside of it. Caught out in the open. Painkiller is, and Yubi from behind sends him packing with a couple of well-placed ice spikes. There's nothing left to work with here for Sign Esports, and Rocket valiantly trying to keep them in the game. He'll be iced out, in Twisted Minds take their second map on the trot. Extended fist for Yubi. He knows he's done his part as a leader.
Not just a second map, but a 3-0 there on Atlas. As this feels like the Twisted Minds we thought would show up.
So
right?
instead of Psycho, he's like, no, brother, you're not subbing in.
Yeah.
I'm going to stay right here.
And you saw quickly, we saw Sign Esports. A much different look on those players' faces than a little bit earlier in the event, right? They were happy, they were loose, they were kind of sending some action back to the crowd. And now it is like, we are in a lot of trouble here. Because that's their Simban, right? Simban gone. You look through the rest of the map pool. I think you could potentially ban the Sojourn. That would be something I'm interested in seeing them doing.
Yeah, what can Chronic do outside of that? The Cassidy ban, the Simban no longer available to Sign Esports, and there's their last chance in the next map just around the corner. Twisted Minds poised to advance to our playoffs. Stick around and see how it all unfolds.
This land is calling.
here at the STC Esports Arena for the Overwatch Mid-Season Championship. It has been a nightmare for Sign Esports. Perhaps that 0-3 to T1 maybe cracked their confidence a little bit because Twisted Minds came into this game determined with resolve, and they have spanked them in 2 back-to-back maps.
I think it's just a little bit more real for Twisted Minds now, right? What is at stake? Now, like, they don't want to be done now.
They can't be done now.
No, I mean, you got the crowd. I mean, they're in the venue. They're on the Boulevard. Potentially Sign Esports last map here at the Esports World Cup. It will be them taking us to Shambali Monastery. So they get rid of. So this is banned. So they banned Freya. No, actually, it'll be
a response here to the Baptiste ban.
Yep, but like the Freya is not like Quartz doesn't particularly play the Freya, right? So it's a hero that we don't see him on often. So actually, it seems like that was potentially flipped, right? So Twisted Minds, they get rid of the Freya there second. It would actually be Sign at
That would make
Esports
sense.
with the bat. That makes sense.
Take
right?
Simple off the Baptiste.
Yes. Take Simple off the Baptiste, but it also forces Chronic not to be able to play that extremely long range with the Freya that Twisted Minds would not answer, right? Quartz seems to have been one of the players who doesn't really love playing Freya.
Well, Twisted Minds also, because of their reliance on the Symmetra, played less of that Tracer style as well. So Simple's Kiriko is very good, but he doesn't play it in that side fight style that we see some teams go for, that Sign might also look to make happen. Simple is also deadly on this Kiriko. Yes. I would say like one of the best like rookies coming into EMEA, maybe even any region this year. The guy is absolutely cracked.
It is a shame we don't have Ilios in the pool because his Zen on Ilios goes hard.
Sometimes out of the gate she gets set on the attack side here, but that's been a thing of the past. Quartz though will have a peek on the Widow. Oh, bated breath. Is there anything to be found? Quick peek. And very quickly I think Chronic got off that sideline. He knew what was coming. Hairs on the back of his neck stood up.
It'll be Cassidy here for Quartz. So not even really going to the Sojourn here. Wants to play a little bit more with the team, right? Around these TPs, get into the mix.
Wasting no time, Twisted Minds went ahead upstairs and Rocket has already been plucked away. Quartz just seemed to find him within the writhing mass of Sign Esports players. Deals him a death blow. And Lucamino found Quartz a little bit staggered out from the rest of his team. We had to bring him down, and Sign have done well to recover here. Playing to that low ground, happy to give that space up, and Lucamino had left. Getting bloodthirsty with it.
You wouldn't know it, right? Because it's been a very one-sided series, but I feel like for Sign Esports, I think Lucamino has had a pretty good tournament overall and a pretty good series thus far. In a losing effort. He's almost already got his rush.
This kind of disarray really favors Twisted Minds. They have the spawn advantage. Trading kills is fine for them. Now as they round this corner, we're going to start seeing Chronic move towards the outside. Maybe try and take some more of this off-angle action if he can get across. But with how fast the cart's moving, he may feel like it's a bit uncomfortable to do so right now. Here's the Kitsune rush though. KSA in the midst of it. Literally in the eye of the storm, except in this case, it's the most dangerous place to be, as he's found out the hard way.
They had their own rush, but I think they just decided to save it. You see everybody just back out. I think they decided, like, look, this is not going to be a winning effort with how much damage KSA had already taken at the time. Let's back out. Yubi can like TP us across, right? You get TP across like up into like the window there. Yep. And they're going to come from the other side.
Oh, Chronic, it's awkward, isn't it? He's not ready for this. And out of nowhere, Twisted Minds explode toward the backline of Sign Esports. And now this is really throwing their positioning for a loop. Quartz there, hit a headshot. KSA followed up. They're in trouble. Yeah, Lep goes for a beat there. He commits that ability. And maybe he feels like it's his last chance before this checkpoint, but in shame, he throws himself over the edge.
Yeah, maybe you thought you were going to have like maybe you thought Lucamino was going to live, right? You were going to get at least like a 4-player beat, but he falls. You had already lost Chronic, and that is the first checkpoint there. So we'll see now.
That's the T.
On the flank, yeah.
That's the T. By the way, out here, it's fantastic. Cardamom spiced.
Oh, yeah.
Phenomenal. Okay, here's the Annihilation Painkiller, holding onto his diligently, but he's going to have to go for it here. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, they say, but it's been all lost so far for Sign Esports as Rocket was already knocked out of the fight, and Painkiller, even with his ultimate, barely puts a scratch on Twisted Minds.
All right, I was going to say, it feels like Sign Esports, we got to try something a little bit different here. Is you're going to have Rocket go to Venture, so see if you can disrupt Yubi on the sim here with the Venture. You see the Burrow just going up here, just maybe threatening players to...
It didn't work on Lee.
Painkiller's taking so much damage. That's Nemesis for him block right away.
Yeah, he has a shield in front of him as well. It's damage that's coming in from an off angle. Oh, Rocket! Face full of flash. Nowhere to go.
TM trying to get out of here quick is Chronic under some pressure here. I mean, see, that's going to be the Suzu already. It's going to be Quartz actually using the Deadeye here. The Kitsune rush from both sides. The Painkiller's going to fall.
Painkiller down, and I've got bad news for Sign Esports fans. It's not just Chronic, it's Terminal! Quartz runs it down! And it's just one after another. Another day at Derange for Quartz. And that's 2 checkpoints and change for Twisted Minds to the tune of over 4 minutes.
Yeah, no way you're going to keep Painkiller alive in that position. Inside the Kitsune rush, you have the Deadeye coming from an off angle. He can't really turn either. Just seems like everything that could go wrong for Sign Esports is currently going wrong. Twisted Minds with a chance to set a fantastic time.
They have not turned up to play today. Sign Esports rather. Here physically, but in spirit. Feels like they're just husks out there.
This beat from Leb's got to be good.
Oh, we need it now. Yubi wants to come forward. TP was thrown out there to signal potential switch to the right side, but in fact, no, the fight's here, up close and personal. Leb gets us 5-player beat, that's what he's looking for. Funny Astra had one of his own that when Quartz is going to Deadeye, might look to reposition for. Here it comes in, instantly fires it off, and Chronic is flattened. Didn't have an opportunity to respond there whatsoever. Painkiller at least gets his, but it's going to take more than that to slow Twisted Minds down, as they've got a taste for it. The blood in the water as Sign Esports give and give and give ground and can't seem to take any of their own. Twisted Minds are still sitting on the Kitsune rush, the Annihilation, the Sim Wall, an embarrassment of riches, and they're about to dump it on the NA squad's heads.
Yeah, they save it here for the home stretch. It'll be Tonic Shock here for Rocket, just trying to keep this contested. It'll be the Sim Wall that comes in from Yubi.
Rocket pops up and in a safe place. He knows he's in no position to engage right now. Here's that Annihilation, but Lep is already off the board and Painkiller's about to be toppled. Yubi has got the damage and ramp to deal with the Ramatra. Now, a desperate burrow from Rocket, but he knows he better hide his face away because Sign Esports just got wiped from the map.
These fans are gonna go wild when they see that Sign Esports key get crushed, as it feels like that is where we are headed. I mean,
I am sorry.
Could it happen any faster?
Little vintage fan, the hammer. Is this a Quartz fan cam?
The ability for them to keep him alive, like in these types of situations, it also just shows, I mean, how sturdy Cassidy is a hero.
But not even that. These are genuinely hostile conditions for Cassidy to play in. Yep. You are outranged by the Sojourn, and you are really threatened by the Venture, who can cross right in front of you without being targetable.
Yeah.
And still, Quartz not only finds success, he absolutely drags Sign through the town square at the back of his chariot.
And it feels, you know, we talked a little bit about it in the pregame, just feels like a little bit, maybe a little bit personal with how Sign Esports won that game the other day, a little celebration going on. This would be one for Twisted Minds, like if I was over there. As soon as this game ended, I'm getting up and I'm going to go, give a high five on the other side, a handshake, but you want to make sure you're right there as soon as this game is over.
I knew they'd be typecast as villains coming out to Riyadh. They've played into it. They've been happy to lap up the attention, negative or positive.
They need a monster half, though, here, Mitch, on offense. I mean, 230 in the time bank. This is a lot like the game with Falcons and Weibo we saw the other day.
It's a hard map to complete at the best of times. That's what makes this that much more extraordinary.
Map to complete. Well, it's a hard map to finish with like a substantial amount of time. The Doomfist here for Painkiller off the rip.
Chronic is insisting on the Widowmaker a little bit longer than we otherwise see. Where there's a TP in Chronic's direction. Oh my goodness, TP. That is audacious. But safe because he can reposition back to the rest of his team. Doomfist goes sailing past, but Chronic has stuck to the Widow and now is starting to pay dividends. Yubi eventually finally falls. KSA will be dragged off his high horse now. And Sign Esports are on the road. Chronic still on the Widow plan.
Yeah, we'll see if he, it looks like he's going to continue with it, and potentially we're also going to see the continuation here of the Doom Fist. So Doom used at the start there was kind of like constantly punching KSA, getting him out of position, as we're going to see KSA go to D.Va here. So that potentially kind of their answer here towards that Doom Fist.
Oh, it's powerful against the Widow, but it wasn't needed apparently because Simple just gives Chronic the exact wrong kind of acupuncture.
Across the map.
Yes, the eyes and brain are not acupuncture targets.
Yeah, and you see the defense matrix already paying off, right? Painkiller goes in, slams like right by Yubi, and then the defense matrix there just eating up any of the bullets, potentially would have finished him off.
And this is the look, by the way, that gave Twisted Minds so much of their mileage earlier on in this stage. Oh, Chronic, the three-piece! Hang about! That one came from the Nethers, folks, out of absolutely nowhere. Look at how locked in he is. What is Quartz cooking? Oh no! Does Chronic think to look in this direction? Does he know? Yes, Infosight.
Yeah, I was like,
shows him up.
He's got the Infosight, but why would he look back that way? So they know that Quartz is in that position.
He has a wide enough field of view to have spotted the Cassidy in his periphery. Funny Astro living dangerously here. Chronic is working on the fringes of the map, but this honestly is playing well. Twisted Minds feeling like they've got to commit a large number of resources into dealing with this Widow. So the Funny Astro show is begun! And a curtain comes down on Chronic's running riot of Widowmaker. Still, there's more work to be done, and this Doom Fist composition has really gotten some purchase now for Sign Esports. They got that checkpoint in hand. They're in this game.
Yeah, and I wonder if you consider, do you consider running the Tracer here if you are Twisted Minds? Let's take a look, though. Chronic.
Past the D.Va Matrix, by the way.
Headshots, yeah, from spawn.
That might be one of the sickest Widow sequences I've seen in quite some time.
Just like that. Hey, that's me.
Headshot there for Quartz, quick TP to get Twisted Minds in position. Chronic still playing on an off angle, and Twisted Minds had to be aware of it. Can they handle this? Widowmaker is starting to take a toll. Deadeye interrupted. Quartz turned into a smear on the masonry. Painkiller lands a nice little charged punch.
Yeah, no defense matrix going to help on through that. So now yet another fight. They're going to leave KSA out of mech. And I think now, you're Twisted Minds. You need an answer here. You need to swap. Is the D.Va the option? Do you go back? Do you play like a Ram here? You can play Orisa, potentially, right? I know Orisa's not the best into the Widow, right? Because obviously no shield, just kind of take the armor off. But obviously extremely effective against a hero like Doom.
Without D.Va, how does Twisted Minds pressure the Widow position at all?
I think they kind of don't, right? I mean, but outside of those like 3 kills, like have you seen like anything that you're like, okay, we need to focus the Widow?
It is the threat of the Widow though that matters. Drawing players away.
You could threaten it with like a TP, right? Even just being in that position.
In theory. Yeah. We can at least force the grapple away to a worse point of view, worse sight line. Painkiller's down though, so there's an opportunity here. KSA realizes that, they've got the mobility here to try and chase Chronic down, and sorry, Miss LaCroix, you have been accosted by a number of assailants. That is dirty. Quartz was waiting for the chase there. KSA luring people into his den and letting his wingman deal with them.
And I mean, Rocket chasing, I don't know how you expect to kind of live there. So, Sign Esports, they get Painkiller here, back onto the payload, working with Lucamino here. You're going to have a Kitsune rush like around the corner. You're probably going to wait for Rocket, though, on the venture before you decide to invest that.
This feels like a more awkward part of the map to get Widow involved. Infosight, though, is active. That means Painkiller has full information about where he needs to go. KSA dropped in front of Chronic in a sound barrier now for Twisted Minds. Big punch. 3 players stunned up, and Rocket's able to capitalize, but Simple gets in there with a kunai, and he's got eyes for Painkiller. Power block drawn out, but Chronic in the meantime is going to work. Surgically extracting player after player. It's Yubi and Funny Astro who fall by the wayside. Venture could be an issue. Simple under pressure, has to Suzu himself, but KSA's defense matrix keeps him nice and topped up. Eventually he has to fall. Chronic picks him off, but can't push. Widow not particularly expert at it. Chronic doesn't have anyone to play the objective for him here.
And I mean, you see that if the Widow's not just kind of dominating really on an off angle, right there, Twisted Minds basically ignored it, right? You had saw some sick plays from Simple. KSA in support with the defense matrix, keeping him alive as we get below a minute on the clock. It'll be the tectonic shock from Rocket. Takes a lot of damage here early.
But Painkiller's too low to make the space right now. Gets topped up and now they're back in, but that tech shock is done. Rocket looking for the backline. Sees a TP there for Yubi, and Funny Astro has to be careful! Rocket gives him the root canal he did not ask for. There's a self-destruct and a sim wall in play. KSA is going to be able to remake, but no kills off the blast. Simple's down, and it looks like Sign are going to take a beat, take a moment. Quartz and Simple have been dealt with now, and they can come back in with numbers as KSA is virtually playing solo on the card, bleeding the clock, buying some time. And in that sense, Twisted Minds have done enough, but Sign will get that extension and have enough time to have a crack at finishing the map.
Yeah, and I think, though, for Twisted Minds, right, you just keep throwing your body at it, let it go into OT. And you have a huge advantage in terms of time bank, even if they were able to finish. I think if you're Twisted Minds, though, you want to get aggressive, take an early fight, force Lucamino to use this Kitsune rush. You don't want to let him have it for the end of the game.
Painkiller hindered there as well, so it was hard for him to bounce around that fight properly, but Quartz got too close to the danger zone as far as Venture's concerned. Konic's playing a wild off angle.
Yeah, so they don't really have an angle, yeah.
Gum up the works, stall the card, seems to be the plan for Twisted Minds. Yubi charged up, knocked to the wall. There are so many elements of this Sign comp that are so deadly to Sim, and yet he's sticking to the plan. Simple will fall, Sign are back on the card, making their last grasp at the end of the map.
I mean, right now for Twisted Minds, it's all about the clock, right? Bleed clock, right there. It was like 45 seconds. They were able to get off of it. They're going to end up matching here. Kitsune Rush with Kitsune Rush.
We're down under a minute.
Yeah, you don't have like a Deadeye or something to use inside of it. We've seen Quartz do a really nice job with it, so this will be the infosight here.
Painkiller gets out with the orbital strike. He'll be able to return to the rest of his team, and this card has been slowly but inexorably advancing towards the end of the map. Nice charged up rocket punch there, stunned up Yubi and Quartz, and the tech shot coming in off the side. Nice little combo. Rocket still looking for more, and Quartz's direction. Back to the rest of the fight. Funny Astro going to opt to be for 4 players, and Rocket's been taken down, but KSA's been demech. Self-destruct, a chance to get back in the mech, but Sivil's been picked off by Chronic. Quartz down, that is dirty stuff. Luke Mino kept him busy while Chronic finds the headshots, but now we're going to be into overtime. Sign need to get this across the line, and Painkiller has gone off the edge of the map. Who's to say? Chronic will wrap around. KSA, no chance to remake, and Funny Astro knows he's done enough. He's gotten this to overtime now, as Chronic will look just to clean the rest of Twisted Minds off the field. But Yubi found Rocket. There'd be an opening here. Time being bought a little bit more by Quartz coming in and getting the pick. That should be a map completion if Simple gets picked off soon enough, and it is. Sign will get an extension, but they're behind by 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, only a minute on the clock as well. Did feel like the Doomfist play was pretty impactful, and same with Chronic on the Widow. Started to heat up there towards the end. Chronic also saves Lucamino. So Lucamino's like in the spawn, basically putting pressure on Twisted Minds. Gets actually hit with the hindrance there of Quartz at the end, but before Quartz can get that shot off, it's a headshot from Chronic that takes him out. Probably keeps Lucamino alive.
And at the 11th hour, we see Sign just pull something that could probably only be done by them. Going to their signature heroes, throwing the Widowmaker out here for the entirety of that attack side, and it works. Now, it doesn't work quickly enough for their liking, I'm sure, but it's enough to keep them in this game, in this series.
It also loses a little bit of the surprise factor here, right? Twisted Minds just basically played against it for like 4 minutes, right? So you have a decent idea about how to go after it, and I mean,
Luke Mino is a prolific Mercy player. Painkiller also a self-professed ground tank lover.
I mean, this is the ground tank.
I think they're going out of the doors here, Matt.
They're not. There's no way.
Sign Esports are about to step over to the threshold, but they switch back, of course, to the Doom-based comp. Let Bomb the Zen probably just took a peek there, and that's a nasty little angle, Chronic. See that one replicated in the ranked games. He will be on the Widow once more. This time, Yubi's not playing this right side with the Sim TP.
No, and I think if you're Twisted Minds, right, where you see KSA play the corner, and you see where the players are through the X-ray, you can kind of just sit there, right, and not give the line of sight here over to Chronic.
Oh, the TP use has been great, but you can see the Rocket Punch's idea is to knock people out in the open, out in the air, to be picked up by Chronic. But where the fight's happening right now, Widow doesn't have a great sight line. Chronic's going to have to move up on the top side of the map, and they spotted him. They baited the Widow out into the open. Chronic's able to back away. Now the card's on the move, but it's again disarray for Sign, and KSA finally gets his way towards that Widow. Now Sign are trying to group in this building, but they've lost card control. KSA now starting just to pull at them, find an individual, drag them out of position, draw resources out of the Doomfist. The card's not going anywhere right now. We're about to head into overtime, man.
And who's going to touch? Okay, so Lep will get there. You have Lep and Lucamino. They will get there to get a touch.
TP, though, gets them there. Overtime has begun. Twisted Minds set themselves, digging their heels, ready to take what was theirs. Lucamino run over. Sign Esports falter, and the sacred timeline is maintained. Twisted Minds have got to be feeling good about that. All they're going to do is a little bit of hop, skip, and jump through the map, and they'll be through to our playoffs.
They do not have to get far at all here to be able to send themselves to the playoffs. Like above 3 minutes to do it as well would be a legendary hold if you were able to do this for Sign. I mean, the boos would probably hit another level if Sign Esports is able to come up with a hold here.
The card is such that you could play on the corner. I don't know if the Widow is something you can afford to go for. Chronic, though, seems to think otherwise. Let's talk about it. On attack, it's one thing, right? They had the surprise factor, you had good long sidelines. Can Chronic realistically set up on defense and be untouchable?
So, no. And I also think with where the cart is, right? Like, you could TP, force them off of this position and create so much space, and there's not really that many great Widow angles, like, as you kind of move down the street, right? So, if you get like a TP across, force them down from high ground, I think it could put the Widow in a really odd spot.
3 minutes and 30 to play. And all Twisted Minds need to do is get halfway through this first phase of Shambhali Monastery. Chronic will have the surprise factor to start with. That likely will be scouted out, and he'll be under constant threat of the Diva. Quartz is on the Widow as well. He's opted into the mirror. For now.
It's a little bit of a change, so goes to the Sojourn, so a little bit more burst potential, right? Because right now, if you're Twisted Minds, like, all right, we get one pick. We are in a good spot. The bad part for them is the pick happens on the other side.
Chronic playing a pretty tight angle here, just below that high ground position. Quartz is switching over to the Cassidy. It looks like Twisted Minds want to play the death ball and sort of beckon Sign to overcommit to an engagement with them.
You're farming ult here for Simple, right? You see how much damage KSA is taking, and you're just letting Simple just farm up all this healing.
It's really
trying to turn into a rush.
I like this little flank around the right side, though. Sign might not be ready for it. Chronic goes low, and eventually he's going to be brought down. That's the Widow out of the mix. Painkiller hit with a flashbang. He's done. Quartz happy to take some attention now, because a 3-for-1 exchange is exactly what Twisted Minds are looking for. Sign will now be desperately scrabbling to try and get in position. Lep knows he might be called on to contest for a short window, but he has to stick this landing perfectly, Matt.
Yeah, got to be so careful. Like, going to get, like, booped from the side. It'll be Painkiller when he gets on.
Lep's going to wrap around the backside here. The cart's getting awful close, and Painkiller's under extreme pressure. He couldn't get away. No chance to escape. Here comes the Suzu. Kitsune Rush committed, and Twisted Minds are on the precipice of advancing. Nothing but net here for Sign. They cannot get a touch. And Twisted Minds flip the script on their nemesis in the biggest way possible. A stunning victory here in straight maps. Not only knocking Sign out of the mid-season championship, securing their berth in playoffs.
And this is the Twisted Minds we thought we would see here at this event. We had heard about how well they were playing. We had seen it for ourselves in EMEA in Stage 2. A little bit of a blunder early on in their game against Sign, losing in that third game, but they make up for it here with a quick 3-0.
They look so drastically different, and they face really the same challenges from Sign and the same ban strategy as well. Right, their Sim being targeted at some points, their Cass getting looked at, but whenever Quartz can play that Cassidy, whenever Yubi gets to make that Sim work, Twisted Minds looked sublime, and this was the team that generated a lot of rumors amongst their opponents coming into this tournament. Many said, we expect these guys to be amongst the top players at this tournament.
The second half of EMEA for Stage 2, they were right there with Alcatia. Like, they were losing maps to anybody.
It was a 4-2 final in EMEA. It was a banger series. One to remember in EMEA for sure. And now they've been able to show us exactly what got them so close. I think it is. Is that Boulevard? I'm not sure. He gets around. Psycho even took a seat there at the table and KSA spot briefly, just soaked it up. He obviously barking from that coach position. All smiles here on Twisted Minds' faces. They advance further here into our mid-season championship. We're going to go down to fancy KSA on this stage.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We are back on stage after a stellar win from Twisted Minds, 3-0, and they move on to the top 8 against Crazy Raccoon. But let's talk about what happened during this match. KSA, first question. You guys lost against Sign, against everyone's, against their expectations, but now you were able to go 3-0. What changed?
I think yesterday we just didn't play our game. Today we just told ourselves, like, we're really good, okay? Let's play with our ego, let's play aggressive, and we can win, and we did it.
I mean, you honestly did that, but at the same time, you guys are playing this entire tournament without a coach. Does that help you adapt to what's happening in the tournament?
You don't need a coach when you have Yubi.
Well, there you go. You guys heard it here first. You don't need a coach when you have UB, but you're going against Crazy Raccoon in the quarterfinals. That is not an easy match. They have a target on their back. They're literally the title holder for EWC. Do you think you guys got what it takes?
I think we can. I think we can go really far this tournament.
All right. Well, now that you won an elimination match, you get to crush your opponent's key. Are you ready to do that?
Yes.
All right. Let's go down to the key crusher. Twisted Minds moves on to the top 8. Just a few more steps to represent their home region and possibly win the whole thing. According to what KSA just said, we'll let him enjoy this moment. And there you have it. Sign Esports is no longer in the tournament. They're eliminated and they're going straight to the airport. But KSA, do you want to say anything to the fans right now?
أشكر الجميع اللي حضر. صراحة وجودكم يحفز إن نفوز البطولة ونشوف نضيب وجهكم إن شاء الله بكرة.
All right, KSA is saying that we're happy that you guys are here and we're going to do you better for the next one. But it's time for our exit interview with Danny.
Thank you so much, Fancy. Yes, I'm here for the exit interview. We got Rocket from Sign Esports. It was a rematch against Twisted Minds. A very different outcome. So I do really want to ask you, Rocket, what sort of went wrong in today's match?
I think we did everything we could to prep for, a rematch. All the conditions were met that we needed to meet. All the boxes were checked. And, they were a totally different beast. Quartz was on one today. And not to say he wasn't on one yesterday, but when that guy's in the server on Cassidy, it's hard. And I speak from experience, I'm the flanker. It's really, really hard. But, I think nothing but respect for those guys, they're a top team. They can take it to whoever they play next, Raccoon. They're the real deal, and I have nothing but respect for them. And, seeing the support they get, it's honestly heartwarming to see.
This is with this loss. Unfortunately, your run in the mid-season championship does end. But that's not all. The season is long. So, Rocket, what's next up for you?
I think this whole tournament's been a massive learning experience for everybody, and we came in wanting to learn, right? Yesterday was more than what we could have asked for, all things considered. I think our group was really, really hard, and Twisted, we learned a lot from that win, and we're going to learn even more from this loss. And I hope they make a deep run.
And last but not least, do you have anything you want to say to your fans?
I appreciate all the hospitality that you guys have given us. Obviously, there's been some showmanship. playing against a crowd like this, but you know, it's awesome. You know, this is a dream of ours, and we're gonna do everything we can to come back and hopefully be stronger. I mean, we're all doing this for fun. Thank you so much for the entertaining matches. Rock it, everybody. Thank you so much. Let's head back to the studio.
I am so impressed with that young man's PR skills, but also the snipes we saw from his buddy Chronic. At the end of the day, Jake, it's not enough. Twisted Minds with the revenge, a 3-0 beatdown to close out our night.
Yeah, Chronic and Painkiller were on heaters on that last map, but it just wasn't enough. I mean, I talked about Quartz being the man of the hour, and he stepped up to the plate big time. We were on his cam sometimes, some of those moments, and I was like, okay, this series is just done, man. If Quartz is going to play like this, if he's just going to keep hitting headshot after headshot after headshot, just unstoppable on the server, this is what you need. That level of performance is what you actually need out of Quartz if you want to continue to go deeper, because there's yet more tough opponents waiting in that playoff bracket.
Johnny, I don't think Yubi's going to earn our Bravia MVP tonight, but you did hear some really great words from KSA saying we don't need to split our money with the coach. We got Yubi making the calls in game. How important is it to have that IGL?
I mean, especially if you're playing Symmetra like they do. It's a very strategic hero because you need to organize your team and push those positions, right? Play the wide angles, and that's exactly what they did to kick us off on map 1, which was Sign Esports map pick, right? But I think the Twisted Minds, they had all the right adaptations, they played with pace, they took the off angles, and made it really difficult for the Freya and Venture on Sign Esports to navigate all that space. So that meant that Twisted Minds, they got the picks required, they poked down Sign Esports, and Yubi, he was one of the strategies behind that decision, so that's why he's getting all the credit.
Congratulations to Twisted Minds. We'll be showing you where they're at in the bracket, but first we need to show some love while everyone's still in the stands to our Bravia MVP, Jake. We decided this a few hours ago. Jwoo was popping off, and we had to show him some love from Verus Pro. He brings VP back into the top 8, back-to-back EWCs.
This guy, he speaks softly, but he carries a big stick. Just an absolute monster on the flex DPS. I feel like Tracer is probably the most exciting hero we've seen him on because he really just takes it to some of the best players in the game on that character, but he has the flexibility. I mean, he even showed out on the Sim, on the Mei. You know, across the board, this guy is a massive asset to his team. And I mean, some of these one clips are just out of control. This guy is a menace on the server and gonna pose real problems to any future opponents.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is another young talent that is really making a name for himself on the global stage. And I feel like Jwoo was really strong to kick off the year, but it's leveling up as this tournament run is progressing now. And we've seen Jwoo can do a lot of stuff on the Tracer here. I'm just excited to see what Jwoo can add to his kit to have a lot more impact, because we have plenty of great Tracer players around the scene. But I really do feel like Jwoo is different, and he could potentially step it up, add more heroes to his hero pool, and have even more impact as his career grows. Again, this is an 18-year-old kid, and he's already doing great work on the stage at the mid-season championship.
It's cool to watch him on the May and stuff, but could we maybe see some Freya, maybe some Widowmaker, some more highlight reel plays, because that kid was popping off. Jake, though, the highlight for me today, though, is we started with 16 teams. We said goodbye to half the competition.
Look, that's what the Esports World Cup is all about. It's about finding the very best teams in the world. And, you know, when teams lose their keys, when they're crushed in defeat, that's what it takes. We got to send these teams home to eventually crown a champion. I love here the Esports World Cup. We have this key crush system. I think it adds this incredible drama, this physicality to esports that I think we've honestly been missing for some time. So kind of hope to see like more people, more tournaments continue to push the envelope and innovate on what esports can look like.
One by one, they fall at the hands of the hydraulic press. We said goodbye to Gatos. Unfortunately, Varrel was able to crush a key, but had their key crushed in turn. Johnny, what was one of your favorite crushings of the night?
Well, one of my favorite crushings of the night was the two last ones, honestly, because you saw the crowd got really into it as well. Shockwave with a big smile on his face there, you know, crushing his opponent's keys as well. But I think it's been a really fun tournament so far, Pocket, because you're seeing as well so many competitive teams that really can perform well in this tournament and can take it all. This has been one of the more competitive tournaments we've had in Overwatch, and now looking forward to the playoffs bracket. So many teams still in the running that can win the entire tournament. This is not a two-horse race. There are more teams in the mixer.
This, of course, is our mid-season championship here at Esports World Cup 2025 for Overwatch 2, and we say goodbye to half the field. Weibo Gaming going all the way, the distance, but unable to achieve a top 8 finish once again. They exit with 20K. They're joined by Varrel from Japan, Team CC from China, and Sign Esports, the up-and-comers from North America, who I sure hope make it to our World Finals. But Jake, we look on that left side. $400,000 and title of EWC champion still on the line here in Riyadh.
There's so many critical places to claim, and I think really all 8 of these teams in the bracket are going to be looking to go further. However, I got to say, all of our group winners, the folks who won twice in a row on day one and immediately qualified, look so strong. I mean, I think Crazy Raccoon, Alcatia, I think T1 and Falcons are going to be very tough foes for all of their opponents. And, for some of these Saudi teams, for Twisted Minds, for, some of those squads, you're really going to need to show on support because that opening match tomorrow is a scary one for Twisted Minds.
Johnny, we got our first 2 matches from the top half of the bracket, the second 2 matches from the bottom half. Where would you prefer to be? Is there an easier side?
I actually think Alcatia has a really good bracket for them going here because they don't have to face a Korean team to start. They get a match against Vertus Pro. That's an opponent they're really familiar with, having played in the EMEA region, and they have been dominant in that matchup so far. And then as well, if they progress through Vertus Pro, they get to potentially play a team like Crazy Raccoon, Twisted Minds. I think Alcatia, they have a really good path towards the grand finals.
Jake, we got 4 matches. They're all first to 3. How many game 5s will we get on our Saturday?
I think maybe only one in terms of those first 4. I think, honestly, guys, I hate to say it. I hate to be, a Debbie Downer, but honestly, I think maybe all 4 of those can be stomps. I think some of those teams like T1 and Falcons are hitting their peak right now. And honestly, as good as Liquid have been, I worry about some of those matchups, right? Like, these are really, really tough teams. T1 and Falcons maybe are even stronger than Crazy Raccoon in this tournament.
Yeah. Johnny, I was going to say, it is already Saturday here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, but back on the West Coast where your wife is watching from, we're about to start a rebroadcast. What was the best match on the day that everyone needs to go back and watch?
The best match of the day, it's got to be Weibo Gaming against Vertus Pro, right? That was an absolute banger, so stay tuned for that one.
Excellent stuff from everyone behind the scenes. Thank you for tuning in to day 2. We have 2 more days to go here at the Esports World Cup, and we have plenty more of our Kadia top plays. Enjoy these.
어, よかった。